Back then I also had dozens of children, but none of them had awakened. The blood of the ancient demon god. What's the joy? Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly. He wanted to extinguish Su Haoyan's excitement. However, Su Haoyan is not from this era, he is from the Earth in the 21st century, that strange planet with super open mind. He will not ask his offspring to surpass himself. Hey, my offspring must surpass you. Su Haoyan is not so pessimistic. As his cultivation level gets higher and higher, both his body and spirit are much stronger than those of the same level. At the same time, his mind is also extremely active. Combining the blood of the ancient demon god and him as a different species, he is extremely confident that his offspring must be strong. Son? It's too simple to think, how do you know it's not a girl? Wang Xiaofeng said a little angrily. Linghu Shanlan's bedchamber was already in sight, he said shyly, even if it's not this time, I will definitely give birth to a son in the future, and I have already thought of a name, so I will call it Su Xiaofeng. Roll. Wang Xiaofeng's angry roar made Su Haoyan's head dizzy for a moment, and he secretly scolded Wang Xiaofeng for not being humorous. Soon, the three of them landed at the door of Linghu Shanlan's bedroom. See your majesty. The guards are the imperial guard. Seeing Su Haoyan coming at this time, he quickly knelt down to salute. Okay, don't be too polite. Who is that? Where is the holy concubine Xuanhuan? Su Haoyan waved his hand, and then asked several court ladies in front of him. The maid was about to speak, but Linghu Xuanhuan walked out of the room at this moment. Your Majesty, why are you here? Linghu Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. But when he saw the playful smiles of Bai Suzhen and Shui Miao Miao behind him, he immediately knew what was going on. Immediately, her pretty face blushed, and she was so glamorous. Seeing this, Su Haoyan pretended to be angry and said, Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter earlier? Linghu Xuanhuan brushed the hair next to his ears, and said weakly, The concubine only found out in the past few days that His Majesty has been busy all the time, so. Su Haoyan felt distressed when he heard it. He took her into his arms, stroked her hair and said, It's my fault. I didn't take good care of you and made you suffer. In the days to come, I won't allow you to practice, so you can raise your baby with peace of mind, you know? Linghu Shanlan's heart has already been melted by Su Haoyan's love words. It was so sweet at this time. She didn't insist too much, it's about the child. She won't be willful. At this time, he nodded obediently. And Su Haoyan's words also moved the second daughter Bai Suzhen behind him. Su Haoyan had to work hard on state affairs, and he still remembered their feelings, so that even if they had some complaints, they disappeared in an instant. That night, Su Haoyan spent the night in Linghu Shanlan's bedroom. As for the news that Linghu Shanlan was pregnant with the holy fetus, he did not spread it. Now the world of the Southern Territory is so huge that even in the holy city, he can't guarantee that there are no spies from other forces. For the sake of Linghu Shanlan's safety, this matter is still kept secret. In the next few days, the forces around the Nanyu sky world sent attendants from various domains to send congratulatory gifts, congratulating the Nanyu sky world on its reappearance in the world, and getting rid of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and Yin Yang Palace. From then on, the Nanyu Sky world famous. In this regard, Su Haoyan asked Zhuge Liang to come forward to receive him. With his current status, he no longer needed to do these things. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed by in a hurry. Su Haoyan's fame also quickly exceeded 100 billion. He is now considering exchanging his fame for some pills to enhance the strength of Haoyan Holy Court's army. At the same time, for those strong men summoned by him in the past, the third and fourth rank warriors of the Holy Court will now exchange some exercises, magic weapons, etc., to improve their cultivation. Knowing the origin of the ancient demon god and the generous rewards he received, he is still useless. As a human being, he has to reserve some backup for himself. On this day, an unexpected visitor came to Haoyan Holy Court. This person claimed to be the special envoy of the ancient emperor. Under Feng Liang's guidance, he went to Shang's study room and saw Su Haoyan waiting there. With Feng Liang around, Su Haoyan doesn't have to worry about what tricks this guy is playing. Greetings to Holy Emperor Haoyan, I am here to send you an invitation by the order of the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor's attendant bowed slightly to Su Haoyan and said. He was dressed in gray, looked like a middle-aged man, and looked arrogant, which made Su Haoyan very upset. But the name of the ancient emperor is not something he can offend now. But you can't get used to him like that. Where is the majesty of my Haoyan Holy Court? Are you here to send invitations? But why do I feel that you are here to show off your might? How can there be a generation of heroes like you who don't understand etiquette? I really don't deserve the ancient emperor. Su Haoyan even beat Xiao Dai, which made this person feel resentful, but he was dripping with cold sweat. If he takes credit for being arrogant and doesn't take the hero seriously, what he loses is not his face, but the face of the ancient emperor. Although the ancient emperor is powerful, he has not yet reached the point where he does not regard the hero of the world in his eyes. He originally wanted to give Su Haoyan a blow, and let Su Haoyan know in his heart that the majesty of the ancient emperor is inviolable. Under the prestige of a fox and a tiger, he will also receive different treatment. But he didn't expect Su Haoyan to be so difficult. After quickly going through these powerful relationships in his mind, the man gritted his teeth and said respectfully on the ground with a plop, the special envoy of the ancient emperor pays homage to the holy emperor Haoyan. Humph. Get up and present the invitation to me. Su Haoyan ordered with a blank face. Feng Liang saw all this in his eyes, and he admired Su Haoyan even more in his heart. In this world, there are people who dare to openly offend the ancient emperor, but they are rare. My master is getting closer and closer to the heroic appearance of the first domain master in the Southern Territory. Goody's special envoy took out a light blue jade slip and handed it to Feng Liang, then stood quietly by the side without saying a word. However, his heart was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Not to mention the turbulent waves, they were also horrified. He is respected as the Dou Yu Jingxian, but he can't see through Feng Liang's cultivation. Could it be that this slave is Dou Yu Xuxian? He just heard Feng Liang calling himself a slave. Even the servants around him are Dou Yu Xuxian. How powerful the Haoyan Holy Court must be. Cannot imagine. Thinking of this, this person secretly wiped a cold sweat, and put away his arrogance. Master, there is no problem. Feng Liang took the jade slip, checked it carefully, and handed it to Su Haoyan respectfully. Feng Liang's responsibility is here, never let Su Haoyan get stuck on these details that are often overlooked by people. Su Haoyan took the jade slip with a nod, and entered it with his spiritual sense to examine it. It turned out that the ancient emperor invited him to participate in the Tianwu 12 Emperors Conference. It will be held together with the Baixiong Conference. The location is Tianyuan in the east, where the ancient emperor's human Emperor Hall is located. The time is set in 2 months. Su Haoyan removed the jade slip from his forehead. Gu Di seemed to value him very much. Let him strive for the candidate of the 12 emperors of heaven. But whether he can succeed depends on his strength. This 100 Heroes Conference might not be that simple. But Su Haoyan had no choice, he had to go. If he becomes the 12 emperors of Zhu, his fame will skyrocket to an unimaginable height. Not only the fame value, but also the strong in today's world will rush to worship. Ever since the heavenly world of the Southern Territory reappeared in the human world, the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and the Palace of Yin and Yang were selected by him. Every day strong men from all over the world came to worship. Talents from all walks of life gathered in the southern region, which made Haoyan Holy Court develop rapidly, and at the same time attracted much attention. In this case, there is no need for him to use the function of searching for virtuous ministers. He can only exchange this function for a chance to be the strongest. Go back and tell the ancient emperor that I will definitely go there then. The special envoy of the ancient emperor respectfully bowed his hands to Su Haoyan, and exited the Shang study in a polite manner. Left the southern region under Fenliang's surveillance. Looking at the leaving envoy, Su Haoyan stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. He needs to bring the strongest manpower to go to Tianyuan. Daoist Tai will definitely not move. He didn't intend to call either. Because just a few days ago, Daoist Tai had moved out of Xingdi Palace and settled down on an island in the southern region. Live and unrestrained, fairy like life. Let many people envy. Xing Tian, Feng Huang, Yang Jian, Neza, and Zhao Gongming are all fine. And he also planned to bring Fenliang. Fenliang's cultivation definitely surpassed that of the ancient emperor, and was basically equal to that of the demon emperor. But the specific cultivation level, Fenliang has always avoided talking about it, and Su Haoyan is not easy to ask. But after thinking about it, he felt that it would be more appropriate for Fenliang to look after the house. It's important to shine, but if you lose your home, you lose everything. Therefore, he has always kept the strongest at home. Besides, the holy fetus in Linghu Shanlan's stomach cannot allow him to be careless. Both Hui and Quafu are comparable in strength to Deluo Xuxian, so they must be brought along. Adding Yang Jian, Neza, Xing Tian, and Phoenix, this lineup can be described as extremely luxurious. It can break the wrist against any force. As for Zhao Gongming, he has been away for tens of thousands of years, and he intends to let him, Shengong Bao, stay in the holy city, take care of his home, and guard the courtyard, and at the same time he will cultivate for a period of time. The 4 Deluo Su Fairyland late stage, 2, are comparable to the Deluo Su Xian early stage. This lineup can turn the sky upside down wherever it is placed. It's just that they are the only ones who are still not sure. Your Majesty, what are you worried about? Bai Suzhen came to Su Haoyan's side and asked. Seeing this, Su Haoyan shook his head and said, I wouldn't worry about anything, I'm just studying how to make people panic. Bai Suzhen was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes were full of little stars. Su Haoyan's domineering made her admire endlessly. The news of the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian was quickly released by the palace of human emperors. At the same time, the news that the palace of the human emperor invited 100 heroes to Tianyuan shocked the world. It directly overwhelmed the king Xuanhuan, who was in the limelight. The 12 emperors of heaven sounds so domineering. The ancient emperor wants to rearrange the seats. It's not nonsense. The 3 palaces, the 4 halls, and the 5 gates have already existed in name only, and it's time to make a move. TSK, then I will support Holy Emperor Xuanhuan, because he is young. Enough. You are stupid, because Xuanhuan Sage Emperor is young, he is the most immature. How can he beat those veteran powerhouses? What's the matter? What's wrong with being young? You have to know that even the Hall of 10,000 Poisons has been taken away. The Holy Emperor Xuanhuan is so strong that he is not necessarily weaker than those old guys. Hundreds of domains in the heavenly world are discussing the matter of the 12 emperors of heaven, and everyone is speculating about this grand event. Some people even placed big bets in private casinos on who would become the 12 emperors of heaven in the end. For a time, the 12 emperors of heaven was the most frequently mentioned word in the world. And Xuanhuan Holy Court chose Xuanhuan Holy Emperor without hesitation after knowing the news. They all believe that Xuanhuan can become the 12 emperors of heaven. What? The new hero, Tathagata, has launched a war against the Sea Demon King. In the Sea of Death? On this day, Lu Bowen brought a piece of news that surprised Xuanhuan. Lu Bowen below said, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Tathagata Buddha has a mysterious origin. After defeating the lamp, he used the power of the Buddha Hall to frantically start a war against the surrounding area, and in a short period of time occupied more than 20 domains. He became the second rising star after the Bull Demon King. Just now, news came from our spies that the Siren King, who was ranked 7th in the hero list, was defeated and killed by Tathagata without even making it past 2 rounds. Xuanhuan was not surprised by this. In the current world, except for the Demon Emperor Dijun, the real Tai, and the Ancient Emperor, no one can stop the Tathagata. The most terrifying boss in Journey to the West, who can beat him? Don't panic, the Sea of Death is in the far west, and we have nothing to do with it. And don't you think it will be beneficial to us if he makes trouble? Xuanhuan waved his hands. Tathagata is definitely not an ambitious person, otherwise why didn't he fight for the site of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons back then? Xuanhuan has no way of knowing what the Tathagata wants to do, but one thing is certain, that is, he has no hostility towards Xuanhuan Holy Court. However, these prominent characters are not very attractive to Xuanhuan at all. What he cared about was the soul of Xuanhuan, who had disappeared for a long time and ran out of Phoenix City. In a world of great strife, there must be a catastrophe, and it is also a time when talents emerge in large numbers. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Your Majesty has a broad chest and is not afraid of disputes. Bowen admires him. The jingle of flattery made Xuanhuan feel comfortable. He smiled and waved his hands and said, "Okay, Bowen, go get busy. Resign." Lu Bowen backed out with a smile. Afterwards, Xuanhuan turned his attention to the human hands. He wants to build an extremely strong team to participate in the Baixiong conference. Now he has accumulated 2 designated callings. A chance to be loyal to the pinnacle. An opportunity for the strong to peak. 2 chances of extreme awakening. A chance to summon the Legion. He intends to give Yuan Hong the peak of Dai loyalty, and the peak of Quafu the strong, but he has not considered the 2 awakenings to the limit yet. In the fiery desert, even the sand floating in the air is extremely hot. A Tall figure struggled to walk in the wind and sand. With a figure as tall as 3 feet, an unrestrained face, and the green light shining in his eyes, Xuanhuan Yaodi is extremely captivating. At that time, he lost track as soon as he left the southern territory. Coupled with the opening of the Great War in the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and Yang Palace, people gradually forgot about him. Is the Tianji Pavilion in front? Xuanhuan Yaodi muttered to himself, and a murderous intent instantly shot out from those green eyes. All along, he has never had the desire to seek revenge from the immortals and demons. However, after many inquiries, I found out that there are no more immortals and demons in this world. Unwilling to give up, he finally found out that Tianji Pavilion is the representative of immortals and demons, so he walked all the way. His goal is Tianji Pavilion, destroying this representative of immortals and demons here. He never thought he would fail, because he just wanted revenge. At this moment, a group of demon clans flew in front of him, and the few demon clans headed by them actually had the strength of a demon king. Through the wind and sand, they noticed the figure of Xuanhuan Yaodi. And what shocked them was that with their Deluo Jinqian's cultivation base, they couldn't see through Xuanhuan Yaodi's cultivation base at all. But he could feel the faint demonic aura on Xuanhuan Yaodi's body. Hee, I said, man, where are you going? A cow demon asked enthusiastically. In this vast Gobi, except for some specific days, it is very difficult to see living things, especially the creatures of the Yaozu. The Xuanhuan demon emperor stopped in his tracks. He glanced indifferently at the demons appearing in front of him and said, Tianji Pavilion. 17,000 years ago, he was the ancestor of the Yaozu, and all the Yaozu respected him, so he regards the current Yaozu as the younger generation. It's just that today is not what it used to be. The monster race and the human race are in conflict, and it is no longer the glorious and prosperous age when there was the holy court. Tianji Pavilion? Do you have a call order? The cow demon asked with a frown. The rest of the demon kings also had the same expressions. They belong to the Tianji Pavilion and serve as the guards. They usually patrol around the Tianji Pavilion. Because they both belong to the Tianji Pavilion, they have some understanding of the affairs of the Tianji Pavilion. Unless something special happened, creatures would not appear in Tianji Pavilion. What is that? I don't have one. Tell me, how should I go to the Tianji Pavilion? Xuanhuan Yaodi asked in a deep voice. If you didn't respond to the summons, then I'd advise you to turn back quickly. Don't cause a fatal disaster then. The cow demon kindly reminded. However, as soon as the bull demon's words fell, the Xuanhuan Yaodi appeared in front of him in an instant, pinched his neck and raised it high, and at the same time said in a cold voice, quickly tell me, how far is the Tianji Pavilion? Or die. Bold and evil. We are the guards of Tianji Pavilion, do you want to die? The other demon bear said in a low voice. What about the guards? I am still your ancestor. For those who disrespect your ancestors, kill them. The two green lights shot out from Xuanhuan Yaodi's eyes seemed to be real, making the group of big demon kings tremble with fear. Xuanhuan Yaodi was even speaking, and as soon as he squeezed his fingers hard, he crushed the bull monster. In the process of flying blood and flesh, the other demon kings were so frightened that they retreated immediately, and they raised their weapons one after another, waiting in full force. After a while, Xuanhuan Yaodi continued to walk forward, leaving a pile of broken corpses of the demon clan on the sand behind him. Shocking. The Zhangtian demon emperor stepped forward, and waves of seductive demon energy continued to overflow from his body, coiling around his body like a giant dragon, making him like a demon god. I want revenge. I want to avenge the holy court. I want to avenge the domain master. I want to avenge all the soldiers who died in the holy court. Zhang Tianyao ran forward while muttering in a low voice. His voice changed from a low voice to a roar at the end, which could be heard by all the creatures within 100 miles. From now on, he wants to destroy the Tianji pavilion. He wanted to announce to the immortals all over the sky that he was here to take revenge by killing the demon emperor. The heavenly world of the southern territory, the Haoyan Holy Court. Ding! Yuan Hong has reached the pinnacle of loyalty. Do you want to release him now? Release. Call up his attribute list. Yuan Hong, from status, one of the 7 sages of Meishan. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth evil spirits. Kung Fu, 89 mysterious Kung Fu. Magical weapon, iron bar, ancestor Vajra body, shattered void transformation. Level, early stage of Luan Wonderland. Loyalty, 100/100. The early days of Luan Wonderland? Su Haoyan's tiger's body shook, and he cried out in his heart. Unexpectedly, a new realm was revealed. The 3 realms of Deluo Jingxian. Great Luo Xuxian. Great Luo Luanqian. Sure enough, Yuan Hong did not disappoint him, directly surpassing Deluo Xuxian. Of the people in front of him, only Xing Tian could feel Yuan Hong's cultivation. Surpassed Deluo Xuxian. Let Xing Tian and other powerhouses get excited. Because with Su Haoyan's character, can they be promoted far? Ding! Quafu has completed his peak, whether to release it or not. The system prompt sounded again, making the corners of Su Haoyan's mouth curl up slightly. Release. Call up his attribute list. Quafu, from race, which? Lucky level, early stage of Luan Wonderland. Cultivation method, Great Witch Holy Jew. Natal ability, the real body of the Great Witch. Loyalty, 99/100. Haha, another big Luo Luanqian. Dijuan, I see how crazy you are. 2 big Luo Luanxians. Su Haoyan's self-confidence was extremely inflated. On this day, the already precarious world was suddenly disturbed by a piece of heavyweight news. Zhangtian Demon Emperor attacked Tianji Pavilion. As soon as this news came out, all the forces were shocked. Human Emperor Palace. What, the Zhangtian Demon Emperor attacked the Tianji Pavilion? The ancient emperor who looked like a child sat in the hall and asked with his brows furrowed. The old man under him replied, yes, the battle was reported to be extremely intense, almost collapsing the void within 1,000 miles, and the earthquake lasted for a long time before it stopped. Fool. He's a complete fool. The ancient emperor was so angry that he was trembling all over, and the purple gold crutches chopped a big hole in the ground. How did the war end? After calming down for a while, the ancient emperor took a deep breath and asked. Before that, everything was under his control, and his plan would be implemented only after the 12 emperors of heaven were elected. But I didn't expect a Zhangtian Yaodi to run out halfway and destroy everything. He wished he could split the demon emperor Zhangtian in half, so as to relieve the hatred in his heart. The old man glanced at the angry ancient emperor, swallowed his mouth, and said carefully, several elders and tens of thousands of guards died in Tianji Pavilion, and Zhangtian Yaodi escaped with serious injuries. It is said What is it said? A sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the ancient emperor. He thought that the demon emperor, Xuanhuan, was so strong, so it turned out that he was not injured and escaped. It is said that there are immortals and demons who have made a move. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would be able to tear down the Tianji pavilion. After the old man finished speaking, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. It's really the word fairy, it's too shocking. They are immortal, unbelievably powerful, and able to control everything. The immortals and demons are the messengers of the heavenly way, adhering to the will of the heavenly way, and are the veritable rulers of this world. Has a fairy made a move? The ancient emperor's frown became deeper and deeper, and the situation seemed to be out of control. At the same time, he already hated Xuanhuan in his heart. He is a veritable idiot. Idiot. Great Emperor. What should we do next? The old man asked anxiously. As the confidant of the ancient emperor, he certainly knew why the ancient emperor was so angry. The invincible ancient emperor couldn't stand his loneliness and wanted to leave this world a long time ago. Unexpectedly, this world is like a birdcage, tightly sealing him in it, and if he wants to be free, he must break through the seal. It's just that he is strong, and he doesn't dare to be an enemy of all immortals. That's why I'm looking for help. According to his plan, the Tianji pavilion must not be moved before breaking the sky, otherwise all previous efforts may be wasted. Because, if there is a movement here, a large number of immortals and demons will come to this world, then the tragedy of 170,000 years ago will repeat itself, and he will die of old age in this world. This is the biggest reason for his anger. On the sidelines, look at the reaction of the Tianji pavilion before deciding what to do. The ancient emperor regained his composure and ordered. The old man nodded knowingly. He thought for a while and said, "The demon Emperor Xuanhuan was only injured, but he didn't die. Do you think he will go to the holy Emperor Haotian?" In his understanding, Xuanhuan's destination in this world is holy Emperor Haotian, but once he goes to pay homage to holy Emperor Haotian, it will definitely affect the ancient emperor's next actions. It's okay, whether or not holy Emperor Haotian is the reincarnation of the first domain master in the Southern Territory remains to be verified. In fact, I really hope that he will worship holy Emperor Haotian, and I also hope that holy Emperor Haotian is the first domain master in the Southern Territory. Reincarnation. You must know that no one has played with me for a long time. And Emperor Haotian is actually a very good playmate. Gudi's words made the old man stunned for a moment, but fanatic splendor appeared in his eyes immediately. The news that Xuanhuan attacked Tianji Pavilion spread wildly all over the world. And Su Haotian, who hadn't heard the news, was walking in the imperial garden. At this time, he decided to use up the only chance to randomly summon a super strong man. For the current Haotian holy court, the more strong men the better. A few minutes later, Su Haotian was delighted to see the list of character attributes appearing on the virtual light curtain. Wenzhong, the late stage of Deluojin Wonderland. It's really lucky, it turned out to be Wenzhong, the cultivation base of De Luojin Fairyland in the later stage. Moreover, 87's loyalty made Su Haotian rest assured. System: if 2 extreme awakenings and 1 legion can be exchanged for a chance to be a loyal peak, or a chance to be a strong one? Su Haotian asked the system in his heart. With the addition of a designated call, it can be exchanged for a chance to be the peak of the strong. The system replied mechanically. 1 peak of the strong, plus 1 designated call. So let's keep these two opportunities in case the emergency. Xuanhuan made a quick decision after thinking for a while. Master, Mr. Liu is asking for an audience outside the hall, saying that he has important news to report. At this moment, Feng Liang walked in and spoke. In the Shang's study. What did you say? Zhang Tianyao attacked Tianji Pavilion? Xuanhuan was really shocked, and Feng Liang beside him also had an ugly face. 170,000 years ago, although the Zhang Tianyao was a strong man who could be ranked among Wang Xiaofeng's subordinates. But because of his well-developed limbs and simple mind, he keeps getting into trouble. It gave Wang Xiaofeng a headache. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he is still so reckless. It's really mud that can't support the wall. Feng Liang helplessly shook his head, completely disappointed. The Tianji Pavilion is the only power in this world that belongs to the immortals and demons. It is not surprising that the demon emperor Zhangtian wants to seek revenge. Xuanhuan analyzed. Lu Bowen nodded solemnly, and then said, everyone knows that Zhang Tianyao once knelt at His Majesty's feet, claiming to be your subordinate. Now that he attacked Tianji Pavilion, even immortals and demons took action. Will this matter happen? Will it make you angry? As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan couldn't help frowning. Although he is destined to challenge the fairy demon, but let him face the fairy demon. Right now, he really has no idea. Your Majesty, do you want us to announce to the world that we have nothing to do with Zhang Tianyao? Lu Bowen asked hesitantly. When Feng Liang heard this, his face darkened. Although Lu Bowen's suggestion is a little unreasonable, from the perspective of Haotian Holy Court, this is the best way to protect himself. Although from the bottom of his heart he disliked this kind of practice, but the situation forced him or Xuanhuan to have no woman's benevolence. No. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan categorically rejected this suggestion. Xuanhuan is not afraid even of immortals and demons, and it is absolutely impossible for him to abandon his subordinates. Xuanhuan's choice made Feng Liang's eyes light up suddenly, looking at Xuanhuan's side face, he kind of saw the majestic appearance of Wang Xiaofeng in the past. No matter how many reincarnations have passed, the master is still as domineering as ever. Feng Liang's heart was surging. Lu Bowen also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Xuanhuan would choose his suggestion. If so, he would be very disappointed. What about immortals and demons? Sooner or later they will be trampled under my feet. Xuanhuan was not influenced by Zhangtian Demon Emperor, he was as arrogant and domineering as before. On this day, Xuanhuan was sitting in the Imperial Garden, looking for the Lucky Mall. Can the system recommend if there are any treasures in the Lucky Mall that can enhance the cultivation of the strong? At this time, Xuanhuan asked in a heartbeat. The system itself must know more about the treasures in the mall than itself. After a while, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. In the luxury zone in the mall, a treasure called Fenglei Wings has recently been discovered, which is very suitable for Lei Zhenzi. If it is integrated, Lei Zhenzi's cultivation base will definitely be improved. Skyrocket. So smart? Xuanhuan was overjoyed immediately. He just tried it casually, but he didn't expect such a heaven-defying treasure to exist. How much room for improvement? Xuanhuan asked urgently. Lei Zhenzi was one of his favorite strongmen, whether it was his performance in the Romance of the Gods or his awe-inspiring face when he faced the demon ancestor. Lei Zhenzi was well known in Haotian Holy Court. Although it was summoned by the system, Xuanhuan never used Laixinzi as a tool. He has always treated each of them with sincerity. At least it can be promoted to the middle stage of Dou Yu Jingxian. Xuanhuan was very excited by the system's answer. He even hurriedly asked the system to buy Fenlei wings. Wind and thunder wings, possesses the power of wind and thunder laws. It is passed down from the late stage of chaos. The wings of a certain innate Kuanping are worth 20 billion lucky points. 20 billion lucky points. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth grinned. Fortunately, he has now broken through 100 billion lucky points. If he is a real rich man, he will definitely have no problem buying Fenlei wings. Purchase. Laixinzi's loyalty is full, and he is extremely loyal to Xuanhuan. First, promote him to Dou Yu Jingxian, and then use the peak of the strong on him. With his outstanding aptitude, a Dou Yu Luanxian is properly established. The next moment, a pair of silver and purple miniature wings appeared on Xuanhuan's hand. How to use this thing? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Give it to Laixinzi, stick it on his wings, and it will automatically fuse. The system guided. Xuanhuan nodded, indicating that he understood. But in an instant, he asked suspiciously, why do new products always appear in the Lucky Mall? As the host continues to become stronger, various functions will also be upgraded. The mall is no exception. Therefore, the host must work hard to become stronger. The system explained. It turned out to be like this. Knowing the reason, Xuanhuan became inexplicably hot in his heart. If it continues like this, then my subordinates can rely on the treasures in the Lucky Mall to upgrade. As soon as this idea came out, it was difficult for him to contain his fiery heart. In the future, with a wave of my hand, the densely packed Dou Yu Jingxian will coax out, and that will be called gods blocking and killing gods, and demons blocking and killing demons. Afterwards, Xuanhuan asked the system if there were any other treasures that could help his subordinates improve their cultivation. Unfortunately, the system has not answered yet. He didn't care either. Just because he doesn't have it now, doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. Feeling refreshed, he was going to find Laixinzi in person. The desert is still as hot as ever, and it occupies 1/10 of the area of this world. There are millions of square kilometers. This is the land of the extreme east, and there are 2 white stone pillars as high as 1,000 feet, and 2 golden dragons hovering above them. An ancient, barren and primitive aura emanated from the stone pillars. A middle-aged man in a blue gown stood motionless on one of the stone pillars, with fluttering silver hair and a sharp-edged face which looked extremely peaceful in the wind. In particular, the purple star crystal embellishment between his brows brings out his majestic side. Slaying the demon emperor, the reincarnation of the first domain lord of the southern region. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. He came from beyond the sky, he was from the ancient fairy world that everyone talked about in this world. His name was Jingjiansheng. He came to this world to conduct a routine investigation of the Tianji pavilion, and happened to run into the Zhantian demon emperor attacking the Tianji pavilion. It was also unlucky for Zhantian Yaodi, who met this great god by coincidence. If the time was changed, maybe the Tianji pavilion would be destroyed in the hands of Zhantian Yaodi. At this moment, after the second stone pillar suddenly flashed white light. Wildly, 5 tall and short men came out from it. The leader is an old man with white hair and childlike face. He is dressed in black and carries a bronze sword on his back. His name is Chu Jiaxing. He walked up to Jing Jianxing and said respectfully, Xuanhuan, the passage to the ancient fairyland has been opened. Jing Jianxing glanced at him and said coldly, do you think I can leave now? If I leave, the Tianji pavilion here will cease to exist. As soon as these words came out, embarrassment appeared on the faces of the 5 elders of Tianji pavilion unconsciously. I was also full of anger in my heart. Of course, they were not aiming at the Shanshan in front of them, but at Zhang Tianyao. Shanshan, do you want to stay here? Do you want to kill the demon emperor? Zhang Tian? Chu Jiaxing asked carefully. That Emperor Haoyan is really the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, the former leader of the southern region? Jing Jianxing's question was not without sarcasm. Holy Emperor Haoyan? It's just a little furry child. It is said that Zhang Tianyao once called him Wang Xiaofeng's reincarnation. Chu Jiaxing replied. Upon hearing this, Jing Jianxing asked indifferently, where is the holy Emperor Haoyan? Zhang Tianyao has been injured and fled far away, and only by finding Haoyan Xingdi can he find Zhang Tianyao. Dare to challenge the authority of immortals and demons, Zhang Tianyao and Haoyan Xingdi must die. As for the 2 joining forces, Jing Jianxing never thought about it. What a joke, it's just a small sealed world, there can't be someone stronger than him. Chu Jiaxing turned his head and said to a young man behind him, Dongxiang. Take Shangshan to Haoyan Holy Court. Yes. The young man nodded, and flew south with Jing Jianxing, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 2 disappear into the sky, a woman in white asked, Pavilion Master, isn't the Haoyan sage emperor a genius of the generation that our Tianji pavilion has selected in advance? The care and humility on Chu Jiaxing's face had disappeared at this moment, replaced by sternness and ferocity. He glanced at the woman and said sharply, Jing Jianxing is too crazy, so it's better to let him suffer. Besides, that lunatic Zhang Tianyao is also part of Haoyan's sage emperor's gang. It's best to let them bite the dog. It's the best result for both sides to suffer. What Chu Jiaxing said made the women in white suddenly realize, and admiration appeared on their faces. The Tianji pavilion nominally works for the ancient fairy world, but they themselves are monks born and bred in this world, and they have already had enough of the superior faces of the immortals and demons. And the investigations of these small worlds by the ancient immortal realm are irregular. It takes decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to do it once. The ancient emperors, Dou Yu supreme, although they are well known in this world, they are extremely low-key and rarely fight with others. But Tianji Pavilion has been paying attention. The 12 emperors of heaven punishment plan to break the sky? It's time for the sky to break. Chu Jiaxing's words changed the expressions of the other 3 people. Heaven breaking. These 2 words make everyone in this world talk about it, and any change will anger the gods and demons. Goody, as the strongest in this world, I hope you will not let us down. Chu Jiaxing looked at the turbulent sky and muttered to himself. As the longest living existence in this world, he witnessed the rise of the ancient emperor with his own eyes. He also knows how powerful the ancient emperor is, and he also knows the ancient emperor's purpose. Therefore, the Tianji Pavilion and the ancient emperor have long been united, but the matter is too involved, and only the 2 of them know about it. Although Tianji Pavilion has a high position and authority, Chu Jiaxing is the only one who can communicate with immortals and demons. Under his control, the fairy demon always thought that the strongest person in this sky was nothing more than Dou Yu. In fact, this is not the case. Haotian Holy Court. In the Leitian mansion where Lei Zhenzi lived, Lei Zhenzi was shaking all over, and he looked at Su Haotian, who was sitting opposite him with an excited face. Your Majesty, is all this true? Resisting his excitement, Lei Zhenzi said in a trembling voice. Just looking at the Feng Lei wings on the table gave me a frenzy. In the dark, he and Feng Lei Yui have an extremely tacit understanding. If they merge, his cultivation base will soar greatly. It's just that he couldn't believe that Su Haotian would give him such a treasure, all of which gave him an unreal feeling. Nonsense, or do you think that I have nothing to do and came here for a stroll? Su Haotian suddenly said angrily. When Lei Zhenzi heard this, he knelt down in front of Su Haotian with a bang. And even prostrated himself on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Su Haotian smiled and helped Lei Zhenzi up, pretending to be angry, and said, Could it be possible that I will forget the kindness you once saved me in front of the demon ancestor? Lei Zhenzi was a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and when the blood surged in his heart, he said firmly, Even if I am smashed to pieces, I will surely ruin your Majesty's heart and mind, and I will die. Su Haotian waved his hand and said, You have said this many times, and I know that your heart is enough. The wind and thunder wings can let you break through the late stage of deluge in fairyland, but the world of the southern territory cannot withstand your catastrophe. Go, find a safe place where no one is there to survive the tribulation. Lei Zhenzi was excited. He quickly picked up the Feng Lei wings on the table, turned around and flew away. After Lei Zhenzi left, Su Haotian stretched his waist, put his hands behind his back, and left slowly. It has been a while since Zhang Tianyao attacked Tianji Pavilion, but with the development of time, instead of subsiding, there is a trend of intensifying. The news not only spread all over the world, but even reached the bottom of the world. The public already knows. At this time, Su Haotian, who was in the study room, was suffering from a headache because of the reckless behavior of the demon emperor Zhangtian. The number of residents in the holy court of Haotian became less and less. Some officials even resigned. Your Majesty, it's not good to go on like this. In just one day, tens of thousands of people have resigned from their official positions on all continents in the southern region, and it's even more serious in the mortal world. Seeing that our Haotian holy court is about to come to a standstill, Lu Boan, Jiang Zia, Zhuge Liang, Taibai Jingxing, and Baigan, the 5 civil servants, had ugly faces, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. I didn't expect that our Haotian holy court would encounter such a catastrophe. Just after gaining a firm foothold in the southern sky world. Then what should we do? Su Haotian asked playfully. The 5 first-rank civil servants of the Haotian holy court looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, Lu Boan gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, the only plan for the present is to announce to the world and dissociate yourself from the Heaven Zhangyao Emperor. Zhang Tianyao challenged the immortals without knowing how deep they were, making them gnash their teeth with hatred. They even suspected that Zhang Tianyao deliberately framed Su Haotian. As soon as this remark came out, Taibai Jingxing, Zhuge Liang, and Jiang Zia all nodded in agreement in haste. Only Baigan looked at Su Haotian thoughtfully. Because they know nothing about the strength of immortals and demons, the so-called unknown danger is the most dangerous. What's more, this matter has nothing to do with Haotian holy court. They really suffered a disaster. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth turned up slightly, and he asked with a smile, "You guys are scared, right?" One sentence made the 4 civil servants bow their heads in shame. "Your Majesty, if the immortals come, how do you plan to deal with them?" Baigon asked with burning eyes. "It's still the same sentence, people block killing, gods block killing gods. Even if immortals really come, I will let him peel off the skin," Xuanhuan said arrogantly. He originally wanted to fight against the fairy demon, and he would have to face it sooner or later. What is he afraid of? What's more, immortals may not necessarily find Haoyan holy court, even if they do, with the whole cards in his hand, they may not be afraid of them. In this way, the ministers will support His Majesty and swear to live and die together in the Haoyan holy court. Baigon's words made Xuanhuan nod in relief and made the other 4 feel ashamed. "Hey, after all, I'm too strong." At this time Wang Xiaofeng said in a whisper. "Shameless." Xuanhuan didn't bother to pay attention to him, but looked at Lu Bowen and the others with shining eyes and said, "When did Haoyan holy court fear war? We only invade others, not passive defense." The bodies of the 5 people shook again, and they all bowed their hands firmly in salute, without saying anything more. Rumbling. Thunderclouds billowed in the sky, and there was a trembling aura pervading tens of thousands of miles, which shocked everyone. Xing Jianxing and Tianji Pavilion elder Dongxiang flew from the sky, and they felt this destructive pressure from a long distance away, and they knew immediately that someone was going to break through Deluo Jingxian. What a coincidence, someone is breaking through Deluo Jingxian. Xing Jianxing muttered to himself. In the world controlled by immortals and demons, Deluo Jing can already be regarded as a master. Not to mention everywhere, but there are many. Dongxiang is also very curious, because this place is infinitely close to the Nanyushan world. Could it be that this cultivator who survived the tribulation belonged to the holy court of Haoyan? Why are the monks in Haoyan holy court so strong? It's perverted enough. Dongxiang seldom sets foot in the inner domain, and knows little about the powerhouses of various forces. But recently, Haoyan holy court has spread all over the world. For the combat power of the Haoyan holy court, I have carefully analyzed it. And I know that the Haoyan holy court has a lot of high-end combat power. In particular, there are no fewer than 10 Deluo Jingxians. They were shocked by Tianji Pavilion. The 2 of them were thinking about each other, and soon saw the figure of the man who had crossed the tribulation. Billowing thunder fell down, turning the 10,000-meter surrounding area into a sea of thunder and lightning. It even razed this place to the ground. The robber is a strange-looking boy with wings on his back. At this time, his whole body was scorched black, only the pair of wings at the back were still intact. It was Lei Zhenzi. Why, this breath. Xing Jianxing suddenly stopped Feiduan's figure, muttering to himself while frowning. There was a familiar aura about Lei Zhenzi, he seemed to have seen this aura somewhere before. Dongxiang's heart beat faster. He looked at Lei Zhenzi in horror. It's obviously just the heavenly tribulation of Deluo Jingxian, why the overflowing aura shocked even him, Deluo Xuxian. Those wings. Dongxiang soon discovered the root of the problem, which was the pair of wind and thunder wings behind Lei Zhenzi. The same is true for Xing Jianxing. At this time a pair of eyes were staring at Feng Lei Yui, and while his face changed drastically, he whispered, "Is he, that family? It's impossible. It's impossible for them to appear here." Xing Jianxing's heart was at this moment set off a stormy sea. His expression was changing, looking at Lei Zhenzi with shock, envy, and worry. Xuanhuan, shall we continue to fly forward? Dongxiang seemed to have seen that Jing Jianqing was interested in this robber, and asked cautiously while he was puzzled. From the bottom of his heart, he still didn't want Jing Jianqing to disturb Lei Zhenzi from crossing the catastrophe. From the perspective of Tianji Pavilion, all the powerful people in this world are their compatriots, although they are used to their superior posture. But after all, this is their internal matter, and Jing Jianqing is naturally not allowed to persecute their compatriots, even if Lei Zhenzi's breath is unusual. At this moment, Lei Zhenzi's silver, purple wings suddenly released a giant sword of thunder and lightning, and blasted towards the Jiayun high in the sky. Boom! The heavenly tribulation shattered under the bombardment of the thunder and lightning giant sword. Smash the catastrophe. The origin of this person's wings is absolutely extraordinary. Lei Zhenzi didn't notice the arrival of the two of them. At this time, he was already extremely excited. The power of law brought by the wind and thunder wings delivered him a steady stream of mana, and he even felt that he had inexhaustible mana. Thunder and lightning flying swords blasted out continuously, blasting the thunder cloud into a sieve. The power of heavenly tribulation is no longer enough to threaten him. It's so strong. Lei Zhenzi was very excited, and at the same time, his cultivation had just entered the great Luojing wonderland. His cultivation had been upgraded in a straight line, and his mana had skyrocketed. Jing Jianqing and Dongxiang in the distance were already moved, because they found that Lei Zhenzi was still breaking through. From the direct breakthrough from the Tai realm to the early stage of the great Luojing wonderland, can you still break through? Hiss. The two thought at the same time, such a character is definitely a genius who is rare in 10,000 years. They didn't know that Lei Zhenzi was only a cultivation base of the Tai Heaven Fairyland before, and he had already broken through a big realm all the way across the late stage of the Tai realm, and he continued to break through without stopping. Wait first, Jing Jianqing said with a fiery face. Dongxiang had a headache, and if Xuanhuan took a fancy to Lei Zhenzi's wings, there was really nothing he could do. Although the Tianji Pavilion exists to protect the creatures in this world, it is no different from ants in front of immortals and demons. Jing Jianqing insisted on this, so he could only turn a blind eye. Boom, boom, boom. The sky thunders are still bombarding continuously. Although the current sky thunders have been riddled with holes, there are still many sky thunders flying straight down and hitting Lei Zhenzi's body, making him look like a bloody man. Generally. On the other side, a group of monks flew over at a high speed. They were dressed in uniform blue clothes, and the leader was a middle-aged man with a three-strand beard. This person is tall and thin, with long black hair tied behind his head, a sheathed sword slung across his waist, and his sword eyebrows are slanted, giving people a very majestic feeling. This person is actually breaking through the catastrophe of the Great Luo realm, the middle-aged man said with a frown. His name is Wan Jinlong, and he is ranked 9th on the hero list. Due to the death of the Lord of 10,000 Poisons, Sima Long, the king of Yinyang Ghosts, and the death of the Sea Demon King, he has risen 3 places, and now ranks 7th on the list of heroes. The hero list is ranked according to the hero's personal strength, territory, and influence. The Wang family was originally not as good as the top 9 heroes, but as the oldest family in this world, and their personal strength is even stronger than Emperor Yan and King Bawagu, it is only because of their inferior power that they are ranked behind. In the top 10 of the hero list, only the Haotian sage emperor of the Haotian Holy Court in the Southern Territory, Sky World did not rely on strength and influence to rank among them. Instead, he successfully ranked among the top 10 by relying on his strong heavenly merits. Behind him, 8th place. Qianlong Pavilion underestimated Xiang Yadijun, a strong man who could compete for the first place in the list of heroes because of his low profile and relatively few disputes. Hey, how did they appear here? When Dongxiang saw Wang Jinlong and the others, his face became bright. Immediately. Could it be that Wang Jinlong came to find Su Haotian? Could it be that Su Haotian is really the reincarnation of the first domain lord of the southern region? Could it be that the former holy court in the southern region was not completely destroyed? Questions suddenly appeared in Dongxiang's mind, making him very nervous. For immortals and demons, Wang Xiaofeng is a taboo in the holy court. Zheng Jianxing, a genuine immortal, is by his side. Soon, Lei Zhenzi broke through the middle stage of Deluge Wonderland, and was marching towards the late stage of Deluge Wonderland. Although the system has said that Lei Zhenzi can break through the middle stage of the Deluge Wonderland, but with Lei Zhenzi's qualifications, I am afraid that the later stages of the Deluge Wonderland are conservative estimates. Some people are born to fight. Lei Zhenzi is one of them. His talent may not be comparable to Yang Jian and Neza, but in the world of conferred gods, he is still one of the few strong men. Coupled with his combat power, if he breaks through the late stage of the Great Luo Wonderland, it is not impossible even against the early stages of the Great Luo Su Wonderland. Who is he? Wang Jinlong asked. Behind him walked out a Confucian scholar with an extraordinary bearing. The Confucian scholar was a middle-aged man. He said softly, with such a strange appearance and a pair of wings, there is a good chance that he is Lei Zhenzi from Haotian Holy Court. This person used to beat many domain masters and ran away with their heads in their hands. The domain owner is terrified. It's frightening to the Lord of 100 Regions, is it true or not? Is this person so terrifying? Wang Jinlong shook his head and muttered softly. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw Dongxiang standing in the distance. At the same time, he also saw Zheng Jianxing beside Dongxiang. Who is this person? Why can't I see through his cultivation? Wang Jinlong was puzzled. He subconsciously thought that this person was one of the elders of Tianji Pavilion. He had never seen this person before, he just stood beside Dongxiang, and his identity was definitely not simple. Could it be that he is a new strong man in Tianji Pavilion? Wang Jinlong kept guessing in his heart. No one knows how strong the Tianji Pavilion is, or how deep the water is inside, but in the eyes of such great figures as them, the water in the Tianji Pavilion must be extremely deep, and the foundation is profound, even if it is as strong as the ancient emperors. They have to treat it with caution. What's more, standing behind the Tianji Pavilion is the real ruler of this world, immortal demon. Leave me alone. At this moment, Lei Zhenzi roared wildly, and thousands of sword lights shot out from the wind and thunder wings, converging in the void to form 100-foot thick silver-purple beam of light, which went straight to the clouds, and the monks of the Wang family behind Wang Jinlong were horrified. Rumble. The regathered clouds were pierced by the wings of wind and thunder again. And the storm that was set off raged in all directions, which was extremely terrifying. Under this huge coercion, even the earth trembled. The coercion in the late stage of deluge in Wonderland terrified all the creatures in the vicinity. The mana in Lei Zhenzi's body skyrocketed unstoppably, breaking through the late stage of deluge in Wonderland. But it hasn't stopped yet, it's still skyrocketing. Not enough, not enough. I want more power. Lei Zhenzi raised his head to the sky and roared, shaking all directions. It shocked the monks of the Wang family, and made Wang Jinlong face up to Lei Zhenzi for the first time. Dongxiang on the other side also secretly worried in shock. The stronger this son is, the more interested Xing Jianxing is around him. And thus, the more dangerous this son is. Xing Jianxing was very excited, and he kept saying in his heart, I can't be wrong, he is the descendant of that ethnic group. There is no second family in the world with such wings and such appearance. Although Lei Zhenzi was extremely weak in his eyes, the wind and thunder wings gave him a feeling of fright. When he thought of the status of that ethnic group in the fairy world, he felt helpless. If Lei Zhenzi is handed over to that family, he will be able to embrace that family's thigh, and his power will definitely increase by then. Boom. Lei Zhenzi's cultivation base is still skyrocketing, and the catastrophe has not yet dissipated. Lei Zhenzi is heading towards the peak of Daluo Jingxian. He can still break through. This scene moved everyone. It wasn't until this time that Lei Zhenzi realized that someone was staring at him from a distance, especially Xing Jianxing looked at him like a beast seeing its prey. What shocked him the most was that he couldn't see through this person's cultivation. Let him have a chilling feeling. Even so, he wasn't afraid. This place is not far from the southern sky world. If there is any danger here, His Majesty will definitely send someone to rescue him. He wants to take this opportunity to continue to break through and break through to the peak of Deluogene Wonderland. The wind and thunder wings continued to blast sword light into the sky, scattering the falling tribulation thunder. Southern Sky World, on Saint Emperor Peak. Su Haoyan stood on the peak, looking into the distance. Behind him stood Yuan, Hong and Quafu. After breaking through Deluo Luanxian, the loyalty of the two has reached full value. Your Majesty, Lei Zhenzi's breakthrough is shocking enough. What exactly did you give him? Yuan Hong asked, strangely. Lei Zhenzi's breakthrough was so violent that even the big Luo Luanxian was shocked. Hey, a strange treasure, only he can bring it into full play in the whole world. Su Haoyan's answer confused the two people behind him, but did not continue to ask. But immediately Yuan Hong frowned and said, No, Lei Zhenzi is in trouble. Boom, boom, boom. The sky thunder continued to thunder down, and even the wind and thunder wings could not block the thunder disaster's bombardment. Break it! Lei Zhenzi's sky-shattering roar startled everyone in the southern sky world. I thought there was an enemy attack. Rumble. Lei Zhenzi's mana blasted out, forming a tornado that swirled and blasted towards the sky. The monks of the Wang family, who were blown by the strong wind, all changed their colors and were shocked. This person will definitely become the strongest existence in this world in the future, if he is to be used by my royal family. Wang Jinlong thought in his heart. The Wang family is now in a very embarrassing position. The territory is small, and the number of people is not large. Top combat power is even rarer. If something happened to him, the Wang family would cease to exist. As for the honor of 170,000 years ago, it is long gone. Who today still remembers the royal family of the Holy Court? This time he came to Haoyan Holy Court just to find out who Su Haoyan was. Everyone said that Su Haoyan was the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng. But he didn't believe it. Boom. A purple dragon-shaped thunder swayed and directly blasted on Lei Zhenzi's body with a destructive aura. Lei Zhenzi allowed himself to be bombarded by the sky thunder to quench his body. His waist has never been bent, and the wind and thunder wings are slowly fanning, and the power of the wind and thunder law spreads over it, making him at this moment like a god of thunder. Although the thunder calamity was penetrated and almost collapsed, it still hasn't dissipated, and there is a faint tendency to become stronger. This is definitely a genius. Why does the Haoyan Sacred Emperor have such monstrous geniuses? But my Wang family is nothing special. There was already a hint of jealousy in Wang Jinlong's heart. He was jealous of Su Haoyan and admired Lei Zhenzi. The desire to bring Lei Zhenzi into the Wang family became stronger and stronger. On the other side, Xing Jianqing and Dongxiang have different thoughts. Such talents are among the best even in the ancient fairy world, and they are the object of competition. The strange color on Xing Jianqing's face became more and more intense. He pays so much attention to Lei Zhenzi now that he even forgot about the holy Emperor Haoyan and the demon Emperor Zhantian. Dongxiang was very depressed. In the world under the jurisdiction of Tianji Pavilion, such a monster appeared, why didn't they find it? Boom. The moment Lei Zhenzi's mana soared, his cultivation directly broke through the peak of Deluogene Wonderland. The terrifying aura and the coercion of the breakthrough made the current Lei Zhenzi extremely majestic. At this time, the wind and thunder wings behind him had completely merged with it, and he slowly incited thunder and lightning, and the wind crisscrossed, directly smashing the last thunder cloud into pieces. So far, Lei Zhenzi's thunder tribulation is over, and his cultivation has truly entered the peak of Deluogen Wonderland. Lei Zhenzi let out a long roar, showing his domineering nature. He shook the thunder hammer in his hand, and the lightning flashed on his body, like a general. Seeing this, everyone had different expressions. Wang Jinlong did not hide the greedy look in his eyes. Although Dongxiang loves talents, he has no choice but to have Xing Jianqing staring at him. Xing Jianqing no longer wants to hand over Lei Zhenzi to that family. He wants to train Lei Zhenzi himself, which will definitely be a great help to him in the future. At this time, Lei Zhenzi shook the thunder hammer in his hand and pointed at the monk of the Wang family and said loudly, "Who are you waiting for? What are you doing here?" Then his eyes turned, and Xing Jianqing asked with the same expressionless expression, "What are you doing?" The auras of Wang Jinlong, Dongxiang, and Xing Jianqing made him feel very dangerous. Although he was sure that he would roam the Deluogene Wonderland, even Deluo Suxian was not in his eyes. However, he was still a little unsure. When facing three people who were suspected to be in the late stage of Deluo Xuxian, or even stronger, these people suddenly appeared near the southern sky world. Are they here to deal with His Majesty? Lei Zhenzi frowned and thought. Thinking of this, his eyes became gloomy. His Majesty is His Majesty for the rest of Lei Zhenzi's life, and he will never allow anyone to hurt him. Even if the enemy is too much stronger than him, he is not afraid. Boy, follow me. I will let you reach an unimaginable realm. Xing Jianqing spoke at this moment. He made no secret of his appreciation and desire for Lei Zhenzi. Dongxiang opened his mouth, but finally chose to keep silent. I only recognize Holy Emperor Haoyan. What the hell are you? You deserve me to go with you. Hiss. As soon as Lei Zhenzi said this, Dongxiang couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect Lei Zhenzi to be so arrogant. Didn't he know that with his Daluo Jingxian cultivation base, facing Jingjianqing would be like hitting a stone with an egg? Sure enough, Jingjianqing, who claimed to be superior to others, turned pale instantly. Looking at Lei Zhenzi with anger, he immediately raised his hand and patted Lei Zhenzi. As soon as he raised his hand, the sky suddenly darkened, followed by a big hand covering the sky and the sun, coming from the sky, carrying the breath of destruction, and slapping Lei Zhenzi. Lei Zhenzi's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately incited the wind and thunder wings, shooting out thousands of electric lights, directly piercing through the big hand. This scene made Jingjianqing even more angry. At the same time, when he looked at the pair of wings, endless greed arose in his heart. The feeling of wanting to keep it for myself. Although Lei Zhenzi was expressionless, he was full of surprises at the thunder and lightning supernatural power that Feng Lei Yui had. This supernatural power is called Feng Lei Shengguang, which can break all spells in the world. Feng Lei Shengguang sounds exciting. But every advantage has a disadvantage. The wind, thunder, and divine light consume a huge amount of mana for monks. With Lei Zhenzi's current cultivation base, he can't send out a few. Wang Jinlong in the distance frowned. He was horrified by Jingjianqing's illusion of the big hand that covered the sky just now. But what shocked him was that Lei Zhenzi broke it open so easily. He couldn't help but carefully looked at Jingjianqing. This person's origin is quite mysterious, and his strength is ridiculously strong. Why did he come to Haoyan Holy Court? No, could it be, not good. Wang Jinlong's body trembled suddenly, and he said hastily, "Quick, get out of here." As he spoke, he turned around and galloped away, looking a bit embarrassed. For fear of slowing down, as if someone was chasing him from behind. The rest of the monks of the Wang family were a little unclear, so although they turned around and ran away from the patriarch, they were a little puzzled, but they still followed far away from the world of the southern territory and lost Lei Zhenzi's figure. Wang Jinlong wiped his sweat and murmured to himself with lingering fear. Fortunately, he walked fast, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Recently, the Zhang Tianyoudi's attack on the Tianji pavilion has caused a lot of trouble. Xing Jiansheng, a stranger, suddenly visited the southern sky world, and Dongxiang, from the Tianji pavilion, was standing next to him. All kinds of things were connected, and he instantly then I understand who this person is. The fairy demon seriously injured the heaven-killing demon emperor, forcing him to flee far away. This rumor is true. Because that person is the fairy demon who seriously injured the heaven-slashing demon emperor. And now this immortal is going to attack Haoyan Holy Court. Thinking of this, Wang Jinlong was shocked. At the same time, I am very satisfied with my decision. Otherwise, the entire Wang family will cease to exist. At the same time, Lei Zhenzi's sky-shattering roar let everyone in the nearby counties know that he was fighting a powerful enemy. And Xing Jianqing scoffed at Lei Zhenzi's obvious trick of calling for help. In the face of absolute strength, summoning anyone is useless. Humph, kid, now I want you to experience the power of immortals and demons. Xing Jianqing snorted coldly, and appeared in front of Lei Zhenzi in a flash. Boom. A punch hit Lei Zhenzi's face, and a violent force directly acted on Lei Zhenzi's body, causing Lei Zhenzi to lose consciousness in an instant. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his whole body was like a cannonball. It rolled up and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhenzi flew all the way, tens of thousands of miles away, smashing countless mountains along the way, and finally smashed into a mountain peak. Xing Jianqing came over in an instant, looked down at Lei Zhenzi, and said sarcastically, "How about it? Do you still dare to laugh at me? Do you know how powerful I am?" Lei Zhenzi's consciousness was a little fuzzy, and his whole body was in pain. He looked angrily at Xing Jianqing, who was aloof, wishing he could tear him into pieces. "Humph, be my subordinate, or die," Xing Jianqing said grimly. Although Lei Zhenzi couldn't move, he could say, "Fuck. Get out. Have to. I didn't learn anything else from Xuanhuan, but I learned this mantra immediately." Of? Xing Jianqing didn't know what it meant, but the rolling characters made him understand clearly. His face suddenly became ferocious. "You really want to toast and not eat fine wine, okay? I'll let you taste how terrifying real power really is." After saying that, Xing Jianqing wanted to do it. Where is the bastard who dares to bully the generals of Haoyan Holy Court? Don't you want to live? Just at this moment, a loud scolding sound came, making Xing Jianqing turn his head to look with a frown. I saw that behind him, two people appeared at some point. A ferocious man in the shape of a black tower and a demon monk covered in golden hair. Those who came were Yuan Hong and Quafu, the two big Luo Luangxians. "Who are you? How dare you obstruct my work?" Xing Jianqing asked in a deep voice. "Who are you? Do you know that this is the heavenly world of the southern territory? No creature is allowed to stay here and cause trouble, or die." Quafu's voice was so loud that it shook the mountain in front of him. "Humph, you'd better not get involved in this matter, otherwise you won't even know how you died." Although he is a fairy, his status is extremely noble. But you can't kill innocent people indiscriminately, otherwise heaven will definitely kill them. Lei Zhenzi immediately became happy when he saw that it was Quafu and Yuan Hong who came. As Xuanhuan's confidant, he knew that the two of them had astonishing cultivations, and they were far superior to him. He said loudly, "Bosses, if this person is going to harm His Majesty, kill him quickly." "My dear brother, don't worry, the mere existence in the early days of Dou Luan's fairyland dares to come to Haoyan Holy Court to make trouble, it really doesn't know how to live or die." As soon as Yuan Hong's words fell, he shook the iron rod in his hand, and blasted towards Xing Jianqing with the momentum of Mount Tai. "Great Luo Luanqian! How is it possible? This is simply impossible. The strongest person in this world is Deluo Xuxian, how could Deluo Luan appear?" Xing Jianqing looked at the iron rod coming from the bombardment, felt the endless coercion from above, which made him turn pale in shock, and quickly chose to dodge, and at the same time, when he used his spiritual sense to sense Yuan Hong, his face suddenly became ugly. At this time, Quafu stepped forward and came to Lei Zhenzi in an instant, holding him in his arms. "This guy, no. This is absolutely impossible. Big Luo Luanqian, why is it Big Luo Luanqian again?" It wasn't until now that Xing Jianqing realized that he had made a big mistake. And it's so wrong. Boom. Although Xing Jianqing had chosen to dodge, he was still a beat slow, and was swept away by the aftermath of the iron rod, and blood spurted from half of his body. "Humph, so what about immortals and demons? Will our Haoyan Holy Court be afraid?" Amidst Yuan Hong's ridicule, the iron rod was blasted out again. Zheng Jianqing walked out from the pile of rubble, and he looked extremely tragic, covered in blood. Bastard, how dare you look down on immortals and demons? I will kill you. Zheng Jianqing gritted his teeth and said. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, he held a gleaming golden sword in his hand, and immediately swung the sword to chop it off. The 10,000 zhang golden sword light seemed to annihilate all those who resisted, and the momentum was terrifying. If it is a weak monk, there will be no hope of life. However, seeing this, Xuanhuan snorted contemptuously and continued to slap him with his stick. Rumble. The sword light and the stick light collided with each other. The sword light was lost immediately, and then shattered. The stick light was like a broken bamboo, and continued to smash at Zheng Jianqing. Bang! Zheng Jianqing fell from a height in extreme embarrassment, collapsing the ground for a radius of 1 kilometer, and splashing dust hundreds of feet. Hi. Humph, fairy? Pooh, weak as a fly, it's ridiculous, ridiculous. Xuanhuan looked down at Zheng Jianqing and said sarcastically. Dongxiang, who was rushing here, was dumbfounded for a moment. Who the hell are these two guys? He actually abused immortals and demons. Such a scene has completely overturned his worldview. He didn't know the two people in front of him at all. He only knows a few powerful men in this world. Ancient Emperor, Yu Supreme, Yan Emperor and Sword Saint, but never knew that there were other great Luo Luangxians. At this time a monstrous hand came from the sky and patted Zheng Jianqing, who was just about to climb out of the pile of rubble. It was Quafu who made the move. No. That's a Shangxian, and a Shangxian must not be humiliated. Dongxiang hurriedly shouted. If Zheng Jianqing is killed, this world will be devastated. Xuanhuan turned his head and glanced at Dongxiang, a ray of murderous intent spanned thousands of miles and shot directly at Dongxiang. Let Dongxiang feel like falling into an ice cellar, and never dare to say more. And Lei Zhenzi was completely reduced to a spectator at this time. He looked at the two tall figures in front of him with infinite awe. Wherever the strong are, they attract attention and are respected. What's more, Xuanhuan, Quafu is still a strong man who beats immortals and demons violently. Humph, so what about the immortals? The generals who dare to bully our Haoyan Holy Court have only one way to die. Quafu's palm directly slapped Zheng Jianqing into the mountainside. At this time, he limped out of the mountainside, his eyes were bloodshot, his breath was rising and falling, and his mouth was spraying out mouthfuls blood. You lowly people, how dare you despise the majesty of immortals and demons? Even if you die, I will make you pay the price in blood. When Zheng Jianqing said these words, a hint of cunning suddenly flashed in his eyes. He shook the golden sword in his hand, swung it forward heavily, and a golden light blasted towards Xuanhuan and the others overwhelmingly. But he stepped into the void in this flash of light and flint, and disappeared. Return to the fairy demon, leave as soon as you say, even leave your partner behind. Looking at Zheng Jianqing who ran away and disappeared, Xuanhuan and Quafu glanced at each other, and both of them could see the worry in Duofeng's eyes. Zheng Jianqing's escape will definitely bring a huge disaster to Haoyan Holy Court. But this matter cannot be avoided anyway. There is no way to avoid it. Quafu glanced at Dongxiang, his eyes were instantly cold. Seeing this, Dongxiang was about to say something, but Quafu came and knocked him out heavily. Caught under the arm by Quafu, together with Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenzi, they returned to Haoyan Holy Court. Lei Zhenzi's face was ugly, and he blamed himself extremely in his heart. He thought he had provoked a strong enemy. The other side. Zheng Jianqing, who was covered in blood, was no longer as chic and elegant as he was flying in the sky. Like a ghost, it is extremely infiltrating. Haotian Holy Court, I must eradicate it. Zheng Jianqing roared in his heart. At this moment he had forgotten about Zhang Tianyao, and his heart was full of hatred for Haotian Holy Court. In the southern sky world, a group of ministers stood behind Su Haotian, whispering, waiting for the return of Yuan Hong and the others. Your Majesty, don't worry, that kid Lei Zhenzi is very tough, nothing will happen, Neza said with a grin. Su Haotian shook his head and smiled, and said, I'm not worried about him. But I'm a little restless, as if something big is about to happen. Event? Neza looked at Su Haotian suspiciously. Did not follow up. Because at this moment, Yuan Hong and others had already appeared in the sight of everyone. Lei Zhenzi was covered in blood and his breath was weak. Obviously badly injured. Quafu threw Dongxiang under his arm on the ground. It made the civil and military officials behind Su Haotian very curious. Su Haotian flipped his hand and took out the Yulu pill and handed it to Lei Zhenzi, and said at the same time, Lei Zhenzi's cultivation has broken through. What level has he reached? Lei Zhenzi had seen the effects of Yulu pill, so he swallowed it without hesitation, and said, Your Majesty has not been disappointed. Now that I have reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Jin fairyland, there is absolutely no problem in fighting Deluo. Xuanhuan. After Lei Zhenzi finished speaking, he looked at Sha Wujing, Luoqing, and the others provocatively. Make these once prominent warriors jealous. The pinnacle of Daluojan Wonderland. Is it easy to challenge Deluo Xuanhuan? The officials gasped suddenly. Lei Zhenzi only had the cultivation base of the Tai Heaven Wonderland before. How could he reach the peak cultivation base of the great Luo Jin Wonderland in the blink of an eye? Did he also accept his Majesty's God-defying supernatural power? Your Majesty, I want to break through Deluo Jingxian. Sha Wujing was in a frenzy, and he roared loudly, not to be outdone. Su Haotian stared back coldly. Calm down, there will be time for you to advance in the future. Su Haotian shouted the crowd away, told Lei Zhenzi to go back to recuperate. Then looked at Dongxiang on the ground, and asked, Who is this guy? Yuan Hong said in a low voice, Your Majesty, let's go to the prison for interrogation. Here, I am afraid things will change. Because no one can guarantee that there are no spies from other forces here. If the news of the fairy demon being injured spreads, I am afraid that the Holy Court of Haotian will fall into panic. Hearing this, Su Haotian frowned immediately. He didn't expect the matter to be so serious, and then he dispersed all the officials, and brought Yuan Hong and Quafu to the prison. Boom. Zheng Jianqing fell on the grass, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he let out a long breath. He was shocked by the strength of Yuan Hong and Quafu. He didn't expect such a strong person to be hidden in this world. Why didn't the fairies notice it? Or is the Tianji Pavilion here deliberately concealing this matter? Hateful, the injury is too serious, and I can't return to the ancient fairyland at all. Zheng Jianqing said with gritted teeth. Although there is a passage in the Tianji Pavilion that can send him into the sky. But if he really wants to return to the ancient fairyland, he still has to go through the long passage of the starry sky. If he does not recover his cultivation, it is impossible for him to walk through the dangerous passage of the starry sky. Sighing, he took a short rest and prepared to find a safe place to heal his injuries. After climbing over a mountain, he looked ahead and stopped suddenly. Because at this time a bald monk came across from him. This monk is tall, with kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and his treasure looks solemn. Wearing a golden cassock, he came to him in the blink of an eye. Ba. The old monk thinks that the benefactor has a predestined relationship with my Buddha, so it would be better to follow the old monk to take refuge in my Buddha. Wouldn't it be beautiful? As soon as the old monk came near Xingjianqing, he said loudly. It made Xingjian very angry. Go away, old guy, labor and management are getting angry, be careful to let you go to see the Buddha. Xingjianqing was already upset, but he was even more upset when he was disturbed by the old monk's inexplicable behavior. At this time, with a wave of his hand, he was about to kill the old monk to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, the waving hand was caught by the old monk like lightning. Ba, how does the benefactor know that this old monk is the Buddha? Do you also think that you are destined to be with my Buddha? The old monk said gently. Another strong man. What's wrong? Why are there so many superpowers in this world? Xingjianqing felt sad in his heart. You, let go quickly, I'm a fairy, you can't afford to offend me. Jianqing could only reveal his identity, hoping to get away with it. Immortal? An immortal will look like you. I think you should take refuge in my Buddha. After the old monk finished speaking, he didn't know how to do it. He actually put a glittering golden ring on Xingjianqing's head. You want what? As the old monk continued to utter mysterious incantations, Xingjianqing felt that his mana was imprisoned instantly, and his head felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, which made him lie on the ground and howl. There are causes and effects in this world. There is no end to cause and effect. Donors and I have a close relationship with Buddha. Don't be obsessed with ignorance. This is a tight curse. From now on, you will be imprisoned by my Buddha until the day you convert to my Buddha. Who are you? Xingjianqing said bitterly, holding back a splitting headache. I am the Buddha Tathagata, and I am here to save you and save you. As he said that, the old monk took a deep look towards the direction of the sky world in the southern region, and then left here with Xingjianqing with a dull expression on his face. Soon disappeared without a trace. In the blur, Dongxiang slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the gray wall. You're awake. Su Haoyan's voice suddenly came, and Dongxiang jumped up in fright. But immediately he found that he was covered in black smoke, and upon closer inspection, the black smoke was like chains the size of arms. He wanted to mobilize mana, but found that there was not even a little mana in his body. His face suddenly became ugly. Okay, stop struggling, you are not as good as a mortal now. Answer my question carefully now, maybe you can still survive, otherwise, you should. No. Now I ask you, is the person who came with you really a fairy? Su Haoyan sat on a shining golden dragon chair in the prison, overlooking Dongxiang, and asked with a blank expression. Yuanhong and Quafu stood behind him like two black towers. You are too presumptuous, I am the elder of Tianji Pavilion. Dongxiang was not without threats. Su Haoyan showed a cold and stern expression for a moment. Tianji Pavilion not only upholds the will of immortals and demons, but is also the nominal ruler of this world. I'm used to being superior, and I've never been treated like this before. Moreover, Zhang Tianyoudi's attack on the Tianji pavilion has already aroused the anger of the immortals and demons, and there is also a reason for his arrogance. Even though he has now become a prisoner of Haoyan Holy Court. What happened to Tianji Pavilion? What about the elders of Tianji Pavilion? Would I be afraid? Su Haoyan sneered, and suddenly pointed out to Dongxiang, a blood shadow suddenly appeared, and entered Dongxiang's mind in the next second. Mind control Gu. He exchanged 800,000 lucky points in the Lucky Mall, which happened to be used today. Any person or beast who has been given the mind control Gu will be absolutely loyal to the caster. Otherwise, the whole body will fester and die. What's that? What the hell are you trying to do? Dongxiang felt a little panicked in his heart, and asked with a change of expression. Su Haoyan laughed aloud, did not speak, raised his hands, and pinched a strange spell. In the next second, Dongxiang's expression froze suddenly, and then became ferocious. At the same time, an indescribable pain emanated from his body, causing him to fall to the ground and howl. This scene made Yuan Hong and Quafu's lips twitch. At the same time, he was amazed at Su Haoyan's endless tricks. What? Dong Xiang, who was lying on the ground convulsing into a full stop, could no longer suppress his low roar, and suddenly roared, his veins were exposed, and he looked even more miserable. Su Haoyan smiled slightly, and the pain in Dongxiang's body stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye. If Dongxiang hadn't personally experienced the pain just now, he would have thought that he had just had a nightmare. At this time, as long as Su Haoyan had a thought, Dongxiang would be annihilated in ashes. Even if he is Deluo Shuxian, he can't break the control of the mind control Gu. If Dongxiang himself could mobilize mana just now, the mind control Gu would have no way to deal with him. However, Su Hao had already used Huagong San, and he lost all mana within an hour. How can it block the invasion of the mind control Gu? Okay, from now on, your life will be controlled by me. Well, very good, now we can talk, Su Haoyan said with a smile. Dong Xiang, who was lying on the ground, struggled to sit up, looked at Su Haoyan sweating, his pale face turned red involuntarily. Who are you, why? Dongxiang asked out of breath. In his heart, he was thinking about finding a way to release the mind-controlling Gu as soon as he returned to Tianji Pavilion, and then bring in a large army to take revenge. I am the Holy Emperor Haoyan, Su Haoyan said softly. Su Haoyan has always been extremely ruthless when dealing with enemies. This person brought Jing Jianqing to Haoyan Holy Court, even if he was following an order, that would not work. It is still useful for him not to kill him. Sage Emperor Haoyan. Dongxiang turned pale with shock. Although he knew from the spies that Emperor Haoyan was a boy who was not yet 20 years old, what he saw with his own eyes was different from what he heard from hearsay. I didn't expect the Holy Emperor Haoyan to be so young. To be frank, Su Haoyan said impatiently. The fairy has already escaped, maybe he is on his way back to the Tianji Pavilion, and things will change if he is too late. He must make complete preparations before the catastrophe arrives. However, Su Haoyan didn't know that Jing Jianqing, who was struggling, had already been taken away by Tathagata with a magic spell. Dongxiang didn't dare to play tricks, nor did he dare to hide anything. It took a full quarter of an hour for Su Hao to understand the whole thing clearly. Zhang Tianyoudi attacked Tianji Pavilion, but he did not expect to meet Jing Jianqing, who happened to be working in Tianji Pavilion. Under the suppression of everyone, Zhang Tianyao was injured and fled away. Because of Zhang Tianyao status, Xing Jianqing wanted to kill him to avoid future troubles. And because of the relationship between Zhangtian Demon Emperor and Su Haoyan, Xing Jianqing, who couldn't find Zhangtian Demon Emperor, simply came directly to Haoyan Holy Court, intending to kill Su Haoyan together. But outside the world of the Southern Territory, he met Lei Zhenzi, who had crossed the tribulation, and he became fond of talent. Then Xing Jianqing's anger may implicate all the creatures in this world. As a strong man born and bred in this world, why don't you cooperate with us? Su Haoyan said, not without temptation. Help you, don't forget that we are the representatives of immortals and demons. If Zhang Tianyao didn't do the stupid thing of attacking Tianji Pavilion, how could the following things happen? There was resentment in Dongxiang's words. Su Haoyan said with his eyes fixed. I have never admitted that I have a relationship with Zhang Tianyao. Everything is fabricated by people. It is not my intention that he attacked Tianji Pavilion. Everyone in the world said that he was the reincarnation of the first domain, Lord of the Southern Territory, but who had heard his explanation? All his efforts, in the end, were all attributed to Wang Xiaofeng. Reason with whom? Dongxiang didn't say a word. In fact, Tianji Pavilion never believed that Su Haoyan was the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, because it was rumored that Wang Xiaofeng had lost his body and spirit at that time, so there was no such thing as reincarnation. After you go back, immediately issue an order to arrest Xing Jianqing all over the world. The reason can be said that he was invaded by evil spirits. He came to this world to destroy all creatures and use their souls to refine evil spirit weapons. Su Haoyan's eyes shone with wisdom. Dongxiang and Yuan Hongquafu were shocked by what they said. Such a vicious scheme. The guest from the starry sky is an extremely sensitive word in this world. If Xing Jianqing is branded as a demon, I am afraid that all forces will attack him. Even if the ancient emperor and other strong men knew Xing Jianqing's identity, they would not dare to let Xing Jianqing leave out of some kind of strategy. In this way, not only will the holy court of Haoyan be freed from this vortex, but in a sense, the holy court of Haoyan is likely to be protected by all parties as a victim. Dongxiang was in a mess. However, he was still a little moved by Su Haoyan's words. To be honest, he was a little disgusted with the immortal Xing Jianqing. Moreover, he, the representative of the immortal, might lose his majesty if he is defeated, so distorting the facts is only good for him, not bad. It can be said that Su Haoyan's strategy is beneficial to him but not harmful. And he also knows something that no one else knows. Due to certain restrictions, the true power of the ancient fairy world could not come to this world at all. Therefore, once Su Haoyan's strategy is implemented, it can be guaranteed to be foolproof. I need to discuss it with the pavilion master. After all, the Tianji Pavilion is not up to me. Even though he said so, the first thing he did when he went back was to remove the goo worms in his body. Can? Su Haoyan agreed without hesitation and personally opened the prison door for him. Dongxiang's little mind, Su Haoyan, is very clear that no one in this world can dispel the system's special mind-controlling goo. Unless Dongxiang is dead, everything is off. On the same day, Dongxiang was sent away from the southern sky world by Su Haoyan. And the news that Xing Jianqing was wounded by the generals of Haoyan Holy Court did not spread. After Lei Zhenzi crossed the catastrophe, everything seemed to have fallen into silence again. After Xing Jiansheng was taken away by the Tathagata Buddha, there was no news, as if the world had evaporated. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed by in a hurry. On this day, Tianji Pavilion suddenly announced to the world and issued a wanted order: the whole world arrests an extraterrestrial visitor named Xing Jiansheng. This person is actually a demon. And listed several bad deeds of this person. At the same time, a large number of portraits of this person were distributed to various forces. In a small world, there are singing birds and fragrant flowers, green mountains and green waters, and a beautiful environment. Chu Jiaxing stood on the edge of a corner. Behind him was a depressed Dongxiang. Pavilion Master, the arrest warrant has been issued and has received responses from everyone. Ah, very good. Chu Jiaxing replied softly while looking at the landscape. Dongxiang looked up at Chu Jiaxing and asked suspiciously, Pavilion Master, are we really going to do this? This matter is dangerous. If the immortal finds out, we will all perish. How else? Chu Jiaxing asked back. The Tianji Pavilion seemed to be high above, holding their elbows to all the creatures in this world. But it can't change their fate of being fairy puppets. This world of ours is still far away from the ancient fairy world. Even if Xing Jiansheng returns to his life, it will take several years. The sky is not far away. As long as the sky is broken, immortals and demons will have nothing to worry about. Chu Jiaxing said coldly. Although Xing Jiansheng rescued them from Zhantian Yaodi, they still couldn't change their hatred for immortals and demons. Dongxiang let out a long breath, and said, Pavilion Master, Ancient Emperor, Tianwu Supreme, Sword Master, are they really that powerful? When Zhantian Yaodi appeared, he sent the Tianwu Supreme Master flying away. That matter was originally extremely secret, but it was revealed by someone, which made Supreme Tianwu lose face. The Holy Lord of 10,000 Poisons and the King of Yinyang Ghosts were directly wiped out by the Haotian Holy Court. The Holy Emperor of Haotian even ranked among the top 10 in the list of heroes, by virtue of the great merit of merging the world of the Southern Territory, and the Holy Court of Haotian has already shown its prominence in this world. So what if a doll is powerful? Without absolute strength, it is not a flash in the pan. However, it is really unexpected that there is Deluo Luanqian in the Haotian Holy Court. In this way, the Haotian Holy Emperor really has the slightest possibility to compete. The 12 Emperors of Heaven Punishment. As Chu Jiaxing muttered to himself, his eyes brightened even more. Since Tianji Pavilion issued the arrest warrant, everyone in the world knew the news and Xing Jiansheng's portrait. All of a sudden, all the creatures began to talk about Xing Jiansheng, an evil spirit from outside the sky. He actually wants to slaughter everyone to achieve his purpose of refining evil weapons. This kind of evil must be eliminated. Although the organization Tianji Pavilion has been close to each other for a long time, this is the first time I have seen a decree from them. I heard that this person has surpassed Deluo Xuxian, but what is Deluo Xuxian? Evil demons want to forge evil weapons. My God, the world may be in chaos. Recently, every once in a while, the hero of the world will change, and a new hero will appear. Now the ancient emperor will hold the hero meeting. Demons appeared in this special period, and even an ordinary person knew that the sky was about to change. The outside world is bustling, as if a pot is boiling. But Su Haotian was hurrying up to practice. Now his trump card is endless. Whether it is the yin and yang wheel of life and death, the great void technique, the eye of destiny, the body of the ancient demon god, the flame dragon armor, the purple flame knife, the power of the law of time, or the domain supernatural power obtained from repairing the southern sky world, all of them are extremely powerful in this world. Rare supernatural powers. Let him be invincible at the same level, even if he challenges beyond the level, there will be no problem. Xuanhuan's idea is to completely emerge on the 12 emperors of punishment, and let everyone in the world belong to him in Haoyan Holy Court. Your Majesty, there is news from Pingtian Palace that there are mysterious forces targeting Pingtian Palace recently. Lu Bowen came to Shang's study and said to Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan heard this, he stopped his cultivation and asked, "Do we need to send troops?" Few people know the relationship between Pingtian Palace and Haoyan Holy Court, only a few people who participated in this matter know. And Lu Bowen was entrusted with an important task by Xuanhuan to serve as the liaison officer between the two places. Xuanhuan was secretly annoyed that the reputation of the 12 emperors of heaven was too great, which made many forces who had chosen to keep a low profile in the past ready to move, and some even showed their fangs directly. As a new force, Pingtian Palace has attracted much attention, and because it is a new hero, the territory is relatively large, so there are naturally not a few forces who want to play with them. But Xuanhuan had already sent the 8 immortals and other powerhouses at the beginning of the fusion of the southern territory heaven world, and even awakened the Emperor Zhenwu at the peak, became the great Luo Xuxian, and entered the Pingtian Palace. Together with Shen Gongbao and other powerhouses. Pingtian Tiangong doesn't say that it is as strong as gold, but it is almost the same. That old guy Buhua Guwang clearly cooperates with Peace Heaven Palace, but now he turns against him and blatantly tore up the contract. In addition, Mr. Milan is also eyeing Peace Heaven Palace. If the relationship between Haoyan Holy Court and Heping Tiangong is announced, they will definitely be terrified. But there is no need to do so. It's been a long time since I went out for a walk, no matter. I'll go and see for myself. Lu Bowen smiled slightly. Later, he had to hurry up and prepare. Xuanhuan was going to the wilderness, and as the imperial military advisor, he must follow. Dang Dang hasn't given an answer yet? Xuanhuan asked casually. If you burn the lamp and return to your heart, you can take him for a walk on this trip to the wild. Since the lamp came to vote, he has not returned to his heart, but has obeyed and violated. Xuanhuan didn't push him too much. Just let Yuanhong and Quafu go to persuade him from time to time. Your Majesty, the old minister is about to report that the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp finally decided to serve Haoyan Holy Court yesterday. Lu Bowen said with a smile. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's mind moved, and the list of personal attributes of Randang appeared in front of his eyes. Burning Lamp, from Identity, Buddha, Ancient Buddha. Lucky Level, Deluoluan Wonderland Middle Stage. Exercises, Ancient Buddhist Scriptures. Supernatural Powers, the palm of the Ancient Buddha of the Great Sun, the body of the Ancient Buddha. Loyalty, 75/100. The middle stage of Deluoluan's Wonderland. Xuanhuan's heart trembled when he saw it, damn it. If such burning lamps were in their heyday, no one in this world would be able to suppress them. Even Tathagata will look dignified. The loyalty is only 75. Although it is a bit unreliable, it should not defect. What's more, the Tathagata Buddha suppressed him outside, so he really didn't dare to move. Half a day later, the lantern ancient Buddha, Yongjian, Neza, together with Xing Tian, Ho Yi, and Lu Boan, led by Su Haoyin, left the southern sky world from a secret teleportation array in the Imperial Garden. This portal was specially built by Su Haoyin. The purpose is for contingencies. This time, Su Haoyin didn't bring Phoenix with him. Xuanhuan has now moved into Linghu Shanlin's bedroom, protecting her personally. Phoenix readily accepted Su Haoyin's arrangement. Savage. The newly built Pingtian Palace Hall is magnificent, like a prehistoric monster lying on the wild land, which makes people feel awe when they see it. Shen Gongbao stood on the top of the main hall and looked at the distant horizon. His eyes were full of deep worry. Master, are you worried about the upcoming battle? Li Xian came behind Shen Gongbao and asked. Well, if His Majesty comes, everything will be solved. But His Majesty is busy with the affairs of the 12 emperors, so there will be time. Master, don't worry, the elders of Pingtian Palace are very powerful, and we have a lot of Daluo Jingxi in here, so there is no need to be afraid of them. Li Xian said with a smile. However, at this moment, a whining sound suddenly came from outside the palace, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, or like a ferocious ghost calling, which made people's expressions change. They're here again, Shen Gongbao said with a slight frown. As the owner of the Pingtian Palace, the Bull Demon King has already stood majestically outside the palace. Hey, what is the reason why you openly tore up the contract without Huagu? King? Now you are constantly harassing me. Are you really going to start a war between the two sides? The voice of the Bull Demon King rolled out, shaking the void. Bull Demon King, this time is now. Now the powerful people in the world are pursuing the footsteps of the 12 emperors of heaven. Naturally, this king will not care about those. If you are sensible, hand over the Pingtian Palace, and this king will spare you. Otherwise, you will be imprisoned. Become a corpse soldier, so that you will never be reborn forever. 1,000 meters away from the Bull Demon King, a tall skinny figure stood in the void. This skinny figure was more than 3 feet tall, and he was lifeless, like a dead person, but there was infinite coercion overflowing, far overshadowing the aura of the Bull Demon King. Although the Bull Demon King standing there couldn't see anything on the surface, his heart had already set off a turbulent sea. The king of Bawagu was so powerful that it made his scalp tingle. And behind him, there are densely packed zombies, skeletons, and other corpse soldiers. The strength is different. Especially the pale golden skeletons. Standing in front, the analysis of the aura released from them all turned out to be Daluo Jin Wonderland. Humph, I didn't expect you to come here in person, King Bawagu. What's the matter, are you really going to die? Emperor Zhenwu stepped forward from behind the Bull Demon King and said sarcastically. Like the Bull Demon King, he is a cultivation base in the early stage of Daluoxu Wonderland. It's no problem for the little minions who went up a few days ago, but King Bawagu has been famous for a long time and they can't see through his cultivation at all, and they feel faintly worried. Humph, our zombie palace has already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it, so don't blame me for taking action yourself. When King Bawagu saw Emperor Zhenwu, his green eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, Ba, who is so brash and not afraid that the wind will flash his tongue. At this moment, the ancient Buddha Di Deng suddenly appeared in the void above the Pingtian Palace, and he said in a deep voice after chanting a Buddha's name. Who is he? Why did he appear suddenly? Hey, isn't this? Don't act rashly, His Majesty should be here. Shin Gongbao secretly transmitted the voice. Where is the bald donkey? Go away. King Bawaga didn't expect a wild monk to run out halfway, and he didn't release his consciousness to sense it. He waved his hand irritably, and was about to drive away the lamp. It seems that the benefactor doesn't want to put down the butcher knife anymore, so let's go to hell. As soon as Randang's voice fell, he raised his hand and slapped Bu Huagu. Wan. In an instant, a purple gold giant palm covering the sky fell from the sky and went straight to the boneless king opposite. Before the palm arrived, there was a blast of aura that could destroy the world. Ah! What is this? Not. Before King Bawagu could react, he was submerged by the giant palm. Bawagu, who was the highest zombie, failed to withstand the pressure of the giant palm and collapsed and disappeared. The master of the first generation of zombie palace was wiped out without receiving the opponent's palm. Randang made a good effort with a palm but didn't stop, and waved again at all the skeleton zombies in the opposite direction. Rumble. Millions of bone zombies were directly smashed by the giant palm, and the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed directly, and the huge roar covered all the sounds of the world. Shocking. Destroy millions of zombie troops with just one palm. The Bull Demon King, Emperor Xuanhuan, Shin Gongbao, and other powerhouses were horrified. At this time, Xuanhuan, who had changed his face, came out from the depths of Pingtian Palace. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King and others were overjoyed, and hurriedly saluted and said, I will see you, Your Majesty. No need to be too polite, clean the battlefield. Light the lamp, catch me alive, and I will interrogate. Although the burning lamps extinguished the army of millions of zombie halls, the few zombies in the Deluo Wonderland who were on the edge were only seriously injured and did not die. Xuanhuan wants to know some information from them. In the main hall of Pingtian Palace, Xuanhuan sat at the head, and the Bull Demon King Xuanwu sat next to him. Lighting the lamp, Yang Jian and other strong men sat down one by one. The zombie palace has appeared. Where is Mr. Milan? Why is he still missing? Xuanhuan asked softly. A few days ago, Mr. Milan wanted to sneak into Pingtian Palace, but was discovered by Han Zhongli and other strong men, and he was expelled. I haven't seen him these few days. Shin Gongbao answered. Shin Gongbao felt a headache when he mentioned Mr. Milan. It's not that he is more powerful than Zombie Temple. On the contrary, Mr. Milan's personal strength is not great. However, he has a labor force second in the world that makes them daunting. Xuanhuan sneered and said, next time if you meet Mr. Milan, you can choose to kill him. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the audience fell silent. Your Majesty, whatever we say, we have to look at the face of Supreme Dou Yu, and don't act recklessly. Although our Pingtian Palace has a strong development momentum, it is still very different from the land of Dou Yu. You can scare and scare, but don't really do it. Otherwise, Supreme Dou Yu, in a fit of anger, one person can destroy Pingtian Palace. People were talking about it, but they didn't see that Xuanhuan's face had turned dark at this moment. That's enough, if I say kill him, I'll kill him. What kind of Supreme Master? Dou Yu, will I be afraid of him? Xuanhuan said with a gloomy face. Randang even proclaimed a Buddha's name loudly. After returning to Xuanhuan, Ran Dang ignited his fighting spirit again. At this time, he looked at everyone with a proud face. With his cultivation in the middle stage of Dou Yu's wonderland, he is already a high-end combat power in this world. Even if he is not number one in the world, he is still a top powerhouse. So Xuanhuan has the capital to be proud, not to mention there are two big Dou Yuan in the early stage of the fairyland in his family. By the way, Bull Demon King, tell the world that although the name of the Palace Master of Pingtian Palace is also good, it is not domineering enough for me. From now on, change the Palace Master of Pingtian Palace to Pingtian Demon Emperor. Xuanhuan changed the fate of Pingtian Palace with a wave of his hand. Regarding this, everyone in the Bull Demon King felt strange, but the Pingtian Palace was originally established by Xuanhuan, and whatever he said to change, it was all up to his personal preference. However, the title of Pingtian Demon Emperor seems to be quite domineering. In the name of the Demon Emperor, my God, first there was the Demon Emperor of Bailiang Mountain, then there was the ancient Xuantian Demon Emperor, and today there is another Pingtian Demon Emperor. The three emperors are fighting for hegemony. Pingtian Demon Emperor. How domineering. For a while, following Xuanhuan's departure, discussions arose in the entire Pingtian Hall. However, there were also many opposing voices afterwards. You must know that Pingtian Yaxing's name has been recognized by Qianlong Pavilion, and it is a name that will accompany him for a lifetime. Now being blatantly changed by Xuanhuan, isn't this provoking the majesty of Qianlong Pavilion? Is your majesty too inflated? Although there were voices doubting Xuanhuan, none of them reached Xuanhuan's ears, because they were suppressed by Shingongbao and others at the beginning of the spread. At dusk, hundreds of miles away from Pingtian Palace, in a hidden valley, Mr. Milan was sitting on a flat boulder, and behind him stood 4 guards from the peak of Dou Yu Wonderland, surrounded by ghosts all in black. My lord, a mysterious strong man suddenly appeared in Pingtian Palace, and the king of Huagu was killed directly, and the corpse soldiers in the hall of million zombies were wiped out. This person is definitely a top-ranked strong man in the world today. We should end the sneak attack, the plan of Pingtian Palace, return to the land of Netherness. A guard said solemnly. The land of Tianwu is huge, and there are countless descendants of Tianwu Supreme. And each has its own camp, and the forces are intricate. If Mr. Milan wants to rise to the top, it is simply unrealistic to rely solely on the love of Supreme Tianwu. He must make a career in order to stand out among the many heirs. This time, Mr. Milan brought his own soldiers and wanted to cooperate with King Bawagu to divide the territory of Pingtian Palace equally. But I didn't expect that Pingtian Palace was so powerful. Under the disadvantage of starting a teacher, it was restrained everywhere, and King Bawagu was killed directly. Master Milan gritted his teeth with hatred. Young Master Milan's face was full of clouds. He was originally full of ambition, and he wanted to reach the level of Xuanhuan's sage emperor. I didn't expect the reality to be too cruel. In normal times, he would never have the idea of flattening Tiangong. It's really that Xuanhuan's sage emperor is too famous, sweeping the younger generation in this world, making Mr. Milan extremely jealous. Especially when he heard that Xuanhuan was very likely to be among the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian, it drove him even more crazy. His son Milan claims to be the #1 genius in this world. He does not allow anyone to overshadow his brilliance. In order to earn back the glory that originally belonged to him, he joined forces with King Bawagu to destroy Pingtian Palace together, and then split all the money equally. Results. Is that mysterious strong man really that strong? Young Master Milan gritted his teeth and asked. The cultivation base of King Bawagu has reached the peak of Deluosu Wonderland, and he didn't even take a single move, which shows how terrifying the strength of the visitor is. Even if he is not as strong as the palace master, he is also the same as King Bawagu. Existence of rank. The guard's words made Mr. Milan look ugly. Who is the palace master that the guard is referring to? Of course he knows who else is there besides his father. Who is second in the world? Haotian Sage Emperor can't compare with him, so could it be that he can't even compete with the newly promoted Pingtian Palace? When he thought of this, he became extremely irritable. There is even an urge to run away. My lord, although the Bone King is dead, there are still 4 kings in the zombie palace, and their cultivations are all in the Great Luoxiu Wonderland. Why don't we go lobbying? If they are even defeated, we will simply take over the old nest of the zombie palace. Without the king of boneless bone, the zombie palace will become the meat of others' mouths sooner or later, even if the young master does not intervene. This piece of meat is not as good as we eat. A guard spoke up. You mean to let the 4 kings avenge the King Bawagu? If it doesn't work, we will take the opportunity to occupy the zombie hall, and then the ultimate goal of this trip will be achieved. This plan is very good, young Master Milan said in surprise. He wanted too much to make a difference. So much so that the wisdom of the past has been lost. Of course, the Boneless King and the Million Corpse Soldiers are too important to the zombie palace, and the 4th king will never ignore them. We are adding fire, so we don't have to worry about them not submitting. The guard looked scheming. Young Master Milan fell into deep thought, and only after a while did he murmur. You can't put treasure on them, I want to ask for help. Helper? Does the young master mean? The 4 guards were shocked and asked in shock. Yes, he has been silent for some years, and he still owes me a promise. It's time to fulfill this promise. In the early morning of the 2nd day, Su Haotian summoned the 8 immortals and gave them the pills that could be exchanged in the Lucky Mall to improve their cultivation. Let them improve their cultivation as soon as possible. If there were no accidents, there would be a few more Deluo junctions in Haotian Holy Court. The scorching hot earth can't see the edge at a glance. Young Master Milan and his 4 guards passed by from a high altitude, and quickly came to a huge stone tower. The stone tower looks very old already. The cyan rock on the surface has been corroded by the years, leaving traces of the years everywhere. The stone pagoda is hundreds of feet high, and each floor is carved with strange beasts, flowers, and plants of various types. In the dim sunlight, it looked eerie. Looking around, the scorching air waves stretched for thousands of miles, pouring the whole world into a sea of fire. The name of this place is Huolu, which is connected to Leishu. My lord, Hades' sword has not shown up for 20,000 years. Stay away from disputes, and anyone who approaches Hades' tower will die. No one may have heard of the name of Ming Jianfeng. But this person was a strong man in the ancient emperor period. The name of Pluto changed color during those passing years. The strength is even more terrifying. It's just that since the disbandment of the power 20,000 years ago, it has disappeared. But the horror legend of Hades' tower began. It's okay, I will reveal my identity a kilometer away from Hades' tower. Even though Mr. Milan said so, he was still very worried. Ming Jianfeng was a strong man who once made people talk about it. Even his father Dou Yu Supreme was afraid of him. A group of 5 people quickly came to the distance of 1,000 meters in front of the Hades tower. Because they were so close, they seemed so small in front of the Hades tower. Master Milan, the son of Ouyang Milan, the junior, came to pay respects to the senior. Young Master Milan said loudly facing the stone tower. Woo. As soon as Mr. Milan's words fell, a gust of hot wind blew out of nowhere, and at the same time a suffocating killing intent struck, making Mr. Milan's body shake uncontrollably. The 4 guards behind him trembled even more. Even so, they did not forget to stand in front of young Master Milan and help him resist the killing intent. Milan's son. At this moment, an ethereal, deep voice came from the Hades tower. In the hoarse voice, there was a sound of gold and iron clanging, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. It's the younger generation. The younger generation has heard my mother tell about the deeds of the senior, and I am yearning for it, so I came to visit today, and I hope the senior will not blame me. Although Mr. Milan had something to ask Pluto, he still said it without humility. I remember when he was a child, when he was still ignorant, his mother told him the stories of the world at that time. At that time, the ancient emperor was the most powerful man in the world, and his limelight overshadowed all the strong men. At that time, Dou Yu Supreme, Ming Jianfeng, hadn't become famous yet. The 3 became friends by chance. It's just unexpected that Dou Yu Supreme and Ming Jianfeng fell in love with Ouyang Milan at the same time. But Ouyang Milan dismissed the 2 of them, because she already had someone in her heart, and that person was the strongest man in the world, Gudi. The 2 are just at the age of full-bloodedness, and since then, in order to win the hearts of the beauties, they have worked hard with the goal of chasing after the ancient emperor. Compared with the ancient emperor at that time, they were very different. Ouyang Milan didn't expect Dou Yu Supreme and Ming Jianfeng to rise up so quickly, and became the arrogance figures who could rival the ancient emperor at that time. Finally one day, the 2 dueled for Ouyang Milan. The final result is self-evident. Naturally Supreme Master Dou Yu won. Otherwise how could there be the later young Master Milan? The ancient emperor wholeheartedly pursued the road of longevity. He once rejected Ouyang Milan in front of all living beings. The heartbroken Ouyang Milan threw himself into the arms of Dou Yu Supreme in a fit of anger. This is also the reason why Dou Yu Supreme respects and loves young Master Milan alone. Because Dou Yu Supreme loves Ouyang Milan. It's a pity that Ouyang Milan died hundreds of years ago. Because Ouyang Milan's talent is mediocre, although Dou Yu Supreme controlled the underworld and rescued him several times, he failed to keep Ouyang Milan in the end. Your mother is okay? Pluto asked in a low voice. There seemed to be endless thoughts in the tone. However, Mr. Milan was greatly relieved. He was really afraid that Ming Jianfeng had already forgotten his mother as time went by. Or hate his father, or even him, out of love. My mother died hundreds of years ago, and she was reincarnated. Mr. Milan's voice was low, but it was not an affectation, but a sincere longing. Reincarnation? As soon as Mr. Milan's sad words came out, an unexpected voice came from the Pluto Tower. The voice was heavy, and there was a hint of warmth and anger. Humph, isn't your father the supreme being of the underworld? How could he not keep your mother? Could it be that he is a deceitful person? Ming Jianfeng had reached the verge of fury, and his deep roar made the whole earth shake. Young Master Milan's face changed, and he felt as if his body was being pressed against a mountain, making him unable to breathe. He was sweating profusely, resisting the pressure forcefully, and gritted his teeth. My mother is so talented, she should have passed away 3,000 years ago. It was my father who changed his life against the sky and won her a lifespan of 3,000 years. But, after all, people can't live. Xingtian, mother still cannot escape the fate of reincarnation. However, before she reincarnated, she gave birth to me and asked me to live in the world with her name. From then on, I will be called Young Master Milan. The words of Mr. Milan made Ming Jianfeng's monstrous, killing intent gradually recede, and the five of Mr. Milan breathed a sigh of relief again. As expected of a powerhouse who was once as famous as Supreme Master Dou Yu, an ancient emperor, he could kill them in just a few clicks. Dou Yu, you old man, you said you would protect her, you broke your promise. Ming Jianfeng's voice became vicious again. The hearts of the five young masters of Milan sank. Could it be that he hates Wujiwu and wants to take out his anger on me? Young Master Milan's face was ugly. Boom. The stone gate at the bottom of Hades' tower suddenly opened wide, kicking up billows of dust. A black shadow slowly walked out from inside. This man has disheveled red hair, and the shabby gray robe on his body exudes a stench. His figure is thin, but his figure is tall and straight, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Pluto Sword Edge. At his peak, he ranked third in the hero list. After Pluto disappeared, the Sage King of 10,000 Poisons squeezed in. Before that, the top 10 of the hero list rarely changed once in tens of thousands of years. It is only now that the world has entered a world of great contention that the list of heroes keeps changing. Ming Jianfeng raised his head, his skinny gray face made people feel terrified. At first glance. Why did you come to me? Is it because of the promise I made to your mother back then? Ming Jianfeng's voice was so low that there was no trace of emotion. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and he still remembers that dusty promise. It can be seen how deep Ming Jianfeng's feelings for Ouyang Milan are. Seeing this, young Master Milan immediately felt relieved. He said in a deep voice, yes, my mother said before she died that you once promised her that no matter what she asks you to help, you must help once, even if it costs your life. Mr. Milan has no choice but to gamble once. The four guards also braced themselves and stood in front of young Master Milan, guarding against Ming Jianpeek's sudden attack. It's almost a mold. You are too much like her. Ming Jianfeng looked at Mr. Milan with bright eyes, which made Mr. Milan very sick. Are you willing to fulfill your original promise? Milan's son, she asked. He doesn't have time to catch up with Ming Jianfeng now. In fact, he also despises Ming Jianfeng in his heart. Children's affair is poison, he can erase the enterprising spirit of a strong man. Although Ming Jianfeng's cultivation is still there, the competitive heart no longer exists. Tell me, who do you want me to kill? Ming Jianfeng suddenly approached Mr. Milan, and the five of Mr. Milan retreated one after another in fright. You come with me, I need you to kill one side. Young Master Milan said, pretending to be calm. Pluto makes a move, can Pingtian Palace survive? Ming Jianfeng pondered for a moment and said, let's go. In Pingtian Palace, Su Haotian was having a heart-to-heart conversation with the ancient Buddha. In the past few days, he has been wandering between the Haotian Holy Court and the peaceful Heaven Palace, but the king of Huagu has been destroyed, and the partner, Mr. Milan, has not shown up for a long time. Bankrupts his desire to get things done. I can only wait anxiously. Randang, what do you think of this Pingtian Palace? Su Haotian and Randang stood at the highest point of Pingtian Palace, chatting while admiring the beautiful scenery. That's right, the land is vast and abundant, much better than the great Laying Temple in the western regions. Randang sighed and said, So, I hope you will enter Pingtian Palace to protect this foundation for me. If you can sincerely serve me, I will heal your wounds. Randang was taken aback by Su Haotian's words. Is this true? Randang suppressed his excitement and asked. A battle with the Tathagata almost caused him to destroy Foji. The strength is greatly reduced. It is too difficult to recover. He, who was already disheartened, became excited when he heard Su Haotian's words. Of course, but you must swear in the name of the ancient Buddha that you will never betray me. Randang's loyalty is close to 80, which makes him very relieved. The reason why he was asked to swear was also out of precaution. In fact, after a few days of getting along, Randang also admired Su Haotian very much. The biggest reason is that the promotion of Buddhism in Haotian Holy Court can be said to spare no effort. He came to this world to know people's rejection of Buddhism, because the ambition in his chest has nowhere to be realized, which made him so radical. Now Haotian Holy Court's actions gave him hope. I swear in the name of the ancient Buddha that I will never betray his Majesty forever. Randang said solemnly. This is Linglong Yaluden, which can heal your injuries and restore your cultivation in an hour. Others can recover in half an hour. Su Haotian estimated that it would take an hour to burn the lamp. However, Tathagata only injured Randang, and a Linglong Yulu pill was enough to restore Randang's peak cultivation. Before that, he also asked the system if Randang would betray him if he returned to his peak. The system's answer is, if the burning lamp is not hypocritical, it will not. There is a systematic guarantee, and in addition to the fact that the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp has basically no bad deeds in history, that's why Su Hao dared to let him take Linglong Yaluden. By the way, many people have seen you go to the Haotian Holy Court. You must not make too much noise during the restoration of your cultivation base. Otherwise, the whole world will know the relationship between the Haotian Holy Court and the Peace Heaven Palace. Ba. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the old monk knows that you want to make a fortune silently, and I will be reasonable. The ancient Buddha Diding said, with a slight smile. Okay, let's find a place to heal. The lantern ancient Buddha nodded and left. Looking at the back of Randang leaving, Su Haotian's eyes revealed the light of wisdom. I just hope you old monk is not a hypocrite. Ding. A side mission is triggered. Stick to the Pingtian Palace for 8 days. Mission details. Since Mr. Milan has invited a terrifying strong man, he wants to compete for the Pingtian Palace. If the host can lead his subordinates to stick to the Pingtian Palace for 8 days, the system will reward the host once a chance to awaken at the peak. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Su Haotian to narrow his eyes suddenly. Terrorist? Could it be Dou Yu Supreme? Wrong. Su Haotian frowned. Being able to trigger the mission shows that Mr. Milan is determined to win the Pingtian Palace. The strong people invited are definitely not unknown people. Since you are going to show up, don't blame me for being rude. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. As for the strong man, Xuanhuan didn't care much. He was strong. Could he be stronger than Randang? After standing on the top floor of Pingtian Hall for a while, Xuanhuan left. He needs to hurry up and practice. The grand meeting of the 12 emperors of Zhutian is getting closer, and the stronger he becomes, the more likely he is to be selected as the candidate for the 12 emperors. However, as soon as Xuanhuan entered the secret room, a terrifying and suffocating coercion covered the entire Pingtian palace, making millions of souls tremble. The two Deluo Zuxians in Pingtian Palace, Xuanwu Great Emperor and Bull Demon King, both stood up and looked in horror at the direction of the coercion, muttering to themselves. This aura, what's going on? It seems, could it be another big Luo? Luanqian? Both of them walked out of the cave at the same time and flew towards the city. At the same time, everyone in Pingtian Palace felt the suffocating pressure. Immediately, they all started arguing. This breath, why, is too terrifying. No, I'm almost out of breath. What should I do? Are we going to be attacked? No, why did this aura come from within the city? Could it be that the enemy has penetrated into our interior? While people were shocked, the breath that suffocated them disappeared leisurely. In a dense forest in the city, the burning lamp covered in purple and gold stood in the forest at this time. Its momentum fluctuated, and it retreated leisurely. Randang's solemn face was even more exciting. He muttered to himself, this elixir is outrageous. I'm afraid even the old gentleman can't match it. While thinking of the Taisheng Laojun, he also wondered who was behind Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan didn't have the support of a big force behind him, how could he have such a god-defying pill? It's just that he won't know that Xuanhuan has a system against the sky even if he thinks about it. Shaking his head, Randang was not entangled in this matter. He exited the golden body state and flew in another direction of the city. After his cultivation recovered, many thoughts came to his mind. But when he thought of Xuanhuan's defying nature and his oath to the Buddha, he dispelled those unrealistic thoughts. He always has a feeling that if he troubles Xuanhuan now, he will fall into a situation where he will never recover. It is better to follow him than to worry about it. Maybe following Xuanhuan is a good choice. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan returned to the holy court of Haoyan through the portal, and summoned Judge, Black and White Impermanence, Bull Head and Horseface, King Qingguang, and Zhong Kuwei, several underworld bosses, into the palace. All along, he has been full of ambitions for the underworld. He wants to rule the underworld. So a long time ago, he secretly instructed the underworld powerhouses to develop in secret. Especially some time ago, the Zhong Kuwei he summoned, the strong man in the underworld of King Qingguang, has developed a considerable force in the underworld. How is the development of Zhong Kuwei's Yiming Palace now? Xuanhuan asked with concern. For a long time, he has never asked about the affairs of the underworld. Rest assured that they are developing in secret. Your Majesty, after half a year of development, the Temple of the Underworld has gathered 7 million ghosts. Many of them are ghost cultivators of the Tai realm. Now they have become a force that cannot be ignored in the underworld. King Qingguang said proudly. Although he is still Yan Luo, the 10 Temple of the underworld, since he worshipped Xuanhuan, he has been helping the temple of the underworld to expand its power. There are many more creatures in the underworld than in the underworld. The most important thing is that the underworld is dominated by the land of tranquility. No serious competitors. However, if you really want to compare your strength with Yang, Yin will be greatly inferior. Xuanhuan nodded while listening to King Qingguang and Zhong Kuei's introduction. Then said, I called you here today to help me investigate the power distribution of the Tianwu land, as well as the cultivation-based geometry of the Tianwu Supreme. The underworld is vast and abundant, and there are many people. In addition to Tianwu Supreme, there must be other strong people. Just don't show up. Since he wanted to move the underworld, he had to figure out the strength of the enemy. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Tianwu Supreme? Xuanhuan and the others changed their expressions, and in the next second, they immediately became excited. They are not stupid people, of course. They know what Xuanhuan wants to do. Your Majesty, are you going to attack Tianwu so soon? Is it too early? Zhong Kuei said with some worry. The reputation of the Haotian Holy Court has long been spread throughout the underworld. As the powerhouses of the Haotian Holy Court, they are honored. However, they don't think that Haotian Holy Court can compete with Tianwu land. Don't worry about the rest, you just need to follow suit. Xuanhuan said casually. At the same time, a wave of imperial power was released, causing the hearts of Qingguang, Wang Zhong Kuei, and other strong men to tremble suddenly. Unknowingly, Xuanhuan had already established an imperial prestige that made them dare not look at him. It is estimated that around the time of the 12 emperors of Zhutian, the Holy Court of Haotian will start a war with the land of Tianwu. Xuanhuan's words surprised Qingguang and others. What is it that makes the relationship between Haotian Holy Court and Tianwu land so tense? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, they didn't ask any further questions, and after a promise, they went underground and disappeared. Xuanhuan murmured to himself while drinking spirit tea, Sovereign Tianwu. It's because your son doesn't know how to cherish himself. Don't blame me. Ever since what happened to Shangshan, Xingjiansheng, Xuanhuan felt that he couldn't restrain his desire to rule the roost. He wants to dominate this world as soon as possible, and then go to the starry sky to see the wonderful world outside. In a blink of an eye, the 5 days passed quickly. For the last 3 days, Xuanhuan stayed in Pingtian Palace. Your Majesty, the records about the underworld in the classics collected by Pingtian Palace from various sects are too vague. It seems that in the past, people didn't even know what the underworld was. Lu Bowen said while flipping through the classics in his hand. At this time, Xuanhuan and Lu Bowen were in the Sutra Pavilion of Pingtian Palace, looking for information about the underworld. Xuanhuan intends to start a war with the land of Netherness, so he must know himself and the enemy. Now before him is how his host will enter Hades. But it is very easy for Tianwu Supreme to send troops, because Tianwu Supreme is the master of the underworld. However, Xuanhuan always felt that besides the Supreme Master Tianwu, there should be masters in the underworld. At the very least, it is impossible for Supreme Tianwu to have the final say on the underworld. Otherwise, with the ability of the ancient emperor, he would have ruled the underworld long ago. Report to your Majesty, the enemy has been found thousands of miles outside the city. At this time, the voice of soldiers came from outside the door. Now as an extraordinary period, the Bull Demon King has already set up sentries in the area of Pingtian Palace, and Xuanhuan will know immediately if there is any trouble. Enemy track? Xuanhuan quickly put down the classics in his hand and walked out first. Lu Bowen followed closely behind. Seeing Xuanhuan coming out of the gate, the soldiers quickly knelt down and saluted, and flew towards the city wall, together with Xuanhuan. At this time, the sky above the entire Pingtian palace was densely packed with figures of soldiers, all flying towards the outside of the city. The scene was spectacular. The great Emperor Tianwu, the Bull Demon King, Zhao Gongming, temporarily transferred by Xuanhuan, and the three great Luo Zuxians have already stood on the city wall. In addition, Shenggong Bao and other strong men in Pingtian Palace all looked up at this time. That's Zombie Temple. The army coming from the opposite side is the Zombie Temple. The army of millions of zombies exuding a stench is like a flood, coming in menacingly, which makes people feel depressed at first sight. The four zombie Dharma kings were shining with silvery white light all over their bodies, flying in the front. The cultivation base of the early stage of Deluoxu Wonderland was released wantonly, and blasted towards Pingtian City. Looking at the majestic Pingtian City in front of them, the eyes of the four zombies flickered with green light. One of the zombies said, "It is a great shame that the Hall Master is destroyed. Today we must destroy the Pingtian Palace and avenge the Hall Master." The other three zombies nodded in unison. But there was a wry smile on his face. It's not that they didn't think that they were all killed with the cultivation base of the Bawaga King, so what are they? But the thought of the scruffy eccentric behind them gave them chills. Rather than saying that they came to avenge Bawaga King, it would be better to say that they were forced to die. Mr. Milan is not in a hurry to let Ming Jianfeng take action, he has greater ambitions now. He wants to replace Zombie Palace and take Pingtian Palace. He wants to sit in two places. Let your name spread quickly in this world. At that time, his son Milan will soar into the sky, and his reputation will even be louder than his father. As for whether the four Dharma kings of the zombie temple could win, he never thought about it. Even King Bawagu couldn't block the opponent's move. These four guys were still in vain. As soon as Senior gets out, these zombies still don't obey. Young Master Milan rushed to Mingjian Peak, flattering him in a moderate way. It's just a bunch of corpses that haven't opened their minds yet. Ming Jianfeng shook his head and said. At the same time, Xuanhuan took Lu Bowen, and the burning lamp landed on the city wall. The Bull Demon King, Tianwu, hurried up to meet him. Looking at the mighty army of zombies approaching, no one showed any signs of worry. Not to mention that they have three big Luosu fairyland powerhouses. Even the big-eared old monk behind Xuanhuan is enough for these zombies. At this time, the army of zombies had already approached, and the four kings of the zombie palace didn't talk nonsense, and directly sacrificed their own corpse slaves. Quickly abandon the city and surrender, or the city will be massacred. One of the French kings said grimly. Fuck. What are you pretending to do? Xuanhuan cursed loudly, making the outside of the city instantly silent. Mr. Milan, who was behind him, was speechless for a while. Could it be that this guy is a fool? Those are the four great Luoshu immortals. You are very powerful in Pingtian Palace, so it is impossible to eliminate them all at once. You are courting death. The fourth king was very upset, and said with gritted teeth. All dispatched for me to destroy them. Xuanhuan said angrily. Although they were the four great Luo Zuxians, the Bull Demon King, Tianwu, and Zhao Gongming, were not vegetarians either. Your Majesty, the old monk needs to preserve his strength, because there is a strong man behind the army. Ran Dang stood behind Xuanhuan and said. At the same time, the young master of Milan Mingjianfeng and the others stopped and looked forward. In the early days of the three big Luoshu fairylands, there are still experts. In Pingtian Palace. Although the four corpses are powerful, they are not enough for these three. Ming Jianfeng muttered to himself. But then he went on to say, however, the real strong is on the city wall. And masters? Could it be that he was the expert who killed the king of Huagu that day? How does it compare to you? Young Master Milan asked. 5-5, but I will win. Even if I face your father, I will still be the winner in the end. Ming Jianfeng said indifferently. Young Master Milan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Rumble. The battle started between the two of them. Whether it is the Bull Demon King, Emperor Xuanwu, Zhao Gongming, or the army of zombies, it is a desperate attitude when they get started. As analyzed by Ming Jianfeng, although the four great kings are in a good state, they are restricted as zombies. It is impossible to display the true strength of Deluo Xuxian at all. The battle lasted only an hour in total, and the army of millions of zombies were all wiped out. Senior Ming, it's your turn. Seeing this, young Master Milan not only did not show any dejection, but instead showed a strange smile. The defeat of the zombie palace was within his expectation, and his plan to kill people with a knife was also successfully completed. Ming Jianfeng agreed and walked forward. At the same time, a destructive aura surged out, making the strong men of Pingtian Palace, who had not yet withdrawn from the battlefield, suddenly feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Emperor Xuanwu and Bull Demon King Zhao Gongming were shocked. Even if they were in the great Luosu wonderland, they would feel suffocated by this breath, not to mention those ordinary soldiers. He finally appeared. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. The burning lamp next to him was expressionless, without any indication. It was as if he didn't pay attention to the terrifying aura of Mingjian Peak at all. Your Majesty, get out of here quickly, the visitor is absolutely terrifying. The Bull Demon King came and said. However, Xuanhuan just smiled without expressing anything. Puzzled by the Bull Demon King, he suddenly looked at the ancient burning lamp Buddha. The eyes of the bull couldn't help flickering. Ming Jianfeng walked towards Pingtian City step by step, like a sloppy beggar. Although he walked slowly, the purple clouds behind him kept rolling. Bull Demon King, Emperor Xuanwu, and other strong men stood in front of Pingtian City and blocked the way of Mingjian Peak. The distance between the two sides is no more than a kilometer. Amidst the roar of the rolling purple clouds, lightning bolts were struck down, making Mingjian Peak fearful like a demon king at this time. The Bull Demon King's forehead was already covered with sweat, and he shouted hoarsely, "Where is the rat? Report your name quickly." Just the breath of Mingjian Peak made them suffocate. If they are shot, they will be annihilated in an instant. So with such a formidable enemy, it is worth asking them. You are not worthy. Fellow Taoist above, when do you have to wait to make a move? Ming Jianfeng's words were very simple, but it was as if he had been humiliated by everyone's ears. Just as Emperor Xuanwu was about to speak out, he heard Xuanhuan on the city wall say, "Come back, this person is not something you can deal with at all." When everyone heard this, even if they were unwilling, they had to face the reality. They all retreated into the city. Shingongbao, Xuanhuan, Li Xian, the three of you go and arrest young master Milan. When the three of them heard this, they were taken aback for a moment, but they disappeared without hesitation. Ba. The benefactor is too evil, why not follow the old monk to take refuge in my Buddha, wouldn't it be beautiful? Randang walked from the void on the city wall to Mingjian Peak, and said loudly. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. The old monk is addicted to accepting disciples. Even the monks have been sent out, is there no one in your Pingtian palace? He felt very strange why the tyrannical aura from before did not appear. But he didn't know that this big-eared monk was the strong man he spoke of. It's just that the burning lamp at this time has restrained its breath. Ming Jianfeng raised his hand and grabbed the burning lamp that was coming. In an instant, a bone claw gleaming with blood came suddenly from the sky. With a monstrous momentum, trying to smash the lamp. The monk's robe was hunting, Randang didn't make a move, let alone dodge, but used his shiny bald head to hit the bone claw. Boom. Like a broken bone, the bone claw was shattered by Randang's bald head. At the same time, Randang came to the top of Mingjian Peak and slapped it lightly. Ming Jianfeng's pupils shrank. This person was so fast that he almost had no time to react. Could this person be the hidden master just now? In a hurry, he slapped the burning lamp with his palm. Boom. The palms of the two hit together in an instant, and the loud noise was like thunder, shaking the sky. Ming Jianfeng only felt a monstrous force coming, which directly made him spurt blood and roll back. He felt like a leaf in the wind and rain, sliding backwards at an extremely fast speed, and still didn't stop when he fell to the ground, kicking, and continuously rowing backward for 1,000 meters before he could barely stop his body. This scene made everyone gasp. Especially the smug young master Milan was dumbfounded. Ming Jianfeng lost with one move? How can that be? The Bull Demon King and other strong men in Pingtian Palace were also dumbfounded. The power of the lamps gave them an unreal feeling. Went out. Xuanhuan gave instructions to Randang. Ba. Randang proclaimed the Buddha's name, and then flew towards Mingjian Peak, which was still in shock. Although Randang has been radical since his debut, he has never killed innocent people. However, Ming Jianfeng killed too much, and was entangled in karma. Killing this person can only benefit the world. Therefore, he will also receive the merits of heaven. Because eliminating evil is also a kind of merit. The benefactor has fallen into the devil too deeply, how about taking refuge in my Buddha? Randang stood tall in the void, his face had been covered by his mana, no one could see that he was the once powerful Randang ancient Buddha. Ming Jianfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were red. He looked at Randang angrily, and said, "Take refuge in my Buddha? Pooh. It's a good idea." At the moment, rushed to the burning lamp. After he proclaimed himself Pluto, he didn't know what kindness is. Humph, you're lost, so what if you're Luan Xian? During the scolding by the lamp, he also revealed the cultivation base of Mingjian Peak. Let everyone suddenly realize. Great Luo Luanqian. Almost at the top of the world. It also made Mr. Milan understand. At the same time, comparing the two, he also knew how strong his father was. De Luo Luanxian is said to be the highest state of De Luo realm. Real or fake? Since the old monk has revealed the cultivation level of Mingjian Peak, what kind of cultivation level is he? For a while, the soldiers in Pingtian Palace began to talk about it. At this time, Ming Jianfeng seemed to be unable to restrain his anger. His hands were already wrapped in blood. He roared, and rushed towards the lamp. The speed was astonishingly fast, leaving afterimages along the way, and when they came to the lamp, dozens of figures separated out, surrounded the lamp in an instant, and all attacked the lamp. Although the burning lamp, with a blurred face, makes people unable to see the face clearly, it does not give people the feeling of panic. Ming Jianfeng's true self came to behind Randang, and grabbed it as soon as he stretched out his hand, but a burst of golden light suddenly appeared, and Ming Jianfeng's hand was mercilessly blasted away. I saw that the whole body of Randang was bathed in golden light at this time, as if it was plated with gold. Golden Buddha. Ming Jianfeng was horrified, but saw Randang's palm slapped from his waist, and the terrifying wind came over his face, causing Ming Jianfeng's pupils to shrink, and he quickly chose to dodge. Everyone in the entire battlefield is now focusing on the battle between the two strong men, because whether Pingtian Palace can tide over the difficulties depends on this battle. Boom. Even if Ming Jianfeng chose to dodge, he couldn't escape Randang's palm. He was knocked out with a bang. Hey, what are you trying to hide? Randang asked in surprise after hitting a palm. With his cultivation base, he can naturally feel that there is something hidden in Ming Jianfeng's body. And as time goes by, the things in the body tend to rush out. Ming Jianfeng did not answer Randang's question, but raised his hand, tore through the void, and pulled out a blood-red long knife from it. This scarlet long knife is 5 feet long, with a simple and exaggerated shape. Among the ferocity, there are bursts of blood. Ming Jianfeng looked extremely small in front of the long knife, and an evil force shot up into the sky the moment he held the knife. While shocking everyone, looking at the knife was even more frightening. That's Pluto sword. The guard next to young Master Milan exclaimed. Hearing that, Mr. Milan was shocked. At this time, he couldn't help but think of a history that his mother told him 10,000 years ago. It is said that the reason why Mingjian Peak is so powerful is because he obtained the inheritance of the ancient Pluto, just like Dou Yu Supreme obtained the inheritance of the underworld. 10,000 years ago, because of the inheritance of Hades, Mingjian Peak was completely enchanted. The enchanted Mingjian Peak killed people everywhere, even massacred the city. Even if Dou Yu Supreme, the sword master, can't do anything to him. In desperation, the ancient emperor took action to suppress it and finally forced Ming Jianfeng to retreat. After a long time, few people know about this matter. And the enchanted Mingjian Peak killed all directions with the Hades sword. If things go on like this, Ming Jianfeng will have to be enchanted again. What should I do? You have to know that even his mother couldn't stop Mingjian Peak from being enchanted. Ming Jianfeng, who regained his clarity afterwards, was forced to retire under shame. As soon as the Pluto sword was released, a gust of wind blew up the entire space. Huh, Pluto sword? Wang Xiaofeng's voice suddenly rang in Xuanhuan's mind. This guy has been silent for a long time, but he was startled by the Pluto sword, which shows the extraordinariness of the Pluto sword. What's the situation? Pluto sword, tell me about it. Xuanhuan asked, curiously. The appearance of Pluto knife is quite extraordinary. At the same time, Ming Jianfeng rushed towards Randang with the Pluto knife. The 5-foot-long Pluto sword wanted to tear apart the void. Let everyone can't help trembling with fear. Ba. It's already too late to turn back. Randang sighed softly, and immediately slapped it away. A giant purple gold palm suddenly appeared, and directly collided with the blood-colored giant knife with the momentum of Mount Tai. Rumble. The giant palm like Mount Tai and the blood-colored sword light clashed in the sky, and Ming Jianfeng laughed ferociously. Even if the skin was torn, even if the blood was dripping, he didn't make him blink. He is already possessed. That was in ancient times, when human beings were just born, and Pluto was famous all over the world. The people were even more terrified. On the eve of the war with immortals and demons, I accidentally discovered the Pluto sword. In order to prevent this knife from causing harm to the world, I sealed it. Thinking of being reappeared in the world by him. Wang Xiaofeng's tone was a bit embarrassing, which surprised Su Haoyan, who didn't expect the Pluto sword L to have such a great history. It is even longer than the birth of the human race. Boom. The giant purple gold palm and the blood-colored long knife slammed together. And both of them shook apart. In the next second, Randang bullied himself and charged towards Mingjian Peak. Again. Kill you, kill all the people in the world. Ming Jianfeng laughed wildly. He had already lost himself, at this moment, in his eyes, there was only killing. Although they are all Delual Luanxian, but Randang is in the middle stage. And he is only in the early stage. It's a world of difference. What's more, the golden body of the ancient Buddha burning the lamp is the nemesis of demons, and Mingjian Peak can only be beaten. Ming Jianfeng didn't know how many times he was shot into the ground, but he rushed out again and again, rushing out bravely and attacking the lamp. Ba. Randang still slapped it with one palm, and the giant purple and gold palm, like Mount Tai, slammed it away, and directly slapped Mingjian Peak into the air. While the ground was shaking, the blood on Ming Jianfeng's head became more and more intense. Randang's eyes froze, and he could see clearly that the things in Ming Jianfeng's body could no longer be suppressed, and he was about to wake up soon. So he's just a puppet. While Randang muttered to himself, he was still unhurried, and slapped out his palms one after another, blowing away the sword glow of Mingjian Peak with great ease. The two chased each other in the air. Although Randang kept dodging, his breath was still stable, and he didn't even consume much mana. On the other hand, Mingjian Peak was releasing mana crazily. It seemed extremely vigorous, but it was actually not long in life. The two of them raced between heaven and earth, fighting with great joy. Can Dark Sword Peak win? Young Master Milan looked at the blurred figure in the sky and asked worriedly. His guard had a dignified look on his face, and he said after a while, I don't know, but my subordinates feel that Mingjian Peak is dangerous. Looking at the crazy Mingjian Peak, they all felt chilling. Thinking of the tragedy 10,000 years ago, they all had the urge to run away immediately. At this moment, Shen Gongbao, Li Xian, Qin Hua and other strong men suddenly appeared, and began to attack them without any explanation. The four guards rushed to fight, and the ghost soldiers broke up directly. Boom. Shen Gongbao and the two guards faced each other one after another, wounding one and directly killing the other. Master Milan was shocked. Hastily retreated. Who are you? Duke Milan scolded loudly. He is the son of Tianwu Supreme. No one in the world would dare to kill him except the few strong ones. Shen Gongbao didn't talk nonsense. He directly killed the two guards, and rushed towards young Master Milan, while Qin Hua and Li Xian fought with the other two guards. Young Master Milan's complexion changed drastically. Now two of his subordinates have died, and the other two have also been entangled. He has no one to protect him. How could he, a monk in the Tai Heaven Wonderland, fight Dou Yu? At this moment, Shen Gongbao had come to him and grabbed him in his hands when he was shocked. So what about Tianwu Supreme? Your Majesty is a strong man who owns the great Luoluan Wonderland, even the ancient emperor can handle it. On the other side, although Ming Jianfeng was chasing crazily, he didn't even touch the corner of Randang's clothes. Make him more irritable. So weak, how can he be worthy of the name Luan Xian? The lantern ancient Buddha said silently. The more silent the lamp was, the more furious Ming Jianfeng became. Ah. Ming Jianfeng roared and roared, and his black hair turned blood red due to being possessed by demons. At this time, sword lights fluttered from all directions and slashed at Randang, making Randang unavoidable. Randang's palms blasted out quickly, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye, and soon submerged himself in it. Rumble. Countless sword glows and thousands of palm shadows bombarded together, blasting all directions. All kinds of strong light shone on the ground, and as the strong wind raged, countless gravels were rolled up. The enchanted Mingjian Peak flew directly to the center of the storm, not caring at all that he would be injured as a result. His eyes had turned blood red, and he lost all sanity, only knowing about killing. He has only one thought now, that is to kill Randang and everyone at the scene, so that he can vent the resentment in his heart. Wisps of blood burst out of his body, entrenched above his head, and gradually took human form. Pluto is about to be born, Wang Xiaofeng said in Su Haoyan's heart. The tone is extremely dignified. Pluto? Su Haoyan's heart beat wildly. I'll go. Can that guy really live? He couldn't help but look carefully, and found that Mingjian Peak had become more and more blurred, while the blood light above his head was becoming more and more clear, and the phantom of a human figure gradually formed. There is a ray of Pluto's soul hidden in the Hades knife, which is nibbling away at the host's soul all the time. This person is too obsessed, and he is destined to be replaced by the ancient Pluto. Wang Xiaofeng explained deeply. Mingjian Peak should have been possessed by this demon a long time ago, but I don't know why it just woke up now. Wang Xiaofeng continued. So scary? I said, you wouldn't treat me like this, would you? While arguing with Wang Xiaofeng, Su Haoyan watched the battle thrillingly. Boom. Mingjian Peak suddenly turned back from the roar, and Randang followed closely behind. With a sound of searching, like sharp arrows, one after the other, they smashed into the belly of the mountain in the distance. The other side. Shen Gongbao held young Master Milan with one hand and lifted him up. It's useless to let Mr. Milan struggle, no matter what. Let go, let me go, I'm. Young Master Milan wanted to raise the name of Supreme Master Dou Yu, but his neck was pinched and he was speechless at all. At this time, there was only one guard left on the scene, and he threatened hoarsely, let go of your son, don't you all know that he is the son of Supreme Dou Yu? Dou Yu Supreme? Shen Gongbao suddenly grinned, and at the same time, threw young Master Milan into the air, then waved his hand lightly. Several light blades rushed out. Puff. Young Master Milan's body was split into pieces in an instant, and his dead head grunted, rolled to the ground, and was instantly buried by the rubble splashed by the distant battle. This scene shocked the body of the guard, who was still resisting in the distance. As if struck by lightning, he was stunned, and was hit by Li Xian's palm on his chest. Xuanhuan was taken aback. He didn't expect Shen Gongbao to attack, so ruthlessly. Hey, Your Majesty said that you can shoot and kill Mr. Milan. At the same time, in Xuanhuan's mind on the other side of the city wall, the system notification sounded at this moment. Ding. Complete the side mission, Mr. Milan's killing heart. The system rewards. The host with a chance to awaken at the peak, a chance to awaken at the limit. A chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A chance to specifically summon a super legion. At the same time, the host will become hostile to Tianwu land, which will anger Tianwu Supreme. Because of the relatively long distance, Xuanhuan couldn't see Mr. Milan being killed at all. But the sound of the system prompt made him happy. Immediately. As for offending Tianwu Supreme because of this? With his current power, will he be afraid? Mr. Milan's intention to kill him is not dead, this is his own fault. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched slightly, he twisted his neck and said with a smile, it seems that the battle between us and Tianwu land is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen frowned and said, Your Majesty, let's face Tianwu Supreme right now, is it time? Although he is a civil servant, he still has a little understanding of the basic formation of troops. Comparing the current strength of Pingtian Palace and Tianwu land, it is like ants regretting a big tree, the gap is not so big. Only through continuous fighting can a power rise rapidly. Xuanhuan shrugged and said indifferently. In addition, Jianxing has not been removed for a day, and he will not feel at ease for a day. Jianxing has been missing, and it is very likely that he has left this world and entered the star tunnel. Once he was allowed to return to the ancient immortal realm, this place would become a purgatory on earth. Therefore, he must continue to become stronger, whether it is strength or influence, he must become stronger as much as possible. The whole world is looking for Jianxing, but Xuanhuan was speechless when he couldn't find him. But I don't know, maybe at this time Jianxing has already been ordained with the Tathagata Buddha. No. Milan, young master. Ming Jianfeng was circling with Ran Dang, but suddenly saw a hideous head turned out of the rubble. The owner of that head is none other than Prince Milan. Seeing the unrepentant head of young Master Milan, Ming Jianfeng's eyes flashed with blood, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart. You keep saying you want to protect me for the rest of your life. But you turn around and kill me. If you don't protect me, I don't blame you, but you can't even protect my son. I'm so sad. Ming Jianfeng, who had already lost his mind, was stimulated by the voice in his heart, and his demonic thoughts became stronger. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared wildly, and the blood-red figure condensed above his head grew stronger again. Pluto, the Devil King from ancient times, is about to be resurrected. Randang suddenly raised his head to look at Mingjian Peak, his eyes flashed fiercely. Are you finally out? The sound of burning lights was like thunder, attracting everyone's attention. Again. However, when they saw the bright red figure on the head of Mingjian Peak, they all gasped. Pluto is just a 3-foot-tall figure. The facial features are blurred, only the hands and feet are still clear. Many years, the feeling of being reborn. Pluto spoke slowly, his voice was jerky and gloomy, even Xuanhuan, who was as bold as the sky, couldn't help shivering. Ding. Trigger a side mission, get rid of Pluto task details, the ancient demon Pluto is resurrected. He is one of the most ancient demons and wants to kill all living things. If the host gets rid of Pluto, the system rewards the Host for a selective summoning super, a chance for the strong. A chance for a copy of the strong. And you will get the merit of heaven. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan stunned. One of the extreme demons? Want to kill all living things? Rampant. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes in his heart, and he shouted loudly, destroy this evil heretic. Randang's blurred face smiled slightly, even if Xuanhuan didn't tell him to do so, he would do so. As a big boss in the Buddhist world, the ancient Buddha of Ding does not allow such evil spirits to cause harm to the world. The crazy Ming Jianfeng rushed towards the burning lamp with the newly awakened Hades. The blood-red Pluto laughed, and he opened his arms as if to embrace this long-lost world. He didn't even realize that he was in the middle of a battle. Ba. You have finally come to this world. Today, old monk, I will rid the world of your evil. Randang clasped his hands together, sat cross-legged in the void, opened his golden mouth slightly, and bursts of Buddha's voice sounded in an instant. The momentum is grand. Ming Jianfeng was forced to stop before rushing to Randang. He only felt that his soul was stabbed deeply, and the golden light from the body of the burning lamp ancient Buddha made the blood glow all over his body. Sizzling and ignited fly ashes burnt his flesh and scars. Even the Pluto above his head had to mobilize that substantial blood to resist. At this time, he exclaimed, Buddha's light? Impossible, absolutely. Impossible? Hasn't the Buddha left the world and traveled far into the stars? Buddhism is broad and profound, and generally aims to overcome demons. Dang is an ancient Buddha, and his magical powers are almost invincible in this world except for the Tathagata. Even if he hides his real face now, it can't stop all sentient beings from worshipping him. What's wrong with this Buddha sound? I actually have the urge to kneel down and worship. This voice, so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Is he a burning lamp? Impossible. Countless creatures here are under the impact of the ancient Buddha's golden body, and they worship in their hearts. Even Xuanhuan, whose heart was like a rock, was in a frenzy. At this time, the dying Dang ancient Buddha is the image of the stalwart in his heart. The treasure is solemn and inviolable. Ming Jianfeng couldn't bear it and began to scream, his body retreated. Instinctively, his skin was festered, dripping with blood, it was extremely miserable. Pluto cursed, dead monk, do you know who you are targeting? Randang turned a deaf ear and continued to recite the scriptures, with a firm heart to save Hades. Ming Jianfeng rolled to the ground, rolling and screaming again and again. Shen Gongbao and the others stared at the burning lamps in the sky, their mouths dry. So strong. Damn it. You monk, I will devour your flesh, constrict your tendons, and peel your skin. You will die. Pluto roared again and again, and the hatred in his words made everyone feel chilling. Ming Jianfeng gradually woke up from the tumbling. Faced with this situation, he subconsciously wanted to escape. Want to run? Randang shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the right hand was raised, the sky changed color, and then a giant purple-gold hand crashed down, landed directly on Ming Jianfeng, and covered the Hades who was desperately resisting. Is Pluto dead? Xuanhuan asked excitedly. That's a pretty good idea. If Pluto died so easily, he would have died a long time ago. Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, but Xuanhuan gasped. Just a wisp of remnant. Soul, the vitality is so tenacious, then how strong he must have been in his prime. The purple gold giant hand gradually dissipated, revealing a large pit with a radius of 10 miles below. At this time, the smoke and dust billowed, making all the creatures watching the battle speechless. At the bottom of the pit, Mingjian Peak was stained with blood and was twitching constantly. The blood body of Hades had disappeared and seemed to have dissipated. Ba. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Since ancient times, evil has prevailed, and if you continue to be obsessed with obsession, the old monk will do justice for the heavens. Randang said righteously. To be honest, the ancient Buddha had kind thoughts in his heart and couldn't bear to kill Ming Jianfeng like this. Ming Jianfeng sat up with difficulty with his hands on the ground. He mumbled to himself with distracted eyes, I failed again. I can't protect you, and now I have lost your son. What's the use of my life? Waste. At this moment, Ming Jianfeng was full of death intent, and all thoughts were ashamed. All eyes on the entire battlefield were focused on him, and everyone could feel the death intent emanating from him. Kill it. Xuanhuan stood on the city wall and said sighingly. He could tell that Ming Jianfeng was a person with a story. But he didn't want to know. I haven't finished my story yet, how can I listen to his story? If this evil spirit is not eliminated, the world will be devastated. When Randang heard it, he sighed softly, his plan to supersede Ming Jianfeng was in vain. He raised his palm, ready to kill Ming Jianpeak. However, at this moment, a blood-red light suddenly erupted from Ming Jianfeng's body, wrapping Ming Jianfeng in an instant, and then disappeared. The whole process was as fast as lightning, and when Randang found out, it was too late. Randang frowned, a trace of anger flashed across his face, the ship capsized in the gutter, and Ming Jianfeng ran away. Xuanhuan was also very annoyed. Damn it, let the tiger go back to the mountain, there will be endless troubles. It seems that he has to teach Randang a lesson. If he is too kind, he will be stabbed. Even Buddha is not exempt from vulgarity. After a short period of silence, cheers erupted instantly in Pingtian City, and on the battlefield. Haha, finally won. What about the zombie temple? Why don't we destroy it as usual? After this battle, Pingtian Palace will surely become famous all over the world. Long live the demon emperor Pingtian. Haha, I'll see who dares to mess with me in Pingtian Palace in the future. Hearing the thundering cheers, Xuanhuan showed a bright smile on his face. Although the ending was a bit unsatisfactory, at least they won. In the distance, the spies from various forces didn't wake up like a dream. Until now. The Black Lion Demon King from the Demon Emperor's subordinates looked terrified, looking at the jubilant Pingtian Palace with shock in his eyes. There is Dou Yu in Pingtian Palace? An old monk with extraordinary strength, who was suspected to be burning a lamp. Ancient demon, Pluto? Oh my god, what's the matter? Why is the master running away? No, I have to go back. Report this matter quickly. Pingtian Palace has greatly exceeded their expectations in Beliangshan. The old monk has always given him a very familiar feeling. Could he be the ancient Buddha burning lamp? You must know that the burning lamp ancient Buddha was defeated by a mysterious monk, and after he escaped, he heard that he had defected to the Holy Emperor Haoyan. Could it be impossible? The Black Lion Demon King was dumbfounded. At this time, the rest of the creatures watching the battle also chose to leave quickly and bring back the battle report. Among them, the face of the spies in Tianwu land was gloomy, and even more. Fear flashed. As the confidant of Supreme Tianwu, he knows the position of young master Milan in the heart of Supreme Tianwu. Now that he died tragically at the hands of Ping Tian Palace, another big battle may be inevitable. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? The bull demon king licked his dry lips and asked excitedly. After destroying the king of Bone and the 4 kings, the zombie hall has no leader. Killing Mr. Milan will make Ping Tian Palace famous all over the world. Not only will they get endless huge profits, but the strength of Ping Tian Palace will also rise rapidly. With the fame, many people will join Ping Tian Palace. Moreover, all forces will be deterred, and will not dare to stroke the tiger's beard again. Even take the initiative to make friends with it. Before Xuanhuan came, they couldn't imagine such a result. They all recuperate and recharge their batteries. Soon, a bigger battle will start. Xuanhuan's words made everyone look puzzled. But when they turned to look at the burning lamp behind Xuanhuan, they became excited again. The war is coming. It seems that I have to work hard to improve the strength of Ping Tian Palace. Xuanhuan looked at Baoxiang's solemn burning lamp with thoughtful eyes. The wilderness war spread widely in a very short period of time. Because the characters involved are all powerful people in the world. It is also a leader on the list. The speed of news dissemination, under the strong attention of all parties, caused a sensation and spread directly to the quartet. First, the entire wilderness, then the Yinyang Palace, and the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Now the territory of the Ping Tian Palace has been connected. If nothing happens, the Ping Tian Palace will surpass the other 10 heroes and rank 10th on the list of heroes. The zombie palace has been defeated? Without the King of Bone transformation, all the 4 kings will perish? Master Milan is dead too? What the hell? Who dares to kill him? Ping Tian Demon Emperor? Isn't he too ignorant? I heard that the old hero from 10,000 years ago was also born. But he was brutally tortured by a mysterious monk who seemed to be burning a lamp. My God, what is Ping Tian Demon Emperor going to do? Is he going to compete for the 12 emperors of heaven? The news was like a hurricane, and wherever it passed, it was shocking. For a while, Ping Tian Demon Emperor, Mingjian Peak, Young Master Milan, and the mysterious monk became the names that people talked about. North Liangshan. The Demon Emperor, Jun, was aloof. After listening to the spy's report, he frowned and said, "It's really a burning lamp? Can you be sure about this?" With Dijun's strength, during the wild battle, he could clearly feel two tyrannical auras fighting. And the strength has reached the realm of Dalul Wanqian. He once guessed whether Supreme Tianwu made a move for his son. The subordinate is incompetent. Because I haven't seen Randang, I'm not sure. And I heard that Randang was injured by Tathagata? The Black Lion Demon King said hesitantly. The Demon Kings on both sides of the hall also started to guess. Impossible? With Haotian's Sage Emperor's means, he can release the lamp? Even if he does, can the injury suffered by the lamp recover so quickly in a short period of time? A spotted leopard Demon King said thoughtfully. Indeed so. Dijun nodded in agreement. It is absolutely impossible to restore Dalul Wanqian to his peak in a short period of time. Unless Randang, Holy Emperor Haotian, and Demon Emperor Ping Tian are acting. And it's a big show. It's just that this is absolutely impossible. These are all irrelevant characters, how could they meet together? It seems that this demon emperor Ping Tian is really a character, and we have to pay close attention to it in the future. Dijun said softly. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, with such a result, he is still very happy to see it. The more eye-catching the demon emperor Ping Tian was, the happier he was. 4. Him who wants to break through the seal, it doesn't matter who the 12 emperors of heaven Zhuge will be, what matters is that these strong men can break through the seal. At the same time, when everyone is squeezing their heads and vying for fame and fortune, he is extremely low-key. He is self-confident, and he stood out at the 100 Heroes Festival, and defeated the ancient emperor, Dou Yu Supreme, and became the #1 emperor in the world. His emperor's vision has always been very long-term, and he has never limited the gains and losses of one city or one place. No matter how this world develops, there is not much room for it. Only by breaking through the shackles can we find the world that really suits us. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, should we contact the Demon Emperor Ping Tian? A big demon king asked cautiously. As neighbors, they had reason to go to Belyangshan to find out. Well, this suggestion is very good. Well, after a while, the emperor will go there himself. Dijun was also aroused by the mysterious monk. He wanted to see who the other party was. As soon as this remark came out, all the demon kings were very happy. Seeing people attacking the city, as the great demon king of Belyang Mountain, it would be a lie if he said he wasn't envious. It's just that Dijun's low-key style made them dare not speak, so they could only stay in Belyang Mountain and worry. Ping Tian City. Xuanhuan sat in his own palace, meditating and practicing. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes, and said in his heart, the system summons a super strong man for me. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded clearly in Xuanhuan's mind, causing Xuanhuan to show a bright smile. Killing Prince Milan gave him a chance to selectively summon superpowers. A peak awakening, a limit awakening, a chance to summon the Legion. After weighing again and again, he planned to use up the summoning opportunity. As for the peak awakening, save the limit awakening first. After all, Dou Yu Supreme is coming soon, and without knowing the opponent's cultivation level, he has to keep his trump card for himself. What's more, his enemies are not only Dou Yu Supreme, but also Ming Jianfeng, Xing Jianxing and others. Damn it. Unknowingly, my enemies have become so many. When Xuanhuan smiled wryly and shook his head, the system notification sound also sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Pangu from Ancient Myths and Legends. Do you want to summon again? Puff. Xuanhuan almost lost his temper. Nima. Pangu? You're sincerely scaring me, aren't you? That is the ancestor god of mankind, who dares to profane it. And with his current strength, he can't control it at all. Resummon. Xuanhuan said with a sigh of relief. Ding. Start resummoning superpowers for the host. The system notification sounded again, causing Xuanhuan to pray secretly that it would be best for him to summon a great Luo Xuxian, preferably a Daluo Luanxian. As long as it doesn't exceed the late stage of Daluo Luan Wonderland. Before he knew it, Daluo Jingxian was no longer in his eyes. Inflated. Xuanhuan sighed, but his heart was full of pride. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Ho Qing. It comes from Ancient Myths and Legends. Do you want to summon again? Empress? What? Give me the wait, isn't that right, Ho Ching? Jian is an unfamiliar name, I wanted to call it again, but soon I jumped up. At the same time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ho Ching, one of the 4 ancestors of zombies. It is not the existence of ordinary cattle ratio. Ho Ching, Ying Go, Han Yan, and General Chen are known as the ancestors of the 4 zombies by the world. Of course, the water content of these 4 ancestors of zombies is not so small. It is also said that Ho Ching was fabricated, and some said that there was no such person as a general in history. In short, opinions vary. And Ho Ching can be said to be the first zombie to come back from the dead in this world. Although Ho Ching is the ancestor of zombies, he is not a vampire zombie, but a magical flying zombie. Ho Ching's body is actually not strong, and his strength and other aspects are extremely ordinary. But his ability is terrifying, the power of curse, which can be described as extremely powerful. TSK, if you summon him, how about cleaning up Dou Yu Supreme? Zombies. Must be fun to deal with Dou Yu. However, letting him recover the zombie palace is the professional counterpart. Xuanhuan thought evilly. Immediately ordered, just Ho Ching. Don't restore the memory of the previous life. Zombies have strange problems. To save trouble, it is better not to restore the memory. Immediately, he called up Ho Ching's attribute list. Ho Ching, from identity, zombie ancestor. Lucky level, early stage of Xuanhuan Wonderland. Technique, curse. Avatar, power of the curse. Loyalty, 94/100. The early days of Xuanhuan Wonderland. Niobi. Adding another great Xuanhuan, it is difficult for Haoyan Holy Court not to rise up. Xuanhuan was very excited. He was looking forward to the scene where Supreme Dou Yu was beaten violently by Ho Ching. But he still couldn't help asking, is the Ho Ching here already? The strongest version? The identity of the ancestor of Ho Ching's zombie made him wonder. Yes. So the host doesn't need to use peak awakening on him. Because he has already reached the limit of Xuanhuan. The system's answer made Xuanhuan nod his head. It is indeed the limit for Ho Ching to reach the early stage of the Great Xuanhuan Wonderland. With his strength, he is enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire world. The system continues to summon the Super Legion. Xuanhuan continued to give instructions. He was very happy to have summoned a great Xuanhuan. While he was happy, he thought about Ho Ching's heaven defying supernatural power, which was definitely a great weapon in his hands. Curse anyone who is not pleasing to the eye. Absolutely cool. Ding. The system is summoning a super legion for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Qiyu army. Hey, Qiyu Legion, Niobi's Legion, look at the attribute list. Qiyu Legion, from quantity, 300,000. Cultivation level, the 3rd rank of the Earth level realm to the 7th rank of the Tianmen realm. Legion attribute, Qiyu divine power, the spirit of Qiyu can be condensed on the battlefield to fight, and at the same time, the combat power of the whole army is doubled immediately. Condensing Qiyu's soul? This is amazing. People are in good spirits on happy occasions. Today's battle was a complete victory. Even this summoning is very exciting. Xuanhuan was humming a ditty, and was about to let the Bull Demon King throw a big banquet. He wanted to celebrate everything he said. Report. Your Majesty, a strange big man came from outside the city. he called himself Ho Qing, and he came to pay homage to His Majesty. In the palace, Xuanhuan, who was already a little drunk, was woken up by the guards. Everyone else in the hall was also drunk. Empress? When Xuanhuan heard this, his body trembled, and he quickly got up and walked out. Emperor Tianwu and Zhao Gongming widened their eyes and followed closely behind. They have the memory of the previous life, but they know who Ho Qing is. Ho Qing came to pay homage to His Majesty? They have an unreal feeling that it is someone else with the same name. The rest of the people also looked at each other in blank dismay, and followed them out of curiosity. After a while, the crowd flew out of the city mightily, making the soldiers along the way very curious. Is there another war about to start? On the other side, outside the city, a thin figure stood there quietly. His skin was black and green, extremely permeable. He was casually covered with a piece of clothing, and his head was even more like a skeleton. The eye sockets were sunken, and the pupils turned out to be silvery white. Daunting. It is the ancestor of zombies, Ho Qing. Although he didn't have the terrifying and destructive power of the dry land thousands of miles away, but the strange curse power, the ability to fester or explode into ashes, without knowing it, made people hard to guard against. In a sense, its destructive power is even more terrifying. Your Majesty, why hasn't he appeared yet? Ho Qing's voice was so dry that it made people's skin crawl. At this point, he was obviously getting impatient. Anyway, he is also a strong man in Dou Yu Wonderland, and these little soldiers won't let him in. The soldiers on the city wall were terrified, only showing their heads, let alone answering his words, casually. Ho Qing's appearance is too scary, who dares to let him in? Soon, Xuanhuan and others appeared at the gate of the city. They couldn't help frowning the moment they saw Ho Qing. Only Xuanhuan showed a bright smile and flew towards Ho Qing. Plan to meet in person. A piqued Dou Yu made him come out to meet him in person. Moreover, Ho Qing has 94 loyalty points, so he will naturally not be afraid of Ho Qing. See Your Majesty, I am the Empress Dowager, and I have come here to join you today, but I am a cursed body, do you dare to accept me? Ho Qing cupped his hands. However, there was some pride in the voice, as well as some provocation. When Xuanhuan heard this, his face darkened slightly. This guy looks like a thorn. Bah. At this moment, the sound of burning lamps came from the city, which made Ho Qing's heart tremble violently, and at the same time his eyes widened. A turbulent sea was set off in his heart. The sound of the burning lamp made him feel extremely dangerous. He could guarantee that he had no chance of winning in front of the owner of the sound, even if he possessed the invisible and colorless power of curse. There are such strong people in Pingtian Palace. Because he had just been summoned and didn't know about the previous battle. I don't even know the horror of burning lamps. Seeing that Ho Qing immediately withered, he felt refreshed. This guy, Ran Dang, really has the potential to hold stinky feet. Why don't I dare? Xuanhuan laughed loudly. Not only will I accept you, but all your ancestors of zombies will also be recruited. Since His Majesty has such courage, the Queen will definitely assist His Majesty wholeheartedly. Ho Qing grinned and said loudly. Just coupled with his terrifying appearance, Xuanhuan's heart trembled wildly, but he still smiled on the surface. Xuanhuan said with a straight face, Go, enter the city, you came at the right time, I have something to ask you to do. Seeing Ho Qing, Xuanhuan woke up early. With the arrival of Ho Qing, his next move can be implemented immediately. Ding. Trigger the side mission, conquer the zombie temple. Task details. Since the King of Boneless and the King of Dharma are dead, if the host successfully conquers the zombie temple, the system will reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a superpower. The system prompt sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan very addicted. Every time a mission is triggered, Xuanhuan feels refreshed. Controlling the zombie palace and the Pingtian palace, how cool it would be to control the two major forces by yourself. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan became a little excited. Although the Bone King and the 4 zombie kings are all dead. However, as the number 5 zombie hall on the hero list, its background is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. There will definitely be Deluo Xuxian in his palace. But there shouldn't be any problem with Ho Qing making a move. In the afternoon of the same day, Qiyu's army arrived. Xuanhuan's generous army was handed over to Ho Qing, which directly raised Ho Qing's loyalty to 99, which was basically full. Let Xuanhuan call himself wise. The whole world is boiling because of the wild war. The results are even more impressive. The news also spread into Tianwu land immediately. The land of Netherness is the center of power in the underworld. There are mountains as black as ink, rolling up and down with black smoke, coupled with the darkness, making this place, looking around, extremely gloomy. In addition, there were faint sounds of ghosts crying and howling wolves, forming an extremely intrusive scene. If ordinary people were in this place, even if they would not be scared to death, they would faint immediately. This is the sphere of influence of Tianwu Supreme, the land of Tianwu. In the deepest part of the Netherland, a dark and shiny palace is located. Here. At this moment, with the roar of anger, the whole palace vibrated violently. At this moment, in the depths of the main hall, Supreme Master Tianwu was entangled in ghost energy all over his body. He stood at a high place in the main hall, while the underworld officials below knelt tremblingly on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. An aura of destruction permeated the hall, forming a huge coercion, making the atmosphere of the hall dignified, making it extremely difficult for everyone to breathe. Milan was really killed by Pingtian Demon Emperor? Tianwu Supreme's handsome and extraordinary face was now gloomy and full of killing intent. How could he endure the killing of his most beloved son? At this moment, he almost wants to go crazy. Ouyang Milan is the woman he loves the most in his life. It can be said that without Ouyang Milan, there would be no him now. That's why he loves Mr. Milan so much. He doesn't care if the other heirs are madly jealous. Young Master Milan did not disappoint him, his development was beyond his expectation, and one day, he would be able to inherit his position even more. But what he never expected was that someone would dare to kill Mr. Milan. Yes, even Pluto was seriously injured and escaped. The Yin official kneeling below said tremblingly. Pluto? Doubt flashed in the eyes of Supreme Master Tianwu. Why is Ming Jianfeng together with young Master Milan? He is obviously thinking too much. Under the anger, he finally lost his mind. He had forgotten about the 12 emperors of heaven, and his only thought now was revenge. And it will be implemented soon. Assemble 10 million Yin soldiers and prepare to enter the wilderness. All the people in Pingtian Palace will be sent to the 18th floor of hell and be tortured forever. Supreme Master Tianwu gritted his teeth and ordered. As soon as this statement came out, all the Yin officials panicked. acting like this is afraid that it will attract punishment from heaven. That land of darkness will be lost forever. However, who dares to raise objections? Unless you want to die. Immediately answered in unison. Yes. What are people most concerned about today? Of course it was the death of Mr. Milan. At the same time, the reaction of Tianwu land is also under people's attention. Almost as soon as Tianwu Supreme declared war on the wilderness, people knew about it immediately. Let people's eyes instantly gather in the wild. TSK, Supreme Master Tianwu can't sit still. Who can defeat the Supreme Master Tianwu, who is in a rage? Don't brag, Tianwu Supreme may be very powerful, but as the king of Pluto, who is at the same time as him, he has been defeated, and he is not good enough. Compared to Tianwu Supreme, I am more looking forward to the performance of Pingtian Palace. If Pingtian Demon Emperor can resist the anger of Tianwu Supreme, the 12 emperors of heaven will definitely have his place. For a time, Tianwu Supreme and Pingtian replaced the previous war and became the figure of people's attention. As soon as the news came out, the whole wilderness panicked. Many little demons, even the little demon king, fled from the wilderness one after another. Although the human monks were hesitant, they were ready to run away at any time. Of course, there are those who are not afraid of death, competing to join the Pingtian Palace, wanting to participate in the Yin-Yang War. The battle between the Yin and Yang worlds sounds exciting. At the same time, the generals sent by Pingtian Palace to conquer various places were also transferred back. For example, Wen Zhong, Lu Dongbin among the 8 immortals and other strong men have all returned to Pingtian City. The return of generals from all walks of life made Pingtian Palace even stronger. Not to mention the dozen or so Dou Yu but the bull demon King, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming, these 3 Dou Yu plus Ho Qing, the Dou Yu Luanqian, are enough for Tianwu Supreme. What's more, there is the real big Buddha, Randang, hidden in the dark, which makes the upcoming war full of uncertainty. The ancient emperor leaned on a dragon-headed golden staff, stood at the entrance of the main hall, looked up at the sky, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The old man in black suddenly appeared, and he cupped his fists to the ancient emperor and said, "The Supreme Master Tianwu has mobilized 10 million Yin soldiers and more than 100 Luo realm Yin generals, and intends to wipe out the barbaric Pingtian Palace in one fell swoop. Such a lineup is enough to sweep most of Yangjian's forces, and without hindrance." When the ancient emperor heard this, he frowned, and he muttered to himself, "It seems that Tianwu is really serious. Great Emperor, should we just let it go? We must know that this matter has escalated, and the battle between Yin and Yang will surely destroy lives." The old man in black couldn't help asking. Such a major event happened before the 12 emperors of heaven punishment started, and it was not a good thing after all. Don't worry, let Tianwu test the demon emperor Pingtian first. If the matter gets out of hand, I will take action to stop it. Gu Di said with a smile. In his eyes, the battle between the Yin and Yang worlds is like a baby's play. It's really meaningless. The ancient emperor is extremely conceited, and has penetrated into the bone marrow, just like the demon emperor Emperor Jun. So what if there are more than 100 big Luos and 10 million Yin soldiers? Would the ancient emperor care? He doesn't even pay attention to connecting with Yu Jizuan, let alone those minions. By the way, did Jing Jianqing catch it? The ancient emperor was still very concerned about this unlucky fairy. Chu Jiaxing of Tianji Pavilion has already told him about Jing Jiansheng. Given the importance of the relationship, he would naturally not object to killing this fairy. Someone saw that immortal being taken away by Tathagata. The old man in black said strangely. The whole world is looking for Jing Jiansheng, but he was captured by an old monk. It made him feel dumbfounded. This incident also shows that the source of the news from the human emperor's palace is too powerful, and they already knew it before the news spread. Tathagata? Is that the old monk who chased away Randang and killed the sea demon king? The ancient emperor rarely showed a curious look. Standing in front of people with his childlike figure and face, it is difficult for people to connect with the strongest person in the world, Gudi. That's right, it's the old monk. I heard that he is powerful, even as strong as a burning lamp, and he defeated him with one move. However, this person only kills the vicious and vicious. The reason why the Sea Demon King was killed was because the Sea Demon King had a bad record of massacring the people of a city. But Randang was only seriously injured. Is this person really the reincarnation of Buddha? As the confidant of the ancient emperor, the old man in black had carefully investigated Tathagata. The clearer the investigation, the more frightened he was. This person is definitely in existence, beyond Deluo Xuxian. The ancient emperor was lost in thought, and the old man did not disturb him. The master and servant stood quietly in the hall like this. 6 days had passed since the Wild War, and the Pingtian Palace had shrunk its manpower, and as far as the eye could see, it was completely desolate. There has been no sign of any life activity. Everyone in the world is paying attention to Manhuang, and when Supreme Dou Yu will enter the Manhuang, which makes the atmosphere in Manhuang extremely tense. On this day, Su Haoyan gathered all the senior officials of Pingtian Palace in the main hall to discuss the battle meeting before the war. At the meeting, he pointed out that Pingtian City must be strictly guarded. Especially the defense inside the city must be in place. Soldiers may appear at any time, maybe on the city wall, maybe in the city. It is hard to guard against. In short, everyone's spirit has to be highly concentrated these days. Your Majesty, rest assured that the minister has already arranged it. Shen Gongbao replied. In the hall, every elder, protector, and demon general of Pingtian Palace were both nervous and excited. Throughout the ages, no matter what era it is in, there has never been such a great battle between yin and yang. Even Supreme Master Dou Yu never made such a big move when he obtained the Yinming inheritance. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it will be included in the annals of history. In the face of passing on through the ages, no one can keep calm. Your Majesty, don't worry, if my power of curse acts on yin soldiers, it will definitely make them our generals. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present trembled. What is terror? It is terror that is tricked unconsciously. This is a zombie? At this moment, a very majestic voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Let the hall be silent for an instant. Su Haoyan was even more horrified. This voice. Demon Emperor Dijuan. Demon Emperor? Su Haoyan said in a deep voice. All the strong men who sat down heard this, and stood up, looking nervously and vigilantly at every corner of the hall. Randang sat on the chair with a blurred face and remained silent. It seems that Dijun's arrival didn't arouse his slightest interest. Su Haoyan became nervous. Why did Dijun choose to come at this time? What is his purpose? He didn't know how strong Dijun was, but he was sure of one thing, that he was absolutely superior to everyone present. Maybe Daoist Tai can compete with him, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat him. Ba. Randang loudly proclaimed the Buddha's name. Knowing the past, he certainly knew who Dijun was and what the name meant. In the past, he sneered at the demon emperor Dijun, thinking that the other party was a deceitful person, but now he is only nervous. To him, the demon emperor Dijun is a legend. And Emperor Xuanhuan, who also had the memory of his previous life, felt chills all over his body when he was a strong man. When they knew that the demon emperor was Dijun, apart from being shocked, they also felt an extremely absurd feeling. Now that Dijun was right in front of them, it made them lose their dignity as a strong man and become extremely fearful. This is the shocking result caused by the name of a person and the shadow of a tree. Boom. Footsteps sounded, and the void in the hall creased, and Dijun appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. He was extremely burly, dressed in a glittering golden robe, with a middle-aged face, and black hair, casually draped behind him. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched, his heart was extremely nervous. But his face was calm. Why does the demon emperor come to Pingtian Palace when he is free? Xuanhuan asked, casually. It is Xuanhuan's consistent belief that losing is not losing. Because he was wearing a grimace mask, Dijun couldn't see his true face clearly. What kind of mask is this? Even I can't see through it. Pingtian demon emperor is a bit interesting. Dijun looked at Xuanhuan with interest. Then he said, Haha, demon emperor Pingtian defeated zombie palace. As a neighbor, this emperor will of course come to congratulate him. As Dijun spoke, he looked around the hall, where no one dared to look at him. But Dijun was very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Pingtian Palace to develop so rapidly and have so many masters. At least much stronger than his subordinates. There are 3 Daluo Zuxians and more than 100 Daluo Jingxians. To be honest, he was shocked. This heart is accepted by me. It's just that Your Excellency the demon emperor trespassed on Pingtian City. It's a bit unreasonable, right? Xuanhuan said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Randang slowly stood up. He stood upright, put his hands together, and said loudly, Ba. Delual Luanqian, and it's still in the middle stage. Dijun instantly saw, through Randang's cultivation, the water in Pingtian Palace is deep enough. A Dalual Luanqian, in this world, can be photographed in the top 3 in Pingtian Palace. Where does the emperor want to go? Why do you need to report? Dijun was covered with both hands, and said with a smile. You. Li Xian, who had a fiery temper, was about to make a move in a rage, but fortunately, Xuanhuan held him down in time. Dijun's aura was so strong that everyone present couldn't resist. Is it possible that Your Excellency the Demon Emperor is here to show us off? Xuanhuan stood up slowly, stood on the high platform, looked down at the Demon Emperor Jun, without a trace of fear. He was born again, of course he had to be lawless. Even if standing in front of the world's most powerful person, he is fearless. In fact, he knew the truth in his heart. If Dijun wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. Why bother talking nonsense with him here? Of course not, this emperor wants to help you defeat Supreme Tong Yu. Dijun smiled and shook his head. He has established his prestige and successfully suppressed all the strong men in the Pingtian Palace. also did not continue. Help us? Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. At the same time, he frowned tightly. He believed that there was no free lunch in the world. Demon Emperor Dou smiled and continued, this emperor will help you repel Supreme Tianwu. Afterward, you will become my subordinate forces. Originally, he still wanted to maintain the relationship with his neighbors. But seeing the strength of Tian Palace at this time, he couldn't help but be moved, and only then did he have such a thought. I don't agree. Xuanhuan refused, without hesitation. Just kidding, his pursuit is high and high. How could it be possible to treat Dou like a bull or a horse? Dou frowned, he didn't expect Xuanhuan to refuse. Supreme Tianwu has a firm heart for revenge. This time you came here even more aggressively. Although your strength is strong, your chances of winning are still not optimistic. Dou's tone was deep, and there was already anger in his heart. There are almost no people in this world who dare to disobey him. If he hadn't considered the 12 emperors of Tian, he would have killed Xuanhuan with just one finger. Don't bother your excellency the demon emperor to worry about it. Xuanhuan said calmly, expressionless. He was extremely upset, and Dou's demonstration made him lose face. He swore that one day, he would let the demon emperor kneel in front of him and sing conquest. Both of them are arrogant people, and they look at each other unhappy, but they both have their own reasons, so they have to hold back this anger. You're overestimating your capabilities. If that's the case, then I'll wait and see how you repel Supreme Tianwu. As soon as the voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and disappeared into the hall. The hall was silent, and while everyone looked at each other, they couldn't believe that the demon emperor Dou just left. Xuanhuan frowned, turned his head to look at Randang and asked, what are your chances of winning against the demon emperor Dou? As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked at Randang in unison. Randang has obviously become the strongest in Tian Palace. In the last battle, the tall image of Randang has been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. 1 cent. Randang's calm opening let everyone in the hall change color. A place of seclusion. The Tianwu Supreme in a black robe is suspended in the void, and below are densely packed soldiers. More than 100 generals in dark armor are working, opening up a passage to the young world. The dark hole has reached 200 feet, and it is still expanding. Although Tianwu Supreme has no expression on his face, if you look closely, you will find that he is trying his best to restrain his anger. Father, are we really going to do this? Standing behind Supreme Master Tianwu was a handsome young man. He looked a little nervous, but he still resisted the pressure and asked. There are dozens of people standing beside him, all of them are the sons and daughters of Supreme Tianwu. Are you stopping me? Supreme Master Tianwu gave him a cold look, his undisguised killing intent made him feel cold all over his body instantly. I dare not. Seeing this, the young man shrank his neck and waved his hands quickly. Supreme Master Tianwu's love for young Master Milan has formed a partiality, which made the other descendants afraid to speak even though they were angry. If anyone has a different opinion, stay. Supreme Master Tianwu glanced at the sons and daughters behind him and said coldly, compared with the excellence of Mr. Milan, these sons and daughters in front of them are simply a bunch of waste. Therefore, when young Master Milan died, Supreme Tianwu couldn't help feeling that there was no successor. Facing the ruthlessness of the Tianwu Supreme, all the young masters and princesses of the Tianwu land were very depressed, but dare not disobey. At the same time, the passage leading to Yangjian has reached several kilometers in size, but it is still expanding. 10 million Yin soldiers need a wider channel. Supreme Master Dou Yu looked at the channel with colder eyes. He wished he could kill Ping Tian Demon Emperor right now, and refine his soul into purgatory, eternal torture. What is strange is that after the death of young Master Milan, his soul did not return to the underworld. Since the Supreme Master Dou Yu couldn't find him, he had to think that young Master Milan had lost his soul. That's why he hated Ping Tian Demon Emperor so much. When the black hole expanded to 3 kilometers, the Yin general stopped casting spells, and then looked at Dou Yu Supreme. Go, destroy Ping Tian Palace. Supreme Master Dou Yu roared angrily. In an instant, densely packed Yin soldiers surged out, forming a storm and entering the black hole. And more than 100 Yin generals flew in after them. It wasn't until the end that Dou Yu Supreme led the sons and daughters behind him into the black hole. This trip will definitely be shocking. Boom, boom. The thunder was rolling, and the entire Ping Tian city was in a tense atmosphere. The soldiers on the city wall were even more serious, and no one made any noise. Shen Gongbao lingered on the city wall, wandering back and forth, frowning, and muttered to himself. Something is wrong. Why is there a feeling of depression? Not only him, everyone standing on the city wall now has this feeling of being out of breath. At this moment, Xuanhuan flew over with a group of strong men, including Ran, Dang and Ho Qing. Everyone looked very dignified. His Majesty. Shen Gongbao quickly saluted. Xuanhuan landed and said, "The battle is about to begin." Because a system prompt sounded in his mind just now. Ding. A side mission is triggered, defeating the Land of Netherness. Mission details: the Supreme Master of Dou Yu is about to attack within army. If the host repels the Land of Dou Yu, the system will reward the host with a chance to be loyal to the peak. A random call chance for the super strong. The system prompt sounded at this time. It must be unusual. Coupled with his restlessness, he was 100% sure that the army from the Land of Netherness would arrive soon. Are there so soon? Shen Gongbao looked around vigilantly and asked in surprise. The rest of the people were also looking around, hoping to find the Yin soldiers in the first place. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, feeling equally nervous. It is indeed coming. Randang suddenly spoke. At this moment, a silver mask had been put on his face. This mask was exchanged by Xuanhuan for 1 million lucky points in the Lucky Mall. Even Delul Wanqian couldn't see through it. At the same time, Xuanhuan also gave him a brand new name, Fu Mo. Given by Xuanhuan, Randang did not object. Naturally, he couldn't use the name of Randang in Ping Tian Palace. Everyone followed the gaze of the burning lamp, and saw a huge black hole suddenly appearing under the thundercloud in front of him. A Yin soldier wearing a dark armor flew out of it. These Yin soldiers had no physical body, and their bodies were changing at will, like a group of ghosts. Flying, blowing gusts of wind wherever they passed. As the black hole continued to expand, even larger Yin soldiers flew out like locusts, rushing towards this side in a dense mass. The entire Ping Tian city was plunged into extreme panic. The Dou Yu army is here. The war is about to begin. Haha, it's time to make contributions. At this time, all human beings and monster monks have entered a fighting state. Exclamations broke out one after another in Ping Tian City. The Yin Yang War has become a major issue discussed by everyone in the world. All the monster monks who joined Pingtian Palace recently are real militants. It was even more exciting at this time. Whoop, whoop, hoo. A series of Pingtian Palace soldiers armed to the teeth flew out of the city, floating in the void outside the city, more and more, filling the sky above. Pingtian City in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Pingtian City shook violently, and at the same time a layer of translucent light curtains suddenly rose, quickly enveloping Pingtian City. The defensive array has been opened, everyone is ready to fight at any time. Seeing this, Xuanhuan said loudly. Then watching the black hole in the distance has expanded to a size of 3 kilometers, giving people a very horrifying feeling. The number of soldiers flying out of it has reached 6 to 7 million. And they are densely packed all over the sky, which cannot be counted with the right eye. What makes one's scalp tingle most is that there are still soldiers flying out continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone in Pingtian Palace showed horror. At the same time, a general exuding the aura of the great Luo Jingxian kept appearing, making Shengongbao and other de Luojin fairyland powerhouses frown. Suddenly, the bull demon king's eyes widened, and he looked at a general who seemed ordinary but had no weak breath flying out of the black hole, and frowned tightly. The ghost general of de Luosu Wonderland. Such a powerful ghost general appeared. However, to everyone's horror, with the passage of time, there are more and more ghost generals in de Luojin Fairyland, and there are more than 60 ghost generals. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help frowning. I couldn't help exclaiming in my heart, is the background of the underworld too deep? But after thinking about it, the land of Tianwu is vast and abundant, and although the number of Daluo Jingxian is not as good as Yangjian, it is not much less. It's troublesome now. Xuanhuan murmured inwardly that something was wrong. Do you really want to invite experts from Haoyan Holy Court to help? But that would inevitably expose the relationship between the two. All my efforts were in vain. Regardless, there is only half a day left to complete the task. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, and there was only half a day left in the task of sticking to the 8 days, and then he could do whatever he wanted. And I still have a designated summoning opportunity. A chance for the strong to peak, and a chance to awaken to the limit. Neo Demon King, Shengongbao, Emperor Tianwu, Zhao Gongming and their loyalty are basically full, and they can be promoted at critical moments. He also thought about the candidate for the designated call. This person was his favorite in his previous life. With him and Xuanhuan, I believe everything will be solved easily. It's just that he doesn't know if he can. Defect. Therefore, he will not use it until the critical moment. Call. Xuanhuan exhaled heavily. He thought that Tianwu Supreme would arrive a few days later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. What the hell, how much is this? There are already 90 Deluo Jingshians? Wen Zhong swallowed, and muttered to himself. Zhao Gongming's expression was also extremely ugly, because there were already 4 Deluo Zuxians. In this world, the strength displayed by the Tianwu army may only be blocked by the human emperor's palace and the Tianji pavilion. At this time, the entire sky was covered with overcast clouds, stretching 4 dozens of miles. Even Deluo Jingxian would be horrified when he saw this situation. Not to mention those ordinary soldiers. Xuanhuan's complexion became more and more ugly, and the complexions of many subordinates beside him were not much better. Because there are more than 100 Deluo Jingxians in Tonyo's army. And It's still increasing. Your Majesty, the situation is not very good. Zhao Gongming stood beside Xuanhuan and said solemnly. Although with his Deluo Xuxian's cultivation base, he could easily kill these Deluo Jingxians, even if there were more than 100, he would not put them in his eyes. However, don't forget that the opponent also has Deluo Xuxian. Can you let him do whatever he wants? At this time, all the Deluo Jingxians in Pingtian City immediately took out their magic weapons, ready to fight the opponent's Deluo. However, although the Tianwu army appeared, they had no intention of attacking, obviously waiting for the appearance of Tianwu Supreme. 120 Deluo Jingxians, 5 Deluo Zaxians. The Bull Demon King spoke slowly, his eyes were full of solemnity. The Pingtian Palace unifies the Barbaric, the Yinyang Palace, and the Wanpoison Palace have subdued many powerful people. But there are only 70 Deluo Jingxians in total, and with Ho Qing, there are only 4 Deluo Zaxians. Although Randang is powerful, he must also be restrained by Tianwu Supreme. Whether it can be defeated is still unknown. In other words, the Pingtian Palace side fell steadily below whether it was fighting force or fighting force. If Randang can kill other Deluo Su immortals while restraining Tianwu Supreme, then they can reduce some pressure. But still no chance. At this moment, a terrifying breath came out from the black hole. All the creatures in Pingtian Palace couldn't help but feel frantic. Afterwards, under the tense eyes of everyone, Supreme Tianwu stepped out of the passage. His pale face was full of indifference, and the murderous intent in his eyes overflowed undisguisedly. All creatures who met his gaze could not help but feel their scalps numb and their bodies feel cold. The second hero in the world, the Supreme Tianwu, the overlord of the underworld. Pingtian Demon Emperor, who is the Bull Demon King? Get out! Supreme Master Tianwu shouted in a cold voice. His voice was like thunder, rolling out, shaking everyone's hearts. There are tens of millions of Yin soldiers in the formation, no matter who it is, they will be extremely tyrannical. What's more, Tonyo's heart is already full of anger. When Xuanhuan heard this, his face became condensed, and he shouted loudly. If your great-grandpa comes here again, he will fight if he wants to. What are you calling for? The two sides are in conflict, so naturally he will not be weak. Supreme Master Tianwu is determined to kill him, so why be polite? While speaking, Xuanhuan's mind moved, and the ghosts of 5,000 Tai realms gathered in Phoenix City also flew out one after another, vast and dense. It directly exceeded the number of Tai realm of Tianwu army. Court death. Tianwu Supreme was angered by Xuanhuan's words. He raised his palm and blasted towards Pingtian City. In an instant, a giant pitch-black palm suddenly appeared, and it slapped towards the protective formation of Pingtian City with a destructive aura. In front of this huge palm, everything becomes extremely small. There was a loud bang. The pitch-black palm directly slapped the light curtain, and in an instant, the light curtain was covered with fine cracks, but it survived in the end, without breaking. Seeing this, Xuanhuan yelled, "Kill! Rumble! Can't hold back the lamp for a long time." Xuanwu, Bull Demon King, Zhao Gongming, Ho Qing and more than 70 Deluo Jingxian and other strong men flew up and killed the army of Yin soldiers outside the city. Kill! 10 million Yin soldiers were also led by the leading Yin general to kill the generals in Pingtian City. A full 10 million Yin soldiers densely covered the wild land. The scene is very shocking. Millions of soldiers in Pingtian City also flew out. Monster soldiers and Human races were mixed together in an unprecedented unity. This unity is breathtaking. In other forces, this simply cannot happen. However, under Xuanhuan's rule, the two races of humans and demons have achieved an unprecedented unity. Boom. Soon, soldiers from both sides collided, and in an instant, roars, screams, and shouts gathered together, quickly covering up other sounds in the world. The battle became intense in an instant. Ran Dang, who was dressed in a golden monk's robe, rushed all the way, smashing countless soldiers, and rushed towards Dou Yu Supreme, who was above the black hole. Neo Demon King, Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming Ho Qing faced the other 5 big Luo Zuxians. Although they were at a disadvantage in number, none of them were ordinary big Luo Zuxians. Lose. And Shen Gongbao and more than 70 De Luo Jingshans rushed into the group of 120 De Luo Jingshans and ghosts in the first time, roaring and fighting. Once the battle started, it became extremely chaotic. There were rumbling, explosions everywhere, and strong lights burst out from time to time, and at the same time, the entire wild land shook violently. The nearby Bailiang Mountain, and 100 other domains, could clearly feel the tremor. In the extreme distance, there are creatures in every direction. Such a heart-shattering scene left them dumbfounded and terrified. Isn't this scene too spectacular? I have only seen it in my life. No matter which side wins, it will be recorded in the annals of history. Are all the dark soldiers here? Oh my God! Isn't Pingtian Palace going to die? I didn't know until today that the land of Netherness is too strong, and I am afraid that only the human emperor's palace can compete with it? These creatures are spies from various forces. Seeing such a shocking scene, while being horrified, they are all excited. Xuanhuan stood on the city wall, looking solemnly at the chaotic battlefield, with hesitation in his eyes. He is considering whether to use the designated summon. He believes that as long as he is summoned, everything will be solved. It's just that he is too arrogant, and with his current strength, he may not be able to control it. By the time. What? At this moment, he suddenly saw something different on the battlefield ahead. I saw Ho Qing flying in the air, and from time to time waved his silver-white palm downwards in a fan shape. That looks very much like a farmer who is sowing. However, when he waved his hand, there were countless evil soldiers and generals who turned against each other and started fighting each other. The generals of Pingtian City, who fought with the Yin generals, were amazed. Some even froze directly on the battlefield. Ho Qing is so powerful? Because Lu Bowen's cultivation base is low, and he is Xuanhuan's imperial military advisor, he has not played in the battle. At this moment, looking at the scene in the distance, I was stunned. Xuanhuan didn't expect Ho Qing to be so terrifying. Those Yin soldiers and Yin generals fell into his way unknowingly. At this time, the Yin generals of De Luo Su Wonderland who were fighting with Ho Qing had already led by him to kill the Yin soldiers. The scene instantly became chaotic. Moreover, this chaos is still expanding, and 2 De Luo Zuxians have turned against each other. The power of the curse is so terrifying, maybe there is no need to use the designated summon. When Xuanhuan muttered to himself, there was light in his eyes. At the same time, Ran Dang and Dou Yu Supreme also fought together. 7 black dragons condensed from mana coiled around Dou Yu's body. He slapped the lamp with both hands, and the 7 black dragons roared and bit at the lamp. The face under the burning lamp mask did not change at all, but the means did. not let him hesitate, and the purple-gold palms that were blasted out collided with the black dragon one after another, and all of them disappeared. For a while, they were fighting each other hard, and no one could do anything to the other. "Ah, I want you to pay with blood." Dou Yu Supreme has already been filled with anger in his chest. When he thought of the tragic death of Mr. Milan at the hands of Ping Tian Demon Emperor, his heart ached incomparably. This time, he has no scruples for revenge. You can fight freely. He must destroy the Ping Tian Palace. Demon Emperor Ping Tian must be killed. The black dragon around him is getting darker and darker, and it has reached the extreme. At this time, it has turned into a giant of thousands of feet, stirring up dust, and the wind and waves created make a radius of tens of miles into a vacuum, and no one dares to take a step closer. And Ran Dang, who was wearing a golden monk's robe, had never looked so dignified under his mask. Facing a strong man like Dou Yu Jizuan, the fighting spirit hidden in the bottom of Ran Dang's heart was also aroused. In the past, he kept his hands everywhere in order to gain a firm foothold in this world. However, today he will not think about other things, he wants to defeat this powerful enemy in front of him. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of watching. He suddenly felt that not being a leader is not necessarily a bad thing. All the pressure is on Xuanhuan, he only needs to execute it. Thinking this way in his heart, the whole body of Ran Dang suddenly shot out a dazzling purple gold light, and his body suddenly became bigger. His golden monk robe is a rare treasure, which can change continuously with the expansion and contraction of his body. In an instant, he reached a height of 1,000 feet, and his aura suddenly changed, like a real god, standing between the heaven and the earth. Are you a lamp? In today's world, only Ran Dang has the supernatural powers of the golden body. Ba, the old monk is a demon. The sound of burning the lamp was majestic and heavy, and when the sound fell, he slapped the Supreme Master Dou Yu fiercely with his right palm. The Yin soldiers and Yin generals, within 100 miles nearby, were disturbed. With one palm, millions of Yin soldiers were smashed to pieces. Ran Dang's domineering palm is so terrifying. Supreme Master Dou Yu only felt an indescribable palm wind blowing towards him, and in a hurry, he quickly mobilized 7 black dragons to resist. Rumble. A beam of purple golden light with a thickness of 100 feet shoots out from the giant golden palm of the burning lamp, covering Dou Yu Supreme in an instant. The golden beam of light did not stop, and it directly advanced forward at a very fast speed. I did not know how many Yin soldiers and Yin generals were destroyed along the way. Mountains, rivers and rivers stretched for millions of miles. Entered Bailiang Mountain. The palm of Miasher scattered the smoke and dust in the sky, and also allowed the soldiers in Ping Tian City to see the scene in front of them clearly. The purple gold light shone all over the earth, and at the same time it also shone on everyone's faces. They stared at the giant-like burning lamp with dumbstruck eyes, and the shock in their hearts could not be added. It's really strong. The imperial guards, besides Xuanhuan, stammered to themselves. The entire Ping Tian City was dead silent. Looking at the golden beam of light that was about to disappear into the sky, everyone had the urge to kneel down to the ground. While fighting with the 2 big Luo Zuxians, the bull demon king was horrified, and said to himself, "These old guys have backhands." Compared with the last time he fought against Mingjian Peak, the burning lamp at this time was much stronger. They are totally different. This kind of power is simply inhuman. Is this a fairy? Fuemo? This name is so domineering. I don't know who is more powerful than Ran Dang. Of course it's Fumo. Ran Dang has been seriously injured, you know that? The spies from various forces in the distance talked a lot, all of them were shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Ran Dang. Ran Dang slowly withdrew his palm, the purple gold beam of light disappeared. And Tong Yu Supreme also disappeared. Ran Dang didn't relax because of this, but turned around and slapped backwards, only to see that Tong Yu Supreme was driving 7 black dragons. And the momentum was astonishing and unstoppable. Rumbling. Fists and palms collided suddenly, deafening. The two looked at each other. And Ran Dang could even see the terrifying killing intent in the eyes of Supreme Master Tong Yu. Although the figures of the two were very different, Ran Dang did not overwhelm Tong Yu Supreme. In this world, you are indeed very powerful, but I will kill you today, Tong Yu Supreme said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, the 7 black dragons suddenly roared wildly, and with a bang, 2 more black dragons appeared out of thin air. In the next second, 9 black dragons wrapped around the body of the lamp-burning Jin with incomparable speed. For a moment, the golden and black rays of light complemented each other, bursting out with brilliance. The scene is huge. Ho Qing continued to release the power of the curse, instigated more and more Yin soldiers, and at the same time quickly disintegrated the combat effectiveness of the Yin soldiers. However, there are 10 million Yin soldiers in a row, and he alone can't solve many problems in a short while. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanhuan, Bull Demon King, and Zhao Gongming restrained the 3 Deluoshu immortals, letting him run through the Yin soldiers like killing gods. Killing the Yin soldiers, crying and howling wolves. Boom. 100 cannons that were as black as ink and looked like gods of death were lined up and suddenly appeared on the city wall. This is what Xuanhuan exchanged for 100 million lucky points from the lucky Maul, the destroyer cannon. The system-optimized Miashin cannon can be activated as long as it has spirit, stones, and mana. The maximum range can reach thousands of miles. What is especially frightening is that the Miashin cannon has the function of automatically searching for enemies. Once it is locked by the Miashin cannon, even if it goes to the sky, it will be chased by the cannon. Never give up until the goal is reached. The Miashin cannon is 3 meters long, and its entire body is as black as ink. Wherever it is placed, it looks like a plague god. And the guards manipulating the Miashin cannon are his personal guards, all of whom are at the Tai level. After a period of special training, these 100 people have been able to accurately use this high-tech product. Boom, boom, boom. 100 Miashin cannons were fired in unison, and purple balls of light shot towards the battlefield at the speed of light. All the Yin soldiers who are locked have no way to dodge, and their souls fly away. Plus 100 Taya-level gunners, it can fire 4 shells per second. In front of Xuanhuan, there is also a Miashin cannon, no matter its grade or size, it cannot be compared with the 100 cannons. Although the appearance is the same, this cannon can only be driven by the best spirit stone. Of course, its lethality is even greater. Xuanhuan didn't expect Dou Pao to be able to kill Supreme Master Tong Yu. He just wanted to kill a few Deluosu immortals and Deluo Jing Xian for him. There are too many great Luo Jingxians in Tong Yu's army. We must find a way to weaken it. On the other side, Ran Dang and Tong Yu Supreme were fighting fiercely. At this time, Supreme Master Tong Yu raised his hands and raised his head to the sky. At the same time as he roared wildly, a huge black light curtain rose from behind him. It is the light of darkness condensed by Supreme Master Dou Yu with his supreme mana, which can destroy all living beings in the Yang world. Not only for the body, but also for the soul. Seeing this, Ran Dang, who was entwined by 9 black dragons, flashed fierce eyes under the mask. Ba. Ran Dang softly chanted the Buddha's name, and in an instant, his whole body burst into purple golden light, illuminating the earth, and at the same time, instantly burned and dissipated the black dragon around him. The countless soldiers below were not spared and destroyed countless. Supreme Dou Yu frowned, and the dark light collapsed and disappeared in an instant before it touched the burning lamp. This is the golden light of the ancient Buddha? Dou Yu Supreme's heart instantly set off a stormy sea. He once learned from ancient books that in ancient times, there was a Buddha. They are extremely powerful, especially for ghosts, and ghosts, they are like nemesis. Then they disappeared for unknown reasons. Because the gods feared the power of the Buddha, they forcibly erased the Buddhist traditions in this world. While rejecting Buddhism, they also warned people that if they touch Buddhism, they will be killed. Seeing the golden light of the ancient Buddha now, Supreme Master Dou Yu's thoughts were turbulent. First there was the burning lamp, and then there was the subjugation of demons. I heard that there is also a monk named Tathagata who is even more powerful than the burning lamp. Thinking of Ping Tian Demon Emperor, could it be that the ancient Buddhas returned to this land? Although thoughts were churning in his mind, his hands didn't stop. With a move, he took out a long knife filled with black air, and attacked the lamp. Seeing this, Ran Dang raised his palm and patted it from the air. In an instant, a 1,000-foot huge purple gold palm pushed away the clouds and mist, rolling in with a destructive aura. In front of this gigantic hand, everything seemed insignificant, including Ping Tian City in the distance. Supreme Master Dou Yu's expression changed, and it was too late to dodge, so he could only slash with his round knife. Dou Yu Supreme was like a black dragon hitting the giant hand that covered the sky, but the power of the giant hand that covered the sky was so terrifying that it quickly pressed him down and smashed it to the devastated earth below. The hurricane that was set off swept away countless soldiers. The spectacle is even more shocking. This monk has actually reached the middle stage of Xuanhuan's wonderland. Wang Xiaofeng's dignified voice sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan snorted, I just found out, it's really a stick. Then do you know what cultivation level Dou Yu Supreme is? So far, he still doesn't know what cultivation level Dou Yu Supreme is. I only know that he is the second in the world. At the early stage of Xuanhuan's fairyland, but he possesses the power of penetrating darkness. He can step up to challenge opponents in the middle stage of Xuanhuan's fairyland. Wang Xiaofeng said. But Su Haoyan was greatly relieved. In this way, Dou Yu Supreme should be no match for Ran Dang. The power of Supreme Master Dou Yu may be admirable in front of other great Luoxians. But the golden light of the ancient Buddha, that burns the lamp, has completely restrained his dark light. Can he still stand up? Unless this old guy Dou Yu has some magic weapon against the heavens. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. Does this guy really have some secret weapon? The underworld is vast and abundant. How could Dou Yu Supreme, the lord of the underworld, not have treasures at the bottom of the box? The more he thought about it, the more frightened Su Haoyan became. If it didn't work, he could only use the designated summon. Rumble. Although Supreme Dou Yu's jet black saber was formidable, it still lost to the giant palm, and was slapped on the ground by the giant palm with a bang. The dust that was stirred up was thousands of feet high, and wherever the strong wind passed, all creatures were swept away. Even the generals of General Ping Tian Palace chose to stay away. Grandma, this is too fierce. De Luolan Fairyland battle is not something that De Luo Jingxian can blindly participate in. The soldiers and generals were extremely nervous. If Tianwu Supreme fails, what else do they fight? They just surrender. It was the first time they had seen someone able to forcefully suppress Tianwu Supreme. It is said that the ancient emperor is #1 in the world, and he once defeated Supreme Tianwu, but no one has ever seen it. Shen Gongbao rushed out of the dust all over the sky in disgrace, and while wiping the dust off his face, he murmured to himself with lingering fear. It's really a fight between gods and mortals. When they killed the enemy on the battlefield, what they were most worried about was not being defeated by the opponent, but being affected by the battle between Randang and Tianwu, and they suffered an indiscriminate disaster. Since Tianwu Supreme became famous, it was the first time someone was able to suppress Tianwu and fight. It is said that the ancient emperor once defeated Tianwu, but no one has seen it with their own eyes. The giant purple gold hand covering the sky and the sun exploded with a bang, pushing away the clouds and mist with great force, and the dust rolled up was thousands of miles away, blowing Ping Tian City as if it was about to move with the wind. Humph, if you want to beat this deity, you're still too tender. Tianwu Supreme roared again and again, 9 giant dragons roared and shook. Kyushu, everyone on the battlefield felt the eardrums vibrate, and the pain was extremely painful. What? Why does it feel like my dragon spirit? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Supreme Tianwu is the emperor, it is normal to have dragon aura, but his dragon aura seems to be somewhat different from Xuanhuan's. It's true that the dragon's aura is true, it's just that the dragon's aura is mixed with the power of penetrating darkness, so it has changed. Wang Xiaofeng explained. This guy is like a mobile library, he knows everything. Dragon Qi is a special energy body. It is powerful, stronger than ordinary mana, and only the emperor can condense Dragon Qi. Emperor Wudi, the founder of the Holy Court, had the most magnificent Dragon Qi in the world. It can be described as swallowing mountains and rivers with anger. Although the position was later handed over to me, it is a pity that I did not inherit the dragon energy. Wang Xiaofeng said with a sigh. Xuanhuan was extremely disdainful. But, how much dragon energy can reach the point of swallowing mountains and rivers? This Emperor Wu is too heaven-defying, right? Xuanhuan gasped. He suddenly heard that when he was merging the Wheel of Fortune among those figures in his mind, there was indeed a person with extremely powerful dragon aura, and that person should be Emperor Wu. The demons are in power and deceive our human race to be weak. My Emperor Wu has now established a holy court to lead the human race to stand tall on the vast land. At that time, the roaring voice of Emperor Wu standing on the top of a cliff made Xuanhuan sound like a new wave now. With that kind of determination and domineering aura, it is hard to imagine what kind of magnificent Emperor Wudi is. Rumble. Tianwu Supreme's Kowloon Qi soared upwards, and its goal was the golden lamp. The dragon Qi of Tianwu Supreme is almost invincible in today's world. Because emperors are easy to find, but there are very few emperors who can possess dragon energy. This is certainly related to one's own aptitude, but the most important thing is the amount of merit inherited from heaven. The indirect explanation is that there is a direct relationship between the contribution to human beings or living beings and the light of the ancient Buddha who burned the lamp obviously couldn't restrained the dragon spirit of Dou Yu. However, just as the 9 black dragons were about to approach the golden body of Ran Dang, dozens of gleaming golden arms suddenly protruded from behind Ran Dang, grabbing the 9 black dragons in their hands in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Master Dou Yu threw the black-stained saber in his hand towards the burning lamp suddenly, and the strong wind was blown up for tens of thousands of miles. Then he followed the saber, and at the same time a stream of Dou Yu dragon energy poured into the saber, causing the saber to light up. The color of black gold is dazzling. Is this sword intent? Zhao Gongming's face turned pale with shock. Even when he faced the sage lord of all poisons, he had never been so moved. It can be seen how much shock Dou Yu Supreme gave him. With a puff, Supreme Dou Yu pierced through the chest of Ran Dang's golden body at an extremely fast speed, causing the pupils of Ran Dang to shrink. Suddenly, he did not expect Supreme Dou Yu to be so fast. This scene also caused an uproar among all living beings. Dou Yu Supreme killed Ran Dang with one blow? As expected of Supreme Dou Yu. It's really too powerful. I didn't see how he made a move just now. Aren't you talking nonsense? Can Dou Yu Supreme be weak? It is said that Dou Yu Supreme is the second in the world. How strong is the ancient emperor who is number 1 in the world? An ancient emperor? Are you talking nonsense? An ancient emperor who can be compared to the Supreme Master Dou Yu? In the distance, the creatures who were far away from the edge of the war were talking about it, and they inadvertently included the ancient emperor's capital. Xuanhuan secretly broke into a cold sweat, but fortunately, the expression on the lamp did not change much from the beginning to the end. If Ran Dang was so easily killed, he would not be worthy of the title of Ancient Buddha. At the same time, he has already filled more than 10,000 pieces of top-quality spirit stones into the Miashan cannon, and if he fires the cannon now, it will be more than enough to destroy an area. However, it wasn't enough. Xuanhuan planned to hit it with one blow. Boom. Over there, Lu Dongbin swept across with his sword, killing thousands of Yin soldiers, leaving a 1,000-meter-long groove on the ground. Holding a silver gun in his hand, Qin Hua smashed a general of the great Luojin fairyland into pieces in an instant, even destroying his soul. Not far away, Emperor Xuanwu held the Devil Slayer sword in his hand, and as he weighed the sword energy, he forced the opponent, and the 2 evil generals of Deluashi Wonderland were surrounded by danger. Wen Zhong even used the Yin-Yang Eye to wipe out countless Yin soldiers. The most shocking thing was Ho Qing. Wherever he went, the Yin soldiers either killed each other or wiped their necks to kill themselves. With such a terrifying ability, even the cultivators of Pingtian Palace feel chills in their hearts. The power of the curse is too terrifying. There were more and more golden arms behind Ran Dang, and they all patted Dou Yu Supreme, and the wound on his chest had already healed, and Dou Yu Supreme was gritting his teeth. This old monk's physical body is too terrifying? Supreme Master Dou Yu cursed inwardly. It was the first time he could recover instantly after being pierced through his chest by his Dou Yu dragon chi. As for the ancient emperor, his penetrating dragon energy couldn't enter his body at all, and he couldn't get the results of the experiment. Ba. The donor is the master of the secluded, but he allows his offspring to interfere with the order of the world. This is against the harmony of heaven, and it is your own fault. If you persist in your obsession, you will fall into reincarnation forever. The solemn voice of burning the lamp sounded, which almost made Xuanhuan burst out laughing. He had a suspicion that Ran Dang was deliberately provoking Dou Yu Supreme. trying to make him lose his position. He took advantage of the opportunity to start. Milan is to blame? Dou Yu Supreme was so angry that Randang laughed wildly, but his laughter was extremely gloomy and terrifying. He raised the black knife in his hand, and under the infusion of Dou Yu dragon energy, he roared and attacked the burning lamp. Seeing this, Randang's hundreds of golden arms waved erratically, and his height rose again. Buddha, you are the nemesis of demons. As the lord of the underworld, you are so perverted. Today, I subdue the demons and do justice for the heavens, and save you, a ghost. The sound of burning lamps was as solemn as ever. Amidst the dazzling light of the Buddha, hundreds of golden arms slapped densely at Dou Yu Dragon Chi, and the roar, accompanied by the sound of tearing the void, shocked the world. In an instant, all the sounds in the world were covered. Supreme Master Dou Yu's face was stern, and strips of Dou Yu Dragon energy shot out of his body continuously, colliding with the palmed shadow of Randang. Booming, explosions one after another, made the earth tremble with regret. Everyone is constantly harvesting Yin soldiers, and 100 god-killing cannons are also constantly roaring. Soon, the Yin soldiers also felt the threat of the cannon, and took evasive measures one after another. At this time, Xuanhuan's Miz-Hen cannon was finally filled with top-quality spirit stones and was ready to fire. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, 10,000 high-level spirit stones, and 10,000 middle-level spirit stones. I don't believe I can't kill you, Xuanhuan said coldly. It made the guards beside him break out in cold sweat. How powerful is the energy gathered by so many spirit stones? They couldn't imagine it at all, but in order not to damage the eardrums, they hurriedly covered their ears. Dou Yu Supreme is still fighting with Randang, and he didn't notice Xuanhuan's movements here, because only by getting rid of Randang can he wantonly kill Pingtian Palace. Pretend, let me see how you pretend this time. Xuanhuan adjusted the muzzle of the Miashan cannon, and he deliberately chose a route where there were dense soldiers to fire. Boom! A sky-shattering loud noise sounded, and the huge noise even covered up the fighting sound of Randang and Dou Yu Supreme. Xuanhuan only felt numbness in the tiger's mouth, and his body almost fell off the city wall, because of the recoil of the cannon. A silver-white light beam with the power of destroying the world suddenly shot out. The diameter instantly reached 100 meters wide, and even the city wall was shocked by the recoil force. Got a shake, as if it was about to collapse. In an instant, the Yin soldiers and generals, within dozens of miles in front, had no time to dodge, and were blasted into flying ash by the silver light beam. Dou Yu Supreme, who was wrestling with Randang, subconsciously looked back. But when he saw the silver-white light beam blasting at an extremely fast speed, his face changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The silver-white light beam directly smashed the lower body of Supreme Master Dou Yu, and then went straight to the end of the earth without diminishing momentum. The dust was flying all the way, and the gravel rolled, scraping up a layer of the ground. It shot thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye, and some creatures were almost buried in it, but luckily they just passed by. But also broke out in a cold sweat. It's scary. What is that? A new weapon from Pingtian Palace? Why have you never seen it before? That's right, half of the body connected to Yu Jizuan was blown to pieces. It's so strong. This power can destroy the world. The spies from various forces discussed in fear, and it was difficult to recover from it for a long time. The silver-white light beam swept across half of the barbaric land, and rushed to the depths of the northern Liangshan land. In front of the distant Demon Emperor Palace, the Demon Emperor Dijun was suspended in the void with a livid face, filled with anger in his heart. Why did the Wild War always affect his northern Liang land? If he hadn't had any scruples, he would have gone to the door a long time ago. At this time a silver-white beam of light appeared at the end of the sky, and a strong wind swept over his face, making Dijun even more furious. It's so annoying, it's coming again. Seeing the light beam approaching, Dijun snorted coldly, and suddenly, an antique book appeared above his head. As soon as the book appeared, it expanded infinitely. As the pages were flipped, fiery red rays of light spread out, easily blocking the silvery white beams, until the silver-white light beam disappeared. On the other hand, the ancient books remained the same, without any movement. Not even Lian Qi fluctuated. Supreme Master Tongyu's face is extremely ugly, his lower body has disappeared, and blood is dripping from the waist down. Although he is the overlord of the underworld, he is not a soul body, but a real body. Ba. Tongyu, what else do you have to say? Randang said solemnly. At the same time, hundreds of arms are dancing like a roulette wheel, which makes people feel dizzy when they see it. And everyone on the battlefield, the Yin soldiers have already killed their red eyes. Although Supreme Tongyu was severely injured, the Yin soldiers and Yin generals did not lose their momentum, but became more and more crazy. On the side of Pingtian Palace, seeing Supreme Master Tongyu missing his lower body, the crowd was excited, cheered up, and fought harder. Is it going to win? He Shangu muttered to herself while beheading the Yin soldiers. At this time, Tongyu Supreme stared at Su Haoyan on the city wall, the killing intent in his eyes almost turned into substance. He wanted to rush out of his body and kill Su Haoyan. On the other hand, Su Haoyan put one hand on the Miashan cannon, his face was full of sarcasm. He is quite satisfied with the destructive power of this cannon. Not only killed tens of thousands of Yin soldiers and generals. Most importantly, Tongyu Supreme was seriously injured. I said, Supreme Tongyu, you are too inferior, you should hand over the seat of the Lord of the Underworld. If you continue to do it, don't you feel ashamed? Su Hao's undead voice came out loudly, intending to destroy the inner line of defense of Tongyu Supreme and make his mentality explode. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the black light flickering all over Tongyu Supreme. In the next second, his lower body recovered as before, as if it hadn't been shattered at all. Su Haoyan was shocked. Even Randang frowned. This deity is the master of Tongyu, an immortal body. Even if you stand here and let you kill him, you will be exhausted to death. Tongyu Supreme roared angrily. As soon as the words fell, countless black dragons transformed from dragon energy poked out from his back, looking down at the burning lamp with their teeth and claws open. A purple gold palm shadow burst out, and hit hundreds of Tongyu Longqi. Directly on the way, smashed the golden palm, and slammed into the golden body of the burning lamp like a bamboo. Boom, boom, boom. Tongyu dragon energy directly hit Randangjan's body, causing the golden body to fall to the ground behind. Hundreds of arms behind Randang tried to stretch out to stop it, but it was of no avail. Finally, with a bang, it smashed into the ground. That shocking scene is like a giant mountain receding rapidly on the vast land, which is shocking. The Supreme Master Tongyu was so unreasonable, he directly chased after the golden body of Randang. The penetrating dragon aura he exuded chased all the Wei and blasted wildly all the way, beating the lanterns back steadily. This guy, what's going on? It feels like he suddenly became stronger? Ran Dang frowned tightly, facing the indiscriminate bombardment of Dou Yu. Supreme, unable to fight back, he could only passively defend. Xuanhuan on the city wall was very depressed. Why did Supreme Dou Yu become stronger after being injured? Doesn't this guy have any special talents? Ran Dang was repelled by Dou Yu Supreme for more than 100 miles, and almost retreated half a circle around Pingtian Palace. The soldiers on both sides along the way were so frightened that their hair stood on end, and they didn't care about fighting, so they hurriedly chose to hide. Some moved slower and were directly knocked out of their wits by the burning lamp. Seeing Supreme Master Dou Yu's swift and violent attack, which seemed endless, anger finally appeared in Ran Dang's eyes. It's really deceiving. At this time, Ran Dang stomped his feet suddenly, sinking his feet deep into the ground, forcibly stopping the disadvantage of flying back, and at the same time, his eyes under the mask became sharper than ever. What is immortality? Do you really know? Ran Dang said in a cold voice. He retracted the hundreds of arms behind him with a sound, and at the same time stretched out his palms from his armpits and slapped Dou Yu Supreme. Two extremely dazzling purple-gold lights shot out from both palms, directly shattering the Dou Yu dragon chi. With unmatched strength, blast towards Dou Yu Supreme. Supreme Dou Yu showed no expression on his face, and swung the big knife in his hand, slashing out continuously, successfully blocking the two golden beams of light. In a sense, the Supreme Dou Yu who controls the underworld is equivalent to the immortals and demons in this world, but he is in charge of the underground world. In the middle stage of Dou Yu Wonderland, you can indeed gallop this world, but, unfortunately, you met me. Dou Yu Supreme said sarcastically. The voice was so arrogant that Xuanhuan almost burst out laughing. What the hell are you doing at the early stage of Dou Yu's Wonderland? Ran Dang suddenly jumped up from the soil, his body quickly returned to normal size, and all the light beams disappeared. At this time, a purple-gold golden lotus suddenly appeared under his feet. He sat cross-legged on the golden lotus in an extremely solemn manner, and his golden monk robe fluttered with the wind. Xuanhuan frowned. He had seen this golden lotus before, and he was familiar with the novels of his previous life. He knew that none of the characters who had a golden lotus was simple. And the momentum of the burning lamp sitting on the golden lotus suddenly changed. Even Yu Jizuan couldn't help frowning. The golden lotus, the breath seems to be different? While Supreme Master Dou Yu was puzzled, he couldn't help becoming alert. At the same time, he could feel that the golden lotus was continuously delivering mana to the lamp. Ran Dang naturally did not speak out to explain, and began to read the scriptures. Nanwu Ba Buddha, everything has a law, like a dream, like a dew, like lightning, you should observe it like this. His Buddhist voice shook people's heartstrings. Even Xuanhuan felt dazed for a while under the protection of Wang Xiafeng's soul. At this moment, the lamp has already done its best. Compared with the previous war, the lamp has no scruples at this time. In other words, all monks on one's own side will be affected by him. At this time, the entire battlefield was affected by the Buddha's voice, and suddenly fell silent. All the creatures stopped fighting and looked at Ran Dang in horror. Supreme Master Dou Yu only felt a splitting headache. He hugged his head and screamed. At the same time, he looked at the radiant lamp and roared. You, what is your origin? What does ancient Buddhism have to do with you? His roar shook the entire battlefield, making everyone look at the tall and mighty burning lamp, including the spies of various forces in the distance. Seems to be waiting for Randang's answer. At this moment, Randang has become extremely mysterious. The sound of the Buddha still echoed in the ears, making everyone on the battlefield feel a sense of worship. And this feeling became more and more intense as time went by. Finally, with a plop, a Yin soldier couldn't help but knelt on the ground, and still threw himself on the ground. With the first one, there will be the second one. More and more Yin soldiers prostrate themselves on the ground, kneeling down to burn the lamp. There is no shortage of Yin generals from the great Luojin wonderland. Immediately afterwards, the soldiers on the side of Pingtian Palace couldn't resist the urge to worship and knelt down. Neo Demon King, Xuanhuan, Zhao Gongming, and Ho Qing, as de Luo Luanxian, can still resist. And more Yin soldiers and Yin generals have already knelt down in a large area, and the scene is extremely spectacular. If someone looked down from a high altitude at this time, there would be dense crowds of kneeling figures on the hundreds of miles of ground centered on Pingtian City, and the purple gold light would illuminate the ground, making the scene shocking. This old monk, Su Haoyan, resisted the pressure and supported the Miashan cannon, not allowing himself to kneel down. An invisible coercion from the void directly acts on everyone, including Su Haoyan. At this moment, Su Haoyan's legs were trembling because of the pressure. If it wasn't for Wang Xiaofeng's help, he would have been lying on the ground long ago. He cursed in his heart. The old monk Randang seemed to have lost his mind. Can't tell the enemy from us. Around him, the guards who were already kneeling on the ground looked at Su Haoyan with great admiration. Under such majesty, His Majesty did not even kneel down, which shows that His Majesty's cultivation base is unfathomable. Where did this burning lamp come from? This kind of cultivation seems to be much stronger than ordinary immortals. Wang Xiaofeng was full of doubts in Su Haoyan's mind. Such a strong man was defeated by others, and was subdued by Su Haoyan. It was incredible. Faced with this kind of luck, Wang Xiaofeng was also speechless for a while. And the mysterious Daoist Tai in Haoyan Holy Court, how powerful he must be. How powerful should the old monk who can easily subdue the lamp be? For a moment, Wang Xiaofeng seemed to have a feeling of going back to 170,000 years ago. Even the strong ones 170,000 years ago were not necessarily stronger than them. Ah! Supreme Tong Yu rolled around in the void with his head in his arms. Crazy! Screams. He was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looking like he was crazy. Now he only felt the incomparable pain in his soul, and his whole body seemed to explode. Even the ruler of the underworld couldn't bear this inhuman torture. Millions of Yin soldiers looked up at the sky in stunned amazement, and looked at the tormented Supreme Master Tong Yu. They have never seen Supreme Tong Yu in such pain. It can be seen how powerful the Buddha's voice of burning lamps is. Especially the heirs of Supreme Master Tong Yu, who were lying on the ground, watching in horror. The Buddha's voice is getting louder and louder, and the distance it spreads is also expanding, and it can be faintly heard in dozens of surrounding domains. What sound is this? It seems that someone is reciting scriptures, isn't it? This voice comes from the wilderness. My God, what happened to the wild war? Screams? This sound is very familiar. Who is reciting scriptures? I have an urge to worship. At this time, all the creatures who heard the scriptures were frantic, and they couldn't help feeling awe. North Liangshan. In the Demon Emperor's palace. Di Jun suddenly stood up from his chair, and his brows furrowed when he heard the Buddha's voice lighting the lamp. This Buddha's voice actually has a kind of implication of Tao. Where the hell are you, subduing demons? 10,000 Buddhas in the world, 3,000 great worlds, all dharmas can be achieved, and the Dharma is boundless. With my Buddha body, I can eliminate demons and defend the way. Randang recited scripture solemnly, and a pair of majestic eyes stared fixedly through the mask at Dou Yu Supreme, who was tumbling in the void. In his eyes, Dou Yu Supreme seems to be a dead person. In the eyes of indifference, it was like looking at ants. Dou Yu Supreme was in unbearable pain, almost reaching the limit of endurance. Dou Yu dragon energy overflowed uncontrollably from his body, wantonly in all directions. Like a giant black whip, it was about to whip the earth, and the tyrannical breath made all the creatures below feel cold. This is the magic spell in disguise, Xuanhuan said to himself. If he saw the steel ring on the head of Shanshan Xingjianxing now, he would be even more shocked. At this time, the scream of Dou Yu Supreme Being became louder and louder, and the Dou Yu dragon energy emitted was even deeper. Randang continued to recite scriptures, which made Xuanhuan a little overwhelmed. Even if separated by tens of miles, he felt so uncomfortable. At this moment, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of pain Dou Yu Supreme was. How about it, can't you stand it? Wang Xiaofeng's joking voice sounded in Xuanhuan's body, causing Xuanhuan to curse in his heart. If I really kneel down, you will be ashamed as well. How can I say that I am the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the southern region? Before he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly erupted from Xuanhuan's body, reducing his pressure sharply. Xuanhuan was shocked, and secretly doubted how powerful Wang Xiaofeng was at his peak. Xuanhuan really can't imagine that a strand of remnant soul has such huge power. No, it's impossible for this deity to lose to you. I want to kill you. Supreme Master Dou Yu hugged his head, screamed, and said viciously. As soon as the voice fell, a knife shadow was condensed in the void, and it was extremely fast, and it slashed straight at the burning lamp. Call out. The sound of sharp force piercing through the air came. Randang's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously tilted his head to the side. A corner of the mask was torn off, and a hole was cut in the golden monk's robe. But he also successfully interrupted the chanting of the lamp. As soon as the Buddha's voice dispersed, Supreme Master Dou Yu immediately recovered. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Randang with murderous intent. With a flick of the sword, he slashed towards the lamp. This guy is too difficult. Randang was angry in his heart. He had rarely seen a creature who could persist under his Buddha's voice for such a long time. And it's intact. And find opportunities to fight back. Seeing Dou Yu strike with a knife, the golden lotus under the burning lamp seat suddenly disappeared, causing Dou Yu's powerful blow to hit the empty space. Boom. Master Dou Yu grabbed the handle of the knife, turned around and slashed, intending to catch the figure of Randang and chop it under the knife. Unexpectedly, Randang is not fighting Dou Yu Lian, but is attacking the Yin soldiers who are fighting fiercely together again on the earth. In the blink of an eye, a Yin general from Luolan's fairyland lost his soul under the golden palm of the burning lamp. Randang already understood that it would take time to kill Dou Yu Supreme. But this battle was extremely unfavorable to Ping Tian Palace, so he temporarily changed his strategy, looking for opportunities to kill as many Qin soldiers and generals as possible. Weaken the opponent's vitality. How dare! Seeing this, Supreme Master Dou Yu was furious and wanted to kill him. However, he suddenly turned his head to look at the city wall, and without thinking about it, he turned into a black light and swept towards the city wall. Surround Wei and save Zhao. He was also unambiguous about the Lantern Festival, and he just took the opportunity to take revenge. After all, he is an emperor, and he will never lose his rationality. Ran Dang secretly yelled that it was not good, and hurriedly turned and chased after him. He still underestimated Dou Yu's wisdom of seeing Supreme Dou Yu coming straight towards him. Xuanhuan couldn't help cursing. After regaining his freedom, the guards next to him fired directly at Supreme Dou Yu, who flew over, but they were directly blasted away by Supreme Dou Yu's dragon energy. It didn't slow him down at all. He has nothing to do with Ran Dang now, but he still doesn't pay attention to the mere god-extinguishing cannon. Get back! An angry shout sounded, and Zhao Gongming rushed out from the slanting stab. Blocking in front of Dou Yu, facing the menacing Supreme Dou Yu, he swung his gun to meet him. In the late stage of Deluoshu Immortal Realm, facing Deluoluan in the early stage of Immortal Realm is no different from hitting a stone with an egg, but Zhao Gongming did it without hesitation. Boom! The silver dragon spear was directly sent flying by the black dragon energy. And the person also rolled back, hitting the light curtain of the city with a bang. The seemingly indestructible defensive formation was directly smashed to pieces. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, but he didn't retreat. Escape? Can he escape? With his speed? Can Wang Xiaofeng help? At this time, Xuanhuan hurriedly asked in his heart. At the same time, the picture of the purple flame knife, between his eyebrows, began to squirm. The Yanlong armor was directly put on his body. The world tree shook wildly. Can Wang Xiaofeng did not hesitate. Now is not the time to play around. Once Xuanhuan finishes playing, he will be out of his wits. When Supreme Master Dou Yu saw Xuanhuan, a ferocious smile appeared on his gloomy face. He wanted to chop Xuanhuan to death with a single blow. At this moment, a destructive golden palm directly blasted Dou Yu away with the momentum of crushing everything. Ran Dang arrived just in time. Thanks to Zhao Gongming for the delay. In fact, it's not that Ran Dang never thought of using Dou Yu's hand to get rid of Xuanhuan. But thinking of his vows to the Buddha, he dismissed the idea. He was not a man with a heart of stone from the beginning to the end. It seems that I have to get rid of you first. Ran Dang looked at Supreme Master Dou Yu coldly. The voice was even more icy. Cold. Xuanhuan raised his head and happened to meet Ran Dang's eyes. They met each other, and seemed to understand everything. Dou Yu Supreme was blasted 10,000 meters away by the burning lamp, and it was impossible to kill Xuanhuan from this distance. It's really lingering. Supreme Master Dou Yu was extremely angry, and the burning lamp was like a dog-skin plaster, which made him feel crazy. However, the two of them were evenly matched, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. It made him restless with a heart that wanted to be happy and enmity. At this moment, Xuanhuan had already turned around and flew towards a piece of ruins where Zhao Gongming was lying dead. Zhao Gongming has stood by him for thousands of years, and this friendship has moved him deeply. If he hadn't procrastinated just now, he would have been blown away by Tianwu Supreme. If something happens to Zhao Gongming, I will definitely overthrow the underworld. Let you have no peace. Thinking angrily, Su Haoyan came to Zhao Gongming at the same time. At this time, Zhao Gongming was dripping with blood, lying in the ruins. Extremely miserable. Although unconscious, there is still a faint breath. Su Haoyan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he has breath, he can save Zhao Gongming. He immediately took out the Wanmiaoyulu pill and stuffed it into Zhao Gongming's mouth without hesitation. Afterwards, Su Haoyan turned to look outside the city, and Randang and Tianwu Supreme fought together again. Half an hour passed quickly, and Zhao Gongming slowly opened his eyes. Gongming, are you awake? How do you feel? Su Haoyan asked with concern. Zhao Gongming was taken aback for a moment, and quickly sensed it, and found that his injury was recovering rapidly, and then looked at Su Haoyan's concerned eyes. He suddenly realized that it was that precious pill that saved him again. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Zhao Gongming wanted to stand up and salute Su Haoyan. But Su Haoyan was pressed to the ground. At the same time, he said, "Don't get up, take a good rest, and go out to fight when the injury is healed. This battle will not end in a short while." Zhao Gongming didn't insist either. He and Su Haoyan didn't need to be polite at all. Then he continued to adjust his breath. Wang Xiaofeng, are you willing to help me? Su Haoyan walked towards the city wall step by step. As he walked, his body suddenly became dazzling golden. That's right, he no longer wants to watch this battle from the sidelines, he wants to go out and fight with his subordinates. Well, yes, Tai Jingxian is also qualified to fight. When Wang Xiaofeng was muttering to himself, a huge force suddenly gushed out from the depths of his body, instantly spreading to every part of his body. It is Wang Xiaofeng's strength. Su Haoyan felt the extra power in his body, and after a slight smile, he opened his arms, jumped up, left the city wall, and flew towards the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Zhao Gongming felt anxious, and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Your Majesty, no. The Imperial Guards didn't expect that Su Haoyan would go to join the battle. And they were all terrified as they shouted. If Su Haoyan unfortunately dies in battle, then they will undoubtedly lose in Pingtian Palace. However, Su Haoyan ignored them, and flew into the Yin soldiers in the blink of an eye. Hey, Demon Emperor Pingtian came out unexpectedly, haha, it's time to perform meritorious deeds. Brothers killed Demon Emperor Pingtian. When the Yin soldiers saw Su Haoyan appearing on the battlefield, they immediately became excited. Su Haoyan smiled sarcastically, and in a flash, the yin-yang life and death will condensed out, crossed the top of his head, and blasted towards the place where the Yin soldiers were densely packed. The yin-yang wheel of life and death roared all the way with an aura that would destroy the world, and wherever it passed, the soldiers of the Yin were turned into ashes. Gooey Emperor Fist, the hill-like golden shadow of the fist directly blasted hundreds of Yin soldiers into pieces. The biggest weirdness of the ancient Emperor Fist is that while killing the enemy, it can also plunder the enemy's mana for its own use. Although not much is absorbed, it is the essence. At the same time, Su Haoyan continued to manipulate the yin-yang wheel of life and death, crushing it all the way, causing countless deaths and injuries to the Yin soldiers. Ah, why did His Majesty come out? This is a bad dish. Shen Gongbao screamed out, causing the other strong men not far away to look back quickly. I saw that at this time Xuanhuan was surrounded by densely packed soldiers. And on the periphery there are more soldiers, even generals. Flying towards Xuanhuan. While rushing forward with teeth and claws, he roared, "It's a great achievement to kill Ping Tian Demon Emperor. Ping Tian Demon Emperor is mine, so don't grab it from me. Why, a virtuous person, no, kill him with strength." For a while, Xuanhuan became a favorite, and the soldiers' eyes were blood red, and they all rushed to kill Xuanhuan. Seeing this, everyone wanted to move closer to Xuanhuan. However, their respective opponents entangled them tightly. Can't make it through at all. A group of dead ghosts, kill me? Wait for the next life. Let you taste my purple flame burning the sky first. Xuanhuan laughed wildly. He had held the purple flame knife in his hand at some point. He turned his body very quickly, and swiped around in a quick circle. In an instant, a wall of flames as high as 100 feet crushed and pushed in all directions, and countless soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes wherever they passed. In just a dozen or so breaths, 300 or 400 soldiers were killed. But compared to the huge number of 5 million, it is just a drop in the bucket. Only by being on the battlefield in person can Xuanhuan feel the closeness between life and death. At this time, his understanding of life and death deepened again. In the cultivation method, those things that were not well understood in the past are immediately solved at this time of life and death. The heart is extremely transparent. Dou Yu Supreme, who was fighting with Randang, suddenly saw Xuanhuan on the battlefield. His eyes turned bloodshot. "You really dare to come out?" As soon as Supreme Dou Yu saw Xuanhuan, he couldn't help being furious. In his opinion, Xuanhuan's appearance on the battlefield is an insult to him. He saw Xuanhuan's cultivation in Tai Gold Immortal Realm at a glance. Although unbelievable, it was still rubbish in his eyes. However, he couldn't kill such rubbish. Why? Why can't I kill him? I hate. Under the rage, Dou Yu Supreme and Xuanhuan knocked the lamp away at once. And then killed Xuanhuan. But how could Randang make his wish come true, and Dou Yu was entangled again? In a blink of an eye, and the figures in the void kept interlacing, fighting fiercely. At the same time, a burly monk came walking along the distant horizon. He was dressed in an orange cassock, with light steps and a square head with big ears. Looking at the battle ahead, he revealed a curious look. Monk burning lamp. Not bad. Supreme Dou Yu, the strength is average. But it's okay. The old monk muttered to himself while walking. This old monk is none other than the Tathagata Buddha who captured Jiansheng. It stands to reason that at this time, he is now at a critical moment of vying for the Sea Demon King's territory. However, somewhere in the dark, a voice tells him that his true destiny needs him. Who is his true master? Since coming to this world, he has been looking for it hard. In the dark, he followed his feeling and appeared on the wild battlefield. Searching hard, is he the supreme master of Dou Yu? Impossible. How could the Buddha serve the lord of the underworld? Is it the holy emperor Huayan? Tathagata seemed to sense something. His benevolent eyes swept across the void, and landed on Xuanhuan, who was still fighting. I fell into deep thought. Randang and Dou Yu Supreme, who were fighting, did not notice the appearance of another superpower. If the Tathagata Buddha gets involved, there will inevitably be unpredictable situations in this war. It may even rewrite the outcome of the war. Because Tathagata's record is that he once defeated Randang. At the same time, Xuanhuan was surrounded by more than 1,000 soldiers. However, in the face of so many enemies, Xuanhuan has no fear at all. He stretches out his hands vigorously, and the yin and yang life and death will coils around his body, resisting the enemies who want to get close. At the same time, Dou Yu Emperor's fists blasted out continuously, and the yin soldiers fell down in pieces. That's not to mention, he opened the Eye of Fate, and any yin soldiers he saw would instantly turn into a pile of ashes. The purple flame knife blasted out continuously, and the golden flames, which had already been completed, were indiscriminate in all directions, and burned several yin generals in the Dou Yu realm to ashes. For a while, although Xuanhuan had the largest number of yin soldiers here, the speed of death was also the fastest. Let the yin soldiers understand one thing, that is, the Pingtian Demon Emperor is too terrifying. Haha, it's cool to fight like this. Xuanhuan laughed wildly, with the help of Wang Xiaofeng's divine power. His cultivation was close to that of Dou Yu Tianxian. With all the means emerging in an endless stream, even if he meets Dou Yu Jingxian, he has the power to fight. Invincible existence. Those yin soldiers who came forward couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, let alone kill Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you? How did you come out? Xuanhuan finally arrived in front of Xuanhuan, and after blasting away a yin soldier, he asked anxiously. Isn't this nonsense? Of course I came out to kill the enemy. Xuanhuan replied with a smile. After finishing speaking, he suddenly spewed out the karma-purifying golden fire, billowing purple golden flames, raging away, burning hundreds of yin soldiers in front of him. The horrific golden fire, for washing business shocked Xuanhuan and Shengongbao, who came later, and even made them feel dangerous. Xuanhuan got excited, jumped over the two of them, and rushed forward. However, Xuanhuan is not worried about not being able to find an enemy, because he is the source of hatred. Wherever he went, yin soldiers quickly surrounded him. Xuanhuan smiled wryly. It seems that our Majesty is much more powerful than we imagined. Shengongbao nodded. He couldn't help but recall the battle with the macaque king 10,000 years ago. At that time, Xuanhuan was like the god of war. But after getting along recently, they developed a thought of defending Xuanhuan to the death. Xuanhuan's previous feats have been forgotten. Drink, drink. The yin-yang wheel of life and death, the ancient emperor's fist, the golden fire for cleansing karma, the purple flame knife, and the yanlong armor made Xuanhuan at this time like a fairy and demon, making the yin soldiers daunting, and making the monks beside him excited. Flying all the way, I don't know how many broken bones are left along the way. No yin soldier in general can compete with him. In Xuanhua's words, Shengongbao and Li Xian had already gathered together, and they were closely following Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan's combat power shocked them. But after all, he is his Majesty, the ruler of the entire country, and he should not be taken lightly. On the ever-changing battlefield. Boom, drink, clang, boom. The entire battlefield is full of scenes of soldiers fighting. Some were injured and fell to the ground, some had broken arms and legs, and some died with the soldiers. But no matter what the circumstances, the soldiers never took a step back. Pingtian Palace must win. A soldier leader raised his saber high, and after tearing apart a yin soldier, he shouted loudly. Let the blood of nearby soldiers surge up and kill the enemy more bravely. All of a sudden, the battle between the yin and yang worlds made all the soldiers of Pingtian Palace united like never before. This battle has too much to do with it. If you lose, not only will the Pingtian Palace cease to exist. Even the Yang world was defeated by the underworld. Therefore, Pingtian Palace will become a stain on future generations. With this kind of mood that will never leave a bad name for thousands of years, millions of soldiers are fighting with fighting power that surpasses their own cultivation. Especially when Xuanhuan was on the battlefield, he gave the soldiers a shot in the arm. Let the soldiers' fighting spirit be unprecedentedly passionate. Your Majesty is fighting with us, why should we not do our best? Even if I die, it's an honor, because I once fought with His Majesty. Today's battle, whether we die for the Pingtian Palace or our brave Majesty, we can't admit defeat. The soldiers of Pingtian Palace screamed, and their reckless fighting style gave Bing a headache. However, as Xuanhuan appeared on the battlefield, more and more soldiers chose to give up their opponents and outflank Xuanhuan. Because before the expedition, Tianwu Supreme issued an order to the soldiers. Seeing Xuanhuan on the battlefield, he was killed without mercy. And there are great rewards. This is also the main reason why the soldiers are scrambling to rush towards Xuanhuan. Looking around, Xuanhuan saw soldiers and generals killing him everywhere, no matter in the sky or on the ground. Such a scene makes one's scalp tingle, and an ordinary person would have been trembling with fright. However, Xuanhuan just smiled slightly. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and his body roared instantly. Gooey demon. God's body's fourth layer of mind, which is transformed into thousands of illusions and used in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 extra-legal clones appeared in an instant, all wearing snow-white gowns. Each of Xuanhuan's 1,000 extrajudicial clones has the same cultivation level as him. At this time, the extrajudicial avatars of a 1,000 Tai Gold Fairyland rushed towards the soldiers along with Xuanhuan roaring. The avatar rushing in front sprayed out karma-washing gold fire, burning hundreds of soldiers in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan and his 1,000 clones were overwhelmed by the army of soldiers. Tens of miles away, the Tathagata Buddha came walking. The battle along the way seemed to be ignored by him, but all the soldiers who approached him were wiped out before they got close. Is that the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan? It seems a little weak. Why should I go to such a character? But, it seems that this is destined. That's all, since I have sent him the 18 arhats, it means this I can't escape if I die. Whatever. The Tathagata spoke, but the man did not stop and continued to move forward. Old monk, where are you looking? Die? A general from Daluojan Fairyland rushed towards Tathagata ferociously and slashed at Tathagata as soon as he raised his knife. Seeing this, Tathagata pushed out with the palm of his hand. Boom! The general didn't even have a chance to react, and was instantly annihilated in ashes. This move frightened the soldiers around, and they all backed away, so as not to risk your life in vain. Tathagata was indifferent, and still walked forward unhurriedly. The other side. More and more monks gathered in the wild. The cultivation bases are all above the Tai realm. In such a big battle, those below the Tai level dare not even show their heads. On the one hand, these strong men gathered here to investigate the situation. And on the other hand, they came to admire the demeanor of Tianwu Supreme, the second in 10,000 years. What concerns them the most is that this battle is related to the future situation of the world. If Pingtian Palace wins, it will definitely skyrocket, and it is possible to squeeze Supreme Dou Yu down to the second place in the world. If Dou Yu Supreme wins, the two worlds of Yin and Yang will lose a lot in the battle between Yang and Yin, and win in the underworld. But who can guarantee that Dou Yu Supreme will not attack other forces? In general, no matter who wins or loses, it will have a direct impact on any force in this world. Boom, boom, boom. One after another golden palms roared in all directions. It was Xuanhuan's Futian palm passed down from Wang Xiaofeng. Although Xuanhuan was surrounded by Yin soldiers, he had 1,000 extrajudicial clones, which could help him pull most of the Yin soldiers. Shen Gongbao, Qin Hua, and Li Xian have been following Xuanhuan's side, protecting Xuanhuan on the one hand, and killing the Yin soldiers on the other hand. At this time, Ran Dang and Dou Yu Zhizuan were still stalemate at high altitude. Between the staggered figures, the speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch the figures of the two. Reaching the level of Xuanhuan's fairyland, if you don't have transcendent abilities and extremely powerful treasures, it will be difficult to kill the opponent in a short time. It's often a tug of war. Here, Xuanhuan has nothing to do with Dou Yu Supreme's abnormality. As the Lord of the Underworld, he is immortal. Ran Dang and Dou Yu Supreme met their palms again, and both of them flew upside down at the first time. There were already fine cracks on the mask of the burning lamp, and Supreme Master Dou Yu was covered in bloodstains, looking extremely miserable. You can't kill me. Dou Yu Supreme's ferocious face and voice are even more incomparably proud. He manipulated the Dou Yu dragon Qi to draw towards Ran Dang again, and Ran Dang relied on the golden body Arhat to avoid it at all, and his eyes were indifferent. However, his surface is extremely calm. But the heart has become anxious. How to defeat Dou Yu Supreme is what he is extremely worried about now. The most exasperating thing is that the current situation does not have any advantage for Pingtian Palace. Dou Yu Supreme Su has seen this. While he couldn't beat the burning lamp, he actually chose to procrastinate. He dragged the lamp and had no time to look after him. However, at this moment, Ran Dang's eyes suddenly froze, his eyes swept across the void, and landed on the Tathagata Buddha who was walking. Tathagata walked, waved his palms, and killed a Yin soldier like walking in a courtyard. He Buddha? Although he is also known as the Buddha. But he does represent the ancient Buddhas of the past. Although the strength is higher than Lai, but as the current abbot of Buddhism, Tathagata has powerful merits and virtues, so his strength is much higher than him. Let's go. I hope that one day you and I can find the Lord of True Fate. If any one of us finds it, the other will surely appear. Because only the Lord of True Fate can carry forward the Dharma. At this time, the words Zing Tathagata said to him could not help ringing in Ran Dang's ears. But, what you said is easy, old monk. The reason why I appeared in this world is not because of you. If it wasn't for your instigation, would I come out? But you are fine, you kicked me away as soon as you came out. Why? Ran Dang was angry. Depressed endlessly. For a while, Ran Dang was in a state of confusion, but his hands were unambiguous, and he was still able to blast Dou Yu Supreme out. There are some things that must be asked clearly about burning lamps. Why does Buddhism participate in the battles in the world? After blasting Dou Yu Supreme into the air, he flew directly towards Tathagata. Tathagata! Ran Dang shouted angrily, and the voice rolled out, resounding throughout the battlefield. Tathagata? Supreme Master Dou Yu frowned. An old monk is so difficult. Another one comes. What's the situation? Xuanhuan cursed in his heart. Tathagata, what is he doing here? Xuanhuan quickly turned around and looked around. At this time, he has already rotated the yin and yang cycle of life and death. To the extreme, even if he is distracted, there is no problem. Since there were densely packed yin soldiers blocking his sight in front of him, he couldn't see Tathagata at all. However, he could see the figure of a burning lamp flying over there like the sun. Monk, why are you doing this? Tathagata's benevolent face looks at the burning lamps flying towards him. I sigh in my heart. I remember that when he earned Buddhahood and became a Buddha, the ancient Buddha of the previous generation told him that there would be a calamity for Randang, and it was hoped that Tathagata could help Randang to overcome the calamity. Later, the world changed color, and the child of destiny came into being. Need help. He sent 18 arhats. Later, when the Lord of Destiny appeared, he realized that the disaster of burning the lamp was coming. So there was the lantern defection system that lived here for 10 years. Now it seems that the catastrophe of the great monk has come to a successful conclusion. His hard work was not in vain. Tathagata, you. Ba, congratulations to the great monk, the catastrophe is over and he has earned Buddhahood. Tathagata ignored Ran Dang's scolding, but leaned over to congratulate Ran Dang. Surprised the burning lamp, who came with anger. Boom. Ran Dang only felt a bang in his head, and the image of Buddha's real body that had been lost for 10 years reappeared in his mind. And what surprised him was that those phantom images of Buddha that were originally illusory were so clear. Is the image of Buddha very clear? I am the golden body of the ancient Buddha? Ran Dang stared blankly at Tathagata. The sharp look in his eyes had long since disappeared. In its place is the light of Buddha. Fu Mo pays homage to the Buddha. Although Ran Dang had figured everything out at this moment, Xuanhuan still did not forget his entrustment. Still claiming to be a demon. Ba Buddha. My Buddha is merciful. I can achieve Buddhahood by myself. Because of the teachings of the Buddha. But the Lord of True Destiny must be surrounded by guardians. I hope the Buddha will not blame me. Burning lamps respectfully bowed to the Tathagata. It doesn't matter, the old monk turned himself into a demon and earned the Buddha's fruit. It is also in line with the Buddha's original intention to call himself a demon in the future. Anyway, today's rebirth of the ancient Buddha of the demon is a great prosperity in my Buddhist world. Congratulations. Just wait for 10,000 Buddhas, the great sage patriarch has arrived, and will crown the demons again. When Ran Dang heard it, a turbulent sea suddenly set off in his heart. How can he who has the memory of his previous life not know who the great sage, the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, is? Is he coming too? Ran Dang couldn't help asking. Tathagata smiled mysteriously, and a pair of benevolent eyes swept across the void for dozens of miles, and landed on Xuanhuan. If he didn't show up today, how could he see that the Lord of Destiny has such a profound power of destiny? On Xuanhuan's body, he was able to feel the divine light of the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas. While making him puzzled, he became more determined to follow Xuanhuan. At this time, Supreme Master Dou Yu also flew over. But when he saw Tathagata, he froze for a moment. This old monk is the Tathagata Buddha? Why is his cultivation so advanced? He was horrified to discover that Tathagata actually had the late stage of death. Xuanhuan's fairyland. For a moment he had an extremely ridiculous feeling. What's wrong with this world? Why do monks, with advanced cultivation base jump out? Tathagata also discovered the arrival of Dou Yu Supreme. But Buddha. The benefactor is eternally angry. Although he is the Lord of the underworld, if he wants to do the wrong thing, he will not escape the suffering of reincarnation. My little monk advises you, turn around and be right. Humph, the old monk who got out of there somewhere, don't scare me here. Although Tathagata's cultivation base is 2 realms higher than his own. But he is still not afraid. In this way, the benefactor does as he pleases. Subduing demons, and eliminating demons is the duty of my Buddhist disciples. Do you need me to take action? What Tathagata means can't be understood. To help Randang eliminate Dou Yu. As soon as these words came out, Supreme Master Dou Yu turned pale with shock. I can't stand a joke about a monk, and another one, can I still play? Humph, one monk has no choice but to take this seat, but 2 monks are still like this. Just let the horse come over. Losing people does not lose the battle. Dou Yu Supreme is also a proud person. How could he retreat before the battle? With the help of the Buddha, it is easy to punish Dou Yu. The lamp was awakened by the Tathagata, and he achieved the supreme Buddhahood. In an instant, his cultivation had reached the peak in the middle stage of Dou Yu in Wonderland, and then he only needed to sit quietly for a few days to achieve the late stage of Dou Yu in Wonderland. He readily accepted Tathagata's offer. Humph, 2 monks fighting one, isn't it a bit deceitful? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone present to turn their heads. I saw a figure flying slowly from the distant sky, and he was pierced with 5 swords of different shapes. A long sword shrouded in black light is stepped on under his feet, like a sword fairy descending from the world, transcending the world. This person is none other than the Juggernaut. The monk, why are you so strong? The Juggernaut looked extremely calm on his face, but he was shocked inside. Tathagata gave him an unfathomable feeling. The battle between the yin and yang worlds is very famous. As a strong man in this world, he naturally wants to watch the battle. He pursued the supreme kendo all his life, constantly challenged the masters, and bravely climbed the peak. The second person in the world, Dou Yu Supreme, is powerful, but the number of shots is very few, so he will not miss such an opportunity. However, feeling the breath of the 3 people in the distance, he couldn't help but make a sound. Ba. The benefactor has been watching the battle for a long time, and finally he couldn't help but make a move. Tathagata smiled slightly, and the words he said surprised the Juggernaut and Supreme Dou Yu. But Randang looked calm. This old monk actually knows that he has come a long time ago, so it's a bit outrageous, isn't it? The Juggernaut had already arrived at a kilometer away from the 3 of them, and he thought with his brows furrowed. Antonio's face was extremely ugly, especially if he was bullied to come close. It made him, the second strongest man in the world, panic with embarrassment. How could fellow Taoist Dou Yu face the attacks of the 2 of you alone? As disciples of Buddhism, you are a bit deceitful, aren't you? The Sword Saint said loudly. The eyes of Supreme Master Dou Yu lit up, but Su Haotian, who came here, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Well, you Juggernaut, you are now acting as a shit-stirring stick. He is trying to help Dou Yu's rhythm. Just in case, I'll bring him in. Out of control, out of control. It's better than losing your life. System, designate me to summon Monkey King. When Xuanhuan was thinking about it, he activated the designated summon. That's right, he has always wanted to recruit Brother Monkey. Brother Monkey is his idol. Not only is he insanely strong, but he also values loyalty. However, Brother Ho's arrogance made him intimidated, and he was hesitant to call him. And now, it's time for a decision. Ding. The system is specifying to summon Monkey King. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Monkey King. From Brother Monkey, you finally, wait. What? This monkey brother is not the Monkey King from the Journey to the West. Period, but the Monkey King from the sequel of Journey to the West. Xuanhuan was stunned. You know, although Sun Wukong in Journey to the West is powerful, his strength is about the same as that of Dou Yu. Even if it is higher, at best it is at the same level as Randang. Absolutely not surpassed Tathagata. But it's a different story if you want to talk about the post-biography of Journey to the West. Quick, call up Brother Monkey's attribute list. Sun Wukong, from Identity, Patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas. The name of the Buddha, Namo Great Sage Relic King Buddha. Cultivation method, Wanfa Golden Body Ju. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth evil spirits. Magic weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Lucky level, Dou Yu Wonderland Peak. Loyalty, 25/100. It's going to explode. The pinnacle of Dou Yu Wonderland. Xuanhuan's eyeballs almost fell out. Once the great sage comes out, who will fight for the front? It's just that the loyalty of only 25 made the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitch. Perhaps because of his arrogant character, Sun Wukong did not choose to break free from the shackles of the system, so the loyalty of 25 is already very good. System, is Monkey King already at his peak? Xuanhuan asked, curiously in his heart. Monkey King is coming to the battlefield, and he has nothing to fear now. What made him a little worried was that he didn't know if Sun Wukong could help him. Whether Sun Wukong has reached the peak now belongs to the core secret of the system. Since the host level is too low, he is not qualified to know now. The system's answer made Xuanhuan helpless. I am now at the Tai Gold Immortal realm, why is my level too low? What an excuse. Although he was angry, he was still quite excited. His sharp eyes looked at the 4 people in the distance, with a malicious look on his face. Humph, how can you pretend to be aggressive? When Brother Monkey comes, there will be times when you will cry. Dou Yu Supreme, who was confronting Randang and Tathagata, felt inexplicably uneasy, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Xuanhuan. Tens of miles away, he could see Xuanhuan's playful eyes. Although his heart was still full of hatred and anger, the gaze he met Xuanhuan made him feel extremely dangerous. This feeling made him a little puzzled. I don't know why. The sword master really wants to help the evildoers? Randang asked. Humph, you won't know until you fight if you're helping the evildoers. As soon as the sword master finished speaking, the 5 flying swords behind him began to tremble. Seeing this, Tathagata Randang also looked awe-inspiring. Only when they came to this world did they know that there are also strong people in this world, and they have already seen the Supreme Dou Yu. Although strong, it is not invincible. Now that the Juggernaut is right in front of them, they naturally want to stretch themselves. It is said that Juggernaut is very strong, even surpassing Dou Yu Supreme. The ancient emperor had a higher evaluation of the Juggernaut than the Dou Yu Supreme. According to various rumors, the strength of the juggernaut itself has also made the two big brothers in the Buddhist world a lot more solemn. Sword Master, we are all strong locals, and we can't be defeated by outsiders. No matter what. The two of us joined forces to kill him and turn the world upside down. At this moment, Supreme Master Dou Yu finally spoke. Since he became the Lord of the Underworld, when has he joined hands with people? Although it was embarrassing, there was nothing he could do. Tathagata's strength made him feel powerless. And he can't lose this battle. If they lose, Tianwu land will be devastated. As soon as Supreme Dou Yu finished speaking, the 5 swords of the juggernaut finally moved. Clang, clang. At the same time as the sound of the sword being unsheathed, 5 swords of different colors and styles soared into the sky, and then hovered above his head. The wanton sword energy made all the creatures on the battlefield turn their heads to look. I saw the juggernaut Kong Kong walking towards the juggernaut step by step, and the black long sword under his feet also flew up, hovering above his head. He chose to fight. This martial idiot, no matter where the excitement comes from. How helpless. Although he felt a little helpless, he was very curious about the cultivation of the juggernaut, and now that the juggernaut made a move, it was just for him to prove it. Sword Master, if you help me today, Dou Yu will owe you a huge favor. Seeing that the juggernaut really wanted to make a move, Dou Yu said excitedly. The juggernaut and the deity killed you 2 dignified monks together. Dou Yu laughed out loud with excitement, because the appearance of the juggernaut gave him new expectations for revenge. Seeing this, Randang immediately turned on the golden body of the ancient Buddha. The golden body of the ancient Buddha, which was as high as 1,000 feet, was surrounded by purple light, covering the land thousands of miles away with a layer of golden light. Whether it is Dou Yu, or the Sword Master who came with a sword, they are all insignificant in front of the golden body. What's going on? Why is this golden body much taller than the previous golden body? Seeing this, Dou Yu frowned, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. However, before he could wake up from his doubts, another 1,000-foot-tall golden Buddha body appeared, but the Tathagata's Buddha body was also transformed by him. The 2,000-foot-tall golden bodies of the Buddha stood on the barren land like 2 giant mountain peaks, which were so abrupt that all the creatures on the battlefield were horrified and inexplicable. What is that? Is it also the golden body of Buddha? Oh my God, is that Tathagata? His strength is almost comparable to Fumo's. Could it be that Buddhism has reappeared in the world? Seeing this, the creatures in the distance immediately began to discuss. For them, it was worthwhile to come to watch the battle today and see 2 golden Buddhas. The golden body of the Buddha, what is your relationship with the ancient Buddha of ancient Buddhism? Supreme Master Dou Yu knows the legends of ancient Buddhism, and the Sword Master naturally knows it too. Asked suspiciously at this time. Buddha's world, regardless of order, naturally does not care about the past and the present. The sword of the Sword Master and the benefactor has been released. What are you waiting for? Tathagata's majestic voice resounded loudly in this world, shaking everyone's eardrums and causing endless pain. Haha, okay, let me, the Juggernaut, weigh the experts from Buddhism today. While speaking, the Sword Master had already arrived in front of Tathagata's golden body, surrounded by 6 flying swords, and the sword energy that had been released spread for dozens of miles. When a terrifying sword power raged in all directions, it even shook the void. Xuanhuan, who was killing the Yin soldiers, was even more frightened. When He turned his head to look, his eyes suddenly widened. Countless sword shadows have already covered the void of more than 100 miles nearby. The Tathagata's golden body is in the sword shadows. Although it is majestic, it gives people a feeling of being alone. Dou Yu, where are you looking? Let's move on. Ran Dang didn't worry about the Tathagata. If he couldn't even deal with mere sword energy, he wouldn't be worthy of being called a Buddha. Humph, although you have become stronger again, you will never be able to kill me. You are immortal, what can you do to me? As soon as Supreme Master Dou Yu finished speaking, he held a big knife in his hand and attacked the golden body of the burning lamp. The Juggernaut is the #1 sword cultivator in this world, and the sword array he deployed has strangled millions of creatures. Seeing the sword shadow full of endless coercion all over the sky, and the creatures watching the battle in the distance, their hearts became inexplicably excited. I don't think it was in vain to watch the battle. TSK, the Juggernaut rarely makes a move. Today's move will definitely shock the world. Haha, who is stronger between Juggernaut and Dou Yu Supreme, we will see today. Although the two did not face each other directly, their opponents were both monks, so others could tell the difference. The Juggernaut really wants to help Dou Yu. What an anecdote. How do I see that the Juggernaut wants to challenge the three of them together? If the Pingtian Palace is going to be bad, if there is a Juggernaut messing around here, the result will be even more confusing. There are more and more people watching the battle. In addition to the spies from all sides, more and more casual cultivators also come to join in the fun. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, it will be recorded in the annals of history and will be passed down for generations. Witnessed it with my own eyes today, whether it is used as a talking point, or going out to brag and fart, it is a rare and precious information. Looking at the majestic figure of the Juggernaut, the creatures were all amazed. Every time the Juggernaut took a step forward, hundreds of phantoms of sword aura would appear above his head. Not only that, thunderclouds appeared on the sky above his head with the appearance of sword aura. Tathagata saw this, although he was surprised, but his face was still calm. But the palm hidden in the sleeve moved at this moment. A giant palm like a mountain came from the sky, and directly hit the phantom of the sword chi raging in all directions. Rumble. The sword shadows all over the sky collapsed under the giant golden palm. While shocking everyone, they couldn't help worrying about the Juggernaut. Whoop, whoop, hoo. Just when people were worried, the sound of rain hitting plantains came one after another, so startled that Ran Dang turned his head to look. I saw millions of phantoms of sword energy break free from under the giant golden palm like a flood of beasts, and blast towards the golden body of Tathagata without any stop. The gust of wind that rolled up along the way dragged countless soldiers and soldiers mercilessly into the sword energy. It's so strong. Zhao Gongming, who had returned from injury, couldn't help but swear, and Shen Gongbao and others were even more stunned. Such momentum caused the burning lamp fighting next to him. Dou Yu hurriedly chose to dodge. Tathagata did not show any panic in the face of such a huge torrent of 10,000 swords. I saw millions of golden palms suddenly appearing behind him, and among the lightning and flint, the light and shadow of millions of sword auras were scattered one after another. Dang, 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 although the torrent of sword energy is grand, the Tathagata's million golden palms are even more shocking. Looking at the millions of golden palms, the light and shadow of millions of sword chi were instantly shattered, and the whole instant frying pan on the battlefield. I'll go. Really strong. Oh my God, the sword formation of the Juggernaut has been broken. He is the Buddha. Are all Buddhas so strong? The sword master is indeed powerful, but the Buddha is more aggressive. The result of today's battle is confusing. Xuanhuan, who was protected by the yin and yang wheel of life and death, showed shock on his face. Although he had seen the sword master cast a sword array, but there was no such a spectacular scene as it is now. In contrast, Tathagata's million palms made his scalp tingle, and Tathagata's 1,000 Buddha palms really lived up to its reputation. Although the Juggernaut took an indifferent attitude towards Tathagata's million sword chi that shattered him, his brows could not help but frown. The difficulty of Tathagata was beyond his expectation. But even so, he didn't have any intention of backing down. At this time, looking indifferently at the mountain-like Tathagata, phantoms of sword aura continuously appeared behind the sword saint, one after another. Blasting towards the Tathagata, the entire barren land shook violently, as if it was about to collapse and shatter. Randang, Dou Yu saw this, looked at each other, and fought together again. At the same time, Supreme Master Tongyo's words sounded, "Sword Master, you have become stronger again." His eyes were full of fear. The Juggernaut didn't say a word, but answered him with practical actions. With a wave of his right hand, a torrent of sword energy suddenly struck Dou Yu with a million lights and shadows of sword energy. The sword flow, naked with terrifying coercion, directly changed the expression of Supreme Dou Yu. "Sword Master, are you crazy? We are allies." Dou Yu cursed, "The Juggernaut is a lunatic. A veritable madman." However, the Juggernaut ignored Tongyo's curse, and another stream of swords was led by him to attack the lamp. Boom! The Juggernaut's move caused an uproar in everyone. This sword master is too arrogant, isn't he? He actually wants to 1v3. Xuanhuan was also speechless. He didn't even know what words to use to describe the Juggernaut. "Where are you looking?" At this time, a gloomy voice sounded, but it was a yin general from Dou Yu, Wonderland holding a machete and killing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan curled his lips with a look of extreme disdain. With the development of the battle and the imminent appearance of Monkey King, he became a little bored with this war. No matter how many yin soldiers and yin generals are left, once Dou Yu, the leader, retreats, he will disappear. However, it made him a little funny that a yin general of Dou Yu dared to provoke him. I saw him flying directly into the 1,000 clones, and they were confused in the blink of an eye. The Dou Yu general, who managed to get close, was instantly dumbfounded. Xuanhuan's avatar and the deity are exactly the same in terms of clothing, cultivation and aura. How can he tell the difference when they are standing together now? At this moment, Ho Qing suddenly appeared with another yin general from the Dou Yu fairyland, and smashed on the yin general of the Dou Yu fairyland with a bang, and was instantly wiped out. The yin general is against the yin general, and Ho Qing's move is even more terrifying than those powerful opponents. Boom! When Randang saw this, while dodging at top speed, 10,000 golden hands rushed out, and they were connected with the sword in the blink of an eye. Although Supreme Dou Yu over there hated his teeth itchingly, he was very chilled by the sword master's methods. Sure enough, the Juggernaut has become stronger again. Today's battle was really full of twists and turns. I don't know if I can take revenge. Juggernaut, 1 against 3? The Tathagata was not humble and did not say a word, and still released the 1,000 Buddha palms of the Tathagata, blasting towards the dense sword energy. Randang didn't show any weakness either. The golden light confronted the sword energy without giving way. In comparison, Tongyo's situation is not optimistic. He has gone through a series of battles before, and although he is protected by Tongyo's dragon energy, he is still very tired. Now, under the harassment of thousands of sword energy, he is already in danger. Juvenile Master, you lunatic, can't you just challenge for a good time? Are you blocking me? Supreme Master Tong Yu is now full of murderous intent towards the sword. Master. He came to kill Ping Tian Demon Emperor, but he was disturbed by the Sword Master. How can he not be angry? The Juggernaut doesn't care so much. He has been pursuing the road of the strong all his life. He can't surpass the ancient emperor, and he can only take out his anger on others when he is angry in his heart. He vowed to fight all over the world. In his eyes, Tong Yu is just a strong man who can let him make a move. These two guys don't look for a place to pretend to be aggressive. Here. There are times when you are depressed. Xuanhuan was very upset about the Juggernaut's shit-stirring stick. Although he wanted to see how powerful the Juggernaut was, he didn't want the Juggernaut to disrupt the battlefield. Bastard, get out of here, I have the final say here. Xuanhuan couldn't bear it anymore, and finally roared out. Xuanhuan shouted with enough mana, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Although Tong Yu and the Sword Saint heard it, they ignored him. Although the Demon Emperor Ping Tian was powerful, among the young people, they only admired the Emperor Haoyan. Tathagata, when Randang saw this, he retreated to the side tacitly. At this time, the two of them had returned to their original size. Ba. Randang was very upset that the Juggernaut had robbed his opponent. Tathagata smiled and said nothing. At the same time, in the eastern horizon, a boy in grey clothes floated. He was leaning on a golden cane, and his expression had a look of arrogance. This person was none other than the ancient emperor. Feeling the tremor from under his feet, he murmured, "They're too much." He could feel that the wilderness seemed to be overwhelmed. If this kind of fighting continued, the wilderness would be shattered and the impact would be huge, which is rare in the world. Although he was determined to break the sky, he did not allow this world to become fragmented. Today he is going to punish these guys and give the world a warning. It's not that he doesn't agree with each other's struggles, but he will never allow this world to be persecuted. The ancient emperor hid his aura, so Juggernaut, Tong Yu, Tathagata, and Randang didn't notice his arrival. If the number one in the world appears today, it will definitely cause a sensation in all parties. That young man is Ping Tian Demon Emperor, he is so young. The ancient emperor muttered to himself, his eyes full of curiosity. It's just that the Demon Emperor Ping Tian is somewhat similar to the holy Emperor Haoyan, but he doesn't think that all the powerful people in the world like to follow dolls. Hey, pay attention, there are strong people spying on you in the dark. Wang Xiafeng's voice suddenly sounded, causing Xuanhuan to frown. The battlefield is full of people, and I am the source of Tongyo's hatred. There are too many people spying on me. Xuanhuan didn't care about Wang Xiafeng's reminder. Different from the past, the power of those who spy on you is unfathomable. So be careful. When Xuanhuan heard this, his heart suddenly became restless. Hard horse. Which strong man is here again? It really doesn't stop. Xuanhuan was about to ask for clarification, but at this moment, a dark soldier with no eyesight attacked him. But he didn't know that there was a colorful cloud flying towards the sky at this time. Above the clouds, a monkey-faced monk wearing a purple gold cassock was looking at the battlefield ahead with great interest. It turns out that the opportunity related to the prosperity of Buddhism is here. Is that young man the one who is destined? The Buddha actually ran ahead of me. As the host of Buddhism, he really took the lead. Well, the burning monk is also good. Delphi. Good, good. The monkey-faced monk is none other than the ancestor of all Buddhas summoned by Xuanhuan, Tianwu great sage relic King Buddha, Sun Wukong. He is different from the fighting and defeating Buddha in the previous life. He is brave and fierce. After his rebirth, he earned the Buddhahood and became the supreme real body. For example, only strong but not weak. After the rebirth, Monkey King has lost his hostility, but has more Buddha nature, so every time he makes a move, he thinks from the Buddha's position. Just half a day ago, he suddenly felt the calling of the Lord of Destiny, so he rushed over. Looking at the four juggernauts in front of him, his expression did not show any waves, and his eyes quickly looked forward, directly across thousands of miles, and landed on the ancient emperor who was strolling. The ancient emperor also saw the appearance of Monkey King. Hey, this person, his cultivation base. Sun Wukong's cultivation made him curious. The pinnacle of Dou Yu wonderland. When did such a strong man appear in this world? But Sun Wukong was a little strange, why he couldn't see through the boys' cultivation. Could it be that he had some magic weapon to conceal his aura? He didn't think that the ancient emperor's cultivation surpassed the Dou Yu fairyland, because since he appeared, he felt that this world seems to be bound by something, and the peak of the Dou Yu fairyland is the strongest existence in this world. In his perception, there is a strong man in the north that he can't figure out, plus this boy. Hey, it seems that this journey is quite interesting. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the somersault cloud and slowly floated towards Xuanhuan. Zhao Gongming, who was guarding Xuanhuan's side, looked up inadvertently, as if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. What are you looking at? Xuanhuan, who had blocked a blow for Zhao Gongming, couldn't help but swear at Zhao Gongming, but he saw Zhao Gongming's staring eyes, so he followed his gaze. The scene that came into his eyes surprised him immediately. Monkey King, the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, is here. Excited, Xuanhuan quickly flew towards Monkey King. All the Yin soldiers who attacked him along the way were strangled to death by the Yin and Yang wheel of life and death. Sun Wukong put away his somersault cloud and strolled on the battlefield, looking calm and calm. Compared with Sun Wukong before he became the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, he at this time has less hostility, but more majesty. Soon, Sun Wukong came to Xuanhuan, Ba. I was studying Zen the day before yesterday, and I felt that I was destined to be with His Majesty, so I came to have a look today. But I didn't expect that our host is already here. I didn't know it until now. Your Majesty is the Lord of the Buddha's life. Haha, great sage, I'm finally waiting for you. Xuanhuan didn't know what the Lord of Destiny was, he only knew that with the arrival of Monkey King, he would win. At this time, Zhao Gongming was completely stunned. He did not expect that the famous Buddha in the Buddhist world would come to join His Majesty. This has turned his outlook on life upside down. And the one who was stunned on the spot was the burning lamp over there. He would never have thought that what the Tathagata said was true. The new patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, Sun Wukong, has also come. Although he is also the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, compared with Sun Wukong, he is not only one star behind. Beside Buddha, Sun Wukong is above 10,000 Buddhas. Tathagata will not work. Because Tathagata's life was saved by Monkey King. In that catastrophe, if Sun Wukong hadn't sacrificed his life for righteousness, the Buddha world and even the entire fairy world would be lost forever. Sun Wukong deserves the title of the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas. Hey, this guy, Ran Dang, finally broke free from the sea of suffering, and the ancient Buddha who subdued the devil was born, thanks to the Lord of True Destiny. Monkey King saluted Xuanhuan sincerely again. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was even more happy, because with this gift, Sun Wukong's loyalty directly surpassed 50 and reached 51. Hey, the Lord of Destiny is actually the carrier of the World Tree. TSK. The World Tree, only the Lord of all gods can be chosen by the World Tree. That's how it is. I didn't look carefully just now, but now I observed Xuanhuan carefully. Monkey King said in shock. He was born to be the emperor of all gods, this is the destiny, anyway, I will accompany you for a ride. Monkey King laughed, and the excitement in his voice was not concealed by him. But it made Ran Dang and Tathagata in the distance puzzled. Zhao Gongming was stunned again. Anyone who carries the World Tree is born with the order of the Emperor. The former Jade Emperor was the one who carried the World Tree, as well as the earlier Demon Emperor Tai, Demon Emperor Dijuan, and so on. It's just that their World Tree is too single, and they can only rule a certain family, and eventually die because of the unhealthy World Tree, and disappear in the long river of time. Xuanhuan owns the World Tree, which horrifies and surprises him at the same time. This shows that Zhao Gongming did not follow the wrong person. Thank you, great sage, for your kindness. Sun Wukong didn't say to worship Xuanhuan, but accompanied him for a ride. The key to this is intriguing. On the other side, the battle between Dou Yu Supreme and Juggernaut has reached a fever pitch. Dou Yu has released all his Dou Yu Dragon Qi, which collided with the Sword Master's Million Sword Qi, and the ground within a radius of 100 miles has collapsed, and bottomless holes crisscrossed, making this place fragmented. Shocking. Tathagata and Ran Dang wanted to come over to greet Monkey King, but the two didn't leave, they really didn't dare to act casually. In the distance, the ancient emperor stood on a boulder and looked at this. Sighed, muttering to himself, this man looks like a hosen, but wears cassocks. He is obviously a Buddhist. It's just that Buddhism in this side is not based on burning lamps, Tathagata, and is at the highest level of subduing demons? When did another one appear? Could it be that ancient Buddhism really came back? The taller you stand, the more you think. He also thought that in the past 10 years or so, heroes have emerged everywhere. It made him feel as if there was a hidden force manipulating all of this behind the scenes. Could it be some force from outside the sky? Or is the remnant of the holy court making a comeback? The ancient emperor frowned, constantly deducing in his mind. Although the holy court was destroyed by immortals and demons, but he always felt that the holy court was hiding something. It was as if Sage Emperor Haodian was the reincarnation of Wan Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the Southern Territory, that is, the first domain lord of the Holy Court. At this time, Xuanhuan had already brought Monkey King towards Dou Yu and the Sword Master. Xuanhuan showed a strange smile while walking. Ding. Complete the side mission, defeat the Netherland. The system rewards the host with a chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Hey, you can summon again. At this time, Xuanhuan had swept away the previous haze, and his mood was extremely refreshing. System, randomly summon superpowers for me. Sun Wukong walked beside Xuanhuan. The wind was calm and calm. It was as if the entire battlefield was ignored by him. He was wearing cassock, hunting in the wind, with indifferent eyes and a solemn posture. That is Emperor Tianwu, who had just chopped to death a general from Dou Yu. Wonderland was shocked. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Although he is a Taoist god, he is very clear about the major events in Western Buddhism and the deeds of fighting and defeating Buddha. Now that the protagonist at that time was in front of him, he was a little excited. Ding. The system is randomly summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Lu Chenxiang. From What the hell, Lu Chenxiang? Fuck me. Just as he recruited his master, his apprentice appeared. It's really. Life is really full of drama. Call out Lu Chenxiang's attribute list. Lu Chenxiang, from Race, Terran. Kung Fu, Kunwook Divine Kung Fu. Magic Weapon, Mountain Axe, Lotus Lamp. Lucky Level, Early Stage of Deluge in Wonderland. Loyalty, 93 out of 100. Not bad, Deluo Jingxian. I never thought that Lu Chenxiang's cultivation base is so high. Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. But after glancing at Sun Wukong next to him, he was relieved. With such an awesome master, how can the apprentice be worse? What is His Majesty laughing at? Although Sun Wukong is calm, he has been paying attention to everything around him, including Xuanhuan's words and deeds. Seeing Xuanhuan looking at him at this time, he showed an intriguing smile. He couldn't help asking out loud. The great sage will know in half a day. I promise to give you a surprise. Then. Surprise? Sun Wukong was very puzzled. Since becoming the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, his heart has been as calm as water. Nothing can make his heart full of lianqi. However, when a young man appeared in his mind, he couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. If there is anything in this world that can stop me from achieving the Supreme Buddha way, it is him. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, which made Xuanhuan's heart move. He said, Don't worry, Majesty, I will make your wish come true. You? Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, but immediately shook his head. He didn't pay attention to what Xuanhuan said. Sun Wukong has roamed all over the world in his life and is at ease. He thinks he has no worries. But Xuanhuan knows that Sun Wukong actually has concerns. I hope that when the time comes, your jaw won't be shocked. When Xuanhuan was thinking about it, he looked forward to Lu Chenxiang even more. At this time, Xuanhuan said loudly, Come back, Fu Mo. With Monkey King around, Randang can come back and watch from the sidelines. The power of the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas is beyond the imagination of Sword Master and Tong Yu. When Randang heard it, he glanced at Tathagata next to him, and then, the two came here together. This scene caught the attention of all creatures. Hey, who is that Hosen next to Ping Tian Demon Emperor? Why haven't I seen it before? Looking at him keeping pace with the Ping Tian Demon Emperor, his status is obviously not low. Look, those two Buddhas actually walked towards Ping Tian Demon Emperor. Didn't you see that guy next to Ping Tian Demon Emperor is wearing cassock? Oh my God, what's the matter with the monk meeting? All of a sudden, all the creatures on the battlefield began to talk about it. You two, stop now. Xuanhuan was furious. Juggernaut, a shit-stirring stick, is really rude. The Juggernaut and Dou Yu had already made a real fire, they had ignored them before, and now they were swearing somewhere. The two of them had a tacit understanding while fighting, and at the same time, they floated towards Xuanhuan. Prepare to teach Xuanhuan a lesson. They didn't notice Monkey King next to Xuanhuan. So unscrupulous. Well done. Xuanhuan smiled strangely, and their nightmare was about to come. Sun Wukong looked at the oncoming Tathagata and ran dang, and his heart was calm. The two juggernauts who floated here with ill intentions were even less in his eyes. Two big Luoluangxians, that's right, they haven't done anything for many years. Sun Wukong shook his head indifferently. Soon, Juggernaut and Dou Yu crashed towards Xuanhuan, while Randang and Tathagata hovered beside Xuanhuan, chanting Buddha's name loudly. If they dare to attack Sun Wukong, they would look down on the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas too much. Even Tathagata, who is the host of Buddhism, is not the opponent of Monkey King. Pingtian Demon Emperor, the time for your baby's death has arrived. Dou Yu yelled loudly, a faint look of excitement flashed across his face. He didn't expect his revenge to be avenged like this. Humph, you are entangled with Yin Qi, and you are beyond redemption. What? Right, do you have to speak out? Facing the two men coming forcefully, Monkey King didn't care, and waved lightly with his hand wrapped in his cassock. In the nick of time, the two sword masters, Dou Yu and Dou Yu, only felt a huge force coming, so that they had no time to react, and were directly knocked out. When the lamp was lit, the pupils of the two Tathagatas shrank suddenly. The King Buddha relic has become stronger again. If it wasn't because of his concern, he would have already surpassed the ordinary. Standing behind Monkey King, Xuanhuan felt a gust of wind coming, so he quickly closed his eyes in fright, but when he opened his eyes again, the sword master, Dou Yu, had already flown 10,000 meters away, in a state of extreme embarrassment. There is no demeanor of a generation of masters. Boom. Seeing this, the countless monks who were watching the battle in the distance immediately burst into an uproar. One by one looked in horror at Monkey King, who had put his arms into his sleeves again. That's the Juggernaut and the Supreme Dou Yu. Was it too exaggerated for Sun Wukong to be knocked out so easily? Dou Yu lay in the ruins 10,000 meters away, completely stunned. Who is this? Why has he never seen it before? That power. He actually felt invincible. How is it possible? The Juggernaut looked at Sun Wukong in horror, and at the same time released his consciousness, but the result he got was even more unbelievable. He couldn't see through Sun Wukong. This feeling made him feel extremely weird. Both fell silent in the ruins. But it made everyone go into an uproar. Immediately. Who is that hairy-faced monk? Is he a member of Fumo's gang? Nonsense, didn't you see him standing next to Pingtian Demon Emperor? My God, where did Pingtian Palace find such a super master? People talked a lot, but they were all excited. Until now, this battle has only become a little better. In the distance, the ancient emperor simply sat cross-legged on the boulder and watched. Seeing Monkey King's attack, he smiled and said to himself, Luolan is at the peak of the fairyland, tsk. It seems that Pingtian Palace is not a simple existence. There are also masters sitting in it. From being surprised at seeing Monkey King at the beginning to being interested now, Gudi's mentality has completely changed. He knew that even if he didn't act, the war would be over. Emperor Xuanwu, Shen Gongbao, Zhao Gongming and other powerhouses relaxed their bodies at this moment. They knew that Sun Wukong was powerful, and they already knew that this war had just been won. Tong Yu, your son was killed by me, why not, come here. Come and kill me. Standing next to Monkey King, Xuanhuan jumped up and challenged Tong Yu Supreme, which was extremely arrogant. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy is a bit in need of a beating. How can there be such an emperor? The Supreme Master Tong Yu was so angry that he jumped out of the ruins, roaring and slashing at him with a black knife in his hand. Yin Qi is entangled, and you are so presumptuous. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, stretched out his hairy hand and grabbed it far away. A skinny claw acted on the black knife in Tong Yu's hand, and directly snatched it away. The whole movement is as fast as lightning, without sloppiness. The Supreme Master Tong Yu was suddenly terrified. That claw. What kind of cultivation is the other party? Xuanhuan was very excited to see it. Compared with Monkey Brother on the westward journey, the current Monkey King is much stronger. What tricks do you have? Sun Wukong grabbed the black knife that flew back and asked indifferently. Tathagata, Burning Lamp, and the Juggernaut were sweating profusely. They had all experienced the power of that black knife, but they didn't expect that they would be taken away by Monkey King if they failed to make one move. Without the help of that black knife, Supreme Tong Yu's strength would have shrunk significantly. Hiss. Is that how Supreme Tong Yu was defeated? It's not that bad, maybe it's just pretending? That hairy-faced monk is too strong. If you want me to say, Demon Emperor Ping Tian is the most powerful, because he obviously found this hairy-faced monk. Another strong man will come out, and the world will be in chaos. Haha, that's great, Juggernaut and Tong Yu are going to be pulled down from the list of heroes. This is huge news. You must know that the strong men who appeared in this war, whether it is Tathagata, Fu Mo, or this hairy-faced monk, are all real strong men. People whispered to each other with excited expressions, and they all felt that the trip was worthwhile. If they knew that the ancient emperor was coming, what kind of demeanor would they have? The ancient emperor has ruled this world for a long time, and in a sense, he is already the spiritual leader here. Following Tong Yu's defeat, the battlefield fell silent instantly. Even the soldiers on both sides stopped automatically. On the ruins, Tong Yu half-kneeled in front of Monkey King, his eyes were dull, and his mood was depressed. Tong Yu, Juggernaut, are you two still planning to fight? Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Only now does he have the feeling of being eterned surf and singing. Xuanhuan's voice was sent out with mana, and instantly resounded throughout the battlefield. Pulled Tong Yu Supreme from the sluggishness. With Monkey King lighting up the lamp and Tathagata, Ping Tian Yaodi can already crush the audience. They are still fighting. Fortunately, the Juggernaut said that a person can come when he wants, and leave when he wants, without any worries. But what about Tong Yu Supreme? He came with a large army, and now there are not many left in the army, and the casualties have reached more than 5 million. Now that he is asked to retreat, how should he explain to Tong Yu Land how to stand in the world? In the distance, the ancient emperor sat on the boulder and laughed. He muttered to himself, Tong Yu, you are pretentious, but how will this situation end now? The relationship between Goody and Dou Yu is good, but they are not good friends. He, the ancient emperor, was too conceited and didn't need friends. But Ping Tian Demon Emperor made him more and more interested. This rising star has a strong wrist, although his cultivation base is weak, but the method of attracting strong people is astonishing. Ping Tian Demon Emperor and Haoyan Sage Emperor seem to have some kind of relationship. Goody analyzed in his heart. But he is not worried. All the heroes in the world are vying for territory. But the human emperor's palace is always calm. Because the ancient emperor didn't care about power. In front of a powerful force, it is just a fleeting moment in front of him. What he wants is to travel to a wider world. Are you going to make a move today? Seeing Monkey King, Goody felt itchy. Has not shot for many years. Dou Yu, your son is coveting my Ping Tian palace. He deserves it. For the sake of being in the same world, I will let you go today. If you don't back down, don't blame me for being ruthless. In fact, I don't want the underworld to cause chaos because of your death. Su Haoyan shouted loudly. Looking around, the barbaric land is full of devastation, with bottomless pits. Everywhere, hills and mountain peaks collapsed. Already shattered. There is no thousands of years to recover at all. The relocation of Ping Tian Palace is inevitable. So at this time he was in a bad mood at all. Although Sun Wukong's loyalty has reached more than 50, he dare not bet. The Supreme Master Dou Yu's face is incomparable, the whole person has been caught in the battle between heaven and man. He didn't know the relationship between Sun Wukong and Su Haoyan, but he knew that the relationship between the two must be very irreversible. If he continues, he has no chance of winning. If you retreat, there is no hope in this life. Retire. For the weak, if you don't retreat, you will never recover. If you retreat, the sea and the sky will be brighter. No, who is the weak one? Dou Yu roared angrily. But immediately his expression changed suddenly. It's him. My God, why is he here? Dou Yu hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Su Haoyan frowned, he was also very surprised, who dared to call Dou Yu supreme a weak person. The rest, all the creatures who heard this voice, were in an uproar again. Who is so arrogant, dares to treat Supreme Master Dou Yu like this? At the same time, look around and search for the source of the sound. Soon, he found the ancient emperor who was strolling here. I saw the ancient emperor strolling over, dressed in white clothes better than snow, with a boyish face full of indifference and aloofness. It is said that when the ancient emperor was very young, because he ate a different fruit by mistake, his body would always be like a boy. However, his cultivation has been out of control since then, until he stands at the highest peak in this world. That's the ancient emperor. My God, that's the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor is here. The number one person in the world today, the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor has come, so what will happen in the next battle? Quick, hurry back and report that the ancient emperor has arrived at the battlefield of the Yinyang World War. With the appearance of the ancient emperor, everyone began to talk about it. The name of the ancient emperor is definitely the strongest in the hearts of everyone in this world. As if he was born with magical powers, he made the battlefield silent again. Goody? Su Haoyan was also shocked, he finally saw the first person in this world. The Juggernaut also saw the arrival of the ancient emperor, his hand holding the sword trembled, and he finally sighed, forget it, since he's here, I'd better not embarrass myself. As soon as the words fell, he put all the flying swords back into their sheaths, obviously not wanting to fight anymore. Monkey King is also looking at the ancient emperor. Unlike others, he had already discovered the ancient emperor before this. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and there will be variables. Although Sun Wukong thought so in his heart, his expression was still calm. Facing the ancient emperor, he has no fear. In this world, he is not afraid of anyone. Tathagata, the burning lamps were all frowning, and the ancient emperor gave them the same feeling as Monkey King, invincible. Sure enough, since I came to this world, I have been wrong, because I still underestimate the strong here. Randang sighed in his heart. At this moment he just woke up like a dream. Not to mention the ancient emperor, even the sword master, can't defeat him. As the host, Xuanhuan spoke first. Isn't this the ancient emperor? The number one in the world is also interested in the wilderness. The ancient emperor, the supreme master of Tianwu, and the juggernaut are all strong men of the same period. Can they work together to squeeze the Pingtian palace? This is what Xuanhuan is most worried about. The ancient emperor came walking, and at this time he said in a calm manner, "You are a bit too much. If I don't show up again, I am afraid that the wilderness will no longer exist." As soon as this remark came out, everyone's heart trembled. Hearing this, meaning, the ancient emperor wanted to be held accountable. As the number one person in the world, the ancient emperor did have the qualifications to intervene in this matter. When Supreme Master Tianwu heard this, his face became even uglier. As a person of the same era as the ancient emperor, he knew that the ancient emperor kept his word, and if he wanted to intervene, he would definitely intervene. Damn it, my vengeance. Tianwu clasped his hands tightly, his heart was full of resentment. But he doesn't hate the ancient emperor, but the Tathagata and the sword master. If it weren't for them, he might have had his revenge long ago. But in the future, with Xuanhuan guarded by Monkey King, it is impossible for him to take revenge. Our Pingtian palace is the one that was invaded, Xuanhuan said innocently, spreading his hands. The Supreme Master Tianwu was so angry that he wanted to curse. It's just that although he was angry, he didn't explain. The battle between the Yin and Yang worlds is well known in the world, and he doesn't need to explain. The whole army is withdrawn. Tianwu Supreme shouted loudly. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar at the scene. One sentence from the ancient emperor changed the overall situation on the battlefield, and even made the Tianwu army retreat. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched violently. It was obvious that Sun Wukong's deterrent power was not as good as a word from the ancient emperor. Although the Yin soldiers and Yin generals were unwilling, they still retreated according to their words. They have lost too much in this battle, so what is the point of retreating like this? At this time, the ancient emperor had come to the 100 meters between Xuanhuan and Tianwu, and said solemnly, "This battle will end here. In the future, no Dalul Wanxian will be allowed to fight on the ground." How awesome it is! Xuanhuan was speechless. He was a little curious, and asked in his heart, "Wang Xiaofeng, can you see through the cultivation of the ancient emperor? Who do you think I am?" "I'm just a remnant soul," Wang Xiaofeng said angrily. "Is not it?" Xuanhuan curled his lips. Isn't Wang Xiaofeng always playing the role of an omnipotent prophet? That's the end? The ancient emperor is too domineering. However, what the ancient emperor said is also correct. Dalul Wanxian is too powerful. Just look at the tragic situation in the wilderness. It's okay to restrain it now. If this continues, this world will cease to exist. Long live the ancient emperor. Everyone cheered at Gudi's statement. Although I didn't see the strong confrontation, I still chose to unconditionally support the ancient emperor's decision. It would have been a devastating disaster in any other setting. Fortunately, it was Savage that was destroyed. This is the common aspiration of all. Supreme Master Dou Yu began to open a passage back to the underworld in the void. He turned around and said to Xuanhuan, "The grievances between us are far from over, you have to be ready." Xuanhuan frowned. Is this guy lost by hatred? It seems that the pace of occupying the underworld should also be accelerated. Xuanhuan thought this way, and he did so. Sooner or later, he will control the underworld, and when the time comes, let Dou Yu kneel at his feet and sing conquest. At this time, the ancient emperor turned his attention to Sun Wukong and asked with interest, "Who are you? Why didn't I see you before?" A great Xuanhuan at the peak of the fairyland. Without him, the ancient emperor would definitely be able to run rampant in this world. Fight against the Holy Buddha, Monkey King. Sun Wukong did not report the name of his ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, but the name of his previous life. Its meaning is self-evident. Burning the lamp, the Tathagata's heart trembled when he heard it. But Xuanhuan became nervous. Didn't the ancient emperor want to get rid of Sun Wukong? As the number one person in this world, he will never allow anyone to surpass himself. As for Dou Yu and Juggernaut, they are just punks in front of the ancient emperor. Holy Buddha? It seems that your ancient Buddhism is really coming back. Forget it, let's not talk about anything else. You dare to fight me in heaven? Gudi directly raised the challenge. As soon as this remark came out, everyone gasped. The ancient emperor actually took the initiative to challenge others. What does this mean? It shows that this person has the qualifications to fight against the ancient emperor. Therefore, in this world, whoever can be challenged by the ancient emperor will definitely be a blockbuster. Fail or not. Tathagata, Randang, and Juggernaut all became short of breath. Neither Sun Wukong nor the ancient emperors are strong enough for them. At the same time, they are also looking forward to who will win if the two fight. Ba. Why don't you dare? Sun Wukong proclaimed a Buddha's name and replied calmly. If this matter were replaced by him during the journey to the west, it would never be so peaceful. Now his mind is at peace. Dedicated to Buddha. But not afraid to fight. He is not afraid of the ancient emperor at all. When did he fight against the Holy Buddha and was afraid of fighting? When the ancient emperor heard that his smile was even better, he didn't make a sound and flew directly to the sky. He answered Monkey King with practical actions. Monkey King folded his hands in his sleeves and flew to the sky. The two quickly disappeared above the thundercloud. Xuanhuan was very nervous, and he didn't know if Sun Wukong could defeat the ancient emperor. Goody, that is a veritable boss in this world. As the saying goes, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, his name is too big, can he not worry about it? Your Majesty, I think it's too early to fight the ancient emperor now. Randang said with some worry. It's okay, the ancient emperor is definitely not a small-bellied person. The poor monk guessed that he should be motivated by hunting. Tathagata opened his mouth to analyze. Hey, Tathagata, why do you want to speak for him? Xuanhuan's heart moved, and he thought to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Tathagata returns. The system rewards the Host with a chance to randomly summon a superpower. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at Tathagata. Your Majesty, the poor monk is still recovering the tribe of the sea demon king. When the time is right, he will go to accompany His Majesty. Tathagata saw Xuanhuan's gaze and said with a slight smile. Haha, I am very relieved that the Tathagata can return to my side. In this way, the three big men in the Buddhist world are all under his command, and he has mastered Buddhism in his own hands in a disguised form. Boom. Soon, there was a roar above the thunder, and an indescribable coercion swept over the entire land. I saw thunderclouds billowing violently, like a thunderstorm, extremely spectacular. Although the battle of the ancient Emperor Sun Wukong could not be seen, the huge coercion emanating from the sky can still make everyone feel terrified. Is this the strong one? It's terrible. Someone can fight against the ancient emperor. It seems that the battle between the two may not end for a while. Wu Zhanxing Buddha? Where did the strong man come from? I'm sure that after today, the leaderboard will be completely rewritten. Ping Tianyao won't have any problem even ranking second in the world with this battle. People pointed and talked, and were shocked. Xuanhuan behaved calmly, he had never been afraid of the ancient emperor. Even if Monkey King failed, he would not be afraid. Because he has Taoist Tai. In Journey to the West, through the story of the nine-headed Yuanqing, it is not difficult for people to see that the real Tai should be better than Monkey King. Even though Sun Wukong has become a Buddha now, he is still slightly inferior to the real Tai in a certain sense. Xuanhuan suddenly discovered that before he knew it, two of his subordinates had become perverted. At the same time, Dou Yu had already opened up the passage, but he just sent the soldiers back, but stayed behind. At this time, he stared blankly at the sky, as if he wanted to penetrate the clouds and see the sky. The battle between the ancient emperor and Monkey King. Emperor Zhenwu, Shen Gongbao, Zhao Gongming and other powerhouses also began to gather towards Xuanhuan. Looking around, they saw that the barren land was in dilapidated condition, with corpses strewn all over the field, devastated everywhere. This situation made them feel bad. North Liangshan. Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor stood at the top of the hall, looking at the barren land. He frowned. Two powerful auras, more than a star and a half stronger than the previous battle. Who was fighting? Although he was puzzled, he was not surprised. What he said was strong was only aimed at others. It's really good, it seems that the sky is about to break. The corners of Dijun's mouth raised, muttering to himself. Once the sky is broken, his Emperor Jun will reveal his super strong side. The extremely proud Dijun never put anyone in this world in his eyes, including the first ancient emperor in the world. Dou Yu chose to stay, and the Juggernaut did not leave either. They are all quietly waiting for the end of the war in the sky. I don't know how long it took, but the battle in the sky came to an abrupt end. The coercion that overflowed in the void also dissipated. Is the battle over? Xuanhuan was nervous, and at the same time secretly sweated for Monkey King. The current Monkey King is obviously not at his peak. Because of the shackles of this world, or other reasons, Monkey King can only descend with such a cultivation base. Therefore, facing the number one person in this world must suffer. He didn't want the great sage to have any troubles. Just then, the thundercloud dissipated and the sun shone brightly. Sun Wukong's figure slowly fell. He still put his hands in his sleeves, his robes were still the same, and There was no damage on his body, as if he had never experienced a battle. Hiss. No way, could it be that the ancient emperor was defeated? Everyone has a look of disbelief. Hey, look, it's the ancient emperor. Some people saw the ancient emperor floating above the clouds at this time, looking down at Monkey King below. Like Sun Wukong, the ancient emperor has not changed in any way. He had his hands down and a big smile on his face. When Sun Wukong landed, Xuanhuan hurriedly asked with concern, "Great sage, are you not injured?" The strong men in Pingtian Palace also looked at Monkey King with fanaticism. Can they not be fanatical? This is the existence that can fight against the ancient emperor. No matter where you go, the strong will be worshipped. What can I do? Sun Wukong said softly. Then he looked at the high-altitude goody with a light smile and said, "This person is indeed the pride of heaven. Tianjiao." Being able to be called Tianjiao by Monkey King shows how strong the ancient emperor must be. Xuanhuan was a little confused, which of the two of them won? Could it be a tie? Seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong and the ancient emperor, Xuanhuan couldn't help but move. Haha, Sun Wukong, I remember this name. I hope that next time we can have a good fight outside the sky. Goody said at this time. Then, it disappeared leisurely. It left a big question mark for everyone. Who actually won? Monkey King smiled slightly. At this time, I can't beat him. Can't beat? Xuanhuan gasped. Could it be that the ancient emperor's cultivation surpassed the peak of De Luolan's fairyland? Wouldn't this kind of strength easily crush Xing Jianqing to death? For a while, Xuanhuan couldn't see through this world. Monkey King is magnanimous, although neither of them really did anything. But if it was really a life and death contest, he would definitely lose. You don't have to be sad, the great sage. If you return to your peak, you will definitely torture him. Xuanhuan comforted him. The patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas summoned by the system must not be in peak condition, otherwise the ancient emperor would not stand and speak. But this battle is not without gains, that is, the strength of the ancient emperor has been shown in front of him. TSK, I didn't expect such a strong person to exist in this era. At this time, Wang Xiaofeng's voice suddenly sounded. Who are you talking about? Goody. Wang Xiaofeng didn't know the origin of Sun Wukong, so in his eyes, the ancient emperor was the strongest. Those who can make Wang Xiaofeng and Sun Wukong open their mouths to praise. It can be seen that the ancient emperor is really awesome. Sooner or later I will let the ancient emperor kneel at my feet and sing conquest. Xuanhuan thought, unconvinced. Ding. Trigger the main mission, defeat the Lord of the World. Mission. Details, since the ancient emperor is the master of this world, the host wants him to sing the conquest, which will lead to a dispute of fate. If the host can personally defeat the ancient emperor, the system will the host is specially rewarded with a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to reach the peak of the strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan stunned. Lord of the World? Xuanhuan was speechless. No wonder the ancient emperor is so powerful, so he still has this identity. The so-called master of the world is the existence at the top of this world. Shelter and heaven. If it is placed in the novel world, it is definitely the existence of the protagonist. Let me beat him myself? Xuanhuan is most concerned about this. This is the rhythm for him to single out the ancient emperor. Exactly. If the host singles out the ancient emperor, he has a chance to Steal his luck. Xuanhuan suddenly realized. He couldn't help but look forward to it. When he thought of the scene when he personally defeated the ancient emperor, he had an urge to become stronger immediately. He didn't worry at all about his becoming stronger, because his speed of becoming stronger would be hundreds of times faster than that of the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, just wait, when the time comes, I will personally defeat you. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking wildly, Dou Yu also left in a very lonely way. The second person in the world can't beat the burning lamp to Thagada, the sword master, and there is another monkey king. After today, his position in the leaderboard will drop significantly. Clean the battlefield and bury the brothers who died in battle. Our Pingtian palace will also have to move. Xuanhuan shook his head, turned around and ordered. Your order. The bull demon king took the order and left. The Dou Yu army retreated, no matter what the process was, but in the end, they won the Pingtian palace. The creatures who watched the battle from a distance and inquired about the news were also very excited. They are definitely a feast for the eyes in this battle. Whether it's used for bragging or going back to report, it will be of great benefit to yourself. It seems that Pingtian Palace is about to rise. No, after this battle, the second hero in the world must belong to Pingtian. Demon Emperor. Supreme Dou Yu is too pitiful. Although he is powerful, Pingtian Yadi is stronger than him. Actually, I just want to know who wins, Goody or Monkey King. The spies left in excitement. With their departure, a storm capable of sweeping the entire world is coming. Your Majesty, Lu Chenxiang has come to worship. When Xuanhuan was chatting with Xuanwu, a handsome young man walked over. Greet Xuanhuan to see him. However, when he raised his head, he was stunned for a moment. Agarwood? Master? Is it really you? Sun Wukong and Lu Chenxiang, the master and apprentice, were stunned. Haha, great sage, how are you? Is the gift I gave you okay? Xuanhuan broke the excitement of a master and apprentice. Your Majesty, the old grandson has a heartless feeling. Sun Wukong hugged Lu Chenxiang and said while stroking. The great sage wants to keep Chenxiang by his side, right? It doesn't matter, is I the kind of unkind person? The great sage doesn't need to worry about it, just let Chenxiang be by his side. A bright smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Because as soon as his words came out, Sun Wukong's loyalty had risen to 68. It can be seen how important Lu Chenxiang's position is in his heart. Watching the two masters and apprentices walking towards Pingtian City in the distance, a bright smile appeared on Tathagata's face. With the arrival of Lu Chenxiang, is Monkey King still far from Chaofan? Seeing this, the juggernaut shook his head, turned and left. Looking at the leaving sword master, Xuanhuan's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Have you taken a fancy to that kid? At this time, Sun Wukong's voice rang in his ears. Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. You are a very good swordsman, I support you. With the disappearance of the sound, Monkey King's figure also disappeared. Xuanhuan was excited for no reason. Sun Wukong led Lu Chenxiang to the depths of Pingtian City. He wants to train Lu Chenxiang. But the last regret in his heart. He looked at Pingtian City and his heart skipped a beat. There is an inexplicable expectation. The hint of mystery, before coming here, has already fallen on Lu Chenxiang. Then, what kind of surprises will Xuanhuan bring him next? After reaching the peak of Dalualu in Wonderland, Monkey King has been in Lingshan for tens of thousands of years, but he has not found an opportunity to break through. It wasn't until he came here that he had such a chance. Of course he won't give up. Extraordinary is not only the pursuit of Taoism, but they are also pursuing it as Buddhist practitioners. System, summon a superpower for me. Tathagata's return gave him one more chance to summon a superpower. Of course, he won't let it go. There is still a period of time before the 12 emperors of Zhu. During this period, he will sit in Haotian Holy Court, and Pingtian Palace became famous in one fell swoop because of this battle between yin and yang. There will be no other blind-eyed fellow begging for wildfire. Because the ancient emperor was in front of him, he had a sense of urgency. And he wanted to further strengthen his power. In the future, Pingtian Palace and Haotian Holy Court will become the biggest forces in this world. He even thought that after the hero list was updated, Haotian would be in the top 10 of the hero list with 2 identities at the same time. Ding. The system starts to randomly summon superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Chujiang, king of the 10 temples of Hades. King Chujiang? Another King Yama. Haha, it seems that even God knows my determination to occupy the underworld. Okay, it's him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Su Haotian made a quick decision. First there was King Qingguang, plus King Chujiang, Zhong Kuei, Bullhead, and Horseface, black and white impermanence, and the boss of the underworld. He already has as many as 6 of them. I believe that in the near future, the underworld will be his. Afterwards, Su Haotian called up the attribute list of King Chujiang. King Chujiang, from Identity, Chujiang, king of the 10 halls of Yama. Luck level, late stage of Deluosu Wonderland. Kung Fu, Yin Ming Gong. Supernatural powers, shuttle between yin and yang, the light of the region. Magic treasure, infernal token. Loyalty, 87/100. The late stage of Deluosu Wonderland. Su Haotian couldn't believe it. Is this still the King Yama in his memory? The strength is improving rapidly. He is the manager of the underworld, and his strength must not be weak. In history, King Chujiang has never made a move. It is normal for the host not to know. Besides, after the system's multifaceted considerations, the summoned one must be the most powerful existence. The systematic explanation made Su Haotian suddenly realize. Hey, Supreme Master Tong Yu, what follows is the beginning of your nightmare. Not half a day has passed since the battle between the yin and yang worlds. And the news has spread to all parts of the world. People talk about it even more. You mean, Juggernaut, the ancient emperor has joined the battle? So that's the case, no wonder there is so much movement in the wild wilderness. Pingtian Yaodi is so powerful, and his subduing demon, Sun Wukong, can shake the position of Tong Yu Supreme. Who is Monkey King? He can actually fight the ancient emperor. I think this matter is a bit unknown. I'm afraid these 2 people didn't make a move at all. The Southern Sky World. The battle between yin and yang is already a big event that people talk about every day. Those strong men who have recovered their previous life memories are all horrified. Nanwu Great Sage Relic Xuanhuan Buddha, fight against the Holy Buddha Sun. Wukong. Real or fake? A well-deserved leader in the Buddhist world. He even came. Especially Jin Chanzi's eyes widened, his intuition was unbelievable. He can still accept Sun Wukong before he became a Buddha. but the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, who is already the well-deserved #1 person in the Buddhist world, came, and he felt a little unreal. Could it be a coincidence? It should not be a coincidence. Legend has it that the battle between Monkey King and the ancient emperor seemed to be a draw. The great sage is here, talk to him if you have time. A place of seclusion. In the gloomy palace, Supreme Master Dou Yu knelt in front of a huge antique stone tablet, which was engraved with all kinds of weird runes. At this time, Dou Yu tightly clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth, Ping Tianyati, Buddha demon, Tathagata, Monkey King, I will definitely make you die. Yesterday's defeat, as well as the complete defeat of Dou Yu Supreme Self Esteem. He hates it. He wants revenge. As for the ancient emperor, he has no reason to hate him. Although the ancient emperor stopped them in the end, even if he does not appear, he has no hope of winning. On the contrary, if the ancient emperor hadn't come, he might have died long ago. In a trance, Dou Yu seemed to hear the call of young Master Milan. After a long time, he woke up like a dream, and then kowtowed to the stone tablet in front of him. The sound of his forehead hitting the stone wall echoed densely in the hall. It has added a horrible atmosphere to this place. What's the matter with you? Summon the soul. At this time, a very majestic voice came out from the stone tablet. Let Dou Yu Supreme's body tremble suddenly. If there was no other way, he would never have dared to call the steel. The catastrophe of Dou Yu is coming. With my strength, I can't keep the land of Dou Yu at all. Venerable Dou Yu gritted his teeth and said, That's all he can say. Otherwise, what else can I do? I can't say that he put Dou Yu land into crisis, because of avenging his son. Everyone in the world thinks that Dou Yu Supreme is the master of the underworld, but they don't know that the master of the underworld is actually someone else. Back then Supreme Dou Yu obtained the inheritance of Dou Yu land by accident, and only then did the Supreme Dou Yu come into being. Hey, there are people in this world that you can't deal with? The voice in the steel seemed dissatisfied. With the sound of dissatisfaction, a huge coercion erupted suddenly, causing Supreme Master Dou Yu to shake and fell to the ground with a plop. Although Supreme Dou Yu was defeated, he was an early existence in Luo's fairyland after all. He was crushed to the ground by a voice and couldn't even move. This scene has to be seen by people, and I don't know how they will feel. The ancient fairy world has sealed off the entire Xuanhuan great world. Even if this deity wants to intervene in this matter, it will be an extremely troublesome matter. For the current plan, I can only give you a little power. A majestic voice sounded. But it made Supreme Master Dou Yu ecstatic. But he didn't dare to look up at the steel. This is the real master of Dou Yu land. And it's from outside. Its realm is a height that Dou Yu Supreme can't even manifest. Just this once, if you're letting me down, I'll kill you with my own hands. It will definitely not happen this time. Supreme Master Dou Yu shuddered in his heart, and said carefully. As soon as Supreme Master Dou Yu finished speaking, a blood-red light shot out from the stone tablet and directly penetrated into Dou Yu's body. Boom! An extremely terrifying breath erupted from the body of Dou Yu Supreme, shaking the entire hall. Feeling this terrifying energy, Supreme Master Dou Yu couldn't help laughing wildly. Demon Emperor Ping Tian, this deity wants to make you pay in blood. The roar of Dou Yu Supreme spread throughout the underworld, making all the underworld soldiers uncontrollably worried. They were really afraid that Dou Yu Supreme would become decadent and even go mad because of this failure. The battle between Yin and Yang quickly spread throughout the world, and Hundreds of domains with a little bit of power in the world were discussing it. After the Pingtian Palace buried millions of soldiers, the palace was also moved. The entire wilderness has been destroyed, and Pingtian Palace can only find another place. After everyone's discussion, it is finally decided to move Pingtian Palace to the area where the zombie hall belongs, where Ho Qing went quietly as soon as the war ended. This will also have a result, combining Pingtian Palace and Zombie Palace into one, although Su Haotian's expansion plan has been stranded, but in a sense, the territory of Pingtian Palace has also become much larger and visibly. Ding. Complete the side mission, subdue the zombie temple. The system rewards the host with a chance to randomly summon superpowers. Just as the Pingtian Palace Jupai was relocating, the system notification sounded. Let Su Haotian relax completely. After arriving in the underworld, you go to King Qingguang and Zhong Kuei. With your joint efforts, the underworld should be overthrown soon. In the hall, Su Haotian gave orders to King Chujiang, who was standing opposite. Although King Chujiang was not as big as King Qingguang, he was taller than King Qingguang. His face was like the bottom of a pot, and he stood there like a ghost. And it's still a ghost at the Ghost King level. King Chujiang nodded, and said, I will strengthen the Yinming Palace as soon as possible. Your Majesty will be the princess of the underworld. After he finished speaking, he shook his body, turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared into the ground. Su Haotian smiled slightly. King Chujiang possessed the cultivation base of the late stage of Deluosu Wonderland, and he is also a rare strong man in the underworld. Coupled with his rich experience in the 10 temples of Yama, Su Haotian is still full of confidence. Next, it's time to promote subordinates. I now have 2 chances to reach the peak of the strong and 1 copy of the strong in my hands, as well as a chance to summon a super strong. Save the summoning opportunity first. Anyway, there is no shortage of strong people now. Your Majesty, something happened in Haotian Holy Court. At this moment, Feng Huang suddenly appeared beside Su Haotian. She covered her face with a white gauze to hide her eyes. Not many people knew about Su Haotian's relationship with Pingtian Palace. Phoenix is one of them. Because now Phoenix has been entrusted with a heavy responsibility by Su Haotian to take care of the safety of the harem. Before Feng Huang could gain a firm foothold, he hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Su Haotian. When Su Haotian heard this, his expression changed drastically. Needless to say, there must be an accident in the harem when Feng Huang came to communicate. And it's a big deal. Fumo, you are in charge of the Pingtian Palace now. Earlier, he had already sent Sun Wukong and his disciples back to Haotian Holy Court. I heard that the master and apprentice found a small island in Haotian Holy Court, where they lived leisurely. After giving an order, Su Haotian followed the phoenix into the portal back to Haotian Holy Court. Looking at the figure of Phoenix, Randang fell into deep thought. What happened to make Phoenix come in person? But when he thought of the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas and Taoist Tai, he stopped thinking about it. Those are 2 big brothers, who dares to break ground on Tai Sui's head? Now, there is no creature in this world that can stop Su Haotian's progress. What is the problem? Su Haotian took the phoenix to the portal and asked, Is something wrong with Shui Xingfei? Phoenix replied quickly. Horror flashed in his eyes. Su Haotian's heart trembled, and he asked, Shui Miao Miao, what can he do? Your Majesty, I can't explain clearly at the moment, you should go back and Have a look. Anyway, this matter is a bit unbelievable. Fu Wang's unbelievable behavior made Xuanhuan even more worried. This happened too suddenly. What happened? Xuanhuan became more and more confused. The southern sky world. The gorgeous holy city is full of gunpowder, Xing Tian, Hui, Quafu, Yuan, Hong, Neza, Yangjian, Lei Zhenzi, and other first-rank warriors of the Haotian Holy Court are suspended in the void in a circle. All of them have faces. Gloomy color. In the middle of them, a pretty figure was suspended in the void, a water green dress was fluttering with the wind, and the black and beautiful black hair was scattered in the air, fluttering with the wind. The face of the country and the city is as cold as ice, giving people a kind of indifference that rejects people thousands of miles away. It was Shui Miao Miao. At this moment, she has become completely different from before. And all the buildings below collapsed, crumbled, and devastated. Apparently it was a battle. What should we do? She is a holy concubine, we can't hurt her. Lei Zhenzi scratched his head and asked irritably. Even the resourceful Zhuge Liang was helpless. He could only open his mouth and say, "You generals only need to block the way of concubine Shui Xing, and the rest will be resolved after His Majesty returns." As a counselor, he had to make such a decision. They can't even make a move. It doesn't work if you don't make a move. The dilemma made them anxious. I have no choice but to wait for His Majesty to come back. Hui sighed and said. At this moment, Shui Miao Miao slowly raised her white right hand, pulled it in the void, and held a water-blue long sword in her hand. Hum. The water-blue long sword trembled slightly, emitting a humming sound that shocked the mind. If a mortal listened to it, he would definitely fall into a stupor. Shui Miao Miao held the water-blue long sword, opened her mouth slightly, and said, Shui Han Mingjian, adhering to the heart of destiny, transforms soul into life. As the words came out, the Shui Miao Miao at this time was completely different from the lively and lovely her in the past, and people had to think that she had been taken away by evil spirits. That sword, what a terrifying sword. Tai Bai Jinxing, who was standing on the roof in the distance, had a horrified look on his face. The imperial guards beside him also showed shock. The first time they saw the water soul sword, they felt terrified. As soon as this feeling arises, everyone immediately becomes uneasy. Even Quafu and Yuan Hong, who are de Luolan's fairyland, couldn't help frowning. A hint of danger emerged spontaneously from the bottom of their hearts. That sword is so frightening, where did it come from? Hui muttered to himself. Shui Xingfei's cultivation is actually growing rapidly. At this time, Neza's voice attracted everyone. I saw that Shui Miao Miao's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Tai Heavenly Wonderland. There is a faint tendency to break through the Tai True Wonderland. However, at this time, Shui Miao Miao suddenly held the sword and danced in the void. She has an ethereal figure, the water soul sword cuts through the sky, and water droplets float down. The sun was shining brightly, and it was raining lightly. It made the people and monks in the holy city puzzled. But an area of the holy city has been sealed off, so despite their doubts, no one dared to approach and investigate. Shui Miao Miao seemed to have fallen into a kind of epiphany. She danced the sword faster and faster, and the posture of each move was not the same. Hui, Xing Tian, Quafu, Yuan Hong, Yang Jian, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and others fell into deep thought one after another. Even many second-rank warriors are thoughtful. Shui Miao Miao's swordsmanship seemed so mysterious that they, as bystanders, fell into an epiphany. Tao follows nature, all our destiny, time is long, and all laws are unified. Shui Miao Miao said suddenly. Her voice was ethereal, without a trace of emotion. Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shenzhener, and Linghu Xuanhuan, who were standing on Xingdi Peak, all looked at Shui Miao Miao worriedly. Shui Miao Miao has always been the most lively and well-behaved girl among the girls, but now she is like a goddess, aloof and inviolable. Miao Miao, what happened to her? Bai Suzhen asked worriedly. The maid next to her knelt down on the ground with a plop, and said in a panic, servant. I don't know that the concubine is fine, but suddenly she hugged her head and screamed. At that time, the servant was frightened. Upon hearing this, Bai Suzhen frowned even tighter. She seems to be accepting some kind of inheritance, and she seems to have awakened something. Sun Erlang next to her said thoughtfully. Zixia also nodded. Among them, only Sun Erlang is the existence of the pinnacle of Deluo Wonderland, and including Bai Suzhen, they are all at the Tai realm. Naturally, nothing can be seen. But none of the girls are stupid, and Shui Miao Miao's sword moves are obviously extremely profound, and she definitely did not comprehend them by accident. It feels like it has been practiced for a long time. At this time, Su Haoyan and Feng Huang appeared in the void. Seeing that Shui Miao Miao was fine, Su Haoyan was a little relieved. However, then he showed a look of surprise. Because Shui Miao Miao's cultivation has already reached Tai True Wonderland. And it is still soaring. The swordsmanship she used made Su Haoyan's heart shake even more. This feeling made him both shocked and inexplicably familiar. What's going on? This feeling is a little different. Hey, she is also the child of destiny, and she is awakening. Wang Xiaofeng's horrified voice sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan was taken aback. He knew he was the child of destiny. But he didn't know that Shui Miao Miao was too. Quickly asked, how could she be the child of destiny? The birth of the child of destiny is illusory. It may be anyone in the world. Or it may be no one. And not everyone of the child of destiny will awaken. But once awakened, she will take on the inheritance of the destiny of this generation. At this moment, your holy concubine, she is accepting the inheritance of fate. Once she is awakened, she will be unstoppable. Wang Xiaofeng said word by word. But the words were full of shock. 17,000 years ago, I once saw the awakened destiny's child outside the sky. He was definitely the protagonist of heaven and earth, the true pride of heaven. In comparison, that boy goody is simply weak. Su Haoyan frowned, and from Wang Xiaofeng's words, he heard the meaning of fear. The existence that even Wang Xiaofeng is afraid of must be a mess. What will happen to her in the end? Su Haoyan asked worriedly. According to her current inheritance, she will eventually become the spokesperson of contemporary destiny, the first person under destiny. The nature is the same as the Tianji pavilion in this world. Wang Xiaofeng's answer made Su Haoyan even more uneasy. What kind of spokesman for fate, to put it bluntly, is just a puppet? But at this moment, Shui Miao Miao's sword intent became more and more fierce, mysterious, and after images appeared around her, and Shui Miao Miao in it appeared refined and elegant, and the scene was beautiful and spectacular. The peak of Tai True Wonderland. Shui Miao Miao breaks through again. At the same time, above the holy city, there was a thunder cloud billowing in. And it became thicker and thicker. The sky thunder roared, and even Yang Jian, who was Deluo Xuxian, and others, couldn't help trembling. Hey, what's that? Yuan Hong looked up, but saw a huge eye without any emotion appearing in people's line of sight after the thunder cloud rolled over. This giant eye seems to be adhering to the will of the sky, spying on the world. It was indifferent, with a chill that sent chills down the spine. This is the eye of fate. Something bad happened. This girl will leave you soon. She will be taken away by fate to complete her mission. Wang Xiaofeng sighed a little. The legendary fate appeared, but he couldn't be happy at all, because he knew that Su Haoyan would be very sad next time. She's going to be taken away? Su Haoyan's expression changed drastically, and his head was even more roaring. Facing the eye of destiny, Su Haoyan also felt endless coercion. In front of this coercion, he seemed unable to resist, and even couldn't raise his head to look at it. This kind of fear is not because he is afraid, but because fate has an oppressive effect on everything in this world. Shui Miao Miao suddenly put away her sword and flew towards the giant eye in the sky. Miao Miao is back. Su Haoyan resisted the coercion that was more terrifying than the thunder. Robbery raised his head, his veins were exposed, and shouted angrily. Kuafu, Yuan Hong, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi, who were standing next to them all, looked at the giant eyes in the sky in horror, not daring to move an inch. Shui Miao Miao heard Su Haoyan's voice, turned her head, she stopped in the void, and said, "Thank you for the happy time you gave me, but now fate is calling. I must cut off this relationship." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to fly into the sky. No. Su Haoyan suddenly became furious. Immediately, he jumped up, and the purple flame knife on his forehead beat violently. Rumble. A thunderbolt swung down, as fast as lightning. Even Kuafu, who was Deluo Luanxian, had no time to react. Su Haoyan only felt tingling pain all over his body, and his body fell down sharply. Shui Miao Miao looked back and happened to meet Su Haoyan's eyes. What she saw was sadness, what he saw was cold. Fate will always be above all living beings, and the way of heaven will be eclipsed in front of it. As the spokesperson of fate, I will leave after all. Shui Miao Miao closed her eyes and said indifferently. After she awakened her memory, she also knew her future path, and everything in the world no longer belonged to her. Su Haoyan, who was hit by the sky thunder, was caught by Yuan Hong before he fell to the ground. Although his body was numb, his consciousness did not dissipate. He watched Shui Miao Miao flying towards the eye of destiny, feeling unwilling and filled with endless anger. Not against Shui Miao Miao, but fate. Ding. Trigger the golden mission, step on fate. Mission details, because Shui Miao Miao is the child of destiny. After she was pregnant with the host's flesh and blood, she accidentally touched the inheritance of fate. She is about to become the spokesperson of fate. Step on your feet and surpass fate. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reach the pinnacle of the strong. A chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to copy the strong. A chance to enter the preaching field. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan was shocked. Shui Miao Miao has his child? Boom. A tyrannical mana suddenly burst out from Su Haoyan's body, and the golden fire of cleansing industry quickly wrapped it up, causing Yuan Hong to run away in a hurry. The golden fire of Xia wrapped Su Haoyan in groups, and an ancient demon god was quickly condensed into one. The violent aura emanating from it made everyone horrified. "What is that?" Hui cried out in shock. The breath of gooey demon god made him terrified. Although Yang Jian, Neza, and others knew that Xuanhuan had this special transformation, they were also stunned by the scene in front of them. The terrifying gooey demon god attached to Xuanhuan's body, making him extremely hideous and terrifying at this moment, and the injuries he suffered from being struck by the sky thunder recovered as before. At this time, he jumped up and flew towards Shui Miao Miao. "If that's the case, then I'll go crazy with you for a while." Wang Xiaofeng sighed in Xuanhuan's mind. Instead, he said wildly, "It's just fate, is I, Wang Xiaofeng, afraid of you? When has gooey demon god ever been afraid of anyone?" Xuanhuan didn't care about Wang Xiaofeng, he just wanted to pierce the eye of fate. Among the thunderclouds, the eye of destiny is huge. In front of it, any living being is extremely small. What about fate? No one can take away my holy concubine. Xuanhuan roared. As emperor, he was supposed to be ruthless. But Xuanhuan didn't want to be a ruthless emperor, he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. He just wants to protect what he loves desperately, and defeat everything that stands in his way. Gooey demon god raised his hand and grabbed Shui Miao Miao. In an instant, a thunderbolt fell again, still as fast as lightning. Boom. The yin and yang wheel of life and death appeared above his head at some point, blocking the thunder. Seeing this scene, all the powerhouses in the Haotian holy court were moved. And His Majesty dared to resist the eyes of fate. Even though they were extremely powerful, they didn't dare to do anything to the eye of destiny, but Xuanhuan dared to do so. Based on this, even Quafu and Yuan Hong showed admiration. Shui Miao Miao looked back and saw Xuanhuan's resolute and ferocious look, a different look flashed across his face. However, she still waved the water soul fate sword in her hand, and slashed towards Xuanhuan with a sword energy. The tens of feet long sword energy was like a stream of water, instantly cutting off the gooey demon god attached to Xuanhuan's body. Hiss. What kind of move is that? It seems too domineering. Lei Zhenzi stared and said incredulously. Xuanhuan didn't stop at all, and the gooey demon god behind him quickly recovered, making Shui Miao Miao a little dazed. Call. Xuanhuan took Shui Miao Miao's bright wrist and pulled her into his arms. However, at this moment, the eye of destiny glared suddenly, and in the next second, Xuanhuan felt countless frightening pictures appear in front of his eyes. There are struggles in the previous life, there is the indifference of being abandoned in this life, and there are also bloody scenes of Baisuzhen, Shen Zhener, Linghu Shanlan and other women who died tragically for no reason. After Xing Tian was beheaded, he stood still. Countless tragic scenes gathered and intertwined together, making him suffer a lot. Feeling Xuanhuan's trembling body and the pain of closing his eyes, and clenching his teeth, Shui Miao Miao felt a little distressed for no reason. She subconsciously let go of the water soul sword and touched Xuanhuan's face. Humph, don't worry about it, what the heck, let's talk about it after hitting him. Yuan Hong roared angrily, swung his stick and went up. As soon as he moved, Quafu, Hui, Xing Tian and others also followed suit. As Xuanhuan's subordinates, how could they watch Xuanhuan suffer and remain indifferent? Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and the eyes of fate were watching Xuanhuan and Shui Miao Miao with ruthlessness. Boom. What? A thunderbolt hit Hui directly, causing Hui to grin his teeth in pain. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, and a fire dragon arrow roared towards the Eye of Destiny. Flames streaked across the sky. Let the people of the holy city boil up. Is this going to start a fight? That's General Hoi's fire dragon arrow. Why is His Majesty the Holy Emperor trembling? What happened to him? That eye, what's going on? It's so scary. The whole city is talking about the appearance of the Eye of Destiny. The magnificent sea. At this time an extremely huge island suddenly rose from the depths of the sea. Look carefully, where is this an island? This is clearly an unimaginably huge whale. Deep-sea king whale. This aura is actually the child of destiny. The huge house-like eyes of the deep-sea king whale jumped suddenly, full of inconceivable color. His gaze passed through thousands of rivers and mountains, and through the space barrier, he saw the Eye of Destiny above the holy court of Haoyan. The world of catastrophe is coming. I never thought that the son of destiny of this generation would wake up at this time. For the Xuanhuan great world, I don't know whether it is good or bad. The deep-sea king whale couldn't calm down, and a worry filled his eyes. The former site of Zombie Hall. This place is close to the wilderness. Although it was affected during the war, it was still completely preserved. At this time, Randang stood on the new Pingtian city and looked towards the southern sky world. This breath seems to be the way of heaven. No, it should be a higher level existence than the way of heaven. Randang muttered to himself. But in the next second, he turned pale with shock, because he felt that Su Haoyan seemed to have the intention of defying the sky. Bailiang Mountain, Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor Jun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes as if feeling something. Then disappeared into the secret room. On the top of the Demon Emperor's palace, the figure of Jun appeared. His brows were tightly knit together. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy. It seems that something bad is going to happen. Soon he turned his gaze to the distant Nanyushan world, and in the next second, he traveled 1,000,000 miles and saw the Eye of Destiny in the sky of the Nanyushan world. Above the white clouds, the ancient emperor sat cross-legged and was practicing. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This breath is somewhat familiar. This seems to be his breath, but it has been tens of thousands of years, and he said that he will not come again. But why is he showing up again now? Could it be, there are exactly the same people? Gudi whispered. Then he shook his head and laughed. What does it have to do with me? The battle with Monkey King made him seem to have realized something, so he came to the void to practice. At his level, even a slight epiphany is extremely cherished. Child of destiny? One day I will surpass you. The ancient emperor snorted softly and continued to practice. The southern sky world. At this time, all the strong men in the holy court bombarded the Eye of Destiny in the sky like a storm. It's just that the Eye of Destiny is covered by a layer of soft light, easily blocking all kinds of bombardment. Shui Miao Miao hugged the painful Su Haoyan. The Eye of Destiny intentionally instilled all painful experiences into Su Haoyan's memory, so that he could understand what would happen if he confronted the Eye of Destiny. Why bother? Shui Miao Miao wasn't blaming Su Haoyan. Instead, ask the Eye of Destiny. At this time, the Eye of Destiny above the sky suddenly closed and opened, and a destructive aura descended suddenly, sending everyone flying downwards. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone smashed into the city continuously, and countless temples were destroyed. However, at this moment, Su Haoyan in Shui Miaomiao's arms suddenly opened. His eyes, his brows twitched violently a few times, and in the next second, a cold vertical pupil suddenly appeared. Boom. With the appearance of the vertical pupil, a whirlwind of blood suddenly blew up with Su Haoyan as the center, and at the same time, the figure of the demon god Dou Yu reappeared, covering his body surface surrounded by golden flames of cleansing karma. Compared with before, the gooey demon god who appeared at this time was extremely tall, as if he had come back to life. An extremely tyrannical breath overflowed. So powerful. Shui Miaomiao, who had broken through to the Tai golden fairyland, opened her mouth slightly, and Su Haoyan seemed to be different at this moment. Sky's Eye of Destiny also shrunk its pupils, especially seeing the blood colored vertical pupils between Su Haoyan's brows. The eyes shot out in incredible color. At this time, Su Haoyan's body suddenly released a domineering aura, making him look like a demon god. Could it be that the mysterious power in His Majesty's body has been revived? Hui couldn't believe it. At this time, Su Haoyan's transformed gooey demon god became more and more solid, making even his face sharp and angular, and his body extremely burly, making Su Haoyan at this time a very attractive man. Fate? What I disobey is fate. Su Haoyan raised his head and muttered to himself. The voice has changed, and it has become Wang Xiaofeng's voice. His Majesty. The eyes of Bai Suzhen and the girls widened, and they covered their red lips with worried expressions. Feng Huang and Sun Erlang frowned. In their senses, Su Haoyan had completely changed. At this time, just like the ancient demon gods, the aura emitted by them made them tremble with fear. I don't believe in heaven and earth, in immortals and demons, and even less in fate. Su Haoyan's voice was hoarse, and he slowly raised his palm. No matter in the previous life or in this life, I have never bowed my head, whether it is an enemy or fate. At this time, it was not Su Haoyan who was talking. At the critical moment, Wang Xiaofeng took over control of Su Haoyan's body and fought against fate on his behalf. This first palm, I am the holy court. Gooey demon god held his palm and slammed towards the fate of the sky. In an instant, the karma-washing golden fire quickly condensed into a huge palm in the sky, and blasted towards the eye of fate. This giant palm has far exceeded everyone's imagination, and it is even bigger than the entire holy city. Seeing the generals of Haoyan Holy Court, the soldiers all gasped. Your Majesty's looks are so old-fashioned. Lei Zhenzi exclaimed loudly. No doubt he heard such words from Su Haoyan. He felt domineering, so he remembered it. But I didn't expect to use it on Su Haoyan. Not only Lei Zhenzi, but even Yuan Hong and Quafu were taken aback. Even de Luo Luanxian, they dare not take this palm forcefully. At this moment, Su Haoyan is stronger than usual by many times. The giant palm blasted away with an unmatched wind and an aura that shocked all directions. Rumble. The giant palm hit the light curtain released by the Eye of Destiny, and the wind and waves that came out wantonly changed the color of the world. Although this palm didn't work, Su Haoyan looked up at the Eye of Destiny. And the cold light in his eyes didn't weaken, but became stronger instead. He raised his palm again, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. This palm, I am for the entire Xianxian world. This palm is more than the previous one, and it is all Futian palm, and the power it exudes makes the world tremble. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng is not only venting his anger for Su Haoyan, but also for himself. The former holy court was destroyed by immortals and demons. The Xuanhuan great world was sealed off by immortals and demons. All living beings have become caged birds. Why do they have this unfair treatment? Why do they bow to fate? The front and back palms overlapped quickly, and there was a roar, and the clouds in the entire sky were trembling and rolling. Seeing such a spectacular scene, everyone in the holy city was speechless, as if the ancient miracles had reappeared in the world. The two huge palms are so huge that even if they cover the entire holy city, everyone and the monks will look extremely small under them. Your Majesty, can you repel fate? Xuanhuan asked in a low voice. Her voice was full of disbelief, and she didn't understand when His Majesty had such terrifying power. Bai Suzhen kept frowning. She was more worried about Xuanhuan's body than her strength. Being able to explode with such strength puts a heavy load on the body. This third palm, I live for it. Wang Xiaofeng's voice came out again coldly, followed by a still domineering palm. Every time Wang Xiaofeng waved his palms, the people in the holy city could feel a strong shock. Xuanhuan's consciousness is also gradually awakening. But he still can't control his body, so he can only temporarily be a spectator. Not far away, Shui Miao Miao holds the water soul sword in her hand, and her brows are furrowed. As the child of destiny, she knows destiny best. Xuanhuan's attempt to disobey destiny is really wishful thinking. However, this is the Xuanhuan she knew. From the first meeting to the love for each other, Xuanhuan has always been so lawless. This is also what she likes about him. After she awakened to her destiny, she unexpectedly discovered that she was pregnant. Previously, she, including everyone, did not know that she was pregnant. Because at that time, the fetus in the stomach was not yet full moon. It stands to reason that she and Xuanhuan have been together dozens of times, and there is no crystallization of love, because Xuanhuan is the body of the ancient demon god, and the chance of giving birth to offspring is less than 1 in 10,000. However, fate is like this, and this 1 in 10,000 chance made her hit it. So in the dark, because of the child, she awakened her destiny. Fate wants to cut off her connection with Xuanhuan, because fate suppresses the ancient demon god. There are various reasons for the current scene. Fate? This time, it was Xuanhuan who spoke, and then his face became ferocious. Again. Haha, what about fate? Ever since I came to this world, I have never been afraid of anyone, including fate. Wang Xiaofeng, put out that plague-stricken eye for me. Xuanhuan said domineeringly in his heart. From the day he became emperor, he vowed to stand on the highest mountain in the world. Haha, leave it to me. Wang Xiaofeng's voice resounded in all directions, and a series of futian palms blasted out continuously, banging on the mask outside the eye of destiny. This overbearing attack gradually cracked the mask. Everyone watched the battle in the sky nervously, as if the ancient demon god was breaking the sky. The raging Dou Yu demon god set off gusts of wind, shaking the heaven, and the earth snapped. The mask was finally overwhelmed and shattered. This scene made everyone's blood boil instantly. Your Majesty's bravery finally broke through that layer of light shield, and the following is to directly fight fate. Can you really defeat fate? Different from others, Bai Suzhen and other women had worried expressions on their faces. In their hearts, Xuanhuan's safety is the most important. Haha, fate, die for me. Xuanhuan rushed towards fate violently, and Wang Xiaofeng's domineering voice came out of his mouth, which was deafening. Gooey demon god raised his palms, and the two yin and yang life and death wheels were shining brightly, rushing towards the Eye of Fate. The gooey demon god, who was already hundreds of feet tall, still looked small in front of the Eye of Destiny, like an ant. It's hard to think he can defeat the Eye of Fate. Fate controls life, and it makes you unable to disobey it. An extremely cold voice without any emotion exploded in Su Haotian's mind, making Su Haotian startled suddenly, but he didn't stop because of it, and continued to rush forward. In this world, there is really nothing that I cannot disobey, not even fate. Wang Xiaofeng roared. It came from Su Haotian's mouth. At this time, he and Su Haotian were indistinguishable from each other. At this time, the gooey demon god is Wang Xiaofeng's fighting spirit and Su Haotian's body. In order to defeat the invincible fate, they join forces. The eyes of millions of creatures are on him, making him the protagonist at this time, the only protagonist in the world who is rebelling against fate and wants to defeat the Eye of Fate. The two yin and yang wheels of life and death merged together with a bang, rapidly growing, and then spun towards the Eye of Fate. The speed was so fast that he came to the Eye of Destiny in the blink of an eye, but at this moment, the Eye of Destiny froze, and suddenly bundles of jet-black beams of light shot out from his pupils, attacking Su Haotian. Instantly. Roar. Gooey demon god burst out a shocking roar in an instant. He suddenly raised his head and pushed a yin and yang wheel of life and death with both hands towards the Eye of Destiny. The pitch-black flame collided with the yin-yang wheel of life and death in an instant, and the spark scattered in all directions, and a destructive aura spread suddenly. That aura made people feel a bone-deep chill even in midsummer. The entire holy city was instantly covered by frost, and the icy breath ravaged the entire holy city. The ancient demon god was also gradually covered by frost, and a tingling pain from the depths of the soul made Su Haotian and Wang Xiaofeng scream at the same time. Everyone below looked at everything in the sky in shock, and at the same time squeezed for Su Haotian. Sweat. This is the most cloudy and cold in the world. If you don't pay attention, you will be lost forever. Xuanhuan and Quafu were most touched by this chill, because their cultivation is the highest in the field. How many have touched a trace of fate? This power is irresistible. Especially the beam of light released by the Eye of Destiny made them terrified. At this time, they couldn't understand Su Haotian. In the past, they thought that Su Haotian dominated the world entirely by them. Now it seems that Su Haotian's domineering is born from the bottom of his bones. Dare to fight against fate. For this point, even the emperor of this world, the ancient emperor, did not have the courage. At this time, gooey demon god was completely covered by the beam of flames, and his aura became weaker and weaker. This scene shocked everyone. If Su Haotian dies, the Haotian Holy Court will be in chaos. Ah, what the hell is this? Su Haotian roared unwillingly. He has to struggle and resist fate. It's a pity that everything is in vain. Wang Xiaofeng fell under the immortals and demons in his heyday, not to mention that he is just a wisp of soul now, and he is still facing fate. In fact, from the very beginning, he was not optimistic about this battle. It seems that everything we have is going to go to waste, Wang Xiaofeng said with a wry smile in Su Haotian's mind. I want to fight again. Su Haotian roared unwillingly. However, at this moment, a ray of sword light came from the side and passed him by, instantly cutting off the connection between the black beam flame and gooey demon god. The most weird thing is that this sword light can actually make that weird beam of light retreat. I saw Shui Miao Miao floating towards this side with the water soul sword in hand. I'll go. Shui Xingfei wants to go against the sky with his majesty. Lei Zhenzi was a little crazy, let Su Haoyan and Xingfei face a strong enemy together, but they became spectators, which made him very uncomfortable. No one answered his words, because everyone was shocked. Shui Miao Miao came to Su Haoyan and said softly, "You don't have to be so persistent, because I will soon accept the inheritance with my destiny. It is also my duty to travel." As soon as the words fell, her heart ached. But it disappeared in an instant. She knew that it was the eye of fate that was at work. The eye of fate was always erasing her feelings for Su Haoyan. She would resist at first, but after she failed, she became numb. She knows that destiny is irreversible. So leave. The purpose is not to implicate Su Haoyan. Is this your decision? Su Haoyan said word by word. He has been frozen and unable to move his body. Shui Miao Miao nodded, "Stop making unnecessary struggles, because that is an existence that even immortals and demons cannot shake." Shui Miao Miao's words made Su Haoyan even more angry. Shui Miao Miao was deceived by the so-called fate. Seeing the resentment on Su Haoyan's face, Shui Miao Miao's heart softened. "I made a promise with you that when I complete the inheritance, I will come back and fight you. If you win, I will give up my status as the child of destiny and be with you forever." Shui Miao Miao said softly. However, this is just to comfort Su Haoyan, because the terrible fate will make her cultivation far surpass Su Haoyan's. Su Haoyan is destined to be thrown away by her. At that time, Su Haoyan would definitely know the gap between him and fate. Ding. Trigger the main task, defeat the child of destiny. Task details: the child of destiny of this generation has already proposed a challenge to the host. If the host can defeat the child of destiny, the system will reward the host with a chance to be loyal to the peak. An extreme awakening, a chance. An opportunity to selectively summon superpowers. As soon as Shui Miao Miao finished speaking, the system notification sounded. It made Su Haoyan feel deeply angry, and he knew it was because he was too weak. "When and where will I see you once you leave?" Su Haoyan asked helplessly. Wang Xiaofeng did not give up and continued to struggle. But still in vain. "The place I want to go to is another space. Wherever I disappear, I will appear from there. At that time, the Eye of Destiny will open over the holy city again. I will appear here again." After Shui Miao Miao finished speaking, she flew towards the Eye of Destiny. Snapped. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng broke free from the shackles and was about to grab Shui Miao Miao. But at this moment, it suddenly stopped halfway. "What do you mean? Are you really going to let her go?" Wang Xiaofeng scolded angrily. The reason why Wang Xiaofeng stopped was because Su Haoyan stopped him. "Let her go," Su Haoyan said in a low voice. He looked at Shui Miao Miao with extreme reluctance. Since the mission was triggered, there should be no danger for Shui Miao Miao to go here. There is bound to be a battle between her and Su Haoyan in the future. Besides, Shui Miao Miao's words deeply stimulated Su Haoyan. "So what if you don't let go? It's better to let her become stronger. When she completes the inheritance, Su Haoyan wants to prove to her that Su Haoyan is strong enough to defeat fate. Besides, as a child of destiny, Shui Miao Miao does not need to suffer. On the Contrary, as a child of destiny, she will be favored, and her cultivation will improve day by day. Staying with him would delay her future. Hey, no matter. You can think of this, which means that you have not been blinded by hatred. It has always been my dream to fight against fate. Maybe you can surpass me and really defeat fate. Beat fate? Xuanhuan smiled wryly, looking at Shui Miao Miao, who was gradually leaving. Xuanhuan could only wish her in his heart that she would be safe. You, take good care of our children. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Shui Miao Miao's body trembled. She looked back at Xuanhuan reluctantly and nodded. Then he got into the eye of fate. Since you have already made a choice, why not give up? You must know that Destiny's Child is very powerful. The Destiny's Child of the previous generation was invincible in the world. Shui Miao Miao has been yours all his life, so you are equivalent to having a super strong man. Wang Xiaofeng said in Xuanhuan's mind. And when it comes to Destiny's Child, his words are a bit complicated. It's a pity that Xuanhuan didn't see it. After Shui Miao Miao entered the Eye of Destiny suddenly disappeared. Everything is back to normal. If it weren't for the devastated holy city, everyone would have thought it was just a dream. You do it yourself, I'm going to sleep for a while. As soon as Wang Xiaofeng finished speaking, Xuanhuan fell silent in his body. The ancient demon god and the karma-cleansing golden fire also disappeared. Without the support of gooey demon god, Xuanhuan plummeted downwards. At this time, his whole body was broken, and he was a veritable exorcist of serious injuries. Actually, the host doesn't need to worry too much. After receiving the inheritance of fate, Shui Miao Miao may have a chance to become a saint. Although she will become ruthless under the influence of fate, if the host continues to grow stronger, she can reverse the situation. Qiankuan, find the lost true love. The system's notification sound made Xuanhuan's eyelids twitch. Sanctified? If mortals are pursuing immortality, then immortals and demons are pursuing holiness. Once sanctified, immortal. When you come out, I will prove that I have the ability to defeat fate. At this time, Xuanhuan did not fall into grief because of Shui Miao Miao's departure, but ignited his raging fighting spirit. Men should be happy that their women are stronger, not depressed. Because only by becoming stronger can she return to your side. Yuan Hong flew over quickly and caught Xuanhuan, while Bai Suzhen and other women also rushed over. Afterwards, Xuanhuan was carried into the harem by the generals. However, the great battle in the holy city was not spread. Instead, it was suppressed. Dissemination is prohibited. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan held a morning meeting in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Xuanhuan was wearing the 9-dragon supreme dark gold robe with a calm face, and with the heaven-defying elixir in the lucky mall, Xuanhuan recovered in one night. At this time, the hall was silent, and the officials looked at Xuanhuan, aloof with awe in their eyes. Who in this world dares to defy fate? Who dares to fight against fate? Only the holy Emperor Haoyan in front of him. Can they not be in awe? You must know that Su Hao is only in his teens now. Dare to go against the sky when you are more than 10 years old. It is truly unprecedented. I only have one thing to say today. Su Haoyan glanced at the generals lightly, and everyone lowered their heads. Don't dare to face it. After experiencing what happened yesterday, Su Haoyan seemed to be more majestic. The ministries are ready to go to war, to all the surrounding domains. Take Them down first, Xuanhuan said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, the civil officials frowned, but the generals were overjoyed. The generals headed by Yuan Hong, Quafu, and Xing Tianhui are all happy. Because they like to fight. The civil servants have more considerations, at least the safety of the country is what they need to consider. But seeing Xuanhuan's appearance, no one dared to speak. Haha, Your Majesty, I'm almost exhausted. That's right, my iron rod is going to rust. All of a sudden, the warriors of Haoyan Holy Court began to argue endlessly. As Xuanhuan's imperial military advisor, Liu Bowen knew Xuanhuan best. But this time he was a little confused. So after thinking about it, I still asked. Your Majesty, the world of the Southern Territory has just stabilized, and it seems a little inappropriate to use foreign troops now. Moreover, the 12 Emperors of Heaven are coming soon, and we have to prepare too much. Compared with the 12 Emperors of Zhu, these scattered small domains are not enough. If he becomes the 12 Emperors of Zhu, as long as Xuanhuan ascends to the top, is he afraid that no one will worship him? Don't delay the 12 Emperors of Heaven. When the time comes, I will bring a few people with me. But all the heroes who go to participate in the 12 Emperors of Heaven will be allowed to bring guards. It's just that there won't be too many guards. Seeing this, Liu Bowen didn't say anything. Liu Bowen, who knows Xuanhuan's character well, knows that once Xuanhuan decides, no one can change it. After thinking about it, it was true, Xuanhuan did it to him. They really don't matter what they do. 3 days later, I will go to Tianwu, so you have to draw up a battle plan. In 3 days. After finishing speaking, his eyes fell on the 5 civil servants Zhuge, Liang, Baigan, Jiangxia, and Taibai Jinxing. Liu Bowen will follow him to Tianwu no matter what. As the capital of internal affairs, he does not have to be involved in the military. Actually, my goal is very clear, which is to become the master of the 100 domains within 1 year. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood up and said loudly, "Let all civil and military officials hear their blood boil. Lord of 100 domains. An unprecedented event. Even the strongest ancient emperor in the world did not have this ambition. The ancient emperor was too conceited, and the human emperor's hall was far away from the bustling and remote, so there were not many domains under his jurisdiction. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the ministers will fight for the Haoyan Holy Court and help His Majesty reach the peak." Baigan shouted first. The civil and military officials continued to shout. The sound was so loud that even the people down the mountain could hear it. The court was dispersed, and the news about the upcoming battle was also spread. It was Xuanhuan's intention to spread the word quickly. It's time for him to find some work for the spies from various forces. His plan is to let those forces surrender without a fight. As for the battle in the sky over the holy city yesterday, it will definitely be known by all parties. Although not very reliable. But it is still helpful to enhance the prestige of Haoyan Holy Court. The 12 Emperors of Heaven are imminent, and His Majesty wants to conquer all domains. The 12 Emperors of Zhu fight for strength rather than territory. What is Your Majesty doing? I can assure you that Our Majesty will definitely enter the 12 Emperors of Heaven. That's right, because Holy Emperor Haoyan has entered the top 10 list of heroes. Anyone who can enter the top 10 has a great chance. The entire Nanyushan world is talking about Xuanhuan's plan to use troops in the surrounding domains. That afternoon, another news came. The leaderboard is updated again. The first place, without a doubt, is the ancient emperor of the human emperor. Palace. Second place, he deserves his name, the Pingtian demon emperor of Pingtian. Palace. Third place, although defeated, but still have the strength. Tianwu supreme. Of Tianwu land. Fourth place, not much change, sword shakes all directions, sword master. Fifth place, Lei Zhu, who has never shown his head, but still does not move. Sixth place, the lord of the Lihua Palace in Nanming, like Lei Zhu, the Xuanhuan, who acts in a low-key manner. Seventh place, Holy Emperor Haoyan, never failed. Eighth place, Wang Jinlong, the patriarch of the ancient mysterious family, who dominates the land. Still low-key. Ninth place, Tathagata Buddha, Lord of the Buddha Hall, pioneer of ancient Buddhism. 10th place, Lian Hao, the master of Kyushu Gate, a rising star. As soon as the top 10 heroes came out, everyone in Haoyan Holy Court was very excited. Because Su Haoyan's ranking has moved up 3 places again. What shocked them even more was that Demon Emperor Pingtian directly entered the second place. But the strong men who knew the truth all smiled and said nothing. On this day, 2 days after the Battle of the Eye of Destiny, Su Haoyan was talking with Monkey King and Neza. I said, "Brother Monkey, you haven't been down to Lingshan for 10,000 years, right?" Neza asked half-jokingly. Ba, you baby is naughty. But your master, I miss him a lot. The reason why Su Haoyan called Neza was that Su Haoyan wanted to meet Sun Wukong and Tai real person. As soon as this remark came out, Su Haoyan smiled and remained silent. And Neza had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but look at Su Haoyan. The great sage has just arrived, and there are some things I don't know yet. Su Haoyan said with a wry smile. Dealing with these old monsters has to be handled with care. Your Majesty, where are we going? In the void, Su Haoyan, Monkey King, and Neza are flying by the wind and waves. Let's go to Master Neza. The small island in front is where Taoist Tai practiced, so at this time, Su Haoyan no longer hides it. Tai real person? Unexpectedly, this old Taoist priest is also here. Your Majesty, I really can't understand you more and more. Sun Wukong was startled, as one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun, immortal. Tai has a high cultivation base. Although he is not far away from becoming a saint, there is still a long way to go, and the Taoist Kunlun 12 immortals have already been the first to become a saint. In terms of cultivation, their Buddhism has fallen behind. Taoist Tai is now Su Haoyan's trump card. Without any record, it can be described as a secret weapon. If you bring Taoist Tai with you, you will definitely be the one who beats up the ancient emperor. However, if Taoist Tai wants to follow him to Tianyuan, he needs to work well. And Monkey King is an opportunity. Since he lived in seclusion, Taoist Tai would occasionally open a forum to preach, which attracted many people to come to listen to the sermon. It's just that he didn't reveal his identity. In fact, even if he revealed his identity, no one would recognize him. The group of 3 soon landed on a small island called Xuanhuan Mountain. It was originally an uninhabited island. After Tai Taoist came, he officially named it Xuanhuan Mountain. The 3 of them walked all the way, and saw many monks coming in and out. And even a great monster in shape. They didn't stop the 3 of them, and no one came up to talk to them, because people like the 3 would come and go a lot every day. Come to pay a visit. Neza seldom comes to Xuanhuan Mountain because it is too quiet. Being restive by nature, he couldn't stand the cleanliness here. Under Neza's leadership, Xuanhuan and Monkey King came to the Golden Light Cave of Tai Daoist all the way unimpeded. Neza, you are here. The voice of Master Tai came from inside the cave. The Golden Light Cave is located at the foot of a hill, surrounded by jungle streams, like a paradise. Your Majesty is here, this Sun Dasheng? As soon as the words fell, the figure of Tai Daoist appeared at the entrance of the cave. The eyes of Sun Wukong and Daoist Tai met, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. Haha, congratulations. Sun Dasheng has been robbed, and the bond will be broken. I believe he will be extraordinary in the near future. Immortal Tai immediately burst out laughing after being taken aback for the first time. Ba. Daoist Tai's eyes are as bright as torches. You can see it at a glance. Great sage. Could it be? What a brain Xuanhuan is. Once he heard the words of Master Tai, he knew that Monkey King was going to be extraordinary. What does extraordinary mean? It means that I will have one more superpower. That's right. I would also like to thank His Majesty for allowing Chen Xiang to be by my side, and to put an end to the only concern in my heart, Sun Wukong said with emotion. But he glanced at the complex look in Tai's eyes and then said, but compared to Tai, my little knowledge is nothing. Right, old Tai? You Pohu, even if you become the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, you haven't changed your old problems. But this is the essence of your Sun Dasheng. Okay, everyone, please, Neza, hurry up and pour tea. As soon as Master Tai finished speaking, he walked into the cave first. Sun Wukong worshipped Ping Tianyao as the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, but now he followed Xuanhuan, which shocked him extremely. At the same time, his interest in Xuanhuan also increased greatly. A group of 4 walked into the Golden Light Cave, walked through a small path, and came to an empty hall. The dome of the hall was inlaid with fluorites emitting bright light, illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. The furnishings in the hall are simple, just a stone table and some stone benches. The 3 sat down around the stone table, and after Neza poured a cup of tea for the 3, he also sat down on one side. I didn't expect His Majesty to recruit the boss of Buddhism. It's really surprising. Your Majesty seems to have an unusual relationship with the Peace Heaven Palace? Master Tai took a sip of tea and said with a smile. To tell you the truth, Tai, I am the Demon Emperor Ping Tian. Xuanhuan doesn't need to hide anything about Tai Daoist. On the contrary, speaking out can also increase the feelings between each other. Sure enough, when Master Tai heard this, his expression changed instantly. Ping Tian Demon Emperor is you? Daoist Tai said in shock. Although he lives in Tianwu Mountain in seclusion, he still knows about major events in the world. Demon Emperor Ping Tian ranks second only to the ancient emperor in the world today, and his second place in the world makes him dazzling. And Holy Emperor Haotian ranked 7th, so far no one has moved. These 2 people who are very popular at the moment are actually the same person. If this is known to the world, what kind of sensation will it cause? Exactly. Xuanhuan poured himself a cup of tea and said softly. Daoist Tai frowned. Xuanhuan actually told him such a big secret, which shocked him. Even though he knew that Xuanhuan was deliberately trying to win him over, this intention was enough. Tai's cultivation base is profound. Do you want to live in such an ordinary life? Sun Wukong said with a chuckle. While speaking, he even glanced at Su Haotian intentionally or unintentionally. Su Haotian was a little embarrassed. Did not say anything. Sun Wukong is the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, Namo Great Sage Relic. Xuanhuan Buddha, what kind of person has never been seen? Through the conversation just now, it soon became clear that Su Haotian was trying to win over Daoist Tai. What does this mean? It shows that Daoist Tai has not yet been controlled by Su Haotian. Maybe you will become a saint if you enter the catastrophe, or you may be lost forever. In short, you will be involuntary. Daoist Tai sighed and said. Although he was optimistic about Su Haotian, he didn't know how high Su Haotian could stand. So from the bottom of my heart, I don't want to join forces with Su Haotian. Sun Wukong frowned, and said in a deep voice, if you don't fall into robbery, how can you be extraordinary? Master Tai looked at Monkey King in surprise, and at the same time fell into deep thought. Maybe Sun Wukong's cultivation is not as good as Tai real person. But the great ups and downs he experienced far surpassed that of Tai Daoist. This knowledge and character have far surpassed that of Tai Daoist. Su Haotian didn't expect that there would be another village, so it seems that there is no need for him to waste his tongue. He finds that he likes the current brother monkey more and more. He is powerful, but keeps a low profile. He is completely different from the monkey king in his memory. Perhaps after becoming the patriarch of 10,000 Buddhas, it was the Buddha nature that changed him. Su Haotian thought so. However, Sun Wukong seems to be calm, but his words are to the point, because he knows that although Tai's strength is higher than his, but if he wants to go further, it is useless without the opportunity. If he can really let Daoist Tai go to Tianwu with him, even the ancient emperor will have to kneel and lick. Su Haotian looked forward to this even more. He now has another peak of the strong, the awakening of the limit. A strong dungeon, and he spent 100 million lucky points in the lucky mall to exchange for an inner alchemy of an ancient magic lion to fuse him. I believe Jiuling will not let him down. In this way, his operating space will be greatly improved. At dusk, inside the Golden Cave, Su Haotian, Monkey King, Daoist Tai, and Neza strolled out. Su Haotian smiled all over his face. Because Tai Daoist was finally persuaded by Sun Wukong and agreed to go out with Su Haotian, and his loyalty reached more than 20 at the same time. But all other attributes are still gloomy. He can see the attribute list of Sun Wukong at the peak of Dalulwan's fairyland, but he can't see the real Tai. What does this mean? Daoist Tai is far beyond the peak of Dalulwan's wonderland. Take such a super powerful statue to Tianyuan, whoever refuses to accept it will beat him. The old man has something to do and needs to leave Qianyuan Mountain. I hope you will take care of everything here. Master Tai's voice spread throughout the island, making the whole island boil. Then, the four of them soared through the clouds and quickly disappeared into the sky. This scene was seen by everyone on the island and immediately caused a lot of discussion. The old Taoist actually left the island? The man next to Daoist priest is so young. Wait, that man, he is the holy Emperor Haotian. And that kid isn't the apprentice of the old Taoist priest, Neza? I don't know why the old Taoist priest went with Haotian sage emperor. It seems that we have to take a good look at the house for the old Taoist priest. About an hour later, the four of Su Haotian returned to Haotian Holy Court. Daoist Tai went back to his residence with Neza first, and then he sent Monkey King, back to Pingtian Palace. Your Majesty, Daoist Tai is profound. After the death of the 12 Emperors of Heaven, I have to be his neighbor. Sun Wukong said with a laugh. Don't worry, my lord, I'm sure you didn't ask any questions as neighbors. Pingtian Palace will be entrusted to you. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Now he is more and more interested in Su Haoyan, and now he is very curious about how far Su Haoyan can go. Afterwards, Su Haoyan returned to Xingdi Peak in Haoyan Holy Court. The 12 Emperors of Heaven, it seems that the sky is about to break. Monkey King looked at the sky and muttered to himself. The last time he fought against the ancient emperor in the sky, afterwards, the ancient emperor sent him an invitation, hoping that he could contribute to breaking the sky. The Xuanhuan Great World has been sealed for more than 100,000 years. Has been isolated from the outside world. The ancient emperor has always hoped to break the sky and go beyond the sky. At that time, I really want to appreciate what kind of world is outside the sky. Sun Wukong looked at the sky silently. I fell into deep thought. Back in the Shang study, Su Haoyan ordered Feng Liang to find Hui. He intends to let Hui awaken at the peak, and leave the ultimate awakening and the copy of the strong to Monkey King and Randang. In addition, he still has a chance to be loyal to the peak, and he intends to leave it to Bai Qi. System, I already have 4 chances to enter the preaching field in my hand. Can I exchange for some other rewards such as designated summons, peak loyalists, etc.? Although entering the preaching field can allow him to comprehend many skills, but most of them are useless skills. It's better to change something that is useful to you. Wait until the system is upgraded again, then the host can do what the host wants. The system replied simply. Su Haoyan's eyes lit up when he heard it. When is the next upgrade? When the host breaks through the Great Luo realm, some useful functions will be added to the host. Although you in the Tai realm already have some permissions, the host is still unable to activate useful permissions. After the Great Luo realm, it will be even more important. The system replied. Ding. Trigger the main task, break through the Great Luo realm. Mission. Details, if the host breaks through the Great Luo realm, the system will be upgraded. It will be of great help to the host's way forward. At the same time, reward the host for a selective summoning of superpowers opportunity. I'm going. It even triggered a main mission. Su Haoyan was looking forward to breaking through the Great Luo realm, because he is now in the late stage of Taijin Wonderland. It's not far from Daluo realm. At the same time, Shui Miao Miao is accepting the inheritance of destiny, and will definitely become very strong in a few years, so Su Haoyan must hurry up. To become strong, not only his personal strength, but also the power in his hands. Tai Jingxian, who is less than 20 years old, looks at the entire mysterious world. Who else can there be? Shui Miao Miao is different. She has gone through dozens of reincarnations, which is equivalent to living for tens of thousands of years. In terms of qualifications, he is not yet his opponent. Even if Su Haoyan doesn't rely on the system now, his practice is quite fast. Gui Demon God's bloodline is extremely against the sky, so the speed of cultivation is naturally not slow. After about a stick of incense, Hui walked into the Shang study room under the leadership of Feng Liang. Your Majesty, why did you call me here? Hui knelt down and asked. Now that a strong man from Daluoluan Wonderland has appeared in Haoyan Holy Court, Hui will naturally not be too arrogant, and he is even more convinced by Xuanhuan. He was looking forward to Xuanhuan being able to take him to Tianwu. The 12 Emperors of Heaven is the most grand meeting in the world today. It is also the most eye-catching big thing. If you can show your talents at the conference, you will be able to reach the pinnacle of your life. Apart from Tai Daoist, Kuafu, and Yuan Hong, Haotian Holy Court only has the highest cultivation level of Xingtian. He Hui can only be ranked in the second echelon. Tomorrow, I will set off for Tianyuan. So I want you to become stronger. Are you willing? Although Hui is not the most powerful witch, his magic arrows are unmatched. And Xing Tian has already awakened to the limit. If he wants to become stronger again, he can only exchange some useful things for him in the Lucky Mall. But he hasn't found it yet. Except for Xing Tian, there is only Hui. I don't know how powerful Hui will be after reaching his peak. Of course I am willing. Hui suddenly became excited. It has long been known that Xuanhuan possesses special supernatural powers that can make his subordinates stronger. Before he had had unlimited reverie. Unexpectedly, it was finally his turn today. System, awaken Hui to peak. Xuanhuan ordered secretly. He grew up listening to the story of Hui shooting the sun. I have great expectations for Hui. Hui, when you come back, I will go to Tianyuan. Soon, Hui was sucked in by the black hole that appeared above Xuanhuan's head. Afterwards, Xuanhuan recruited Jiuling Yuanxing into the Shang study. Slave Jiuling pays homage to the master. Jiuling Yuanxing has always regarded himself as a servant, which moved Xuanhuan very much. Well, yes, the middle stage of Luolan's wonderland. 9 spirits, you have never let me down. Looking at the aura of Jiuling Yuanxing, Xuanhuan sighed. Jiuling Yuanxing has been following him since the beginning of his business, and has made great contributions to the strength of Haotian Holy Court. Naturally, Xuanhuan couldn't chill the heart of his loyal servant. This time I'm going to Tianyuan, I hope you can take good care of your home. Xuanhuan said earnestly. Master, don't worry, Jiuling will definitely take good care of Haotian Holy Court. No matter when Jiuling Yuanxing came, he would consider the problem from Haotian's point of view. He doesn't care about being famous at all. Because he knew that Xuanhuan would not forget him. Just like this time, he merged with the magic lion inner alchemy and raised his cultivation level to the middle stage of Luolan's fairyland, which made him very content. After sending Jiuling away, Xuanhuan looked at Fengliang again. Haotian's eyes sparkled, and he said, Fengliang, follow me to Tianyuan. Tomorrow. The master really wants to take the slave to Tianyuan? Fengliang has always regarded himself as Xuanhuan's servant in Haotian Holy Court. And it does. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't have a competitive heart, it's just that he conceals it very well. What? I don't want to go out for a walk, Xuanhuan said with a half-smile. He is very clear about Fengliang's little thoughts. Fengliang, from the Holy Court of the Southern Region 170,000 years ago. Identity, Domain Master Guard. Lucky Level, Luolan Wonderland Peak. Kung Fu, Taiching Divine Kung Fu. Magic Weapon, None. Loyalty, 100/100. Special Attribute, the loyal subordinate of the Domain Master, always by his side can make the host's luck strong. That's right, Luolan is at the peak of the fairyland. Fengliang, I remember you said that the other 8 guards have lost contact with you for 170,000 years, right? Xuanhuan asked non-committal. The master really makes the slave more and more difficult to see through. How? Do you know the cultivation of the slave? As for the other 8 guards, although I can't contact them, but once I get together with them thousands of miles away, I will be aware of it. Feng Liang was a little surprised that Xuanhuan could see through his cultivation. But when he thought of Xuanhuan's heaven-defying supernatural powers that could make the strong stronger, he felt relieved. So, this time, I have a task for you to follow by my side. Gather the other 8 guards as much as possible. He had been looking forward to the former Holy Court guard for a long time. And it wasn't until Feng Liang's personal attributes appeared that he was allowed to put this matter on the agenda. The slave will never let the master down. Ding. Trigger a side mission, find the former 8 guards of the Holy Court. Task details, since the host already has the strength to control the former guards of the Holy Court, such as Feng Liang. If the host successfully gathers the remaining 8 guards, the system will reward the host with an extreme awakening opportunity. An opportunity to selectively summon superpowers. It actually triggered a side mission. It seems that the former 8 great guards of the Holy Court are not non-existent. The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to narrow. My heart is somewhat looking forward to it. The head of the 8 guards, Feng Liang, has the cultivation base of Dou Yu at the peak of the fairyland, so how can the other 8 be worse? In the following time, Xuanhuan made arrangements for many things in the Holy Court. Today, 5 domains have voluntarily surrendered, but the Holy Court still needs to send officials to take over. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Even if Xuanhuan leaves, Zhuge Liang, Baigan, Taibai Jinxing, Jiang, Xia, Jiuling, Yuansheng, Quafu, and Yuan Hong will not cause chaos. When the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian are convened, where will all the forces focus their attention? Haodian Holy Court can be said to be very safe. The news that Xuanhuan is about to go to Tianwu has spread in the world of Nanyushan. All living beings are wondering whether Xuanhuan can become one of the 12 emperors of heaven. How can he perform in the Baixiong conference? It can be said that this is a battle for the position of the world in the future 10,000 years. Who would have guessed where Holy Emperor Haodian would rank among the 12 emperors of heaven punishment? It goes without saying, of course it is the second. Not necessarily, I think that Demon Emperor Ping Tian has a chance to get the second place. The third is Tianwu Supreme. The fourth is Haodian Sage Emperor. If you ask me, Holy Emperor Haodian should be ranked first. Why do you think so? I don't know, I have this feeling anyway. At the same time, the generals in Haodian Holy Court were secretly praying to be brought by Xuanhuan's side. The sun shines on the earth. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan got up from Baisuzhen's bed. Baisuzhen asked, with sleepy eyes, Your Majesty, are you leaving now? Xuanhuan said while putting on his clothes, There is no rush, I have to arrange some things, and I will leave in the afternoon. Baisuzhen nodded obediently. Half an hour later, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, all the civil and military officials above the 5th rank of the Haodian Holy Court stood still without a single absent one. Xing Tian, Quafu, Yuan Hong, Yang Jian, Neza, and Lei Zhenzi all looked at Xuanhuan eagerly, hoping that Xuanhuan could take him with him. Daoist Tai stood behind Neza, calm and calm. It seems that there are no fireworks in the world. Xuanhuan sat on the dragon chair, looked at the generals below, and said with a smile, "This time I will go to Tianyuan to bring." As soon as the words fell, everyone's breathing became short of breath. "Master Tai." The first name Xuanhuan uttered made all the civil and military officials turn their heads. Daoist Tai was still calm, and slightly arched his hands. As the most powerful existence in the Haotian Holy Court, he has the qualifications not to bow down. Hou Yi's temporary absence caused everyone to talk about it. They are all curious why he is not facing up. Neza. White. Feng Liang. Yang Jian. Neza, Bai Qi, and Yang Jian have great potential, and it is a very good choice to bring them along. Your Majesty, what about me? Lei Zhenzi shouted anxiously. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, after the 12 emperors of Zhutian, the world will be in chaos. Are you afraid that there will be no one to fight? Going to Tianyuan, you can't bring too many people. He didn't even bring Liu Bowen with him. Because this time the relationship is too big. Liu Bowen also knew that he was a drag. Not too persistent. Although the rest of the generals were upset, they might cause trouble to Su Haotian if they didn't reach the great Luosu wonderland. Your Majesty, this trip is full of dangers. Do you want to take the Imperial Guard with you? Although Liu Bowen himself didn't go, he was still thoughtful. This trip will definitely be delayed for several months, and there will be a lot of variables. I won't take them with me. After speaking, he left his seat and walked down. All officials along the way knelt and saluted. The picture is magnificent. Ding. Hou Yi's peak awakening is complete, should you release it? The system beep sounds at this time. Let Xuanhuan smile slightly. Then the property list is called up. Hou, from Identity, Great Witch. Lucky Level, Luolan Wonderland Peak. Cultivation Method, Great Witch God Art. Magic Weapon, Skybreaker Bow. Supernatural Powers, the body of a great witch, wearing a sheep for thousands of miles. Loyalty, 100/100. Luolan Wonderland Dzogchen Realm. Daluo Realm, beginning, middle, and later, the peak is the Dzogchen Realm. This kind of cultivation can sweep the Xuanchu Great World. At the same time, it also shows that Daoist Tai's cultivation has surpassed the Great Luo Realm. At this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared on the top of Xuanhuan's head, and the real Tai behind him was so startled that he was about to make a move, but Hou stepped out from inside. Hou. He was dressed in silver white armor, with a broken god bow on his back, and his long hair was fluttering, which made him arrogant at this moment. It's really too strong. Even Daoist Tai showed a look of shock. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding. Hou knelt down in front of Xuanhuan with a plop, and said excitedly. After experiencing the peak of the strong, he awakened all his memories. There are moments such as shooting the sun and making him sad or mad. At this time, his heart has been sublimated infinitely, although he is already the peak of Luolan Wonderland. But he felt there was still room for advancement. Xuanhuan helped him up with a smile, and he was even more satisfied with Hou Yi's majestic appearance. Hou, are you ready? Join me in the battle against Tianyuan. Xuanhuan asked with a smile. With Hou, Tai Daoist, and Feng Liang here. He wants the ancient emperor to kneel in front of him and sing conquest. Your Majesty, I am always ready. Hou laughed loudly and said, his gaze passed over Xuanhuan, and landed on the real Tai. but he was taken aback. Because until now, he still can't see through the cultivation base of Taoist. Tai. This old Taoist priest has been in Haotian holy court for a long time, but he has always kept a low profile, making it easy for them to forget. But every time I saw it, it was like a fog, making it hard to figure out. Just like that, Hui couldn't help restraining his arrogance. Only now did he realize that even if his cultivation level breaks through to the peak of Da Luolan's immortal realm, he is still not the most powerful existence in Haotian holy court. Not to mention Daoist Tai, even Feng Liang, a servant beside Su Haotian, he can't compare to. Although they are in the same realm, he knows that once they fight, he will definitely be the one who loses. Su Haotian walked all the way out, and the civil and military officials behind him were very excited. And outside the main hall, Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shen Zhen'er, Linghu Xuanhuan and many court ladies were waiting. Looking at the romantic and suave Su Haotian, the eyes of the girls were filled with endless tenderness and reverence. They basically watched Su Haotian grow up step by step, especially Bai Suzhen and Zixia's sons and daughters were Su Haotian's original strongmen, and they verified Su Haotian's growth process. While my heart is full of pride, I am extremely proud of owning Su Haotian. Su Haotian came in front of them and said softly, "During the time I'm away, you all have to take good care of your health. When the world is in chaos, it's safer to stay on the holy peak." The girls nodded obediently. Su Haotian walked up to Linghu Shanlan, stroked her hair and said, "Be obedient, don't practice anymore, take good care of your body, and give me a healthy baby." So far, 2 of his holy concubines are pregnant with holy fetuses. Except for Linghu Shanlan, Shui Miao Miao has already accepted the inheritance of fate. No matter in the previous life or in this life, it was the first time for him to be a father, so he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. When Linghu Shanlan heard Su Haotian's words, his face was filled with red. And he said in a low voice, "My concubine wishes your majesty a victory." Su Haotian smiled, and then gave Zixia and Shenzhener some advice. Finally, he took Bai Suzhen's jade hand and said, "After I leave, everything in the harem will be handed over to you." Bai Suzhen rolled his eyes at him and said, "There are only a few holy concubines in the harem of our Haotian holy court. Could your majesty bring back a few more holy concubines during this trip? It may also make this place lively and lively." Su Haotian smiled. Others were eager to monopolize Su Haotian, but Bai Suzhen was different. She always considered issues from Su Haotian's perspective. As the most famous Emperor Haotian, there are only a few concubines. How embarrassing it is to say it. "Your Majesty, why don't you take Sister Feng Huang?" As soon as Bai Suzhen said this, Feng Huang, who was standing next to her, immediately blushed and lowered his head. The women in the harem knew very well about Feng Huang's thoughts. Today is just an introduction. Well, Phoenix, during the time I'm not here, the safety of the harem will be entrusted to you. As soon as Su Haotian finished speaking, he hugged Feng Huang into his arms, kissed her on the forehead, then turned around and got up and left with the 7 Taoist Tai, who had already prepared congratulations to His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. Thousands of civil and military officials knelt on the square outside the hall of supreme harmony, and the voices of thousands of people gathered together. The voices were so loud that the entire holy city was shaken. Su Haotian turned his hands behind his back, and the 9 dragons' supreme dark gold robe had been replaced with a light blue long gown. From a high and mighty 95 lord, he became a Pianpianjia young master. Daoist Tai, Ho Yi, Feng Liang, Neza, Bai Qi, and Yang Jian followed closely behind. A group of 7 people was extremely fast and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Sister Phoenix, are you still in a daze? Seeing the direction Su Haoyan was leaving, Xuanhuan, who was already fascinated, immediately lowered his head, his face full of shyness. Your Majesty actually kissed her. Could it be that His Majesty likes her too? Then what should she do? He, Sister Phoenix, just wait to be the holy concubine. You will be the youngest by then. Well, you stinking girl, watch if I don't tear your mouth apart. The sound of joy spread to every corner of Xingfeng, making everyone smile. And say nothing. North Liangshan, Demon Emperor Palace. Millions of demon cultivators lay trembling on the ground, surrounding the towering demon emperor, Jun. These monsters have different levels of cultivation, and their races are even more different. Kneeling on the ground together, the scene is spectacular. Jun slowly flew towards the sky with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a golden brocade robe and had a proud face, as if he didn't look down on anyone in the world. Congratulations to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Millions of monsters roared frantically. In their eyes, the Demon Emperor, Jun is their king, their god. In this chaotic world of strife, only the Demon Emperor, Jun remained unmoved. Always keep a low profile. However, he had defeated the demon ancestor, and he had also defeated the ancient Buddha of Diangdang, so that his ranking has always been at the 21st place. And no one shakes it. He is eligible to participate in the Baixiong conference. As the demon emperor Dijun ascended into the sky, 3 big Luozuxians immediately followed behind him. Although Dijun's strength is terrifying, his subordinates are pitifully small, and even the monks in the Deluo realm are only these 3. Punish the 12 emperors. After the sky breaks, I will make everyone surrender under their feet. Dijun smiled wildly, according to what the Supreme Master Tong Yu said, as soon as the 12 emperors of heaven punishment come out, they will immediately implement the plan to break the sky. Everyone in the world thought that the purpose of the 12 emperors of Zhu was to rearrange the overall situation of the world. Actually not. 2. Break the sky. A million miles away from Tianwu, surrounded by mountains and flowing streams, it is like a paradise. Surrounded by mountains, a corner of a rather grand palace is faintly exposed. This place is the Buddha Hall, which used to be the palace of a small faction that was not even considered second-rate. Later, it was occupied by Randang and changed its name to Buddha Hall. Later, Randang was defeated by Tathagata, and this place came under Tathagata's control. At this moment, the Tathagata opened an altar to teach in a bamboo forest behind the Buddha Hall. Zheng Jiansheng, who was dressed in shabby clothes, knelt in front of him tremblingly. His eyes were confused, and he was obviously not a normal person. The former controller has been reduced to such a situation. What a pity. What is a Buddha, have you ever understood it? Tathagata asked seriously while sitting on the alchemy seat. Zheng Jiansheng has the cultivation level at the early stage of Deluo Wands. Fairyland, if cultivated, he can add another strong man to the Holy Emperor. I see. Zheng Jiansheng said dully. The Tathagata smiled and nodded, and continued to preach. However, at this moment, a subordinate walked over quickly. My subordinates, pay homage to the Buddha. This disciple knelt at the Tathagata's feet and saluted respectfully. He took A peek at Xing Jianxing, who was kneeling there, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. The extraterrestrial demons wanted by Tianji Pavilion were captured by their Buddha, and no one knew about it. Even the disciples in the Buddha's hall don't know much. But they all worship Buddha, and even dare to catch evil spirits, which is simply against the sky. What's matter? Tathagata asked. As reported by the spies in front, all forces have left for Tianyuan to participate in the 100 Heroes Conference today. Among them are the holy Emperor Haoyan, Wang Jinlong from the Wang family, the Demon Emperor from Bailiang Mountain, and many other heroes who can be ranked. They all moved. Upon hearing this, Tathagata stood up involuntarily, and the catastrophe began. As a robber, he cannot stay out of the world. On the endless wilderness, the seven of Su Haoyan sat on the clouds and moved forward at top speed. At this time, Master Tai was teaching Su Haoyan. Several other people also looked curiously. Your Majesty's body training technique can be described as extremely profound. Even the old Taoist, I can't understand it, but the old Taoist is sure that this set of exercises will become more difficult as you go to the end. It can't be completed overnight. Master Tai stroked his beard and said with a smile. What he was talking about was Gui Saint Body Ju. It is worth mentioning that a few days ago, when he accidentally searched the Lucky Mall, he saw a kung fu called Immortal Saint Physique, which was exactly the same as Gui Saint Physique except for the name. It made him very depressed. This set of Immortal Saint Physique came from the early stage of chaos. Like the ancient Saint Physique, the first few layers are very simple. But after reaching the 4th floor, it will become difficult. Su Haoyan is now in the middle of the 4th floor, and there is still a long way to go before breaking through the 5th floor. But even if he reached the 4th floor, he would benefit a lot. There are thousands of incarnations, making him invincible at the same level. Even if he challenges beyond the level, it is not a problem. I know this set of exercises is against the sky, and the cultivation is very slow. But I believe that I can cultivate to the highest level. Originally, he was thinking of asking Master Tai to give some pointers, but now it seems that it is impossible. As for the yin-yang wheel of life and death and Futian palm, Wang Xiaofeng just wouldn't let him talk about it. He also has no choice. However, Wang Xiaofeng's reasons are also very good. When he was fighting with immortals and demons, he relied on these two kinds of supernatural powers to achieve great fame. It was too involved, and he had to be careful. In addition, the origin of Emperor Qian, who created this exercise, is mysterious. Wang Xiaofeng suspects that Emperor Qian is still alive, so it is inconvenient to tell this exercise without Emperor Qian's permission. If Su Haoyan wanted to find Emperor Qian, he had to wait until after Padian. However, His Majesty's bloodline is very different, and his talent is even higher than that of Yang Jianneza. The old man dared to ask, I don't know which family His Majesty comes from. Master Tai asked, curiously. Neza, Yang Jian didn't refute Master Tai's intentions. They had seen Su Haoyan's defying nature with their own eyes. My blood comes from. Su Haoyan pointed to the sky while talking. An unfathomable look. Outside the sky? Daoist Tai and others were thoughtful. They came to this world, but they had no way of knowing about the outer world. However, it is said that there are as many as 3,000 worlds like the Xuanhuan Great World outside the sky. 3,000 worlds. This is a place they have never been to. Your Majesty, there is a fight ahead. Neza not only said strangely. At this time it has been 3 days since they left Haotian Holy Court. They have already left the southern sky world, and even crossed dozens of domains. Have a fight? Su Haotian couldn't help looking in the direction Neza pointed. I saw a place 100 miles away in front of them. The flames were soaring into the sky, and the sound of explosions kept coming and going, and they were getting closer and closer. At this moment, they had already sensed several powerful auras fighting ahead. Don't worry about it, just fly over there. Su Haotian has no interest in this. Now only the 12 emperors of Zhu can arouse his interest. However, at this moment, Fenliang's heart suddenly beat wildly, and a familiar yet unfamiliar breath of blood suddenly emerged in his heart. No, wait for this breath first. Fenliang frowned, causing Yang Jian, who was controlling Yun Duo, to look at him suspiciously. It is no secret in Haotian Holy Court that Fenliang is Su Haotian's servant. It just made them wonder why Fenliang, with his advanced cultivation base, regarded himself as Su Haotian's servant. Is there someone familiar with Fenliang in front? Fenliang, could it be? Su Haotian stood up abruptly and asked excitedly. That's right, Master, it's one of those 8 guys. Fenliang said with a smile. Then what are you thinking about? Hurry up. When Su Haotian gave an order, Yang Jian controlled Yun Duo to fly there. On the other side, tens of miles ahead, a fierce battle was going on. During the battle, there were monks and demon cultivators, and rivers of blood were flowing within a radius of 10,000 miles. A big man like a black tower galloped on the battlefield, killing all directions. His name was Fentian, and he held a sky-shaking hammer in his hand at this moment. Any monk who approached him would be beaten to death by him. He is the master of Xuanhuan among the 3 palaces, 4 halls, and 5 gates. He is at the peak of Dou Yu Wonderland. After several years of management, Xuanhuan has successfully ranked among the 100 heroes. This has to be said to be a miracle. But when he was about to go to Tianwu to attend the conference, he ran into his former enemy, the great power of the Yaozu, who was also at the peak of Dou Yu Wonderland, which brought him great trouble. This person is full of energy and blood, and the exercises he cultivated must be extraordinary. Yang Jian said suspiciously. It turned out to be Fentian. I didn't expect to meet him here. Back then, he was the worst existence among the 8 guards. As for his current cultivation level, he is just SOSO. At this time, Wang Xiaofeng's voice suddenly sounded in Su Haotian's mind. If you're with me, it's no problem reaching Fenliang's level. Su Haotian said proudly. Well, I believe that. What surprised Su Haotian was that Wang Xiaofeng didn't refute him this time. Make him a little uncomfortable. Master, I want to go over and subdue this kid. Fenliang came to Su Haotian, cupped his hands, and said. Go. Ask him what he needs, I can help. Thank you, Master. As soon as Fenliang finished speaking, he flew down with a look of excitement. Your Majesty, could it be that the big man with the hammer is your old friend? At this time, Yang Jian asked. Not an old friend, but a guard. Su Haotian said with a smile. Guard? Yang Jian muttered to himself in surprise. When will His Majesty have a guard? At the pinnacle of the great Luoshi wonderland, is it another force that His Majesty has developed outside? It's no wonder he thinks this way, it's because Su Haotian's power is too great for not showing it clearly. Not to mention anything else, a Pingtian palace is already appalling. Although Master Tai didn't speak, he looked at Xuanhuan slightly differently. Fen Tian, what are you brat doing? Hurry up and beat your opponent, follow me to meet the master. Fen Tian was roaring and smashing a great ape demon king, when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. While he was taken aback, he hurriedly looked back. Are you Fengliang? Are you really brother Fengliang? When Fen Tian looked back, he saw a young man looking at him with a half smile. Just about to scold a few words, but immediately as if he sensed something, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, showing an incredulous expression. Boss, why are you? Why did you come here after 170,000 years? Fen Tian's pitch-black face was already covered with tears of excitement. He has gone through countless reincarnations, and this life is the last one. If he has not found the reincarnation of the domain master, he will perish forever. When he is reincarnated, he will be a brand new individual. There is no longer anything to do with the holy court. You brat, do you think I haven't looked for you? Fortunately, in this life, I found my master. Fengliang also said with emotion. The two were talking as if no one else was around. There were monster cultivators who didn't have long eyes who came to attack and kill them, but they all killed them lightly. What, boss, have you found the reincarnation of the domain master of this world? Fen Tian stared wide-eyed, and asked in disbelief. Stop rambling, hurry up and get rid of these miscellaneous things, so that I can go to see the master with me. Fengliang was also very excited. He and the 8 great guards have worked together for tens of thousands of years, and they have long been like brothers. Could he not be happy to see his relatives for the first time today? Okay, I can conquer the world with the domain master again. Fen Tian didn't doubt Fengliang's words at all, because Fengliang was there. Big brother, a big brother for tens of thousands of years. The big brother who has been sheltering them from the wind and rain. What the elder brother said was always correct. The 8 of them never doubted. Your Majesty, who is that stupid guy? Although his strength is not very good, his character is the best choice. Bai Qi said. Haha, you'll know in a while. Xuanhuan's answer not only did not clear their confusion, but made them even more curious. After a while, with Fengliang's intervention, the battle ended quickly. Black Bear, come here quickly, haven't you been talking about looking for the owner? Why are you not moving now, that you are right in front of your eyes? At this time, Fengliang brought Fen Tian to Xuanhuan, pointed at Xuanhuan, and said to Fen Tian. Black Bear is Fen Tian's nickname, which was also given by Wang Xiaofeng himself. Therefore, in the former holy court, only Fen Tian called Black Bear, others were not qualified. You are Holy Emperor Haotian? Sage Emperor Haotian turned out to be the master's reincarnation? Fen Tian was stunned, and then his whole body trembled. What are you doing, kid, why don't you kneel down? Fengliang put his foot on Fen Tian's ass, and said sharply. Master, He Xiong is here to greet you. Hee, I never thought that my master is the Holy Emperor Haotian. He said with a smirk while knelt down and kowtowed. Let me just say, Master Qianzong's capital, how can the reincarnation of his old man be an unknown person? Holy Emperor Haotian, how many heroes admire the existence? If I knew this, I would have worshipped you a long time ago. Xuanhuan looked at the whining and chirping, and Fen Tian couldn't help but smile as if he had fallen into a demon. He smiled and subdued Fen Tian. At the same time, he said, it's not too late. To come back now. In addition, you really gave me a face. You even created your own school, and you were also selected for the list of heroes. It's really good. But, with your current cultivation, you want to be shortlisted. The competition between the 12 emperors of heaven is a little bit hanging. While Xuanhuan was talking, he surrounded Fan Tian with a thoughtful expression. Owner. Shut up, the black bear, the owner is thinking about something, don't bother. Feng Liang is so smart, he knew what his master was up to when he saw Xuanhuan's appearance. Now no one knows the relationship between Fan Tian and Xuanhuan. If Fan Tian can climb all the way, and even enter the top 10 directly, it will be of great help to Xuanhuan's fight for the 12 emperors of heaven. Could it be that the master wants to use that kind of magical power against the black bear? Feng Liang couldn't help thinking about it. Search. At this moment, a dazzling long sword suddenly flew from the sky. The sword light was shining, and it attacked Fan Tian at a fast speed. Seeing this, Fan Tian roared angrily and was about to strike. But Feng Liang pulled him back. Afterwards, Neza received the sword under Xuanhuan's signal. Humph, you Huajian, don't bully me too much, your death has nothing to do with me. What exactly do you want? Although Fan Tian didn't make a move, he shouted loudly at the flying sword. As soon as Fan Tian finished speaking, a figure familiar to Xuanhuan suddenly appeared. Xuanhuan couldn't help squinting his eyes. The person who came was wearing a blue shirt, with long flowing hair, which was even more chic and elegant. It turned out to be him? Just how is it possible? Xuanhuan knew this person in the wild. In Yuwang Palace, the name is Yu Huajian, the founder of Yuwang Palace. Because of the fall of Yuhua sword, Yuwang Palace gradually declined. But the strange thing is here, isn't Yu Huajian already dead? Xuanhuan frowned, but immediately he thought of a possibility. When the fairy tomb in the southern region was born, the sword master was looking for a resurrection pill. When you think about Yu Huajian being a friend of the juggernaut, then the answer can be imagined. Humph, Fan Tian, if it wasn't because of your meddling, I wouldn't have fallen. Now that I, Yuhua Sword, have been reborn, I will definitely let you die without a place to die. Although he saw Xuanhuan beside Fenchen, and Feng Liang and others who made him unpredictable, but when he thought of the person behind him, he no longer hesitated. The battle is imminent. A lot of sword repairs, Yang Jian said casually. When Xuanhuan heard this, he turned his attention away from Yu Huajian and looked behind him. Behind Yu Huajian, more and more sword cultivators flew from the sky, stopped behind Yuhua sword, and stared at this side. All sword cultivators. Xuanhuan seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked around, but didn't see the familiar figure. But he believed he was coming. Master, let me go, I want this lunatic to know how powerful I am as a black bear. Wait a minute, I still have something to tell you. In addition, here is an inner alchemy of an ancient demon bear. Refining it, your cultivation will surpass that of Dou Yu Xuxian. Feng Liang, you take him away, protect him and come back after the catastrophe. Xuanhuan ordered without any doubt. Your order. Fan Tian replied without any hesitation. He is such a person, once he recognizes someone, he will never leave him for life. Feng Liang's eyes were full of excitement, he had already understood Xuanhuan's plan, and he happily took the order and left. Fan Tian, don't run away, I What are you talking about? I took over the matter of the black bear for him. As soon as Neza finished speaking, he fired a flame gun at Yu Huajian. Both of them were at the peak of De Luoshu's fairyland, and they immediately entered a stalemate when they first fought. Your Majesty, do you need me to take action? Yang Jian rubbed his hands and said. Neza's move made him feel a little itch. Don't worry, the Juggernaut hasn't appeared yet. Juggernaut? Ho-E, by Qi, and Neza's pupils suddenly shrank when they heard this. The Juggernaut is a popular candidate for the 12 Emperors of Heaven. The strongest group of people in the world. At this moment, phantoms of swords suddenly appeared in the void. These swords are of different styles and colors. The moment it condensed in the air, it actually set off the void with brilliance. Neza and Yu Huajian were fighting, but they didn't notice the densely packed sword shadows above their heads. Little Neza hadn't fought in Haotian Holy Court for a long time, and he was a little excited to be able to fight today, so he fought very heartily. Little baby, what I'm looking for is that black fellow Fentian. What does it have to do with you? Yu Huajian said angrily while striking. You know, he was resurrected with great difficulty for revenge. Although Fentian was not the culprit, he still held a grudge against him. He, my young master, will not change his name or surname, Great General. Xuanhuan, Neza. Neza fought vigorously, and the fire-pointed spears in his hand were swept out one after another, so that Yu Huajian never dared to be distracted. Because he has just been resurrected, he is not very clear about the current world, and it is even more impossible to know who the great General Xuanhuan is. At the same time, the area above them has been filled with dense sword shadows. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, and anyone who looks at it will feel scalp numb. I heard that the Juggernaut has a sword formation that is invincible in the world. Could this be his sword formation? A look of interest appeared on Ho Yi's face. But Su Haotian's eyes fell directly on the sword master walking from the sky through the impenetrable sword shadow. The Juggernaut is wearing a grey robe today, and with the whistling wind, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, ravaging the entire world. Seeing this scene, the sword cultivators who were watching immediately burst into cheers. Master Juggernaut is here. When my lord comes, let me see how these guys are still alive. General Xuanhuan, isn't that the general of the Holy Court of Haotian? Could it be that the Holy Emperor of Haotian is also here? So what about the Holy Emperor Haotian? He is not the Demon Emperor Ping Tian. Our Lord Sword Saint has never been afraid of the Holy Emperor Haotian. Master Juggernaut's sword formation is too majestic. When will I be able to practice it? The sword cultivators pointed at the sword formation in the sky, discussing a lot. At the same time, there was fanaticism on his face, which became extremely fanatical because of his reverence for the Juggernaut. Holy Emperor? Why are you? Seeing Su Haotian, the Juggernaut asked softly. When they were tens of miles apart, when their eyes met, Su Haotian smiled and said, Why is the sword master so afraid of me? I'm afraid? A smile appeared on the indifferent face of the Juggernaut. Every time he sees Su Haotian, he will have a different feeling. It seems that this guy is getting more and more crazy. However, instead of being disgusted, he felt a sense of appreciation, because at Su Haotian's age, he was also arrogant and extremely rampant. His relationship with Su Haotian was okay, and he knew that Su Haotian was joking. But the relationship is the relationship. Fentian is the one who must be killed by Yu Huajian, so as long as Su Haotian handed over Fentian, he would not mind letting Su Haotian go. The sword saint's eyes flashed coldly and said, Sage Emperor Haoyan wants to stand up for that guy Fenchen? To be honest, Fen Tian is my friend, and it is necessary to stand up for a friend. Su Hao said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of everyone around him warmed up. Even Daoist Tai looked at Su Haoyan in surprise. You know, anyone can say the 4 words of stabbing for a friend, but whether it can be done is unknown. Like Su Haoyan, there are very few people who say what they say. You mean that Fen Tian is your friend, Holy Emperor? What are you talking about? The Juggernaut didn't believe what Su Haoyan said. Rumble. At this moment, the space thousands of miles away suddenly became disordered, and thunderclouds quickly gathered. Looking at the power, it seems that someone is crossing the catastrophe. This kid crossed the thunder calamity of Xuanhuan Wonderland so soon? No, what kind of treasure is that inner alchemy you gave him? Facing the thunder calamity in the distance, Wang Xiaofeng asked incredulously. Guess. Su Haoyan sighed inwardly as he looked at Lei Jia in the distance. What kind of existence is the former holy court, and even the qualifications of the guards are so heaven-defying, it is really shocking. Master Tai smiled and remained silent, looking at Su Haoyan with increasing interest. Even if he couldn't see through the black inner alchemy just now, it can be seen that the treasure is extraordinary. I don't know what kind of surprise this little guy in front of me will bring to me. Ho Yi, Yang Jian, and Bai Qi looked as usual. They were no strangers to Su Haoyan's defying nature. Where, someone is breaking through Dalul Wanqian? How is this possible? The Juggernaut couldn't help shrinking his pupils suddenly when he felt the shocking scene thousands of miles away. The purpose of this person breaking through the great Luolan wonderland at this time is self-evident. But, what does this have to do with me? Holy Emperor Haoyan, quickly hand over Fen Tian, otherwise. The Juggernaut quickly came to his senses and threatened Su Haoyan. At the same time, the sword shadow suspended in the air pressed towards Su Haoyan like locusts. Although the real Tai and Hui standing behind Su Haoyan made him unable to see through, he was not afraid. In his life, he pursues to do as he pleases. Even if he loses, he will not be afraid of fighting. Facing the sword array approaching, Su Haoyan felt suffocated. If Hui hadn't created a fiery red shield, he might have collapsed on the ground long ago. Your Majesty, can I fight? Hui smiled slightly, his face full of arrogance. He hasn't fought since returning to his prime. Su Haoyan nodded lightly, and said at the same time, keep alive. Although the Juggernaut is very strong, he will definitely end up being abused against the peak Hui. However, Su Haoyan is determined to recruit the Juggernaut for his own use. So I don't want the Juggernaut to die. Your order. Hui promised, and stepped forward. The god-pottering bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. He stood in the air, bent the bow and shot an arrow, and a fiery red dragon arrow appeared on the bow in an instant, pointing at the Juggernaut from afar. The sword master didn't change his face, he also pointed at the sword array. And the thunder cloud rolled out. The momentum was no worse than the thunder robbery thousands of miles away. Faced with this situation, Neza had no choice but to stop and look up at the sky. That person, who is he? This aura actually makes me feel suffocated. Yu Huajian's face was full of disbelief. He had just been resurrected, and he didn't know that the color of the world had changed, and strong men had emerged in large numbers, which had changed the overall situation of the world. When he died, Juggernaut was one of the strongest in this world. Unexpectedly, an existence stronger than the Juggernaut appeared here. Neza stepped on the hot wheel and returned to Xuanhuan, staring at Hui and the Juggernaut with fixed eyes. At this time, the Juggernaut moved first, and he controlled the densely packed phantoms of flying swords to attack Hui with a bang. While the sword light was shining, the violent wind blew Hui's hair. Hui smiled contemptuously, loosened his fingers, and a fire dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it had penetrated layers of sword shadows and came to the sword master instantly. It was about to hit the Juggernaut. At the very moment, the fire dragon turned sideways, and then hit the sword master's chest with a bang. The Juggernaut's face changed drastically, but before he could react, he was blasted to the ground by a transcendent force, and smashed into the ruins below in a blink of an eye. The entire engagement took less than a second. The Juggernaut was blasted into the void. No one came back to their senses. The Juggernaut was covered by dust all over the sky, and the ground was still trembling. It can be seen how powerful Ho Yi's sword is. Ho Yi's expression was stern. He looked down at the earth, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said contemptuously, "You're so weak." The words were clear, and the Juggernaut was completely ignored. Xuanhuan, who was flying in the void again, secretly broke into a cold sweat. For the Juggernaut, this guy is too violent. Don't really kill the Juggernaut. Neza, Yangjian, and Bai Qi were all speechless. As strong as a sword master. In front of Ho Yi, he is almost powerless to fight back. The disciples of the Juggernaut were completely dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, with dazed faces, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before them. Yuhua's sword is completely petrified. That's the fourth-ranked Juggernaut on the hero list, so he was knocked into the air just like that? Incredible. After the dust blew up, the Juggernaut flew up slowly. His robe was torn. Blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he looked a bit embarrassed. That arrow. The Juggernaut gritted his teeth and thought. Although frightened, his gaze towards Hui was still clear, without fear. He raised the 5 flying swords behind his back, turned them into 5 sword lights of different colors and blasted at Hui, flying thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, attacking Hui from all directions. Seeing this, Hui bent his bow and shot the arrow in one go. Search. A fire dragon as thick as a bucket blasted 5 flying swords with its teeth and claws, and came to the Juggernaut in the blink of an eye. The Juggernaut was startled, and before he had time to react, the fiery red arrow tip had already touched the Juggernaut's forehead superior. The frenzied wind whizzed past, taking away a few strands of the Juggernaut's hair. The Juggernaut's pupils shrank suddenly, and he sighed in his heart, "It's over." After a long time, the fire dragon arrow collapsed, and Hui took the heaven-pottering bow and returned to Xuanhuan's side. The Juggernaut stood in the ruins. Although he was unscathed, he was trembling all over. His eyes were dull, his face was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he hadn't woken up from the arrow just now. Faced with Hui's arrow, he thought he was doomed. It's been a long time, and I haven't tasted so close to death. That arrow. The Juggernaut thought tremblingly. He had never been so frightened in his life. Because of fear, the fighting spirit has been lost, and the heart of the sword has been broken. Hui looked at the Juggernaut from afar and said, "If it wasn't for his Majesty's love for you, you would have been dead by now." The juggernaut still stood there blankly, without saying a word. Hui smiled. Disdainfully. Not in words. Just 2 arrows scared the juggernaut to pieces. This is the Hui who shot the sun. The Great Witch is not just a legend. Your Majesty, this guy's sword heart has been broken, and it will be as difficult as going to heaven to make up for it. Hui sighed and shook his head, feeling quite sorry. Neza, Yang Jian, and Bai Qi looked at Hui with complicated expressions. Yang Jian was even more determined to fight, wishing to fight Hui for 300 rounds immediately. Daoist Tai stroked his beard and smiled, without saying a word. This result was as early as he expected. Su Haoyan nodded, looked back at the juggernaut and said, "Get out of here. Let's hit the road." Just now Feng Liang sent back the message that Fan Tian had successfully crossed the tribulation. They met him on the way. Soon, a group of people Zongyun quickly disappeared into the vast field. Yu Huaqian's expression was extremely ugly, he couldn't believe what happened. Just now. There was an unfamiliar strong man who defeated the juggernaut with one move. It turns out that I'm actually not that strong. The juggernaut walked forward under the support of his disciples. The juggernaut muttered to himself, seemingly in disbelief. At that moment just now, he really lost everything. Pride, Kenshin, all gone. He always thought that he didn't know what fear was, and he had been working hard to challenge the strong from all walks of life. He thought he would never lose. But I didn't expect the failure to come so quickly. On the clouds that had already flown hundreds of miles away, Neza asked. Curiously, the juggernaut and Yu Huaqian dare to participate in the hero Lord's conference. He wanted to laugh when he thought of the miserable appearance of the juggernaut at that time. Why don't you dare? The big deal is to see me walking around. After this battle, even if the juggernaut becomes the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian in the future, he will still be inferior to Su Haoyan. What are the 12 emperors of Zhu Tian? It is not easy for His Majesty to add one piece. Yang Jian's words surprised Su Haoyan. He felt that under his rule, these fresh words from previous lives tended to be generalized. Master, we are back. At this moment, Feng Liang led Fan Tian with a smirk on his face and landed on the clouds. Burning sky, from the former holy court. Identity, Domain Master Guard. Race, Demon Bear. Kung Fu, Hercules. Magic weapon, Sky Shaker. Lucky level, Deluoluan Wonderland Middle Stage. Loyalty, 100/100. Haha, Deluoluan is in the middle stage of Wonderland. Yes, you black bear. Has good aptitude. Su Haoyan looked at the smirking Fenshin and was overjoyed. The master is here to thank the black bear for the master's training. The slave will definitely not meet the master's expectations. Although Fan Tian was a bit silly. But under Feng Liang's explanation, he knew Su Haoyan's plan clearly. That's why I made such a statement. Very well, I believe you can handle this well. Su Haoyan said with a smile. Master, it turns out that Black Bear has always been in contact with the other 7 people. And what people didn't expect is that the other 7 people are also the heroes on the list. They are all rushing to Tianyuan now. Feng Liang was extremely excited. Because seeing that the 9 brothers are about to get together. Can he be unhappy? Unexpectedly, there is such a coincidence in the world. Boy Haoyan, I have to admire your luck. It's against the sky. Wang Xiaofeng said sourly in Su Haoyan's mind at this time. Su Haoyan is extremely proud, his luck has always been good, hasn't he? Master, why don't the black bears contact them? Fen Tian suddenly suggested. Because there is no news from Feng Liang and the domain owner, although they know each other, they have no contact. In order to prevent being discovered by the fairy supervisor. But now it is different, the reincarnation of the domain master has appeared. And boss Feng Liang has also appeared. What are they afraid of? Of course they are going to get together. Okay, you go to contact them, and then bring them to meet me. Don't say anything else, let's improve your cultivation first. Xuanhuan said domineeringly. Hey, don't kill those guys with joy. Fen Tian scratched his dustpan-like head and said. Go away. Go to work quickly. If it can't be done, I won't cut you. Feng Liang scolded with a smile. Well, I'm going right now. Afterwards, Fen Tian apologized to Xuanhuan and left with his confused subordinates. When everyone saw this, although they didn't say anything, the horror in their eyes betrayed their thoughts at this time. Light smoke curled up, and incomparably magnificent high-rise buildings were located in the forest. This was the main altar hall of Qilin Gate, one of the 5 gates. On another tall and huge peak, there is a quite magnificent hall, which is the important place for Qilimen to discuss matters. At this time, dozens of elders of the Qilin sect gathered together, and Zhao Yunlong, the head of the Qilin sect, sat on it. What did you say? The Holy Emperor Haoyan is here? The Sword Master is also here? You said the two groups are still fighting? Zhao Yunlong was wearing a black robe, with a pair of shining eyes under his thick eyebrows. The demonic aura surged all over his body, and his expression, when he was shocked, was extremely frightening. The existence of Zhao Yunlong in the late stage of Dou Yu Wonderland. The elders under the seat also became restless because of this. Whether it is Haoyan Sage Emperor or Juggernaut, they are all existences they look up to. It's not good for two transcendent beings to be in the territory of Qilin Gate. I don't know if the Black Bear has found Brother Feng Liang. It would be great if the domain master is here. Only they can easily solve such a big matter. At best, I can be a thug. Yes, sect master, it is said that the Juggernaut was overturned by Hoi's 2 arrows under Haoyan Sage Emperor. The disciple who reported the letter knelt in front of Zhao Yunlong and said, tremblingly. Obviously he is still silent in shock and has not recovered. Ah. The previous battle was between the Juggernaut and Hoi? No, when did this Hoi appear? Why are there so many masters in the hands of the Holy Emperor Haoyan? Zhao Yunlong exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. During the battle between Yin and Yang, the Juggernaut alone fought against the Supreme Being, subduing demons and Tathagata. Looking at the world apart from the ancient Emperor Sun Wukong, there is only the Sword Master. Unexpectedly, the Juggernaut was defeated. No, there seems to be a thunder robbery appearing. Have you found out who is crossing the robbery? Zhao Yunlong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Ha ha ha, no need to inquire, the person who crosses the robbery is here. At this moment, a rough voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, Fen Tian's figure shaped like a black tower appeared in the hall. Old Qi, what are you doing, with a sad face? Fen Tian walked up to Zhao Yunlong carelessly, and sat down on a dusty chair beside Zhao Yunlong. There are as many as 7 chairs like this here. It is placed side by side with Zhao Yunlong's chair. It looks nondescript. What did you say, old man? Could it be that you are the one who crossed the robbery? It's just, how is this possible? Zhao Yunlong was extremely depressed. He was about to say a few words, but he was stopped by the terrifying aura released from Fentian's body. Old Ba, you, don't be stupid, although Big Brother Feng Liang didn't find it, but everyone just worked hard, don't be too hard on it. The 8 of them have been together for thousands of years in this life. In order to facilitate the search for domain masters and Feng Liang, they created their own sections. Among the 3 palaces, 4 halls, and 5 gates, 5 of them are masterpieces of their brothers. And they are all famous people on the list. They had agreed not to break through to the next level unless they found the boss Feng Liang and the domain master. This is also the reason why Zhao Yunlong gave a reminder. Old Qi, am I that kind of person? To tell you the truth, boss Feng Liang is with the domain owner, so you must quickly gather them together. I have something to announce. Fen Tian said with a hearty laugh. Old Ba, are you serious? Zhao Yunlong suddenly stood up from the chair. His face was full of disbelief. At the same time, at the end of the wilderness thousands of miles away, Sword Master Yu Huajian led hundreds of sword repairers forward. The atmosphere was serious, and no one made a sound. Why didn't you take revenge before? The sword master asked slowly. When the black hair on his head fluttered, there were a few strands of white hair. Yu Huajian frowned, he said in a deep voice, revenge is any time, but if the heart dies, nothing will be left. His voice was so loud that everyone was shocked. The Juggernaut was defeated by Ho Yi. Not only the Juggernaut himself was sad, but even the morale of the 100 disciples was low. Slumped. The faith in their hearts was destroyed before their eyes, which made them doubt their pursuit of Kendo. After all, the Juggernaut lost so simply that they couldn't accept it for a while. Today's defeat may not be a bad thing, why not take it as an opportunity to advance to a higher level? Yu Huajian continued to drink loudly. Hearing that, the empty eyes of the Juggernaut suddenly lit up. Pursuing a more powerful sword? When the Juggernaut muttered to himself, he even stopped in his tracks. He began to close his eyes and meditate. Yu Huajian nodded in satisfaction. The two met 100,000 years ago. And they began to encourage each other in the way of swordsmanship, but the aptitude of the sword master quickly left him far behind. So he knows best how much this failure will hit the Juggernaut. He has to pull the Juggernaut back from the brink. Perhaps his rebirth was for this purpose. When he met Fen Tian again, at first he was furious and eager for revenge. But thinking about it now, he really didn't blame Fen Tian for what happened that time. Fen Tian just coincided with the meeting. This is what my fate should be. Who can blame? Hey, Juggernaut, I didn't expect you to fail sometimes. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded, causing everyone to turn around in shock. I saw a man in green robe coming from a distance. He was thin, like a ghost. It was Mingjian Peak. How could it be you? The Juggernaut suddenly frowned. He was no stranger to Mingjian Peak. They belonged to the same era. However, Ming Jianfeng did things too extreme. He didn't like it. What are you doing here? The sword master said indifferently. Mingjian Peak was defeated by Fumo under Ping Tian Demon Emperor's subordinates. The news spread all over the sky, and it has already spread all over the world. He even brought out a demon, so I really didn't want to have anything to do with him. Yu Huajian also frowned and looked at Mingjian Peak. Before his death, Ming Jianfeng hadn't retired. so he was very disgusted to see Ming Jianfeng's ghostly appearance at this time. Ming Jianfeng twisted his neck and said with a sinister smile, "Of course I am looking for you. Because I am going to Tianyuan, but I am not the hero, so we should cooperate with each other." Go to Tianyuan? The Juggernaut was upset and didn't want to get involved with Ming Jianfeng. So he shouted, "Get lost." Ming Jianfeng's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect the Juggernaut to be so decisive. "You have already been defeated by the Holy Emperor Haoyan, and you still want to compete with the 12 emperors of Zhu. Isn't it a little wishful thinking?" Ming Jianfeng said sarcastically. The eyes of the Juggernaut trembled coldly. A terrifying and fierce sword energy rushed out from the body of the sword saint, causing Yu Huajian to take a step back involuntarily. Being defeated by Hui obviously made the sword master restless. Tathagata, Ping Tian Demon Emperor, and other newly promoted heroes, are you really sure that you can beat the crowd with so many powers? Ming Jianfeng's sarcasm made the Juggernaut's face more and more difficult to look. Ming Jianpeak, don't speak wild words. Seeing the Juggernaut's expression, Yu Huajian's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily shouted. Just convinced the Juggernaut that he doesn't want the Juggernaut to fall into obsession. "I'm telling the truth, why don't you think about it?" Ming Jianfeng's face was full of sarcasm. As soon as these words came out, Yu Huajian and the Juggernaut fell into silence. The news that the Juggernaut was defeated by Hui spread quickly like a hurricane to dozens of domains in the 3 palaces and 5 gates. The news is still spreading to other forces. It won't take long before the world knows about it. The word Juggernaut itself is extremely shocking, and now hearing that Juggernaut has suffered a fiasco, it is even more explosive news. No way, the Juggernaut will lose, what an international joke. Who is Hui? I heard that he is a general under Haoyan's sage emperor. Hui, the new strong man, the Haoyan sacred emperor's subordinates are really strong like a cloud. The 12 emperors of heaven punishment are coming soon. What is Holy Emperor Haoyan going to do? Are you making trouble? Countless monks in the world all exclaimed, the sky is about to change. The top powerhouses have been defeated in succession, and new powerhouses are slowly growing up. Does it indicate that this world is coming to a time when the old and the new are changing? The 3 palaces, 4 halls, and 5 gates have become empty frameworks. And the next is the world of the 12 emperors of Jade Heaven. However, with the fiasco of the Sword Master, the candidates for the 12 emperors of Jade Heaven seem to have become confusing. Of course, with the occurrence of this incident, most of the cultivators are looking forward to what kind of legend the Holy Emperor Haoyan can create. Not to mention anything else, the identity of the reincarnation of the former Holy Court Domain Master also made Su Haoyan embark on a legendary path. Watching Haoyan Xingdi continue to grow and advance all the way, the unstoppable momentum made everyone regard him as the goal of lifelong pursuit. Under a huge peak with few people, Su Haoyan was sitting on a big rock. Daoist Tai, Yang Jian and other strong men stood behind him, and in front of him were 9 burly men, including Feng Liang, kneeling upright. They have a strong aura, except for Feng Liang, each of them has a cultivation level above the middle stage of Luolan's fairyland. At this moment, their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes were full of enthusiasm when they looked at Su Haoyan. Master, don't worry, the 9 guards of the Holy Court have been resurrected. And there must be a master's position among the 12 emperors of heaven. No one can stop the master's footsteps. Otherwise, the 9 guards will punish him. Feng Liang shouted loudly. Haha, the 12 emperors of Zhutian? My heart is not just as simple as the 12 emperors. I want to be the head of the 12 emperors. Hiss. Your Majesty wants to be the head of the 12 emperors? This ambition is really big enough. The head of the 12 emperors, not the 12 emperors, there is a huge difference in one word. Master has not changed, he is still arrogant. And, the strong people around him are as strong as ever. Whether it was 170,000 years ago or now, there is never a shortage of amazing, talented and beautiful people by his side. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, everyone's hearts suddenly set off. Turbulent waves. All the eyes looking at Xuanhuan showed shock. Even Daoist Tai is brilliant again and again. Okay, Master, just let it go. Our 9 guards will definitely pave the way for His Majesty. The 9 Fengliang people said in unison. Watching the 8 people of Fentian leave, although Feng Liang had thousands of things to say to these old brothers in his heart, the master's important affairs must come first, so he could only watch everyone leave. Ding. Complete the side mission, find the former 8 guards of the Holy Court. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to selectively summon superpowers. The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's face full of smiles. Afterwards, everyone continued on their way. Sitting on the clouds, Feng Liang has regained his former composure. Your Majesty, we will pass by the closed world of the Wang family not far ahead. Should we take a detour or go and have a look? At this time, Yang Jian came to Xuanhuan and asked. At this time, they had already flown out of the sphere of influence of the 5 sects, passed through various forces in the melee on the way, and finally came to the territory of the overlord Wang's family here. It is rumored that the Wang family is a family established by the descendants of Wang Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the southern region. All of them are exceptionally talented, living in their own small world for generations. And occasionally some disciples are born to experience, but they always bring surprises to the world. The royal family? Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows. It is now rumored in the world that he is the reincarnation of the first domain master in the southern region, even in the Haotian Holy Court. Xuanhuan's gooey demon god's body, when he fought the Eye of Destiny alone, explained everything. With Xuanhuan's Tai Gold Immortal Realm cultivation base, it is impossible to erupt that kind of strength. If you add the reincarnation of the first domain master of the Southern Territory, it will be accepted by the world. The Wang family. Then go and have a look. I want to see if they are descendants of my Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng's voice sounded at this moment, leaving Xuanhuan speechless. Didn't you say that 170,000 years have passed, and the sea has changed a long time ago? Isn't the only bit of incense broken? Humph, it's just a matter of luck. In fact, I'm just curious. Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, keeping Xuanhuan silent for a long time. Wang Xiaofeng was in a bad mood. This guy went crazy again, maybe he was stimulated by the Wang family. Does Yang Aiqing know where to go? I have seen it in a classic before. It is said that the Wang family is on the edge of Luanfeng Cliff in the Chizonggang Mountains. Yang Jian nodded and said, when he has nothing to do, he often studies the classics of this world. The distribution of various forces is also the object of his key research. Well, since that's the case, you lead the way. Xuanhuan ordered. The Wang family was not in his eyes at first. After his identity as the first domain master of the southern region was spread, the Wang family remained silent, which made his feelings towards the Wang family quite flat. After all, they are also the ancestors of your Wang family, you descendants. You should also come to inquire about it. However, what he didn't know was that Wang Jinlong of the Wang family came to look for him, but was scared away by the fairy Xingjiansheng. In this way, under the guidance of Yang Jian, Neza drove towards Luanfengya. On the cloud. The direction of Luanfengya is actually easy to identify. From a distance, it is a Luanfeng that is about to fly. Even in broad daylight, there are visions again and again. Ding. Trigger the title task 100 Domain Master. Task details. Now the host has conquered more than 50 domains. If the host successfully conquers 100 domains, the system will reward the host with a designated summoning of superpowers. Opportunity. A chance to be loyal to the peak. A chance to copy the strong. And trigger the task of the World Overlord. The system prompt sounded at this moment. Su Haoyan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly. It seems that Haoyan Holy Quartz footsteps are not so fast. 50 domains have already surrendered, and with the addition of the local domains of the southern region, there are more than 60 domains. The task of the domain master of 100 domains sounds like an empty head, but the world overlord behind him is even more domineering. However, it is extremely difficult to complete. However, even greater difficulties have come. Can a mere world overlord stop my footsteps, Su Haoyan? Su Haoyan thought domineeringly. At this moment, Yun Duo had already flown into Luanfeng Cliff. The area of Luanfeng Cliff is huge, and it is extremely spectacular. It is a fiery red place, but when you look closer, it turns out that it is a kind of medicinal vegetation called fire grass that gathers together to create a vision. The clouds ride the wind and waves and continue to fly forward. Luanfeng Cliff is said to be so huge that ordinary monks can't fly out even if they fly for decades. Luanfengjia, is it related to Hulyuanyao? Su Haoyan asked, curiously. It is said that in the Xuanchu Great World, the place names of every place have their origins, and they are definitely not groundless. Yang Jian nodded and said, there is indeed such a rumor. It is said that a long time ago, a fire luan flew from the sky, landed here, settled here, and reproduced. Later, his descendants could not bear the loneliness, broke through the sky again and left behind a field of fire grass, hence the name of Luanfeng Cliff. Su Haoyan nodded. It seems that Huoluan is not a simple strange beast. His strength to break through the sky is definitely above the great Luo realm. If it is after the fairy demon seals the Xuanchu Great World, then his strength must surpass de Luo Luanqian. The most obvious example is that the ancient emperors did not break away, travel to higher worlds. After flying another distance, a soaring cliff suddenly appeared in front of him. The path is blocked here. Is it here? Su Haoyan asked, strangely. Because there are no pavilions and houses here. It's here. Master Tai said with a smile at this time. Because he sensed the existence of the Wang family's small world. He asked Su Haoyan, Your Majesty, why don't we enter by force? It is not very difficult for Daoist Tai to tear apart the space barrier of a small world like the Wang family. Although the space barrier of the southern sky world is also very strong, but Because it is newly built, the domain spirit is still in its infancy, and it cannot stop the strong intrusion of the Dou Yu realm. But the small world of the Wang family is more stable. After all, we are in the top 10 of the hero list, we can't bully the weak with guns. Shout out, let Wang Jinlong come out. Xuanhuan smiled and shook his head. He is a gentleman, okay? To be a man, you must think about literature and convince others with virtue. I really don't want your little boy, Wang Xiaofeng said sarcastically. In fact, he is also very curious now, whether the Wang family is his descendant of Wang Xiaofeng. As long as people are human, they all hope that they can leave offspring. Even someone as strong as Wang Xiaofeng is not exempt. Wang Jinlong, His Majesty the Holy Emperor is here to pay a visit, hurry up and greet him. Hui opened his throat and roared. Xuanhuan's eardrums were almost shattered, and the void in front of him suddenly wrinkled and moved forward extremely quickly. In the Wang family's small world, there are many mountains, green water and green mountains, countless fairy birds and beasts looming in the forest, and many disciples are flying around in the air, just like a fairyland. This is a small world, and its area is equivalent to the Xuanwu continent. Before the fusion, the aura here is rich, and the Wang family has been operating here for 170,000 years, with as many as 10 million disciples, and the city is full of cities. Like a domain in seclusion. Wang Jinlong, His Majesty the Holy Emperor is here again, and he hasn't come out to greet you. Hou Yi's voice suddenly exploded in the small world, shaking the whole world. Countless monks in the small world exclaimed one after another, who dares to make such a noise and call the patriarch by his name directly, does he not want to live? His Majesty, the Holy Emperor? Could it be the Holy Emperor Haotian? No way. Holy Emperor Haotian, among the emperors in the world today, only Holy Emperor Haotian is the most famous. If it is Holy Emperor Haotian, it is understandable for him to shout so loudly. Because it is rumored that he is the reincarnation of the ancestor of our royal family. According to what you said, isn't the Holy Emperor Haotian coming here to subdue our royal family? A kind of panic and uneasiness instantly enveloped the entire small world. If Holy Emperor Haotian had such an idea, then there was no room for their royal family to fight back. Because Haotian's sage emperor not only ranked higher than the Wang family in the list of heroes, even after Hui defeated the Sword Saint, the name of Haotian's sage emperor became even more prominent. Let people smell the color change. As soon as they heard that Emperor Haotian was coming, everyone felt a sense of catastrophe coming. Even panic all day long. At the very center of this small world, there is a Cyan palace. As soon as he heard Hui's roar, Wang Jinlong immediately flew to the sky with a dozen or so Dou Yu realm powerhouses. The Wang family has been passed down for 170,000 years, and there are only a dozen or so strong people in the Wang family. This also includes people who are out and about. It has been tens of thousands of years that no monk from the Wang family has advanced to Dou Yu. Following the battle between the Yin and Yang worlds, the Supreme Master of Tianwu invested 100 Dou Yu realm on the battlefield. In contrast, the background of the Wang family is not on the table. His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. Wang Jinlong's complexion was not good. He was scared away by the fairy Jing Jianqing that day, but later, His Excellency Tianji sent the news that Jing Jianqing was wanted, which caused a storm in his heart. He is not a fool, he soon understood that Jing Jianqing was defeated by Haotian Holy Court, otherwise Tianji Pavilion would not have the guts to Arrest a ferry. After that, Wang Jinlong never dared to set foot in Haoyin Holy Court again. What he didn't expect was that Holy Emperor Haoyin came here on his own initiative. That roar just now, the owner of the voice must surpass de Luo Jingxian. An old royal family said in a deep voice. He was one of the few great Luo Zuxians in the Wang family, but even so, he was terrified by Hou Yi's roar. It can be predicted how terrifying Hou Yi's cultivation base is. Wang Jinlong was also very worried, but Su Haoyin was already waiting outside the small world. As the current head of the Wang family, he had to bite the bullet and go to greet him. His heart is like a mirror. It would be very easy for Su Haoyin to break through. Let's go to meet Haoyin's sage emperor, Wang Jinlong said with a sigh. He really didn't have the guts to make Su Haoyin wait. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Haoyin is a master who is not afraid of heaven and earth, and there is no room for a grain of sand in his eyes. No matter who it is, as long as he fights against him, it will definitely end in immortality. Facing such a tyrannical Emperor Haoyin, he really didn't dare to confront him. A group of people flew towards the sky quickly, and everyone's face was not good-looking. Holy Emperor Haoyin was like a huge mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. There is even a sense of suffocation in front of the cliff, above the clouds. Su Haoyin was a little annoyed by waiting. If the Wang family really didn't give face, he would force his way in. Although he won't go in and kill innocent people indiscriminately, he still has to stand up. At the same time, he is helping Wang Xiaofeng investigate the issue of blood continuation, so that Wang Xiaofeng can rest assured. The Wang family are descendants of Wang Xiaofeng? Nonsense, nonsense. The Wang family has been passed down for 170,000 years, why don't they rule this world? Would the immortals allow Wang Xiaofeng's descendants to continue to live? They are coming, Hou Yi said softly. As soon as his words fell, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and soon a black hole as tall as a person appeared, and then Wang Jinlong walked out with a group of elders. The moment Wang Jinlong appeared, Su Haoyin began to look at him. Sensing Su Haoyin's gaze, Wang Jinlong's expression became unnatural. Although Wang Jinlong is a strong man in the great Luosu wonderland, Su Haoyin's aura is too great. When facing Su Haoyin, he actually has a feeling like facing the ancestors of the Wang family. This feeling made him startled. He hurriedly stabilized his mind and organized his words a little, before saying, I don't know why the Holy Emperor Haoyin came to my royal family. Hou Yi stood there like a hill. Bai Qi was murderous, Yang Jian, Neza, and Feng Liang were harmless to humans and animals, but they were not easy to mess with. As for the real Tai behind Su Haoyin, he couldn't see through it. Among the 12 emperors of heaven punishment, Holy Emperor Haoyin will definitely bring the strongest existence under his command. It is said that you are descendants of Wang Xiaofeng, let me take a look, Su Haoyin said casually. But it made Wang Jinlong and others furious. What happened to the Holy Emperor Haoyin? No, we should be the ones who asked the question. You are exceeding your authority. Humph. Feeling the dissatisfaction of Wang Jinlong and others, Hou Yi snorted coldly. This cold snort made Wang Jinlong and the others feel as though their chests had been hammered, and their blood surged. They all raised their heads and looked at Hou Yi in horror. Although it was a cold snort, the killing intent that penetrated into the bone marrow made them feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Let's go. Su Haoyan waved his sleeves and bullied a hero like Wang Jinlong, which made him feel meaningless. Because of the goal of the leader of the 12 emperors of heaven, his state of mind has changed. Especially after going through the battle of the Eye of Destiny, in the Xuanhuan great world, no one is in his eyes except Di Jun, including the ancient emperor. Wang Jinlong calmed down and could only turn around and lead Su Haoyan and others into the small world. Facing Su Haoyan, they didn't have the guts to resist at all. Humph, how cowardly. Wang Xiaofeng hummed dissatisfied in Su Haoyan's mind. There is even a tendency to become angry from embarrassment. Su Haoyan laughed wildly in his heart. Actually, this matter is justifiable. Because I am too powerful. Wang Xiaofeng became impatient and scolded Su Haoyan. This kind of scolding seems to have become their habit, but it doesn't affect their relationship. But it becomes more profound. A group of people quickly walked into the black hole. This situation was seen by several ordinary monks in the distance. They squatted among the flaming grass, with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open, their eyes filled with shock. Emperor Haoyan and the Wang family? They are united. Buddha Hall. Tathagata, wearing a golden monk robe, stepped down from the lotus throne, followed by Jingjiansheng. A group of Buddha Hall disciples knelt on the ground and shouted, "Respectfully send the Hall Master to become the 12 emperors of heaven." Tathagata nodded with a smile. After leaving, there will be no more Buddha Hall, and the entire Buddha Hall will be included in the territory of Haoyan Holy Court. He will also be robbed as a Buddha. The time for the 100 Heroes Conference is getting closer and closer, and the top 100 heroes began to go to Tianwu one after another. Any grand event will have spectators. As the largest grand event in this world, the Baisheng Conference naturally has many people watching the excitement. Therefore, those little heroes who were not selected for the 100 Heroes Conference went to Tianwu unwillingly. For them, being a spectator is also a good choice. This is a rare event in tens of thousands of years, and it is an honor to watch it from the sidelines. In the small world of the Wang family, Su Haoyan and his party followed Wang Jinlong over thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally landed in front of the Blue Palace in the center of the world. The royal family tree is in the hall. Wang Jinlong stood next to Hui and said to Su Haoyan through Hui. He originally wanted to stand with Su Haoyan, it would be more convenient to talk this way. But Hui did not agree. Su Haoyan nodded, looking enviously at the palace in front of him. In fact, this palace is even more magnificent than Ishindi Peak, and the aura here is also very strong. Much stronger than the southern sky world. Thinking about it again, it has not been half a year since the first establishment of the Southern Territory Sky World. If it has been nourished for thousands of years, it will be like this place. It's like a paradise. Maybe, they are really my descendants. Wang Xiaofeng's voice came slowly. Su Haoyan was speechless. If it is really your descendant Wang Xiaofeng, can you make him submit to me? To be honest, Su Haoyan became greedy for this world. If it wasn't for Wang Xiaofeng's relationship, he would have robbed him. If so, they have the obligation to help you unify the world. It was very rare for Wang Xiaofeng not to contradict Su Haoyan, and it was a matter of course. Oh, I see. Su Haoyan couldn't help but his eyes lit up, looking at the tall blue palace. In front of him, his eyes revealed greedy brilliance unabashedly. Although Wang Jinlong is far away from Su Haoyan, he has been observing Su Haoyan. Seeing this expression at this moment, my heart skipped a beat, and I exclaimed secretly, "It's a bad dish." The thing he was most worried about happened. The boy Haoyan Xingdi came to make plans for their royal family. Snapped. Su Haoyan landed on the square in front of the Cyan Palace. Hou Feng Liang protected Su Haoyan from left and right, followed by Neza, Yang Jian, Bai Qi, and Tai Immortal. Without needing Wang Jinlong to guide the way, the group went straight to the blue steps in front of the hall. This move made Wang Jinlong's face extremely gloomy. Isn't this too domineering? An elder of the Wang family looked unconvinced. Yang Jian turned his head, suddenly, disdaining to look at it. With a cold snort, the person turned his head away in fright. Seeing this, Wang Jinlong frowned slightly, and quickly turned his head away, pretending he didn't see it. Su Haoyan strolled on the steps and walked up slowly. There are more than 1,000 steps on this road. In front of the Blue Palace, everyone felt an oppressive aura, all the way unimpeded. Soon everyone walked into the front of the hall. Wang Jinlong took a few steps forward and said, "Your Majesty Haoyan Sacred Emperor, you wait here until I get the genealogy. How about letting you take a look? As the head of the royal family, if it is spread out, how will he meet people? If he does such a thing by himself? But he can't help it." Su Haoyan said, "It's okay, I'll go in and take a stroll." Wang Jinlong's face darkened, he turned around and walked away through gritted teeth. "Holy Emperor Haoyan, what do you mean? Are you here to slap our Wang family in the face? Everyone is a monk in this world, don't go too far." Hearing the dissatisfied voices of the elders of the Wang family, Su Haoyan couldn't help laughing. The elders of the Wang family were too impatient. How reckless. Noisy. Feng Liang turned his head and let out a roar. Although he was small, his roar made all the voices stop abruptly. The eyes of the elders of the king's parents were full of confusion, as if they were stupid. Illusion. Daoist Tai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Liang. With his cultivation at the peak of Luolan's fairyland, he alone is enough to sweep the entire Wang family. What's more, there is Tai real person, where is Hui standing? Even Bai Qi, Yang Jian, and Neza are all at the peak of the great Luosu wonderland. Even higher than Wang Jinlong. What do they compare? Don't be so excited. I just want to go in and have a look. If you stop me, you will force me to destroy your Wang family. Su Haoyan is crazy, he has the ability to be crazy. So feel free. Wang Jinlong's face was extremely ugly, and his hands were clenched into fists. He knew what Su Haoyan said was right, he had invaded others before. And now he had tasted what it was like to be invaded. The corners of Su Haoyan's mouth curled up, and he walked towards the gate. Feng Liang jumped up and kicked the door open. It can be described as overbearing. Just a joke, the majestic domain master has arrived, and it is too late for you to welcome him. The domain master has a lot of blames, and it is enough to save face. Now I still have to stop it. Do I still want to have a family? There were many monks of the Wang family standing around the main hall, and they were extremely angry when they saw Feng Liang's actions. It's just too deceiving. Is there any way? He is the Holy Emperor Haoyan. Our royal family is getting weaker and weaker. It's not that our Wang family is weak, it's that Emperor Haoyan is too domineering. Don't forget that he is the reincarnation of the first domain master in the Southern Territory. Go away, you also believe such nonsense. The disciples of the Wang family talked a lot, and some even got red-faced. At the same time, Xuanhuan stepped into the hall. What greeted the eyes was an empty but luxuriously decorated passage. Wang Jinlong followed closely behind. Wang's parents and elders all looked tense, but their hearts were extremely nervous. This palace is the ancestral hall of the royal family, which not only enshrines the ancestors of the royal family, but also contains many rare treasures. If Xuanhuan took a fancy to them, they wouldn't have to vomit blood. Hurry up and get it. Wang Jinlong hurriedly told an elder beside him. The elder was taken aback for a moment, but immediately disappeared in place. He didn't want Xuanhuan to take a walk here. This is tantamount to putting the entire Wang family property in front of Xuanhuan's eyes to choose at will. If this matter gets out, it will be extremely detrimental to the entire Wang family. Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled when he heard Wang Jinlong's words. He was not interested in the Wang family ancestral hall at all, he just walked in. According to Wang Xiaofeng's guidance, continue to move forward. In the deepest part of this palace, it seems to be a treasure of the holy court. Wang Xiaofeng's voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, and he couldn't hide his excitement. The treasure that can excite Wang Xiaofeng will never be an ordinary treasure. After a while, the person who went to fetch the genealogy suddenly appeared with a scroll and handed it to Wang Jinlong. This scroll is brown, with runes all over the surface, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. Wang Jinlong immediately came in front of Xuanhuan, and said in a deep voice, "This is my family tree of the Wang family, please take a look at it." Holy Emperor. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, but did not go to pick up the genealogy, but continued to walk forward. This move made Wang Jinlong dumbfounded. Holy Emperor Huayan, don't deceive others too much, the genealogy has been brought, what else do you want? Only now did he wake up like a dream. The Holy Emperor Huayan came to attack their royal family. Wang Jinlong was furious and shouted, "Everyone in the Wang family is ready to fight." He couldn't bear it any longer. Fight even if you lose. When the elders heard this, they took out their magic weapons one after another, and they were already full of anger. Xuanhuan smiled slightly without looking back, and continued to walk forward. The reason why he did this was to suppress Wang Jinlong, who was also a strong contender for the 12 emperors of heaven, so after Xuanhuan entered the small world, a bold plan appeared immediately. He wants to take the royal family into his own hands. Now all 5 sects in the world belong to him, the Buddha Hall of Tathagata, the Pingtian Palace guarded by Sun Wukong. If the Wang family is added, then his position as the number 1 in the world will be guaranteed. It's just ants. How can you understand what the master is planning? Feng Liang turned around and stood in front of the crowd, and said indifferently to Wang Jinlong, "A group of big Luoshi wonderlands can't arouse his interest yet." Everyone turned to face Wang Jinlong except Tai real person, Hui, who was still following Xuanhuan. We Wang family monks have always only died in battle, I'm afraid you won't be surnamed Wang. One of the royal family elders rushed towards Neza in a panic. And Wang Jinlong shouted loudly, his shoulders sank, and the next moment 2 rounds of yin and yang life and death wheels emerged from behind his shoulders. Wang Xiaofeng's supernatural powers. Seeing this, Feng Liang already had a clear feeling in his heart. He didn't take out the magic weapon either, but threw out a palm at will, attacking Wang Jinlong. Neza had already fought an elder Yang Jian was able to fight the two royal elders with ease alone. Bai Qi was even more murderous and forced the three elders of the royal family back. At the beginning of the war, the Wang family side immediately fell into crisis. On the other side, the three of Xuanhuan continued to walk deep into the hall as if they were taking a walk. Following Wang Xiaofeng's instructions, they walked through a long passage to the depths of the Wang family's ancestral hall. The battle was still going on, and the ancestral hall of the Wang family was shaking constantly. At the same time, the low-ranking monks of the Wang family kept flying over amidst the shining light in all directions. A battle broke out in the ancestral hall. We should go in to support. Sage Emperor Haoyan is too much. Even if we lose, we have to go in. Hurry up to support the patriarch and the others. But it's a dead end for us to go in. The disciples of the Wang family only died in battle, not scared to death. The monks of the Wang family were furious, and at the same time, more and more monks flew over from the small world. An atmosphere of panic spread rapidly. When the war started, none of the monks of the Wang family retreated. But they were desperate when the other party was Haoyan Sage Emperor. As strong as a sword master, he was defeated by the Haoyan Emperor, and Wang Jinlong was once defeated by the sword master. Which one is strong and which one is weak, you will know immediately. What do you mean? Don't kill, don't let go. What are you going to do? Inside the ancestral hall, Wang Jinlong looked at Fengliang Yang Jian, Bai Qi, and Neza surrounding them with an extremely gloomy expression. While roaring, he felt extremely depressed. Is this the distance between me, Wang Jinlong, and Haoyan Sage Emperor? The other party is like juggling, fighting them around. They neither kill nor let go. What the hell is Haoyan Sage Emperor going to do? The other side. The three of Xuanhuan walked through a huge iron gate, and the space suddenly became spacious. Xuanhuan took a closer look, and what he saw was a slightly dim hall. Facing the iron gate are dozens of stone statues with different appearances. From low to high, the last stone statue has reached a height of hundreds of feet. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he looked carefully, but burst out laughing. But it made the two people behind them baffled. I said, Old Wang, look, how filial your descendants are, and you still remember your ancestor. Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, but said nothing. He could tell that Xuanhuan was playing a joke on him. Where is the treasure you mentioned? Xuanhuan returned to the topic. In my stone statue. Wang Xiaofeng said slowly. When talking about his own stone statue, his voice was a bit unnatural. Xuanhuan curiously walked past the stone statues and finally came to the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng. Looking at the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng, both Hui and Tai frowned. Because there was a trace of breath in the stone statue that made them a little confused. Xuanhuan didn't care about it, and when he came to the stone statue, he asked, What should I do next? He was very strange, and he didn't know what treasure it was, which made Wang Xiaofeng very excited. Touch the surface of the statue with your hands. Wang Xiaofeng couldn't hide his excited voice and said. Xuanhuan raised his hand and was about to touch the stone statue, but he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and stopped halfway. It's a little too urgent, isn't it? Wang Xiaofeng didn't say what the treasure was, but he was extremely excited. It's probably not that simple. Although Wang Xiaofeng helped him a lot. But he is a soul living in his body. After all. As the first person ever, can he be willing to be a soul? Su Haoyan had to calm down. Capsizes in the gutter were often due to carelessness. What do you seem to be worried about? Wang Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan felt a force gushing out of his body. Suddenly, and before he could react, his hand was directly pressed on the stone statue. Your Majesty, be careful. Hui quickly stretched out his hand and pulled Su Haoyan back. But as soon as his hand left the stone statue, he felt something pull out of his body. In an instant, he escaped into the stone statue. What are you doing? Su Haoyan said angrily in his heart. Wang Xiaofeng actually lied to him. Wang Xiaofeng didn't answer his words, and the stone statue began to shake violently. At the same time, an aura of destruction suddenly erupted, shocking Su Haoyan and the three of them to retreat quickly. What's going on? Hui asked, with a frown. What happened just now made him a little dazed. Because he and Master Tai felt that something seemed to appear in Su Haoyan's body, and then disappeared without a trace. But looking at Su Haoyan's confused expression, it was obvious that Su Haoyan didn't understand why. What's inside the stone statue? Master Tai looked at the stone statue and muttered to himself. Su Haoyan's expression was extremely gloomy. No matter how he called Wang Xiaofeng, the other party did not answer. As if he disappeared. No. Could it be Wang Xiaofeng? Su Haoyan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly guessed a possibility. The body trembled instantly. Didn't Wang Xiaofeng escape from his body? Rumble. The hundreds of feet tall stone statue shook violently. And the magnitude is getting bigger and bigger. It made the entire Wang family's ancestral hall crumbling, as if it would collapse at any time. The surrounding rocks and grass were even blown away by this huge force. The members of the Wang family, Xiao, Feng Liang, and others in the hall all looked at it in horror. When Feng Liang looked at it, his face suddenly changed wildly. This breath is familiar, yet a little uncertain. Could it be the resurrection of the domain master? It's just something wrong. After reincarnation, he shouldn't have this kind of breath anymore. Relying on the arduous defense of the yin-yang wheel of life and death, Wang Jinlong's face changed drastically the moment this aura appeared, and he murmured, is this the aura of the ancestor? Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of the ancestor? Thinking that Su Haoyan is the reincarnation of the ancestor of the Wang family, then he is now equivalent to. Oh my God! What have I done? Wang Jinlong, Holy Emperor Haoyan, is the reincarnation of Lord Territory. Master, whether you believe it or not, but the fact is so. Feng Liang said excitedly at this time. As soon as Wang Jinlong heard this, cold sweat ran down his cheeks. There is a family rule in the Wang family, that is, every child of the Wang family must memorize the life stories of their ancestor Wang Xiaofeng from the age of 7. Over time, Wang Xiaofeng became a god in their hearts. There was a loud bang. After shaking for a while, the place they were standing on suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, everyone quickly left with all kinds of masks on. When they came outside and looked intently, everyone suddenly turned pale with shock. I saw that the huge ancestral hall of the royal family was slowly disintegrating and collapsing, with bursts of dust and smoke spreading in all directions, and figures flew out of it. It was Su Haoyan and others. In the end, what happened? Yang Jian asked. Su Haoyan didn't say a word. Hui explained a few words briefly, but it made people more and more confused. Su Haoyan looked at the collapsed ancestral hall of the Wang family with a gloomy expression, and he could feel that there was an aura of destruction awakening inside. He is very familiar with this breath. Wang Xiaofeng. This guy really left from his body? Xuanhuan felt very uncomfortable, and used to always try to get Wang Xiaofeng to leave his body. But when the other party really left, he felt a little uncomfortable. Because of today's incident, Wang Xiaofeng has been using him from the beginning, and now he is even sneaking away, making him feel cheated. Hui frowned and said, "He's very strong. For Dou Yu, the peak of the immortal realm, to say such words, it can be seen how terrifying that stone statue is." Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, 100-foot-tall stone statue slowly flew out. His surface was surrounded by black flames, and his momentum was surging. His whole figure was a reprint of the ancient demon god. Yang Jian, Neza, Bai Qi, and Hui suddenly looked at Xuanhuan with strange expressions. Xuanhuan twisted his mouth and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know either." The eyes of the 100-foot-tall stone statue suddenly opened, and a pair of ruthless eyes opened, which made people feel cold all over the body when they saw it. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky and made rolling noises, as if someone was about to cross the catastrophe. It's been many years, this feeling, so familiar. Wang Xiaofeng's voice slowly came out from the stone statue. The voice was lonely and loud, and when it was heard by everyone, it was like falling into an ice cellar. Xuanhuan's brows were tightly furrowed, and all kinds of lights flickered in his eyes, making people wonder what he was thinking. Instead, he actually laughed at himself. In fact, it was a good choice for Wang Xiaofeng to leave him. Along the way, Wang Xiaofeng helped him a lot, and even saved him from suffering. Now that he wants to protect his people, he should be happy for him. Thinking about it this way, Xuanhuan's mood suddenly became clear, and he no longer felt depressed. At this time, the 100-foot-tall stone statue suddenly shook its head, and when it looked up again, it was looking at Xuanhuan and the others. A terrifying aura suddenly struck, causing Xuanhuan and others to suddenly change their colors. Hui quickly came to the front of Xuanhuan, blocking the breath. "What do you want to do?" Xuanhuan shouted. After getting along with Wang Xiaofeng for so long, he didn't believe that Wang Xiaofeng harmed him. The 100-foot-tall stone statue moved its body, smiled indifferently and said, "Let me try your weight." After hearing this, Hui and Master Tai's eyes suddenly sharpened. "And Feng Liang has long been sluggish." "Owner?" Feng Liang said in a daze. "Xiao Liangzi, you stay here, I want to stretch this guy, I heard he is crazy." As soon as the stone statue said this, Yang Jian was about to raise the knife and go up, but was stopped by Feng Liang. "Don't go, the master is not something you can handle." Feng Liang's brains turned sharply. Although he didn't guess the specific relationship between the stone statue and Xuanhuan, he knew that his master was Xuanhuan instead of stone statues. Because the things in the stone statue are almost the same as the aura on Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan frowned first, and then realized that he often brags about how strong his subordinates are in front of Wang Xiaofeng, but this guy has long been suffocated, and now that he has the opportunity, of course he wants to find his place again. "Hey, I said old guy, can you still have fun?" Xuanhuan said coldly. Wang Xiaofeng sneered, didn't answer, and immediately stepped out of the air. "Is that a stone statue? Oh my god! The stone statue has come back to life." the ancestor, the old man, came back to life. Haha, God bless my Wang family. The disciples of the Wang family became more and more excited. In their hearts, Wang Xiaofeng was an existence that even immortals and demons would fear. Throughout the ages, who else dared to become the #1 domain lord of the southern domain, dared to call himself the god of war? I'll fight you. Hui shouted loudly, and took a step forward. The next moment, his tall figure appeared in the void, and he was 10 miles away from the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng. The skybreaker bow suddenly appeared, and he slowly pulled the bowstring, and a red arrow surrounded by flames was instantly formed. At the same time, a terrifying coercion suddenly spread out, rushing towards the opposite side. Boom! With a bang, the fire dragon arrow shot out. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a huge flame dragon. With a silent roar, it shook its head and tail, and came to the stone statue Wang Xiaofeng in an instant. Haha, good job. Wang Xiaofeng laughed out loud, and Fu Tian's palm burst out. In an instant, the black flame soared into the sky, and a huge black flame palm of 100 feet bumped from the sky, colliding with the fire dragon arrow. Boom! The fire dragon arrow collided with the giant palm. The fire dragon arrow looked so small, but it blocked the giant palm. Even so, Hui trembled slightly. But then he shot again. And it hit 3 shots. Facing the 3 roaring flaming dragons, Wang Xiaofeng, who was attached to the stone statue's eyes shone brightly, and Fu Tian's palms blasted out one after another. The two were separated by 10 miles, and they fought together. In an instant. What treasure is in that stone statue? Xuanhuan frowned and thought. Suddenly he pointed at Wang Jinlong with a sharp look in his eyes and said, "Suddenly, catch him." As soon as the words fell, the real Tai suddenly appeared in front of Wang Jinlong, grabbed his neck and returned to Xuanhuan's side again. The whole movement was like flowing clouds and flowing water, and the process was as fast as lightning. It was only a breath before and after. Not only Xuanhuan was stunned, but even Wang Jinlong was stunned instantly. Wang Jinlong's feeling of being strangled was absolutely uncomfortable, and after he realized it, he fell into panic and despair. How can that be? No matter what he said, he is also the existence of Deluo Xuxian in the later stage, but he has no power to fight back in front of Daoist Tai. Tell me quickly, what is hidden in the stone statue of your ancestors? Xuanhuan said while holding back his anger. Wang Jinlong felt Tai's gaze, which made him tremble instantly. He quickly said, "There is a rib inside the statue of the ancestor." Wang Xiaofeng's ribs? Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed, and his heart was going crazy. No wonder Wang Xiaofeng was so excited. Fart treasure. Just to be resurrected. Xuanhuan looked angrily at the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng, who was fighting against Hui, feeling a little helpless. Each of these old monsters was more sinister than the last. Haha, happy. Xuanhuan, your subordinates can do it. Just when Xuanhuan was complaining in his heart, Wang Xiaofeng suddenly left Hui and came straight to Xuanhuan. This move shocked Yang Jian and others, and Hui became even more angry. What do you mean? When I don't exist? Master Tai's eyes were fixed, and the ancient silver-white sword on his shoulder had already let out a low whistle, and he himself was even more ready to strike. Seeing that there was less than a kilometer away from Xuanhuan, the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng stopped suddenly. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Not bad. Your subordinate's archery skills are among the best in the world. Then a fire dragon arrow arrived in an instant, blasting off one of Wang Xiaofeng's arms. But the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng didn't fight back, and still looked at Su Haoyan. Hui, stop. Su Haoyan hurriedly stopped Hui, but luckily Hui didn't lose his mind and didn't continue to shoot arrows. Hui was so puzzled. Why did the stone statue of Wang Xiaofeng stop attacking? Even though one arm was shot by Hui, Wang Xiaofeng's 100-foot-tall stone statue did not move at all, and still stared straight at Su Haoyan. No, what do you mean? Su Haoyan asked. The first bombarded desperately, fighting like a life-and-death look. It did stop suddenly. Su Haoyan was confused. I don't know what kind of medicine is in Wang Xiaofeng's gourd. Isn't this snake spirit disease? Wang Xiaofeng moved his body a little and said, I've been holding back for too long, I just want to come out for a stroll. As soon as the words fell, the stone statue burst suddenly, huge stones like a millstone scattered in all directions, and a golden rib flew out suddenly, and rushed towards Su Haoyan at a high speed. What is that? Be careful, Your Majesty. Master, don't panic. Several voices came anxiously. It made Su Haoyan's movements of avoiding him come to a sudden stop. He can ignore other people's words, but Fenliang's words must be carefully considered. For a long time, Fenliang has worked hard to protect the family business for himself. Furthermore, Wang Xiaofeng never lied to himself. Fuse this rib, and you will have a great opportunity. Wang Xiaofeng's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Su Haoyan was taken aback. Didn't you escape from my body? Why are you still in my body? I always thought that you were resurrected. Su Haoyan muttered involuntarily. Resurrection? Aren't you joking? I'm just a remnant soul, and I can't activate C's house at all. And my main soul has been lost, and it's impossible to revive it. I just used this rib to get out to breathe. But your subordinates are really good. Hearing this, Su Haoyan didn't hesitate, and just let go of his mind, allowing Wang Xiaofeng's ribs to penetrate into his body. Your Majesty, be careful. Daoist Tai reminded. Su Haoyan waved his hand, and then the rib pierced into his body in an instant. Boom. In an instant, a tyrannical aura erupted in Su Haoyan's body, and the golden fire of cleansing karma was completely uncontrollable, and directly overflowed from his body. In an instant, his blue clothes were burned, and his whole body was tightly wrapped in it. Neza, Yang Jian, and the others looked very nervous, for fear that Su Haoyan might make a mistake. And Fenliang has already become extremely excited. Everyone, don't be nervous. The master is accepting the inheritance of the former domain master. Once this rib is fused, the master will gain great fortune. When everyone heard Fenliang's words, although they were still puzzled, they were relieved a lot. Fenliang is not only Su Haoyan's servant, but also the 9 guards of the former domain Lord Wang Xiaofeng's court, and he can be said to have the most authority. Yes, what Xiao Liangzi said is right, this rib is the only sacred bone in my whole body. It contains endless power, I hope you can fly higher. Wang Xiaofeng's voice was still excited, and his words were full of fanaticism. Sacred bone? Su Haoyan's body trembled, everything in this world with holy characters stuck on it is not ordinary. The most notable examples are the sages who stood at the top of the pyramids in Chinese myths and legends. Once sanctified, immortal. Could it be that Wang Xiaofeng had already started marching into saints 170,000 years ago? Su Haoyan didn't have time to think at all. An extremely violent aura suddenly gushed out from his body, rushing directly into the sea of divine consciousness, making him enter a kind of mysterious in an instant. Call. The cleansing gold fire surged up wildly, and the body of gooey demon god instantly condensed out, directly rising to a height of hundreds of feet. Seeing Neza and the others were shocked. That feeling felt again. Yang Jian muttered to himself. When Su Haoyan fought against the Eye of Destiny, they had felt this aura. Hui frowned. From him, he felt that Su Haoyan's aura was almost the same as that of the stone statue just now. This is the appearance of our ancestors. Could it be that Su Haoyan is really the reincarnation of our ancestors? That's impossible. If he is the reincarnation of the ancestor, he can't bully his descendants. This breath, how could it be? I actually have a feeling of being suppressed. So what happened? Didn't the ancestors start a war with the Holy Emperor of Haoyan just now? Now, it's all messed up. The monks standing in the distance talked a lot. All the monks with Wang Xiaofeng's blood, when facing the body of gooey demon god, all felt the suppression from the bottom of their hearts. This suppression is especially strong for Wang Jinlong. At this moment, his whole body was trembling and his body was weak, especially what frightened him was that he had the tendency to bow down to Su Haoyan. Is he really the reincarnation of the ancestor? Wang Xiaofeng trembled and muttered to himself. The elder beside him was even more unbearable, but he didn't have the feeling that Wang Jinlong wanted to kneel down from the bottom of his heart. It's relatively easy. In the Wang family, the higher the cultivation level, the purer his blood. The coercion is more obvious. On the contrary, it fades away. However, no matter what, in the face of Wang Xiaofeng's ribs, the descendants of the Wang family, dare not disobey Wang Xiaofeng even a little bit. If Su Haoyan was really the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng, they would never dare to confront him again. The inheritance of 170,000 years has been deeply ingrained, so he has no intention of disobedience. In a daze, Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes. In the next second, he froze for a moment. He found that he was standing on the city wall, and in the distance was a desolate desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The city wall he stood on was hundreds of feet high. It is particularly prominent in the open desert. Master, the Flood Dragon clan dare not offend our Terran. A clear voice came from behind. Su Hao looked back consciously. I saw a 27 or 8-year-old youth standing there respectfully. Behind them are 8 tall and burly men. Owner? Su Haoyan was a little puzzled, and subconsciously looked to the side. He saw a very serious and uniformed man in heavy armor standing on the city wall. He looked around again and found that there were countless iron-blooded soldiers standing on the city wall as far as the eye could see. What's the situation? Am I not in the small world of the Wang family? Su Haoyan was a little fuzzy. Why did he appear here? Did he enter a dream? Again? Wang Xiaofeng, get out! A deafening sound came galloping from a distance. Su Haoyan looked up quickly, and saw a giant as tall as 1,000 feet rushing from a distance. There were bursts of cold light, and the muscles on his body were knotted, trying to explode the armor on his body, like a god and demon. Su Haoyan was a little surprised. Why is this guy so similar to Zhantian? Yadi. Just a little young. Holy court. Master. Zhangtian Demon Emperor. Xuanhuan was completely stunned. Could this be a fragment of Wang Xiaofeng's memory? He seemed to have thought of something, and quickly looked down, and found that he was wearing armor, and his body was extremely strong. It was obvious that it was not his own body. This is Wang Xiaofeng's body? Xuanhuan couldn't help looking at the young man behind him, and said with a strange face, "Your name is Feng Liang?" Feng Liang? Is this my name? Great, I have a name. I'm not alone anymore. The young man was stunned for a moment, but immediately cheered up. Even if Xuanhuan wasn't standing there, he would be dancing. Hearing that, the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched violently. Emotional Feng Liang and others were called 1 to 9 170,000 years ago. Master, please give us names? Just when Xuanhuan was thinking wildly, the other 8 people suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted tremblingly. Seeing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help being a little weird. Feelings I came to ancient times just to name you. Forget it, these guys are his rare helpers in later generations. In the following time, Xuanhuan named them one by one according to his memory. However, at this moment, Zhangtian Yaodi suddenly killed him. Xuanhuan looked thoughtfully at the Zhangtian Yaodi who was rushing towards him. Could it be that the Demon Emperor Zhangtian hasn't worshipped Wang Xiaofeng yet? He knew that Zhangtian Yaodi was Wang Xiaofeng's #1 general. In other words, the memory he is in now is still a memory away from the fairy and demon invasion. Master, when are we going to fight? A jagged general next to him suddenly asked. Xuanhuan cursed secretly, damn it. Kill. After speaking, he jumped out. It's just that when he jumped up to 1,000 feet high. No, when did the body become so light? When Xuanhuan was puzzled, seeing that his body was about to collide with the 1,000-foot-tall body of Zhangtian Yaodi, the subconscious Futian palm burst out, and a golden flaming giant palm was formed out of thin air. In front of the giant palm, Zhangtian Yaodi it looked small. The flames shot up into the sky, making Xuanhuan's eyes straight. However, in the next second, everything shattered with a bang, like a flower in a mirror or a moon in water. Xuanhuan felt himself falling from the sky extremely fast, so startled that he immediately tried to stabilize his figure, and when he took a closer look, he found that he had already stood on a piece of land. What came into view was the ruins and the corpses lying vertically that could not be seen at a glance. It's over, everything is over. Why? Why do immortals want to destroy our hometown? The holy court is also finished. We have nothing. A feeble cry and a tragic roar came from Xuanhuan's ear, which made him look up quickly. However, when his gaze was raised, it was instantly fixed on the figures floating in the void several miles away. They were full of spiritual light and stood proudly in the void. Although they couldn't see their appearance clearly, it could be seen from their posture that they seemed to be looking down on this world. At the same time, the indescribable Tianwu came to his face. Even Xuanhuan had the urge to kneel down. Since he came to this world, this was the first time he felt the power of heaven coming. Is this a fairy? Xuanhuan's heart tightened, and he instantly realized that he was still in Wang Xiaofeng's memory. However, although this was Wang Xiaofeng's memory, Xuanhuan naturally felt uncomfortable when he felt the same, especially when he saw the corpses all over the mountains and plains. Immortals and demons are ruthless, disregarding the common people. Emperor Yan is dead. Although you are the new Emperor Yin, the Holy Court no longer exists. Are you still resisting? Emperor Yin, the master of the Southern Holy Court. Because Emperor Yin is more than one person, every master of the Holy Court is called Emperor Yin. But the first Emperor Yin is the strongest. And Wang Xiaofeng is the first domain master, with a different surname in the southern domain. Therefore, it is also known as the first domain master of the southern domain. As the majestic voice fell, Xuanhuan took a step forward involuntarily. Why am I out of control? Xuanhuan said in horror. Owner? 9 familiar voices came from behind him. Xuanhuan's forward steps also stopped. He turned his head, and immediately saw the anxious Feng Jiren. Leave quickly. If you have the heart, I hope you can help me when you meet me in the future. Wang Xiaofeng's voice sounded. Although Xuanhuan was a spectator at this time, the master servant feeling in his eyes still made him unable to be himself. 9 of us are willing to accompany the master to die. Feng 9 people shouted in unison. Go away. Wang Xiaofeng's voice sounded again. The voice was full of anger. Let the 9 people who want to chase stop in an instant. If you are here, can I still fight with peace of mind? Go ahead, I have a prophecy that I will be reincarnated at a certain point in the future, and then you will come to my side and help me to become the #1 domain lord of the Southern Territory again. Facing Wang Xiaofeng's words, the 9 fell into a battle between heaven and man in pain. At this time, Xuanhuan's body took a step forward, heading towards the sky, full of immortals and demons, and the body of Gu Yi's demon god instantly condensed out. Feng Liang finally chose to leave. He left the battlefield with his 8 brothers, facing life and death. Although Wang Xiaofeng 170,000 years ago had a chance to escape, but he left this opportunity to Jiawei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the middle stage of the 4th layer of the ancient Eucharist. At this moment, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Immediately, everything shattered again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the late stage of the 4th layer of the ancient Eucharist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the peak of the 4th layer of the ancient Eucharist. 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Slowly awaken his consciousness. It was Neza, Yang Jian, and others who caught their eyes with concern. Thunderclouds billowed overhead, and the roar became clearer. Xuanhuan also came to his senses completely.